Chapter 1251. Do as promised. As expected, the situation did not stray from Sun Xiang's expectations. Ever since Sun Xiang took a risk in using powerful knee strike to break the stability of the situation, Sun Xiang had been expecting such a circumstance. Yishio had given Delilo a beating, taking advantage of the fact that Sun Xiang's striker would still need a while to arrive, and had then beat a hasty retreat. Zheng Xinran was flushed with anger and embarrassment. Even though he might have been facing a god, getting tricked so easily by a shadow clone was unacceptable. He had gotten too excited. Calm down. Zheng Xinran took a deep breath. Zhang Xinran immediately calmed down, but his partner, Sun Xiang, who was always telling him to not rush, seemed to lose control. River Sunset charged recklessly at Lord Grimm. Hey, slow down. This time, it was Zhang Xinran who warned Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang didn't know if he should cry or laugh. These things depended on the situation. Speeding up or slowing down, that was all about the appropriate pacing at the time. There was no such thing as always going slow and steady or fast and hard. His striker had gotten this rare chance to close in on Lord Grimm, one he hadn't had yet in this match. If he slowed down now, then wasn't that letting this opportunity escape? How could he slow down now? On the contrary, you should pull yourself together and go on the offensive. Your brawler is still in attack range. It was just unfortunate that Zhang Xinran was calming himself down. He calmly watched Lord Grimm run away, calmly watched River Sunset charge, and calmly told Sun Xiang to calm down. This is an opportunity. Sun Xiang really didn't know what to say anymore. It wasn't like he could give this guy a lecture on how, precisely, to act in such a situation. God! He was a pro player. Why was his glory IQ so low? Wasn't his ability to read the situation just a little too low? At Sun Xiang's shout, Zhang Xinran finally reacted. This really wasn't a time to stop attacking. River Sunset had gotten this golden opportunity to finally close in. This was the closest they had gotten to Lord Grimm. Why did he stop? Delilo hurriedly readjusted himself. Though he was now behind River Sunset, he had quite a few mid-ranged attacks. A brick was already flying out with deadly precision, but Yishio wasn't dead. Lord Grimm turned his body, dodging. Soaring Tiger! Sun Xiang was glad that Zhang Xinran finally cleared his head. This attack was a little late, but it finally arrived, at least. As Lord Grimm moved to dodge, River Sunset flew forwards with Soaring Tiger. This level 60 ultimate activated swiftly. River Sunset shot forwards feet first towards Lord Grimm, arriving in front of the other in the blink of an eye. This was an ultimate which Lord Grimm's low-leveled skills would have trouble facing off against. This attack came suddenly, furiously, right as Lord Grimm moved to dodge the brick. Sun Xiang's timing was extremely precise. It was just unfortunate that this skill was, in the end, a little too late. Zhang Xinran's self-calming had cost them the opportune moment. Their attempt at making up for it wasn't good enough. Lord Grimm finished dodging the brick and then sidestepped again, avoiding the Soaring Tiger, too. However, River Sunset had finally come in front of Lord Grimm. Yet this wasn't an alleyway with only two ways to run. If you spun 360 degrees, which way wasn't forwards? Lord Grimm swerved away from River Sunset's direction and continued to run. Still want to run? River Sunset's Soaring Tiger hadn't ended, but he had finally managed to close in on Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm was finally within attack range, and how could Sun Xiang let Lord Grimm pull away again? Fling! River Sunset reached out towards Lord Grimm with both his hands. Lord Grimm hurriedly jumped backwards and River Sunset missed. However, he then bent his elbow, stepping forwards, fist flung out. Straight punch! The punch following the fling was headed towards Lord Grimm's chest, but... Sword draw! Lord Grimm didn't dodge, but unsheathed his sword and countered. Which was faster, sword draw or straight punch? No one could see clearly. All they knew was that River Sunset's fist hit Lord Grimm's chest while a splash of blood was flicked into the air as the blade swept past. River Sunset stumbled backwards. Sword Draw's momentum wasn't completely negligible. But Lord Grim? His sword had already been retracted and the myriad manifestation umbrella was set in front of his chest. Utilizing the momentum from the straight punch, Lord Grim would be able to fly back a significant distance if he followed with an aerial cannon. Did Sun Xiang miscalculate? Should he not have used straight punch? No, that wasn't so. If it was 1 versus 1, then his choice of attack would simply be pushing away a target he had worked hard to close in on. However, this wasn't a 1-on-1. Lord Grim, having pushed away, wanted to use this chance to run, but Zhang Xinran's DeLillo had already arrived. He wasn't so stupid that he didn't know what he should do. DeLillo had rushed forwards to block Lord Grim's escape route. His hand stretched out, throwing a fling out at Lord Grim. Falling Light Blade. Yishio suddenly activate this skill, forcing Lord Grim, who was still airborne, to turn. DeLillo hid air, hurrying to follow up with another attack. Yet, Lord Grim had already turned around and knocked DeLillo into bending over with a knee strike. This was a brawler skill, yet it was now used on the brawler DeLillo. Zhang Xinran was angered, but he wasn't given a chance to counterattack. After the knee strike, Lord Grim used fling and picked him up, tossing him at River Sunset. Zhang Xinran seemed like he had been bullied again, but his task was complete. He had successfully hindered Lord Grim, who had planned on fleeing with aerial cannon. River Sunset was already charging forth, dodging the tossed over DeLillo and swinging his fists. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Shockingly, Sun Xiang activated this powerful skill. River Sunset punched and kicked, leaving after images in his wake, fiercely charging towards Lord Grim. But that was when the figure in his line of sight blurred and Lord Grim somehow vanished. What? Sun Xiang was shocked. In the next moment, River Sunset's waist had been grabbed. He was raised up then thrown backwards, smashed onto the ground upside down. Ferocious Tiger Flurry's powerful strikes were immediately brought to a halt. Sun Xiang was befuddled. How did Lord Grim suddenly get behind him? Shadow clone technique? There was no clone though. Teleportation? It didn't seem like it. Lord Grim had blurred away as if he had used some sort of movement technique to get behind. However, there wasn't a single skill in any of the 24 classes that would let a character immediately get behind another character. Yes, there was no such skill, which was why Lord Grim had actually used 2 skills in that moment. Charge, Shining Cut. These 2 low-level skills, a knight skill and an assassin skill, were often used as movement skills despite being offensive skills. However, many people only realized this when the screen showed a slow-motion playback. This was because it had all happened too fast. These 2 skills had been used by Yishio to move Lord Grim, but he had only moved 2 steps. 1 step to River Sunset's side, then another behind. Using 2 skills to achieve this movement in such a small area. What precise mechanics, what swift hand speed! The entire audience was stunned, even the pro player stands were filled with shocked faces. How high had his APM gone in that moment? Many people had wondered to this thought. However, the screen didn't show the calculations for this burst of speed like it usually would. Could it be that he was so fast that the system couldn't process it anymore? Even more shocked faces appeared. As for Lord Grim's retreat, no one cared about that anymore. Everyone still had their heads raised towards the screen, watching the continuous replay of Lord Grim completing the 2 steps with charge and shining cut. This was practically supernatural. The entire venue sunk into silence. Even the Tyranny fans, who never liked Yishio, were unable to offer any boos in that moment. What is this? Discussion soon erupted amongst the pro players from rookies to gods. Everyone was exchanging opinions. In reality, it's just a Z-shake, Blue Rains, Huang Xiaoqian said. Just? Yu Wenju smiled. Huang Xiaoqian stopped speaking. Of course he couldn't use just. Managing to execute these 2 skills in 2 steps. If it was him. Don't forget, it isn't just unleashing the 2 skills and moving his character for him. Yu Wenju seemed to know that Huang Xiaoqian was comparing this to himself and reminded him. There's also the mechanics required to switch the myriad manifestation umbrellas form. Yes, one was a Knight's Charge, Priest class, one was an Assassin's Shining Cut, Nightwalker class. If the weapon wasn't switched, there was no way to execute the two skills. Huang Xiaoqian's complexion went a little off. Could he do it? He suddenly didn't feel like pursuing such an answer. Z-Shake, HM. Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi had also figured out the foundation of this technique. In the end, he really does still use the crudest style. Wang Jieshi exclaimed. The Tiny Herb members around him were all looking at each other. Z-Shake, a basic movement technique, but in such a space, using these two skills to accomplish it was. This was skill beyond supernatural talent. The pro players were all wondering in their hearts if they could accomplish this or not. As for the match? Who would pursue the results of a match that not many people cared about in the first place? What everyone was interested in was if Yishio would do any more shocking maneuvers. The only ones who would care about the results were probably just those Tyranny fans who hated Yishio. They hoped that Yishio, who had said he'd fight 1-on-2, would lose the match and lose face. In the end, it really was as they had hoped for. Sun Xiang and Zhang Xinran really did end up winning in this 2-on-1. Booing sounded, but it was very weak. This was because many people could tell that Yishio was clearly not giving it his all in the latter half of the match. This allowed Sun Xiang and Zhang Xinran to grasp the advantage and claim victory. Yes, they had grasped the advantage later. That meant, in the first half, Yishio had the advantage despite fighting 1-against-2. If he continued that way, then what would be the result? Everyone knew, including Sun Xiang and Zhang Xinran. This kind of victory was nothing to be proud of. Senior really did go easy on us. Sun Xiang pointed this out directly, seeming to have a problem with it. Pro players should always do as promised. I said I'd throw the match, so I had to. Yishio said. Chapter 1252. Hot-blooded Dodgeball. Do as promised? He said he'd throw the match, so he threw the match? As expected, the crowd once again erupted with boos, but Sun Xiang's expression right now was a bit subtle. He reacted very quickly, his eye swiveled to the player area just off stage, where Happy's players were gathered. If talking about doing as promised, wasn't there a player from Happy that was the biggest joke in history? Happy's Tang Ru, after failing to complete her promise of a 1v3, didn't follow through and quit Glory. But when Yishio said do as promised, he promised to throw the match, and then threw the match. Throwing a match truly wasn't anything pretty. Even on the All-Star stage when most people weren't putting in their full effort, it was rare for anyone to throw a match as obviously and bluntly as Yishio had. He'd even used a GG. Do as promised, but he'd promised to throw a match. Yishio's words, were they supposed to be ironic? Aside from Sun Xiang, it seemed that most people for now hadn't thought of Tang Ru. Right now, the Tyranny fans' aggro toward Yishio was very stable. Even though the rookie challenge had entirely ended now, they were still targeting their fire to send Yishio off the stage. This day one of the All-Star weekend, no matter how you looked at it, seemed to be designed for Tyranny fans. First was that strong commemoration of Tyranny's Captain Han Wenqing weathering 10 years of glory, which let the Tyranny fans shed a tear. And then, it became focused on the primary target of Tyranny fans' hatred, Yishio, as all of the rookies lined up to challenge him. Even though Yishio had pulled off the unprecedented circumstances of GG and 1v2, it had to be said that this year's All-Star Weekend Day 1 was still quite exciting. Typically, there were no formal press conferences planned for the All-Star Weekend. The reporters stationed by various media organizations had their own designated seating area, but only the media groups with partnerships had the chance to enter and directly interact with players. This included the esports channel that was in charge of the television broadcast, as well as the most authoritative esports home. But most of their time in the stadium was just spent watching. Only when there was a suitable opportunity would they search for players to exchange a few words. No one anticipated a formal interview at a setting like this, and no one would try to get one. Today? The reporters were of course gathering the opinions of the players of the various teams, their opinions of the 10-year hand-wenching, their opinions of the rookies lining up for their challenge, and their opinions of Yi Xiao, who was so fed up that he used her GG. The topics wouldn't be very serious. It was the All-Star weekend, it was all in good fun. Even things like GG or throwing matches, only someone with a waterlogged brain would use that as ammunition for an attack. To be honest, the reporters quite welcomed these unexpected situations that Yi Xiao caused. They were a bit tired of writing the same thing about the respecting the old and loving the young when it came to the rookie challenge. After a few performance events planned by the organizers, day one of the All-Star weekend officially came to a close. The pair of death rivals, Han-Wenqing and Yi Xiao, became the stars of this day. Han-Wenqing's 10 years of persistence left behind strong emotions, Yi Xiao's 7 consecutive rookie challenges left behind chaos. Some older Glory players couldn't help but reminisce, this wasn't even the first time Yi Xiao had experienced all 7 rookies wanting to challenge him. But that time, Yi Xiao had honestly and straightforwardly played 7 matches with those rookies. It had been nothing like the ridiculous scene today. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Xiao alone demonstrated this point most vividly. You're really something. As the pro players mingled after the conclusion of the event, a number of players came to jokingly complain to Yi Xiao in the backstage passageways. Thrown among this crowd, Chen Guo really felt like a dazzled fan. Once upon a time, these figures were all high and mighty, but now, they were all gathered right beside her, and everyone was really very ordinary. Just from this setting, it was impossible to tell how fierce were the characters that these players controlled in the world of glory. Li Zun, the void assassin who loved one-hit kills, was currently complaining to Royal Styles Tian Sen about his toothache. It looked like Tian Sen gave him a phone number, recommending some dentist. Chu Yunxiu, Misty Rain's captain and the idol of female players, was accusing Zhong Xinjie, originally from City X, of giving her a bad recommendation. The hot and sour rice noodles from a food street he had recommended to her didn't taste good at all. Too sour, Chu Yunxiu said, baring her teeth as though she could still taste them. You probably put in too much vinegar, said Zhong Xinjie, very serious. How much are you supposed to put in? Chu Yunxiu asked. 7/10 of a spoon. Just use the little plastic spoon that comes with it, Zhong Xinjie said. Spoon? Who used a spoon to add vinegar? And 7/10? Chu Yunxiu bore her teeth again and directly abandoned Zhong Xinjie to look for her close friend Su Mucheng. Miracles Guo Xiao and Tyranny Song Qiying, those two youths somehow ended up together. Amidst the crowd of seniors, the two were holding a quiet discussion, occasionally shooting glances toward Happy's players, stopping at Yi Xiao. It looked like these two were currently studying how to knock over the mountain that was Yi Xiao. Chen Guo discovered that only the discussions among rookies tended to revolve around glory. The older players tended to talk about much more mundane topics. 301's Yang Tsong and Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi were talking about recent housing prices. Jiang Buotao and Xu Bin were talking about European soccer. Tang Hao was complaining to Zhu Yuan about the weather in City N. He was originally in 100 Blossoms, and City K was his home. Only after transferring to Wind Howl did he have to move to the city they were in, City N. It had now been almost 2 years, but it looked like he still didn't much like his new city. Such ordinary topics allowed Chen Guo to truly feel that these were all very much real, living, breathing creatures. In the long passageway, the players didn't rest. They directly walked outside of the stadium, and then naturally said their goodbyes to each other, all going to their own team vehicles to head to the hotels where they were staying. Some teams were staying at the same hotels, and so the players instantly started mixing together and hitching rides randomly, continuing the topics they hadn't finished chatting about. Compared to normal match days, the atmosphere was much more relaxed between all of the players. Chen Guo could feel this clearly. The All-Star weekend was really a good event. Amidst it all, Chen Guo smiled. The second day of the All-Star weekend soon arrived. Compared to Day 1, Day 2's events were a bit more enriching, and there was some interaction with the live audience. They would choose some audience members to participate in the events alongside the pro players. The first event would involve pitting Glory characters against each other in minigames. In these past years, the All-Star Weekend would use mods specially developed by the Glory creators. It was common that afterwards, they would become available within the normal Glory game, enhancing and diversifying the content of the game. And what was this year's minigame? The All-Star Weekend had already made a public preview. First up was hot-blooded Dodgeball. It was called Dodgeball, but in reality, it didn't strictly follow the typical rules of Dodgeball. From the information that had been officially released, this game was more like the folk game Sandbag toss. The rules were as follows: the participating teams would send 3 players on stage, and 2 teams would be pitted against each other at a time. Each team would take 1 turn defending and 1 turn attacking. The final victory was determined by how long the turn lasted. For this event, there would be 8 participating teams, 5 of them professional, and the other 3 made from randomly selected audience members. The players from the 5 participating pro teams quickly gathered on stage. The audience saw that they were players from Samsara, Thunderclap, Tiny Herb, Miracle, and Happy. These 5 teams were selected with some care. Samsara was the team with the vast lead, Thunderclap had demonstrated unexpectedly strong team performances, Tiny Herb hadn't lost a single group arena yet, and Happy and Miracle were the 2 new teams in the alliance that were doing unexpectedly well. These 5 teams were all attention-grabbing teams. There were only players from these 5 teams. From Samsara was Vice-Captain Jiang Buta leading Assassin Wu Qi and Blade Master Du Ming. Thunderclap had Captain Xiao Shichin himself on the roster, leading Elementalist Dai Yinqi and the sharpshooter that transferred from Misty Rain, Lu Yining. Tiny Herb had Jiao Yingjie, Liu Xiaobie, and Zhu Yibai. Miracle had Shen Jian, Guo Xiao, and Battle Mage Jiaoxing. As for Happy, there was Wei Chen, Steamed Bun, and other player who had yet to appear on stage this season, someone whose first appearance would be in the fun atmosphere of All Stars, Luo Ji. It was his first time on such a large stage, and Lu Ji was clearly a bit terrified. Even though he knew that this was just a game, but he couldn't help but be nervous. As he stood on stage, he had no idea what to do with his hands and feet. "Pull yourself together, you have me here," Steamed Bun said to him, patting his own chest. Having teammates beside him did allow some of Luo Ji's nervousness to dissipate. For the first time ever, Luo Ji thought that having Steamed Bun next to him was pretty nice. There weren't a lot of all-star level players participating in this event. This was also a way of purposefully making this more low-key. For one, it gave other pro players a chance to participate in the excitement, and for another, it saved the highest level show of the All-Star Weekend for Day 3, with the All-Star competition. The pro players went on stage, and then it was time to select audience members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lucky audience members were chosen. Each was asked which team they supported, which players they liked and so on, which took up a bit of time. Fortunately, all of them had at least some understanding of Glory. Next, the lucky audience members were randomly sorted into 3 teams, and the system began to randomly assign teams against each other. Even though it was a never-before-seen playing mechanism in Glory, the pro players had their base level of skill, so it was very unlikely that they would be defeated by some ordinary players. For a pro vs ordinary team matchup, the outcome was basically set. But there was one extra pro team, plus since the matchups were randomized, it wasn't guaranteed that 3 pro teams would face the audience teams. Indeed, in the end 2 audience teams were paired against each other, and Tiny Herb was matched against the third. The other 4 pro teams were matched against each other, 2 and 2. Looks like Samsara's win streak ends here. When interviewed by the host, Happy's Wei Chen saw their upcoming opponent and spoke with full confidence. Happy's opponent, Team Samsara. Chapter 1253. The Decider. Happy. Samsara. One was a new team that had made their way through the Challenger League, the other was the 2-time defending champion. At the start of the season, no one would have imagined that these 2 teams would become rivals. The opening match seemed to prove this point. Team Happy had lost to Team Samsara 0-10, a score that couldn't get any worse, and started their season with a stumble. Afterwards, Happy became more and more terrifying. Starting from round 9, they stopped losing, slaughtering their opponents with a record matching Samsara's 610-0s. Even though the total point difference between the two teams was a large 34 points, if one only looked at round 9 through round 17, Happy had won even more points than Samsara. Happy was completely in form now. Everyone believed this. After all, Happy was a new team. New teams always needed an adjustment period. A rocky start was actually very logical. After getting past this difficult period of adaptation, Happy finally soared into the skies. The problems that the outside world had helped analyze for Happy were now cleanly resolved. For the issue of Fang Rui's class change, after finding his own path, his dirty Chi master style was becoming more and more mature. For the issue of the team's unfamiliarity with an unspecialized, Happy's players had adapted very well, far faster than people had expected. From the very start, people seemed to have disregarded how good Happy was at adapting to this new class. The rookies Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Luo Ji didn't need to be mentioned. When they first came into contact with Glory, Lord Grim quickly appeared by their side. Perhaps in their minds, Glory originally had 25 classes, not 24. And among these 25 was the unspecialized. From the very start, the unspecialized problem didn't exist for them. As for Su Muqing, as a pro player, an unspecialized hadn't been seen in many years, and she needed time to get familiar with this class. However, Su Muqing was a player who understood Yishio well, so compared to anyone else, she had an advantage in adapting to Yishio's Lord Grim. As for Fang Rui, he didn't have the same level of connection as Su Muqing did with Yishio, but Fang Rui just happened to be undergoing a class change. He coincidentally was also getting used to a new class. During his process of destruction into construction, he brought Lord Grim into his new system without any extra trouble, so he was able to fit in with Lord Grim much faster than the average pro player. For the same reason, when Xiao Yifan got into contact with Lord Grim, he happened to be changing classes too, so his story was the same as Fang Rui's. Wei Chen had 10 years of glory experience and Wenyi was a healer who had more of an observant role. As a result, getting familiar with Lord Grim was fast for them as well. Mo Fan was someone who had never coordinated with anyone before, so for him, he became familiar in another form of a destruction into construction process. Everyone in Team Happy coincidentally had this and that advantage in familiarizing themselves with an unspecialized, so after practicing hard and accumulating experience in matches, the team took form very quickly. The more Happy played, the smoother everything became. There was one point that could not be overlooked either. Happy's schedule at the start of the season had been quite the devil. Samsara, Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, these four powerhouses had matched against Happy in the first 8 rounds. Happy's poor win record was partly because of this reason. In any case, the current Happy was the most prominent team since the past 9 rounds. Their current ranking was 5th, a strong contender for the playoffs. Yes, a strong contender. A team with 3 All-Stars. A team placed 5th on the point rankings. Saying they were a strong team wasn't unreasonable. No one felt like it was a notion difficult to accept. If they were a strong team, then they had the qualifications to challenge Samsara. However, on the All-Stars stage? In this fun competition? Happy wanted to end Samsara's win streak? This had to be a joke. How could anything here count? The crowd started laughing. They regarded Wei Chen's serious words as a joke. Thinking of how Yishio was in Happy, the home crowd obviously didn't bear much goodwill towards Happy. Amidst the laughter, there were quite a few boos thrown towards Wei Chen as well. Ha ha, it looks like the crowd's already feeling pressured in place of Samsara, Wei Chen laughed. The boos became even louder. It looks like they're really nervous. Steamed Bun said in confusion. Isn't this Tyranny's home stadium though? Why are they feeling afraid for Samsara? Afraid? Tyranny's fans went into a frenzy. Sure enough, no one by Yishio's side was a good person. Is he actually challenging us? The boos even drowned out the host's voice. Destroy them. Someone even yelled out. Thanks. Steen Bun waved in the direction of that voice. Relax, we'll definitely do it. Fuck, I was saying destroy guys. Tyranny's fans were going crazy, but they looked at one another. How could they get these words through to them? The host wasn't planning on just letting them continue playing around and started interviewing the next person. You plan on deciding it here. Samsara's Jiang Buto moved towards Happy's 3 players and started chatting with them. Are you scared? Wei Chen looked at him disdainfully. Ha ha ha, Jiang Buto laughed but didn't say anything. Next to him, Wu Qi and Du Ming walked up without any intentions of retreating. Even though this was All Stars, a fun competition, if someone wanted to play for real, then they wouldn't back down. Samsara was the defending champions. Their title wasn't going to be snatched so easily with just a few words. Wei Chen's attitude made the two feel very displeased. There's no hurry. Wei Chen looked at those two. We'll know the answer soon. Wei Chen exuded extraordinary confidence. Samsara's 3 saw this confidence and felt a little doubtful. The fun minigames were newly created things that had never been revealed prior to the All-Stars weekend. No one knew what they were, so where did the other side's unwavering confidence come from? Could there be something in the game similar to this competition, and this guy happened to be a master at it? The 3 guessed. Pro players were becoming more and more detached from the online game. To them, Glory was becoming more and more like a pure fighting game. Did the online game have something like this? The 3 weren't sure. Sparks had started flying between Happy and Samsara, which was undoubtedly exciting for the viewers. One could never have too much drama. After the host interviewed each side, hot-blooded dodgeball began. First up was Tiny Herb and the Lucky Audience team. The commentator on the broadcast took the information he had and introduced the minigame in detail so that the viewers would have a better time watching. As for the host, he also had to explain the responsibilities of the players participating in this minigame. The rules were practically the same as normal dodgeball. In a confined area, one side would use a sandbag to attack, while the other side would defend. If a sandbag hit a character, the character would be knocked out of the field. But if the defender caught the sandbag, the defender would need to be hit an extra time to be knocked out. If an ally was already knocked out, the defender could also choose to revive the ally. As for how to use a sandbag? On stage, Tiny Herb and the Lucky Audience team loaded into the map and discovered that their characters had 2 new skills, Sandbag Toss and Sandbag Catch. After everyone tried them out, they quickly grasped how to use them. The match officially started. Tiny Herb attacked, while the Lucky Audience team defended. If a sandbag hit, the target would be eliminated. It was equivalent to an instant kill. If viewed from a combat perspective, it vastly decreased the amount of time needed for a turn. As a result, after just a minute, the 3 Lucky Audience members were wiped out. The viewers could all see that Tiny Herb hadn't been too merciless and had held back. Next, the Lucky Audience team attacked, while Tiny Herb defended. The 3 Tiny Herb players didn't catch any sandbag and only dodged. After dodging for around how long the last turn took, they let the other side hit them to end their turn. Because of the wide disparity in skill, everyone could see that in this minigame, if the pro players played seriously, the audience team's turn to attack might never end. With Tiny Herb's victory, the other contestants also got a better understanding of the minigame. The following match was between the 2 audience teams. Since the 2 teams were more evenly matched, this confrontation was a lot more intense than the previous round. After lots of laughs, a winner was decided after the 2 turns. Next was Happy versus Samsara. After drawing ballots, Samsara would be attacking first, while Happy would be defending. After watching the first 4 teams fight, the on-stage players now had their own thoughts and ideas for this minigame. The characters loaded into the map. The attacking Samsara stood at the corners of the map, forming an equilateral triangle, while Happy stood in the middle at the very center of the map. These positions were just their starting locations. After loading into the map, they could freely move around. In the match between the 2 audience teams, those 6 players ran around crazily until it was all a huge mess. The viewers weren't familiar with their characters, and in fact, the players themselves weren't familiar with their own teammates, so enemies treating each other as allies and allies treating other as enemies had happened more than once. This sort of situation probably wouldn't happen with these two pro teams. When the match started, there was an indicator showing who first had the sandbag. Right now, it was in the hands of Du Ming's Blade Master, Moonluring Frost. However, the sandbag wasn't thrown just like that. A sword light flashed, and Du Ming had Moonluring Frost open a path with triple slash. The All-Star minigames would never block anything the game originally had, so every single minigame had this element in it, killing. It was always a method to win. But the problem was that in this minigame, if a sandbag hit, the target would be instantly knocked out. Killing required calculating both damage dealt and health remaining, so it was more trouble than it was worth. No one thought that Du Ming was going in with intentions to kill his opponent. Triple slash was simply a way to close the distance. With less distance between them, it would be easier to hit the target. The logic was very simple. Chapter 1254. Airborne Sandbag. Du Ming's target was the person who had looked down on them earlier, Wei Chen. Sword light flew, and Moonluring Frost rapidly closed the distance between him and Windward Formation. He raised his other hand and threw a sandbag. The sandbag's speed and distance depended entirely on the player's skill. How could a pro player lack that? The sandbag was like a shadow as it shot towards Windward Formation. Pu. Hit. Du Ming felt delighted. You arrogant bastard, I got rid of you in just 3 seconds. But before he could laugh, he looked closer and saw that Windward Formation hadn't been hit. A small flying dragon had flown in front of Windward Formation. Who knew when? His sandbag had hit this small flying dragon. It was undoubtedly Luo Ji who had summoned this small flying dragon. However, according to the minigame settings, the sandbag was a godly killing weapon. When the sandbag hit, the small flying dragon was instantly knocked outside of the battlefield just like a player character. Nice job, Wei Chen praised Luo Ji. Luo Ji didn't have time to be happy though, as his nervous heart was about to leap out of his throat. When the match started, Wei Chen immediately told him to summon a creature to block an attack. Such a heavy responsibility gave Luo Ji huge amounts of pressure. He feared that he wouldn't be able to control it properly or not accurately enough. If his block missed, wouldn't it be Wei Chen being knocked out of the field? Fortunately, he succeeded, but he was more relieved than happy. Seeing that his small flying dragon had been knocked out, Luo Ji wanted to summon another one, but when he checked his skills, he discovered that he couldn't use them. His character was silenced. Luo Ji immediately understood. A summoner's creatures couldn't be used as an endless supply of shields in this minigame. If a summon was hit by a sandbag, it would be locked and unable to be summoned again. If I catch a sandbag, will I be able to use the summon again? Luo Ji thought to himself. But he also knew that in this minigame, if he caught a sandbag, it didn't make sense to use it on getting the summon back. The sandbag thrown at the small flying dragon dropped towards the ground. It wouldn't automatically return to the attacker's hands, the attacker had to pick it up himself. Du Ming's Moonluring Frost was the closest to it. He hurried to grab it, but just before the sandbag hit the ground, a hand moved underneath the sandbag and caught it. Ha ha ha, Wei Chen laughed. Before a sandbag landed on the ground, it could be caught without question. As a result, Happy was able to pick one up, and the 3 players now had an extra life. The rule stated that after catching a sandbag, within 3 seconds, the sandbag needed to be thrown away for an attacker to pick up. This was worthy of being exploited. Wei Chen looked at the other 3's positions and found a gap, which was just behind Du Ming's Moonluring Frost. He shouted catch and Windward Formation chucked it. Du Ming immediately had Moonluring Frost turn around. On the other hand, Wu Qi's assassin, Cruel Silence, also rushed towards it to hurry and catch it. But when the 2 sprinted for it, they realized that there was no sandbag. Whoops, sorry. I dropped it on the ground. Wei Chen laughed honestly. The sandbag had slipped out of Windward Formation's hands, falling straight down onto Windward Formation's feet. The crowd erupted into thunderous boos. The viewers lashed out at Wei Chen's shamelessness one after the other. Wei Chen didn't care though. Happy's 3 characters had started moving away long before the sandbag hit the ground. For them, the farther they were away from the sandbags, the better. Du-Ming coughed blood as his moon-luring frost turned around to pick up the sandbag. Wu Qi furiously had his cruel silence chase after him. Stay organized and maintain good positioning. Reduce their space and deal with them one by one, Jiang Butao yelled out. This minigame looked easy, but in reality, there was a lot of strategy involved. The triangle's starting position was a balanced way of positioning. How to move afterwards depended on the situation. Keeping up a constant stream of attacks was very important, so the 3 had to constantly be communicating. After Du-Ming threw the sandbag, not only did the opponents play a dirty trick on them, even without that, just the small flying dragon blocking the sandbag and then forcing the attackers to run to pick it up was a serious interruption towards their offense. When throwing a sandbag, the path of the throw should be such that another attacker could catch the sandbag and continue attacking. This was the key to this minigame for the attackers. Whether it was dodgeball, throwing sandbags, or this minigame, this was always the strategy. Seeing Du-Ming's moon-luring frost pick up the sandbag, Jiang Butao immediately had his empty waves move in an attempt to form a link with moon-luring frost's position. Who would have thought that before he could take more than a few steps, he would hear Du-Ming curse loudly. When he turned around to look, he saw a hexagram prison trapping moon-luring frost. You youngsters have got to open your eyes wider, Wei Chen sighed. Senior's methods are truly brilliant, Jiang Butao praised sincerely. Oh? You child, you really know how to talk. Wei Chen laughed. Jiang Butao also laughed, but his hands hadn't stopped moving. Ice wave sword. Ice crystal spread, quickly moving towards Happy's 3 characters. Ice element skills with a chance of lowering movement speed could undoubtedly be effective at crucial moments. We were having such a good chat and then you suddenly launch a sneak attack. Kids these days are truly too shameless, Wei Chen said as his windward formation dodged to the side. Senior, good joke. Jiang Butao wasn't affected by Wei Chen's trash talk. His ice wave sword didn't hit, so he swung his sword again with a fire wave. Fire blazed. Jiang Butao wanted to use this attack to restrict the opponent's movement options, but he didn't expect someone to just directly run through the fire waves and charge towards him. Powerful knee strike. Steam Bun Invasion leaped up and his knee came crashing towards empty waves. Sigh, a miscalculation. Jiang Butao instantly realized that a purely offensive skill like Fire Wave Sword might be the least useful skills in this minigame. With the threat of a one-hit kill sandbag, who could care about this sort of damage? Happy's Steamed Bun decisively chose to ignore this damage and charge straight through these fire waves. This sort of scene was simply too rare. Jiang Butao wasn't able to react in time, and Empty Wave's powerful knee strike slammed into him. Wu Qi had understood Jiang Butao's intentions, and his cruel silence positioned himself with Empty Waves. They were just waiting for Du-Ming's moon-luring frost to break free from hexagram prison. How could he have known Empty Waves would be sent flying away? For a moment, Wu Qi didn't know what to do. Everyone was still somewhat unfamiliar with this sort of minigame. Hold them! At this moment, Du-Ming's moon-luring frost had finally broken from hexagram prison. He shouted towards Wu Qi, telling him to form a pincer together. Happy were doing their utmost to avoid the sandbag from moon-luring frost. The 3 characters stopped grouping up and dispersed in different directions. Not only did they have to dodge moon-luring frost, they needed to evade cruel silence as well. Jiang Butao saw Happy's movements and knew the other side also knew the key to this game. The attackers carrying sandbags were the most threatening characters, but the defenders could not just ignore the attackers without one. Sandbags could be passed around. Catch! Du-Ming shouted and tossed a sandbag into the air. Wei Chen, who was in front of Du-Ming, had windward formation dodge, but how could he have known the sandbag would be thrown so off target? This wasn't a direct attack, but an assist. Jiang Butao's Empty Waves remained calm and collected and went into an extremely good position. Du Ming learned from Wei Chen's cheap trick and returned the favor with a shout of his own. The sandbag was instead passed to empty waves. From Jiang Buotao's position to Moonluring Frost throw, it was hard to know what Samsara was planning, but in an instant, they suddenly sped up. After empty waves caught the sandbag, his hands didn't stop moving. He threw the sandbag, not at the opponent directly in front of him, but towards concealed light to the side of him. Luo Ji turned pale with fright. He mashed his keys in a fluster and was able to dodge it, but when he turned around, he saw that Cruel Silence had unexpectedly used Shining Cut to instantly reach his rear. Cruel Silence extended his hands, catching empty wave sandbag, and threw the sandbag. Hit! This time, it was a hit. Samsara's sudden acceleration had caught Luo Ji off guard. This sandbag struck concealed light squarely. However, at the start of the match, Wei Chen's windward formation was able to catch a sandbag, giving Happy an extra life. As a result, this hit didn't knock concealed light off the stage. Samsara's offense wasn't over yet though. The instant Cruel Silence threw this sandbag, he rushed forward ferociously ready to pick up the sandbag. If a sandbag successfully hit a character, the defenders would not be able to pick it up. Luo Ji could only have his concealed light run from that sandbag. However, how could a summoner's movement speed compare to an assassin's? By the time Cruel Silence snatched the sandbag, concealed light had only taken a few steps. Wu Qi showed no mercy. His Cruel Silence raised his arm, ready to throw the sandbag, when suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, slamming a brick into Cruel Silence's face. Wu Qi saw his screen instantly turn dark. This brick had blocked his view, and at this distance, how could he have any time to dodge? Pu! The brick struck Cruel Silence, making Wu Qi's heart thump. He had already been in a throwing animation. There was no time to cancel it, yet he still wanted to dodge the brick. In a fluster, that sandbag ended up being thrown gently and without any force behind it, hitting nothing but air. I kindly accept this offering. Wei Chen laughed. Windward Formation stepped forward to pick it up. Not happening. Du Ming's Moonluring Frost rushed forward, but since he was behind Windward Formation, he wouldn't be able to reach it in time. Moonluring Frost leaped into the air, the tip of his sword trembling. Curving Wind Form. Moonluring Frost used the new level 75 skill. Sword Chi moved in reverse, pulling in the sandbag towards Moonluring Frost. Smart kid, looks like you're quite creative. Wei Chen's Windward Formation saw his prize flying away and continued to trash talk as his Windward Formation pointed his death's hand into the air. Chapter 1255. Point Blank. Soul Slice. A purple light flashed from Death's hand, sending out several slashes towards the airborne sandbag. Du Ming was startled. He didn't dare wait for the sandbag to arrive and moved his Moonluring Frost forward hurriedly to grab it. Even if he couldn't get it, he definitely couldn't let someone from Happy catch it. But no matter how fast his movement speed was, it couldn't compare to a skill's. Du Ming looked at Soul Slice's trajectory and made a prediction. Moonluring Frost headed directly toward Soul Slice's direction, but the Soul Slice unexpectedly missed the sandbag. It didn't hit? The sandbag pulled by curving wind form's sword energy didn't pull the sandbag back very fast. For a pro player, hitting a target at such a speed shouldn't be anything difficult. However, Windward Formation Soul Slice actually missed. Was it a mistake, or was it intentional? Ah, is this mouse broken? Du Ming heard Wei Chen complain. He hastily had Moonluring Frost turn around and saw a black shadow leap up faster than he could react. The sandbag disappeared into the air along with this black shadow. Du Ming had Moonluring Frost send out a slash in a fluster, but it missed. That black shadow's movements were quick and nimble. After snatching the sandbag, it ran towards Happy's summoner, Concealed Light, who took the sandbag from the spirit cat's mouth. From the system notification, everyone could see that this retrieval was considered effective. Happy had gained another life. Du Ming, who had just fallen for the trick, was both furious and ashamed. Moonluring Frost raised his sword, ready to charge towards Windward Formation. Calm down. It's just a minigame, Jiang Butao shouted. Yes, it was just a minigame. It was supposed to be a casual minigame filled with laughs. But Wei Chen's confidence after Happy picked Samsara was truly quite infuriating. Samsara's 3 players wanted to give this old guy a slap to his face, but from the looks of it, the old guy's skill at this game was deeper than theirs. Who said young people were easier at adapting to new things? Right now, this old guy was relying on his experience, and after just 2 rounds of observation, he had quickly found the trick to this minigame. Duming, directly attack them. Give the sandbag to me and Wu Qi, Jiang Butao decided. It looked like beating Happy purely in a contest of their understanding of this minigame wouldn't be easy. He decided that they should display Samsara's strength, using attacks to restrict them while using sandbags to kill. Okay. Duming welcomed this decision and replied bluntly. On Happy's side, Lu Ji's concealed light held onto the sandbag for 3 seconds before throwing it towards a location inconvenient for Samsara. In the meantime, the 3 from Happy began preparing themselves for Samsara's next wave of attacks. But this time, Samsara had clearly calmed down. Jiang Butao and Duming positioned themselves to restrict Happy, but they didn't hastily start attacking. They waited for Wu Qi's assassin to pick up the sandbag before calmly searching for an opportunity. Pretend to attack windward formation, Jiang Butao commanded. As expected, Samsara's ability to carry out orders was outstanding. Before he even finished his words, Du Ming's moon-luring frost moved towards windward formation with a triple slash. Cruel Silence circled around to the side with a sandbag in his hands. Their teamwork was quite steady. Du Ming's moon-luring frost rushed forward, but he didn't attack. He simply stood there in a defensive position, stopping windward formation from approaching. Restricting the opponent's movement space meant limiting the opponent's ability to dodge. Forcefully breaking through was an unwise move in this minigame. The sandbag was an instant kill weapon. It wasn't possible for a defender to win a direct fight against an attacker. Sure enough, Wei Chen didn't make this unwise move. As soon as he saw moon-luring frost block his path forward, he immediately turned. Cruel Silence had reached his side, but Wei Chen acted like he didn't see him. Is he baiting us again? Jiang Butao observed Happy's movements. His empty waves was also shrinking their movement space, coordinating with Cruel Silence to continue pressuring windward formation. However, these were all facades. From the very start, Jiang Butao had indicated that this was a fake out, acting as cover for their true target. As for who this true target was, Jiang Butao still hadn't decided. Perhaps it was in fact windward formation. Everything depended on how Happy reacted to their pressure. Press forward, Jiang Butao ordered again. Du Ming's moon-luring frost directly launched an attack at windward formation. As expected, as the defender, Wei Chen wasn't willing to get into a tangle with the attacker. Windward formation retreated again. You punks, what are you doing, chasing relentlessly after this senior? Wei Chen had windward formation dodge as he spouted trash talk. It's all because senior is too threatening, Jiang Butao said. You baby, you really know how to talk. Ha ha ha. Wei Chen once again praised Jiang Butao. Last time, Jiang Butao responded with a merciless attack. What about this time? This time, there was none. Jiang Butao suddenly turned diagonally. Empty waves had originally been trying to block windward formation's retreat path, but this sudden turn completely changed his intent. Ice Wave Sword. This skill could not be ignored. An ice wave swept over murderously. Its target, concealed light. Good kid. So you were threatening the east to attack the west? Wei Chen shouted. Windward formation turned around to try and rescue concealed light, but Du Ming's moon-luring frost stopped him. He didn't attack. He simply cut off the path between windward formation and concealed light. Cruel Silence suddenly sped up. He sent out a shining cut and activated swift movement. In an instant, the distance between himself and concealed light closed. Then, Shadow Clone Technique. This instant movement ninja skill was a skill practically every Night Walker class learned. For the final stretch of Cruel Silence's dash, he used this skill to instantly appear in front of concealed light. This sudden acceleration had caught Luo Ji unprepared last time, and this time was no different. He had just dodged Empty Wave's Ice Wave sword and didn't expect an assassin to suddenly appear before him in the blink of an eye with a sandbag ready. At point blank, how could this sandbag be dodged? It was impossible. Hit! Cruel Silence's sandbag hit concealed light, instantly wiping out the extra life that they had just earned not long ago. As the sandbag fell, Luo Ji wanted concealed light to hurry and get away, but this time, Jiang Buto had predicted his intentions. In this sandbag minigame, whether the defenders caught it or the defenders were hit, the attacker's offense would be interrupted. Thus, just thinking about striking the target wasn't enough. Apart from hitting the target, the attackers needed to consider how to reach the next step in their offense. After hitting concealed light, the sandbag was caught in his hands before it fell to the ground. Concealed light tried to run, but he was blocked by Empty Waves. By the time he tried moving in a different direction, he was too late. Cruel Silence once again threw the sandbag at point-blank range. Concealed light was hit once again and was cleanly knocked off the stage this time. Fast! Everything had happened too fast. Wei Chen and Steamed Bun didn't have time to respond before concealed light was eliminated. Just this minigame alone showed just terrifying the champion team's explosiveness was. However, the offense from Samsara wasn't done yet. 2 point-blank sandbags and Cruel Silence caught both of them before they fell to the ground. Du Ming's Moonluring Frost ran towards Windward Formation. Wei Chen immediately realized what he wanted to do, but facing this sort of charge, the defenders seemed powerless. They couldn't stop to fight with their opponents. Their only choice was to run away and dodge. Windward Formation sprinted back, but Moonluring Frost pursued him faster, closing in with a triple slash. Cruel Silence then passed his sandbag to Moonluring Frost. Shadow Steps. Moonluring Frost didn't immediately throw his sandbag, instead using Shadow Steps. 5 Moonluring Frosts instantly flickered into existence, each holding a sandbag. Without pausing, not giving Wei Chen any time to figure out which one was real, the 5 Moonluring Frosts threw their sandbags at the same time. That's too shameless! Wei Chen cried out in grief. The 5 sandbags flew at him, sealing off all of Windward Formation's escape options. Of the 5, 4 were fake, but Wei Chen didn't know which one was real, so he could only pray. Left! Windward Formation stepped to the left. A sandbag hit him but disappeared. Wei Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, it wasn't over yet. While he was figuring out if the sandbag that him was real or fake, Moonluring Frost acted again. A sword light flashed out, sword draw, aimed towards the previously thrown sandbag. Du Ming obviously knew which of the sandbags was real. The sword draw didn't slice apart the sandbag. It carried the sandbag along with it towards Windward Formation. Punk, how crafty! Wei Chen sighed. The sandbag was considered a throw too, and Windward Formation was eliminated. The closely linked attacks knocked out 2 of Happi's players in the blink of an eye. The crowd was dumbstruck. Even Steamed Bun was having trouble keeping up. What's going on? How'd you guys suddenly disappear? Steamed Bun was puzzled as he looked at the eliminated Windward Formation and concealed light. Chance! Jiang Buto shouted. Du Ming's Moonluring Frost shot forward. He picked up a sandbag and twisted his body, throwing the sandbag like a meteor towards Steamed Bun Invasion, who was looking away. Pie! The sandbag was stopped. A brick had crashed into the sandbag, swatting it down. Du Ming was dumbfounded. He hadn't thought Steamed Bun would suddenly regain his senses and then throw a brick that actually intercepted the meteor-like sandbag. This is no fun. Steamed Bun said. Why don't we have a real fight? Chapter 1256. A class composition fit for Dodgeball. A real fight. Jiang Buto laughed. 1v3 us? That's going to be very difficult. Bring it on. Steamed Bun yelled. Vice Captain, he's stalling for time. Du Ming saw that Jiang Butao seemed to want to play along with this guy, so he hastily gave him a reminder. This match is just for fun. Why worry so much? Let's just play with him. Could it be you think it'll take us a long time to beat him 3v1? Jiang Butao asked. Of course not. Du Ming's spirits rose. Let's go. Wu Qi called out. His cruel silence rushed out. We're coming. Jiang Butao said. I've been waiting for a long time now, Steamed Bun said calmly. For a moment, the brawler Steamed Bun Invasion had the faint aura of a great scholar around him. Facing a 1v3, he didn't back down a single step and stood his ground proudly. But in the next moment, Steamed Bun Invasion was lying flat on the ground. He had turned into a corpse that was on his way out of the stage. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They couldn't understand. What was going on in Bao Rongxing's mind? Why would he disgrace himself? They just couldn't understand. Is he stupid? Everyone thought so. Ha ha, what a pity, I lost. Steamed Bun was very upset. Did you actually think you could win? Lu Ji couldn't help but ask. Whether I lose or win, as long as I fight bravely, I'll never have any regrets, Steamed Bun said. Can someone take care of him? Luo Ji seemed to be possessed by Mo Fan, his face expressionless. All right, next up, it's our turn to attack. We're gonna fight fast and end this fast. Wei Chen said to his two juniors. Fight! Steamed Bun shouted. Luo Ji. The attackers and defenders switched roles. Happy on the offense, Samsara on the defense. The opening was the same. It was just that this time, the one standing at the corners of the triangle were Happy's three characters. The sandbag was in Windward Formation's hand. If we keep catching sandbags endlessly, won't this game go on forever? Du Ming said. We just need to beat their time, Wu Qi sighed. We can do it. Jiang Butao said. Even though they didn't really care too much, it was still better to be the winner than the loser. The match started. Jiang Butao immediately spun 360 degrees, observing Happy's movements. The three from Happy were moving into offensive positions. Samsara also moved, while paying attention to Windward Formation's sandbag. Wei Chen was cunning. They had personally experienced it. With the sandbag in his hands, they felt like he definitely had a surprise waiting for them. Watch me! Wei Chen suddenly roared and swung his arms. Samsara immediately dodged, but the sandbag wasn't thrown towards them. This again! Du Ming said. He turned around and saw the sandbag in Steamed Bun Invasion's hands. However, Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't in a good attacking position. Was he going to pass again? Samsara moved, wary of Happy's next pass. But there was no pass. The sandbag fell into Steamed Bun Invasion's hands, and then Happy's three characters gathered together. What are they doing? Jiang Butao couldn't understand. In this minigame, the attacking side carried more threat when they split apart and formed links with each other. If all three attackers crowded together, what was the difference between 3 people and 1? Could they be planning on charging at us together? Just when they were thinking this, Windward Formation and Concealed Light started casting. Concealed Light summoned creatures, while Windward Formation cast Death's Door. No one had ever heard of someone casting such a slow skill out in the open like this. However, the threat of Death's Door was truly huge. Samsara couldn't ignore it. Jiang Butao's empty waves rushed forward. He swung his sword, sending out an earth wave sword in an attempt to interrupt Windward Formation. But then, Steamed Bun Invasion jumped out from the side, blocking this earth wave sword. The attack obviously dealt damage, but Steamed Bun Invasion didn't seem to care. He held the sandbag in his left hand and a brick in his right hand as he sprinted madly towards empty waves. Jiang Butao could only choose to run away. Who would dare to fight against someone who possessed the ultimate killing weapon, the sandbag? But Windward Formation's Death's Hand had to be interrupted. Jiang Butao was being chased by Steen Bun, so he had no chance to. He could only give the task to Du Ming and Wu Qi. However, by this time, Concealed Light had summoned quite a few creatures. His summons didn't rush out, instead providing cover for Windward formation. Jiang Butao suddenly realized the problem. At the same time, he also realized that in this minigame, some classes had advantages over others. For example, Blade Masters and Assassins, two classes with powerful offensive capabilities, lost a lot of their threat in this minigame. No matter how strong your attacks were, how could they compare to an instant kill weapon? The biggest threats in this minigame were control skills. Warlocks were control experts, and summoners who summoned creatures on the field were also very troublesome. His summons took up space, reducing the amount of room for the defenders to maneuver around, and this space was needed for defenders to dodge the sandbags. A warlock and a summoner. Jiang Butao discovered that these two classes were most effective at exploiting the instant kill sandbags. Not good. Jiang Butao already had a bad feeling. Even though Du Ming's and Wu Qi's efforts forced Windward formation to give up his death's door, it also lured the two into the summons encirclement. Kill, kill, kill. Sword and dagger danced in the air. Du Ming also realized that the situation was looking very bad, so he directly used the high-level skill, Formless Phantom Blade. Sword Light quickly cut down the summons in a flurry. However, Concealed Light was constantly summoning more, not caring at all about his mana or his skill cooldowns because this wasn't a normal fight. As the attackers, they had instant kill weapons. As long as they had a single opening, they could instantly kill the opponent. Using Formless Phantom Blade in this situation? This decision was a bit careless. A high-level skill like Formless Phantom Blade had a long ending lag, a large opening for the attackers to take advantage of. In this minigame, an opening like this could be fatal. But the skill had already been used, and it was too late for Jiang Butao to warn him. He could only watch as Moonluring Frost slaughter the area around him, and then when the final slash came out, Moonluring Frost became stuck in ending lag. Steen Bun leaped out at this moment. Jiang Butao predicted this would happen, but there was nothing he could do to stop him. As for Wu Qi? Wu Qi was helpless too because Windward formation was fighting him. A warlock's control skills could not be ignored in this minigame. The sandbag easily hit Moonluring Frost. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Moonluring Frost was eliminated. Concealed Light's army of summons started swarming around Wu Qi's cruel silence. The sandbag that fell to the ground was also picked up by him and soon passed over to Steen Bun invasion. Jiang Butao clearly understood Happy's strategy now. A warlock with control skills, a summoner with summons, and a brawler with the sandbag. All three characters were major threats, which could not be said for Samsara. He could throw out an Earthwave sword, but Steen Bun could just directly take the attack. On the other hand, if a warlock's binding curse or control curse came his way, he didn't dare eat it. The threat that all three members of Happy possessed when attacking was something that Samsara's three couldn't achieve. If it was real fight like Steen Bun said, Samsara might have the advantage, but in this minigame, Jiang Butao felt powerless when it was Happy's turn to attack. Cruel Silence was trapped by the army of summons. Then, Windward formation used a control curse to CC him. Jiang Butao was being chased by Steen Bun and couldn't save him. As soon as Steen Bun saw that a target had been CC'd, Steen Bun invasion sandbag was thrown. Cruel Silence was unable to move due to Windward formation's control curse and the sandbag hit him square in the forehead. Two Samsara players had been eliminated. Happy's offense wasn't as fast and nimble as Samsara's, but it made the defending side feel completely powerless. Jiang Butao checked the time. There was already no hope of winning. How about a real fight? He laughed, learning from Steen Bun last round. Sure. Steen Bun jumped out. Okay, Steen Bun, hand me the sandbag. Go. Wei Chen said. Jiang Butao's heart thumped. Why did he feel like this arrangement didn't seem safe? Relax. Wei Chen said, I'll definitely sneak attack you. Jiang Butao was speechless. The guy wasn't even trying to hide his intentions. Steen Bun Invasion charged forward and started fighting with Jiang Buetao Spellblade. Sure enough, Wei Chen kept his promise. Windward formation was on the side, constantly harassing Jiang Buetao. When an opportunity arrived where the attack couldn't be dodged, he threw the sandbag along with a skill. "Okay, go die," Wei Chen said. The sandbag hit and Jiang Buetao was eliminated. In the end, Happy used less time, so they won. Samsara's win streak has finally ended. Wei Chen exclaimed delightedly. "Senior, you really..." Jiang Buetao forced a smile. He was an expert at talking to others, but he didn't know what to say right now. The first round of hot-blooded dodgeball finished, and the four teams once again drew ballots for their next opponent. Just like Jiang Buetao realized, in this minigame, Happy's class composition held an overwhelming advantage. The other pro teams, Tiny Herb and Miracle, couldn't compete. Happy won the next 2 rounds easily and ended up as the winners of hot-blooded dodgeball. "Champions!" Wei Chen declared loudly. "Do we get a trophy?" Steen Bun asked the host excitedly. "This? I don't think so." The host was sweating. It was just a minigame. "A trophy? If there's no trophy, then a medal?" Steen Bun asked. "I don't think so either." "Prize?" Steen Bun was still asking. That. Thank you to our 9 audience members, and thank you to the 15 players from our 5 pro teams for giving us a wonderful performance. Thank you. The host took the lead and applauded, shooing away Happy down from the stage. Chapter 1257. Things remain, but the people change. The hot-blooded dodgeball competition came to a close. There were a lot of participants, and the elimination was turn by turn, so this one minigame replaced the 3 minigames of previous All-Stars. However, having just this one event would have been somewhat monotonous, so afterwards there was also a 3-legged race event. It could be seen from this that Tyranny, hosting this year's All-Stars, wanted to emphasize the subject of teamwork. Whether it was hot-blooded dodgeball or 3-legged race, they all required exceptional teamwork and cooperation. However, the famed all-star pairings with which everyone was familiar still didn't appear in these minigames. Everyone knew that this excitement would be left until the final day. As they watched these fun events, the anticipation for Day 3 only grew. After the 3-legged race was the player versus pro event, in which the hosting team would send out a pro player to accept challenges from the crowd. Tyranny sent out a player that had only just appeared in their roster last season, an older rookie, Qin Muyan. This older rookie who fought alongside Tyrannies for Heavenly Kings used to have a very faint presence. It wasn't until the playoffs that people realized that this player also had unusual battle ability. His presence was faint only because his use on the battlefield wasn't easily captured in summary statistics. This expert at positioning used his position to contain or restrict his opponents, which couldn't be recorded in statistics. Qin Muyan took his place. Tyranny's captain Han Wenqing went unstaged to select the players. There were many Tyranny fans in the crowd, so of course this was a very exciting thing. Qin Muyan's victories were of course guaranteed. But for the ordinary players that lost, their heads were filled with fog. During battle, they had all experienced an indescribable feeling of being bound. What was up with that? None of them understood. Qin Muyan's play style, which relied on positioning to launch offensives, was so high level that it far surpassed what ordinary players could recognize. They might know that something like this was going on, but in real battle, they couldn't detect the intentions of each movement of Qin Muyan's -9 degrees. Such an outstanding player, how was he discovered so late? Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenju mused. He wasn't the only pro player with such thoughts. All of the teams were discussing Qin Muyan's performance. Even when fighting ordinary players, his style was fully apparent. For the pros, once they understood where Qin Muyan's talents lay, it was easier to grasp his plans on the field. But even though that was the case, if their attention wavered just a bit, they could still overlook him. Suppression that relied on positioning, there was the feeling of some silent drowning. Qin Muyan had already earned a lot of attention, but his presence on the battlefield was still as faint as ever. The lucky audience members happily walked walked off stage in a daze, and day 2 of the All-Star weekend came to a close. The audience members left in satisfaction, and began to anticipate day 3 of All-Stars, and the event that was the highlight of the weekend, the All-Star competition. What would the teams be? Which players would they see fight side by side? Which players would they see clash? Any kind of dream team or dream confrontation could become reality in the All-Star weekend. Carrying their hopes, everyone welcomed the arrival of day 3 of All-Stars. The atmosphere was extremely raucous, everyone was swept along by the excitement. The host was clearly aware of the crowd's mood, so he didn't try to tease everyone's appetite. One by one, the 24 All-Star players were introduced and welcomed on stage. The excited crowd gave their cheers and shouts to all of the All-Stars. Of course, the ones who earned the loudest cheers were the players of Tyranny. When Captain Han Wenqing went on stage, the cheers were like the roaring of a tsunami wave. It was difficult to believe that this player had only been ranked 12th this year for All-Stars. The power of the home stadium made it seem like Han Wenqing was the #1 superstar of glory. From this it could be seen that although Han Wenqing's total popularity had decreased greatly, in Tyranny, he was still the immovable #1. Opposite to everyone else was Yi Xiao. When he appeared, the Tyranny fans sent him not applause but merciless booing. This was the All-Star stage, not Tyranny's home game, so this sort of behavior was rather rude. But there was nothing that could be done. The hatred that Tyranny fans had toward Yi Xiao simply ran too deep. Last season, when there had been neither Yi Xiao nor Excellent Era, the Tyranny fans had really been a little lonely. No matter how strong Samsara was, even if they defeated Tyranny in the end, in the eyes of the fans they still weren't the biggest enemy. The archenemy was still Excellent Era, was still Yi Xiao. Excellent Era was no longer here, but Yi Xiao had returned, so the hate was more focused. Tyranny's fans would never conceal their emotions. The setting didn't matter. If they saw Yi Xiao, they booed. This was law, iron law. Among the 24 players, only Yi Xiao received such a brutal treatment. Although Su Muqing was also from Excellent Era, the grudge that Tyranny had toward Excellent Era and Yi Xiao stemmed from the very beginning, with Excellent Era's 3 consecutive championship wins. Su Muqing joined Excellent Era the year that Tyranny finally defeated Excellent Era, when their spirits were high. So, subtly, they didn't have much negative feeling toward Su Muqing, since she had joined when Tyranny came to victory. All of the aggro was focused on Yi Xiao alone. The other players all had their own feelings as they watched this person receive a completely different treatment than the rest of them. This person had left the pro circle for a year and a half, and then he returned, and then he immediately stood on this stage that symbolized the very pinnacle of glory players. Aside from Juzakai, not a single player was more popular than him. This was indeed a powerful comeback. Yi Xiao also looked at everyone on this stage. After leaving for a year and a half, the array of faces before him had gained some unfamiliar, and lost some familiar. Of the opponents that had tangled with him for many years now, many of them had already left. Some were gone for good, others were currently sitting off stage. Zhong Jiala, Lin Jing'an, Sun Xiang. And those that might be sitting in front of their televisions right now, Zhao Yang, Deng Fusheng. Perhaps they would never stand on this most beautiful stage again. And what about himself? How much longer could he himself stand here? Looking at Han Wenqing, Yi Xiao had mixed feelings. Standing on this stage now, there was now no longer a single player that had debuted in Season 2. But the two of them Season 1 debuts still stubbornly clung to their places here. Him at number 2. Han Wenqing at number 12. Not bad, Yi Xiao thought. But looking at the top 10 All-Stars, the presence of the new generation was only growing stronger and stronger. Juzakai from Season 5 comfortably held the spot of number 1, while Jiang Butao and Yu Feng from Season 6, along with Sun Xiang and Tang Hao from Season 7, were all in the top 10. Aside from them, there were 3 players from the famed Season 4 Golden Generation. Then, it was just Wang Jieshi from Season 3. There weren't too many left from Season 3, either. Yi Xiao counted, and realized that of the players from Season 3, aside from Wang Jieshi, there was only Yang Tsong. And this time he was ranked 24th, barely catching the last train. Behind him, a crowd of newer players were eyeing this position. Perhaps as soon as next year, he would vanish from this leaderboard. Things remain, but the people change. Seeing all of these new young faces before him, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel the vicissitudes of life. The unstage host was currently interviewing one by one the players that came unstage, and finally it was Yi Xiao's turn. God Yi Xiao made a strong comeback this year, coming onto this stage at second place. What are your current feelings? The host was even more excited than Yi Xiao as he posed this question. Oh, I'm used to this, Yi Xiao said. Don't even mention the crowd. Even some of the other all-star players unstage booed at Yi Xiao. The host also hesitated for a moment before continuing his questions. Does God Yi Xiao have anyone he's looking forward to partnering with, or fighting against? Yi Xiao glanced at the other 20-plus players, and continued to respond calmly. I don't really care. Ha ha ha, God Yi Xiao is really, extremely calm, the host said. Because I'm used to this. Yi Xiao said. His words came back to the same point. The host could only helplessly proceed to the next player. The one after Yi Xiao was of course Juzakai. The interviews proceeded in order according to the All-Star rankings. Little Ju once again was voted to number 1 in the All-Star rankings. What are your current feelings? The host didn't refer to Juzakai as God, but as the Little Ju, evoking a feeling of familiarity. Does he even need to say? He's also used to this. While Juzakai was still pondering how to respond, Yi Xiao already helped him answer. Juzakai looked at Yi Xiao blankly, and in the end didn't say anything. This? The host felt awkward. Maybe Juzakai really was used to it, but only you would say it directly with that kind of attitude. Juzakai didn't look like he was about to say anything more, so the host could only continue to the next question, still the same one that had been repeated many times already. Little Ju, do you have any players you're looking forward to partnering with? Partner with who? Samsara sent for players here. Are you going to split them up? Yi Xiao said. God Yi, can you stop talking? The host nobly suppressed the urge to blow up at him. Oh, you guys chat, said Yi Xiao. Chat? What chat? Who could chat with Juzakai? The host held the microphone and looked at Juzakai. Seeing that after a very long pause he still didn't move his mouth, the host quickly repeated the question. Have you thought it through? Who are you hoping to partner with? Juzakai finally opened his mouth. Our team has 4. Ha. Yi Xiao laughed like crazy. Gritting his teeth, the host ultimately restrained himself and didn't ask any more questions. Originally, the number 2 and number 1 should have had longer interviews, as befit their higher popularity. But now... Alright, now let us see the teams for this year's All-Star competition, the host said, his face expressionless. Chapter 1258. All-Star Team Division. The high point was finally here, and the entire stadium thrummed with excitement. To be honest, the question of who would face off against each other wasn't especially interesting. After all, there were so many rounds of competition, and the confrontations between different teams could be seen in the normal league matches. What was most important about All-Stars were the team rosters. Those players normally scattered among all the various teams would only have this once-a-year chance to fight alongside each other. The audience deeply loved to watch this sort of matchmaking. Which people would be pushed together in this all-star competition? Everyone present lifted their heads to stare unblinking at the display screen in the stadium. The team divisions were only revealed right before the match, even the all-stars themselves didn't know beforehand. First, Team A. Juzakai, Sun Xiang, Jiang Buotao, Lu Buiyuan, for names appeared on the screen, followed by their account names. It was Team Samsara. The all-star team divisions would never separate members of the same team. Samsara had 4 all-stars, which was currently a unique distinction. No other team could match them in number of All-Stars. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb only had 3 each. Which team's players would be assigned to match Samsara's 4? Everyone's gazes turned to the right half of the display screen. Team B's roster was still empty. The screen began to flash. Several lines of player and account names tumbled and appeared before everyone's eyes. And everyone was utterly dumbstruck. Han Wenqing, Zhong Xinjie, Yi Xiu, Su Muqing. Tyranny's 2, and Happy's 2, combined into 4 to match Samsara's 4. But the issue wasn't the player number, the issue was Tyranny and Happy. How come they were paired together? No one expected that this roster reveal would, instead of proceeding step by step, reach a high point right at the beginning. The live audience was stunned, and then there was an uproar. Han Wenqing, Yi Xiu? These two people would be fighting next to each other? Countless people felt that their brains were about to short-circuit. Something that they felt would absolutely never happen for all eternity became reality at this All-Stars. In previous years, in order to maintain the competitiveness of the All-Star competition, death enemies like Han Wenqing and Yi Xiu, Tyranny, an excellent era, would definitely be assigned to opposing teams. But this time, with Tyranny hosting this All-Star competition, they actually pulled Yi Xiu into their roster, making him stand beside Han Wenqing as a teammate. This was truly a bold move. But to many die-hard Tyranny fans, this arrangement was unacceptable, and shouts of protest actually erupted in the stadium. The hosts, that was to say Team Tyranny, certainly had a hand in this arrangement, but Tyranny fans didn't want to blindly go along with this. Yi Xiu was the arch-nemesis, forever the arch-nemesis. How could they just change that? Those that maintained this view were a few die-hard fans. But more people felt that this arrangement seemed very interesting. What kind of awkward battle would result when these two opponents of 10 years were standing beside each other? It seemed like many people were already beginning to anticipate, and the various emotions in the crowd were beginning to diffuse. Afterwards, not many people paid attention when Blue Rain's Yu Wenju, Huang Xiaoqian, and Lu Hanwen were assigned to Team A, while Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi, Xu Bin, and Jiao Yingjie were sent to Team B. This arrangement was very ordinary. For many All-Stars now, these two teams would be split onto different teams. For one, these two teams had history between them, and for another, this allowed Team A and Team B to be relatively balanced in power. If both Blue Rain and Tiny Herb were sent to the same team, the balance would become very skewed. No matter what, A and B had to be around the same strength. After Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, Wind Howl's Tang Hao and Liu Hao joined Team A, while 100 Blossoms Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan joined Team B. This arrangement was again to increase the conflict. Tang Hao came from 100 Blossoms, Liu Hao was former teammates with Yi Xiu. Their pasts now stood with Team B. And for 100 Blossoms, Yu Feng was formerly in Blue Rain, and therefore was sent to Team B. After seeing this arrangement, many people lamented that Happy's Fang Rui and Tyranny's Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan hadn't been voted onto All-Stars. Otherwise, this team division alone would be an even more complex mess in a boiling pot. Zhong Jiala would be standing alongside 100 Blossoms' revival of the Blood and Blossoms pairing. Fang Rui, newly changed to Qi Master, would reunite with his former criminal partner Lin Jingyan, the two of them taking their revenge against the Wind Howl that had abandoned them. So many thrilling points to watch, but because these three players had failed to make it into All-Stars, this sight could not be witnessed. The audience could only sigh about how regrettable it was. After the players of these two teams were assigned, Void's Ghost duo Li Xian and Wu Yus were sent to Team A, while Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu and Li Hua entered Team B. Then, there were only two people left. Xiao Shiqin went to Team A, Yang Tsong to Team B. Looking at the final rosters of the two teams, the most exciting was still that moment at the beginning. Yi Xiu and Han Wenqing would be battling together? Even now, the crowd was still discussing this topic, ignoring all of the rest. After the rosters were revealed, the 24 All-Stars had already split into two separate lines. The exciting points to watch existed only in the hearts of the viewers. For the pros, in reality, they all agreed with Yi Xiu's answer to the interview question, "Who are you looking forward to partnering with?" Don't really care. Two teams of 12 players. Following the normal match rules, it was just enough for every player to appear once. After the rosters were decided, Teams A and B separated to their respective temporary prep areas, which were specially prepared for this event. In this moment, they were two teams. Alright, now the teams are in their places. After letting them make some preparations, the All-Star competition will begin in just a moment, the host shouted passionately. Coach Lee, what kind of lineups do you think each team will arrange? All-Star Weekend was always broadcast on television, and for the high-level confrontation that was the All-Star competition, commentator Pan Lin and honored guest Airborne were also present for the live broadcast. Every year, there's always one crucial point in the team division, and that is, which team has the healer, said Airborne. Very true. For a few years in a row now, there's been only one healer voted into All-Stars, Zhong Xinjie. Correct. Team A is facing a situation where they don't have a healer, so for the team competition, they'll want to have a lineup with strong explosive power. Only then will they have a chance at suppressing Team B's healer advantage. For Team B, as long as they have a steady team that can thoroughly take advantage of their healer, then their chances of victory will certainly be higher than Team A's. As for the individual and group rounds, it'll just be the leftover players performing. Airborne said a whole lot, explosive and steady, but in the end he didn't name a single name. Naming names was very dangerous. He didn't want to be face-slapped because of an inaccurate prediction, and so he had to speak in very general terms for something like predicting lineup. Airborne's answer was vague and crafty, and of course Pan Lin wouldn't try to break it. He simply said you're right, and then the two of them looked at the display screen together. Ooh? Did some kind of argument break out over at Team B? Pan Lin suddenly yelled. Director! Director! The camera could zoom in and focus on Team B, but there were no microphones over there to pick up sound. Can anyone go over there to see what's going on? Pan Lin called. Is it an argument between Yixiao and Han Wenqing? Airborne studied the camera view. Seeing that the heart of the conflict appeared to be Yixiao, he instantly thought of this possibility. But when he looked closer, it didn't look like Han Wenqing was arguing with him, it looked like everyone was targeting Yixiao. You want to save yourself the trouble and fight in an individual round? Too naive, stand aside, Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi was saying to Yixiao. This brother has 16 consecutive individual wins. I'll give us a head start, get us a solid point, suppress their arrogance. This is such a logical and clever arrangement, how is this naive? Big-eyed Wang, explain it to me. Yixiao argued back. Tiny Herb's other two players shrunk back. They of course knew their captain had this nickname, but how many people would dare to use it directly? They stole glances at their captain, wondering what his reaction would be. Wang Jieshi didn't seem to have much of a reaction. He merely looked at everyone and then said, "We'll vote. Those who agree with this guy playing an individual, raise your hands." What vote? Is your Tiny Herb governed by a voting system? Yixiao said. Everyone shrunk back again. The conflict between these two was truly a battle between gods. Those like Xu Bin, Yu Feng, Zhu Yuan, these players had all debuted much later. Although they were also all-stars, in the face of this seniority and qualification, they instantly felt they were still shorter by a head. They didn't have the bravery to go and break up the fight. But even as everyone shrunk back, they stole glances at Han Wenqing, who did have the status to enter this battle of gods. What's all this fuss for? But, surprisingly, the first one to interrupt and scold them was actually Chu Yunxiao. I'll go first for individual. Chu Yunxiao shouted. There are 3 spots, what are you rushing for? I'll go first, you go second. Yixiao said. All right, agreed. Chu Yunxiao gave a strong nod. And then mooching, Yixiao said, making sure to pick from his own team first. If all 3 of you went to the team competition, that would really be an excellent arrangement, said Wang Jieshi. And then leave the individual slots to you. Yixiao said. Our Tiny Herb has a very good group arena record. Wang Jieshi's foxtail was finally exposed. They talked, but in the end they were all just too lazy to perform in the most tiring team competition, and so they scurried toward the shorter and simpler individual battles. Yixiao just very plainly tried to snatch the desirable spots for himself, while Wang Jieshi wanted to stuff the team competition spots full, and then he could just smoothly enter the individual battles. Yixiao stared at him, silent for a few seconds, and then turned his head to look at everyone else. With that, isn't the lineup set? Everyone else go in the team competition, isn't that just enough? Everyone else would be Tyrannies 2, 100 Blossoms 2, Misty Rains Li Hua, and 301's Yang Tsung. Let's discuss the lineups. Tyrannies Zhong Xinjie calmly opened his mouth, as though he hadn't heard any of the heated discussion just now. Chapter 1259. A member of the strongest team. Hey, you're just completely ignoring us. Yixiao, extremely dissatisfied, said to Zhong Xinjie. This is tyranny, Zhong Xinjie said. This is tyranny. There was a pause, but everyone quickly understood Zhong Xinjie's meaning. Even he might not necessarily enjoy this sort of showy battle, but this was tyranny. This year's All-Stars was hosted by Tyranny, and as Tyranny's players, Zhong Xinjie and Han Wenqing could not undermine their own stage. They would have to do what they could to make this year's All-Stars brilliant and exciting. Yixiao and the others made their plan just to save effort, which the Tyranny players of course would not support. If only I were in Team A? Yixiao sighed. Everyone cast him sidelong glances. Aren't you being too honest with your feelings? Are you purposely trying to undermine Tyranny? No one was talking anymore. With the home team's players here, they had to give them face. But Yixiao? Would this guy let Tyranny save face? It'd be good enough if he didn't intentionally tear down this stage. As they were all thinking this, Yixiao had already opened his mouth again. Well, since that's the case, how about we have a more tyrannical arrangement? Everyone continued to look at him. After he finished speaking, they all revealed expressions of excitement. So you did come here to tear down the stage, said Wang Jieshi. It's on purpose, said Chu Yunxiao. This wouldn't be too good, would it? Yu Feng was still doubtful. Have some confidence. What are you scared of, said Yixiao. Scared? Of the entire glory circle, these people here would be the last people scared of a stage like this. Everyone again fell silent and looked at Han Wenqing, looked at Zhong Xinjie. Would they agree with this plan of Yixiao's? So be it. Tyranny's captain Han Wenqing slapped the table, closing the discussion. All-Stars was just a show, so there weren't any strict time regulations. The judge came to Team A and Team B's preparation areas to confirm that both teams had made appropriate preparations. Then, with the passionate announcement of the live host, the All-Star competition began. Now, we have the first battle of the individual competition. Will the first two players please come on stage? As the host shouted, he was also looking to the left and right. The roster order of the two teams wouldn't be revealed beforehand, so the suspense would last all the way to the end. Even the host could only wait for the results. Team A, Lu Buiyuan, Samsara's grappler Lu Buiyuan walked on stage. This meant that Samsara's for All-Star players would not all be working together in the team competition. Team B? Yang Tsung, 301's captain and an old general, would be taking the lead for Team B. Lu Buiyuan's account was Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, who, after Samsara obtained the character Flying Drops from Tiny Herb and taken all his equipment, was now the #1 grappler in Glory. The original #1 grappler Flying Drops no longer existed. What about Flying Drops' original player, Li Yihui? After that summer's transfers, he had gone to the team that Yang Tsung now led, 301 degrees. It was only after the host explained all this backstory that everyone realized that there was also this gimmick hiding in Team B. Yang Tsung and Tiny Herb Shubin were former teammates reunited. In 301, Shubin had only been Yang Tsung's assistant, but after transferring to Tiny Herb, thanks to the team's influence, his popularity was now even higher than Yang Tsung's. In the All-Star voting, Yang Tsung was at 24th, barely making it in, while Shubin was at 16th, a very stable position. Yang Tsung was a player from Season 3 and was now growing old, entering the twilight years of his career. He wouldn't have any new upgrades, and his professional career would probably just stop at his time in 301. But Xu Bin was a player from Season 6. He'd earned some attention and then entered the powerhouse Tiny Herb. He had nothing but a bright future ahead of him. Even as the audience compared these two players and sighed, the battle on stage had already begun. Victory or loss didn't matter too much at All Stars. The battle also opened voice channel, available to players from both sides, so that even opponents could communicate. But Lu Buiyuan and Yang Tsung evidently didn't have much to talk about. The two simply greeted each other, and then began to fight. Lu Buiyuan was also a player from Season 6, now at the pinnacle of his professional career. Originally smothered by the shining aura of Samsara's Juzakai, he was able to earn a high amount of attention for himself after Samsara's first championship victory and his performance in those finals. From then on, he walked on the road to All Stars. But from the way things currently were, his position didn't seem to be that stable, especially after Sun Xiang and one Autumn Leaf joining Samsara this season. Lu Buiyuan, an all-star level player, could only be considered the fourth player in the team. Former Blue Rain player Yu Feng had chosen to leave for 100 Blossoms in hopes of obtaining a higher position in the team. But Lu Buiyuan? His position seemed to be even more awkward than Yu Feng's had been. What were his thoughts? He didn't have any thoughts. The meaning of that was that, for this sort of thing about which Yu Feng cared greatly, he didn't care at all. It might seem like he didn't have much of a strong heart, but perhaps this was simply the personality of a natural-born Samsara player. Lu Buiyuan became a pro in Season 6. His teammate Juzakai was only 1 year earlier, but at that time, the title of Great Gunner was already resounding throughout the alliance. This player, who was silent off-stage and yet performed explosively strong on-stage, quickly sent Samsara from a mediocre, mid-tier team into the ranks of the strong teams. Back then, they were already calling Samsara a one-man team. Back then, Juzakai's light was already obscuring the entire team. And so Samsara's players like Lu Buiyuan, from then until now, were very used to being outshone by this sort of light. Now that a Sun Xiang had appeared, pushing Lu Buiyuan further down to fourth. The fourth player, this was what the outside world said. But Lu Buiyuan didn't have this thought in his heart, nor did any of the other players in Samsara. To the outside world, Samsara was Juzakai and everyone else. Correct. Aside from Juzakai, the others were just everyone else, even the newly transferred Sun Xiang. This sort of environment seemed like it'd invite disharmony. That unique character so easily crowded all of the others into that everyone else. But Samsara continued to walk along harmoniously. Because Samsara's unique person was Juzakai, that quiet person. No matter how brilliantly the Great Gunner shone on stage, off-stage Juzakai was still such a humble, unassuming person. No matter how his position had changed in just these few years, no matter how many activities the sponsors or the team had him participate in, his personality was still just like this. As teammates that had gotten along with each other for so many years, Lu Buiyuan and the others understood Juzakai's personality better than anyone else. Although he didn't speak much, he was a very easygoing person. Although he was the number one in glory, he wasn't someone who very much liked receiving attention. Too much attention would only make him nervous and shy. Yet despite this personality, he'd become a star that thousands were watching, and even after he'd been a star for so many years, he still just had this kind of personality. Regarding this point, Samsara's players admired him very much. They often thought if one day Juzakai faced the camera and was able to suddenly make a complaint or crack a joke or something, what kind of earth-shaking moment would that be? Samsara's internal affairs were just that harmonious. Juzakai as the unique number one and the others as everyone else was only how the outside world understood it. But to Team Samsara themselves? They understood the true Juzakai, and wouldn't be fooled by that unstage Great Gunner. Juzakai hadn't pulled apart from them, and so, in their eyes, Juzakai was also a part of that everyone else and Samsara didn't have any special members. So, the fourth player in the team? Lu Buiyuan truly did not have that feeling. Weren't they all the same? He always had that kind of feeling. This was the feeling that Samsara brought to every team member. So even as the outside world analyzed what problems Sun Xiang's addition would incite within the team, Samsara was all peaceful winds and calm waves. In this harmonious team environment, their tolerance was really very high. If a newcomer really had some dissatisfaction when they saw how even Juzukai was so low profile and silent, what kind of person would feel they had the status in this team to be cocky? Samsara was very fortunate that they had a player like Juzukai. Not just because of his strength, but because of his personality. And so they ultimately constructed the strongest team in the alliance, of which Lu Buiyuan was a member. But in this match, he ultimately lost. On one hand, this was all stars, Lu Buiyuan fought quite casually. But more importantly, it was because Yang Tsung played too intensely. Up until now, Yang Tsung had always attacked directly. Despite being an assassin, he was an assassin that walked in the light, on the straight road. But this time, he used life-risking strike. This skill was one his scene killer had learned and added points to, but it had always just been a skill held in reserve as a surprise. Yet this time, he actually used it. Life-risking strike, one-hit kill. As soon as the assassin used this skill, that meant that if you didn't die, I would. Captain Yang, you were too ruthless. When life-risking strike hit chaotic cloudy mountain from the side, Lu Buiyuan said this in surprise. Hee. Yang Tsung chuckled. This was perhaps already his final performance on this all-star stage. Let him end on a beautiful note. For assassins, what people enjoyed the most was this kind of one-hit kill, right? Chaotic cloudy mountain fell, scene killer emerged victorious. The audience was in a daze, and then erupted into cheers. One-hit kill, the audience loved it. Even neutral parties felt that this one attack was incredibly fulfilling. Plus, most of the audience, as Tyranny fans, were biased toward the Team B player Yang Tsung, as their Han Wenqing and Zhong Xinjie were also in Team B. But Team B also had a Yi Xiao. One bad apple really spoils the whole bunch, some Tyranny fans thought, indignant. Far below on the floor of the stadium, Yi Xiao was strolling about in boredom. Chapter 1260. The one who wants to win, cannot. A beautiful life-risking strike, a thrilling one-hit kill. Even more incredible, it was done by Yang Tsung. This is really too rare, thank you for Yang Tsung for your thrilling performance. The live host was shouting, and in the television broadcast, Pan Lin and Liebor were also discussing this topic. For Yang Tsung to become an all-star, he was no ordinary player. But on this stage that was resplendent with such stars, he seemed more like a passing guest. He hadn't left much of a mark in the alliance, and even now there wasn't too much time given to him. This one use of life-risking strike at this all-stars would perhaps become an unforgettable moment of his professional career. Alright, right now Team B is in the lead 1-0. As the host announced, the display screen updated with the current score. Next, will the second players of the two teams please come on stage? Everyone's eye swiveled from left to right, waiting to see which two players would stand up. First is Team A, this is, another player from Samsara, their vice-captain, Jiang Buotao. Jiang Buotao walked on stage. Team B's player had also stood forward, Zhu Yuan from 100 Blossoms. This is a clash of vice-captains. The host tried to let these matchups have more topics of discussion. Unfortunately, after these two vice-captains went on stage they didn't discuss much as they exchanged blows back and forth. Jiang Buotao, who had already expressed how he didn't care much about the all-star stage, played relatively relaxed. Zhu Yuan, on the other hand, was different. Although this was his third time voted into All-Stars, this was the first time he'd earned recognition for his own merits, and not for this or that reason. He didn't want to disappoint those who had voted for him, and so even though this was just a show of a match, he didn't want to lose. Sadly, things were just that fickle. Zhu Yuan, who didn't want to lose, ultimately lost. Jiang Buotao, who didn't care about the outcome and played very relaxed, actually won. Team A catches up with another point, the host declared, and the scoreboard updated to reflect this. Zhu Yuan returned to his teammates in disappointment, his mood so low that it gave Team B a shock. "What's wrong? Do you have some grudge against Jiang Butao?" Yixiao asked. "No." Zhu Yuan was caught off guard. "Then why do you look so unhappy?" Yixiao didn't understand. "I lost," said Zhu Yuan. "Not like it's your first time," said Yixiao. Everyone felt like they were going to be driven mad. This was supposed to be comforting? This wasn't very comforting, was it? As Zhu Yuan's teammate, Yu Feng understood him a bit better and quickly pulled Zhu Yuan aside to comfort him. Everyone else shot disdainful gazes at Yixiao. "Who's up next?" Yixiao ignored them, calling for the next player. "It's my turn." For Team B, Misty Rain's Li Hua was playing in the next battle. From Team A, the one who stood up was Wind Howl's vice-captain, Liu Hao. Ha ha, another confrontation between vice-captains. When the host said this, the stadium booed him for his dullness. These were all All-Stars. Practically all of them were either captain or vice-captain of their respective teams, so discussing a conflict between captains or between vice-captains or between captain and vice-captain wasn't rare at all. This host probably had nothing to say, and so he kept using this as a topic of discussion. This thought was actually quite correct. The host truly had nothing he could say. Liu Hao, Li Hua? This was another matchup where there wasn't any conflict to be discussed, not at all, not in the players' pasts, nor from the teams they were currently on, nor from any previous fights. Even in the team competitions, thanks to reasons like rotation, these people hadn't ever met, as though they were two parallel lines never intersecting. When things had reached this point, it had to be said that the television broadcasters Pan Lin and Li Yibo were leaders in their profession for a reason. While the live host scrambled to find a topic and was booed by the audience, these two said with shock, "Whoa, this is actually the first time these two players are meeting on the official stage." From this it could be seen that looking at things from a different angle instantly revealed more points of interest. Liu Hao and Li Hua, meeting for the first time, were both unfamiliar with each other. Not only was Liu Hao unfamiliar with Li Hua, he was unfamiliar with the All-Star stage as a whole. This was the first time he had reached this stage. This was something he had anticipated for so long, only to discover now that he could only show his face very briefly in the individual round. Liu Hao very much wanted to prove himself, but, on this star-studded stage, he truly had no way of grabbing a larger role. The team competition was undoubtedly the event that drew the most attention. Compared to Team B, where people like Yixiao and Wang Jieshi and Chu Yunxiao were all too lazy and wanted to scurry into the individual matches, Liu Hao was anxious to play in the team competition. Because he knew clearly, the team competition rosters represented those with the strongest battle ability, the stars among the All-Stars. How he wanted to have that identity for himself. Unfortunately, he did not. Even if they counted the 6 people who had the highest All-Star vote count, he wouldn't make it in neither Team A nor Team B. In Team A, the 6 people ultimately set to appear in the team round were Zhu Zikai, Sun Xiang, Yu Wenju, Wang Xiaoqian, Tang Hao, and Xiao Shiqin. Of the 6 people, aside from Yu Wenju ranked at 11th, the others were all 10th place and higher. Liu Hao had no place to try and challenge them for the right to play in the team competition. Helpless, he could only accept the arrangement to play in the individual round. And now, facing Li Hua, Liu Hao's mind was completely blank. What kind of coincidence was this? 2 teams would meet in at least 2 rounds of competition. Li Hua had entered the alliance in Season 7, and it had been several years now. Yet, somehow, they had never met. Liu Hao felt that this was incredible. If he weren't standing here on this stage now, he never would have expected such a strange thing to happen to him. He thought it was strange, Li Hua felt the same, so the 2 players progressed very carefully. After they met, they tested each other, tried to feel out the opponent, while mentally reviewing what research their team had done on this opponent. Afterward, Li Hua's ninja Dark Forest vanished. The ninja's hidden movement began. It looked like Li Hua had already found the rhythm of the battle. Soon, when Dark Forest appeared again and launched an attack, the rhythm was extremely fast. What about Liu Hao? These few years he'd been wandering about and currying favor, and too much of his energy was spent on these things. He was also furiously thinking, but he couldn't think of any useful data. It could be summed up in one phrase: it's only when it comes time to apply knowledge that you regret not acquiring enough. Liu Hao was filled with regret. As a newcomer to the All-Star stage, he was like Zhu Yuan, he wasn't as relaxed as everyone else. He desperately wanted to win, and he wanted to win beautifully, spectacularly, like Yang Tsung in the first match. That life-risking strike had been such a brilliant move. Yet, why did he have to meet this Li Hua? This ninja player who excelled at hidden movement had also been hidden to him throughout his professional career. Now he suddenly appeared in front of him, during his first All-Star appearance. Was his first show simply going to leave behind this mark of failure? No. Not just failure, this was straight-up shameful. His Spellblade was beaten pathetically by Li Hua's ninja, as though this wasn't a contest between evenly matched heavyweights. At this moment, Liu Hao felt that he could already see countless audience members whispering amongst themselves, countless people staring dumbstruck, countless people thinking, Liu Hao's doing really poorly, is that all the skill he has? This is just too painful. What is this Li Hua doing? This is just All-Stars, why is he playing so diligently? Liu Hao suddenly forgot how much he had initially cared about this match, and began to be dissatisfied with Li Hua's investment. This can't happen. Liu Hao's heart was screaming, his Spellblade swung his sword, sending out killer shockwaves, but they revealed nothing. Dark Forest's ghostly silhouette had already appeared at his side. Flickering pursuit! Dark Forest's afterimages filled the area, launching consecutive attacks toward Liu Hao's Spellblade. Liu Hao still couldn't get his bearings. He wildly slashed out with 2 attacks, but all he shredded were the images Dark Forest left behind in the air. Li Hua, old brother, how come you're playing so seriously? Liu Hao managed to squeeze out a laugh, trying to make his words sound more relaxed. Ah. Li Hua paused. I'm not really playing that seriously. Liu Hao was pissed. Not playing seriously, you can say something like that? More importantly, you're not playing seriously and yet you can still beat me down like this. Are you purposely trying to devastate me? Liu Hao's little cosmos had been burning for who knew how long now, but the problem was, even though he used up so much energy, he found that he didn't have any sure-kill method. His chaotic and random attacks would only make him feel more powerless and pathetic. He also had no way of calming himself down to make careful observations or analysis. This was the chance for which he had waited so many years, but in the end, it was just going to be destroyed by someone who was invisible to him during his entire pro career. How could he be calm? No way. He lost? In the end, Liu Hao lost. The more someone wanted to win, the more they couldn't win. Last round it was Team B, this round it was Team A's turn. Liu Hao came pitifully off stage, feeling that the eyes of the entire stadium were upon him. When he returned to Team A, he didn't even lift his head. He wanted to explain something, but he also knew that those beside him were all Glory's top players. Find some technical excuse to brush it off? He should just save it. On that note, the individual competition ended, with Team B in a 2-1 lead. But as soon as the two teams had tied at 1-1, everyone knew that victory would be determined in the team competition. The group arena wasn't important, this wasn't an alliance match where points counted. One by one, the players went unstage to play in the group arena. Team A's first player was Blue Rain's little general Lu Hanwen, while Team B sent tiny Herb Shubin. Lu Hanwen was young, energetic, and fearless, while Shubin had the title of Grind King, his rhythm like a slowly plodding old man. In this interesting confrontation, Shubin ultimately came out on top, defeating Lu Hanwen. Next from Team A was the number 1 Phantom Demon Li Xian, who defeated Shubin. Then, Team B sent on their young player Jiao Yingjie to send off Li Xian. Team A's anchor was the other half of Void's ghost duo, Wu Yu's, who killed off Jiao Yingjie without giving him much chance to perform. With this, everyone could determine Team A's roster for the team competition. What about Team B? Which expert would have the responsibility of anchoring the group arena? The host looked toward Team B, the entire stadium looked toward Team B, and then they all rubbed their eyes. Who's standing up? That's Zhong Xinjie? Is he going to the bathroom? Preparing for the team competition, probably. No, wait, what's going on? He's walking toward the stage. What's going on here? Team BS Group Arena anchor is the Cleric? Chapter 1261. Force Draw. Zhong Xinjie playing in the group arena? When everyone saw that Zhong Xinjie actually walked into the player booth, they had to accept this reality. But the live host? Even now, he still hadn't pulled himself together. He was still just staring blankly, completely forgetting to introduce Team BS player. To announce this person's name for the group arena, he really wasn't used to it. It was even more unbelievable than Yang Tsung's usage of life-risking strike. Team BS third player in the group arena is Zhong Xinjie. Finally, the host made the announcement, but he still said it with a question mark. He still couldn't quite believe this. Dead silence in the crowd, and then an explosion of noise. One player sitting in the Die-Hard Tyranny fan section was staring in complete and utter shock, his mouth in the shape of an O, which only closed after a long while. His mood was slightly different from the shock of those around him. The instant he saw Zhong Xinjie come on stage, something whirred in his mind, and he thought of that winter 2 years ago, in Glory's 10th server. Just outside of the extremely low-level Frost Forest dungeon, the guy who controlled Lord Grim had said to this player, "We don't need a cleric." And now, on the all-star stage, the stage upon which the brightest stars of Glory shone, this phrase suddenly echoed in his ear again, floating back and forth non-stop, "Don't need a cleric, don't need a cleric, don't need a cleric, don't need a cleric." Last time, the one who was "don't need a cleric" was him. His cleric was called Endless Night. And this time, the one who was "don't need a cleric" was Zhong Xinjie, the cleric called Immovable Rock, the top healer in all of Glory. Endless Night suddenly felt that he had no regrets in his life. On this all-star stage, even Vice Captain Zhong was "don't need a cleric." What the hell was he still bothered about? His char acted loaded in. Cleric Immovable Rock appeared on the group arena map, facing the half-health Ghostblade carved ghost. If a cleric really wanted to PK, they would have to rely on their powerful healing ability to maintain their health, and then use their few attacking methods to wear away the opponent. In the Glory game, there was no shortage of clerics who used this kind of method to PK. But in-game, both player skill and equipment quality was inferior. If Zhong Xinjie ran to the game to play in the arena, no one would underestimate the battle ability of his cleric. However, if player skill and equipment quality were at the same level, a cleric most certainly was not a bloody hurricane attacking class. This point could be seen from the Heavenly Domain challenge. Clerics and paladins were very different from the other classes. It was clear that the Glory game had not designed these two classes to be powerful attackers. Those who stacked their points on the skill tree toward attacks were far from mainstream and hadn't earned any recognition in the pro circle. 24 teams, every team had a healer class, none of which was that kind of deviant. Zhong Xinjie's Immovable Rock was even less so. This sort of strict player would never waver from the path. How would this match be fought? The ruckus still hadn't died down, but many people were already wondering. As for the televised broadcast, it was very quiet. Liebor was really depressed. His earlier predictions of the team lineups had been based on the difference of healer against no healer, but who would have thought Team B had a healer but didn't use it, instead throwing him onto the group arena. This season, he had been truly attacked so much that he was in the perpetual mad state of can't feel happy without being face-slapped. Commentator Pan Lin was also silent for a long time. It wasn't until the characters on stage started moving that he said in a strained voice, "Let's watch this match, with Void's Wu Yu's, against Zhong Xinjie." The characters met and began fighting. Those who dreamed that Zhong Xinjie had some sort of ultimate sure-kill method were quickly disappointed. Zhong Xinjie's 1v1 cleric just used the same little tricks that were popular in the game. Change position to maintain distance, recover health during breaks, sparse attacks to wear away the opponent. many high-end clerics in-game could enrage many people to death. Could Zhong Xinjie do it? The crowd originally had a lot of excitement and anticipation, but gradually, all of it faded away. Because judging from the content of this match, this was truly dull to an unprecedented extent, duller than any other match of previous All-Star weekends, duller than any match in any season of the league. Everyone suddenly had a single thought: if glory battles were all like this, then they should just shut down the league as early as possible. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. They watched as Zhong Xinjie controlled immovable rock, recovered his health like a robot, occasionally had his rhythm torn by Wu Yu's, but then tenaciously got it back, and then repeated the above process. The refreshing feeling was gone. The interest was gone. The players who had more in-game experience had all seen this situation before. It was just that Zhong Xinjie's controls were more precise, and Wu Yu's attacks were more ferocious. In terms of attacks, the Cleric really only had so many options. Even Zhong Xinjie couldn't make many changes. He just followed the most common thought processes seen in-game, and then displayed them with a higher level of skill and technique. Faced against a more powerful opponent, the result was, this match looked like it was going to drag on endlessly. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhong Xinjie was still very methodically controlling, wearing away. At the start of the match, Carved Ghost had 52% health remaining. Now, 11% had been whittled away, leaving 41%. And that had taken a full 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Immovable Rock's health had also dropped. This Cleric battle style couldn't be too careless or wasteful. If he used up all his mana, then he would just be fish meat on a plate. But even under Wu Yu's powerful offensive, Zhong Xinjie didn't ignore everything to fill up his health. He had a set rhythm to maintain the balance of the situation. After 10 minutes, Immovable Rock's health had dropped 20%. And so everyone took another look. Carved Ghost had lost 11% after starting at 52%, wasn't that also a 20% decrease? These two guys, they were actually playing at such a precise balance. They were actually going to have to play all the way until the end to determine victory? To do so, judging from their current speed, wouldn't that require 40 more minutes? Those that realized this point instantly paled. The organizers and the television broadcasters were even more panicked. This 1v1 was going to last an hour? That was much too far above the estimated time duration. Were they even going to play the team competition afterward? Here they panicked, there they panicked, but the two people on stage weren't panicked. Zhong Xinjie's controls were as methodical as ever. Wu Yu's? He was always a very persistent and persevering person, someone who never gave up easily. Otherwise, the current Void Ghost duo wouldn't exist. These two people were actually giving it their all. But it would be many dozen minutes before victory was determined, and with just these repetitive actions, it was truly difficult for anyone to continue watching. What to do? A wave of people went to the background, and then the smoking area became overcrowded, and then ambient noise became louder and louder as people started chatting. Lights flashed all over the crowd like stars in the sky, as a result of countless people starting to play with their phones. With the team competition finale, the audience couldn't bear to leave, but they honestly could not continue to watch this match. We can't let them drag on until the end. The organizers finally made this decision, which was quickly sent to the stage. The judge entered the match through the system and forcibly declared the group arena a draw. There would be no extra time, it was just a draw. If they added extra time, then by the rules that meant that both sides would have a bit of health added and then face off. Wouldn't that just result in a confrontation between these two guys again? That absolutely could not happen. The judge stopped the game very arbitrarily. After a pause, the live audience exploded with a surge of applause. Not to Zhong Xinjie, nor to Wu Yu's. This applause was sent to the one with an extremely weak presence in glory matches, the judge. In this moment, he was the most lovable person in the audience's eyes. Wu Yu and Zhong Xinjie could only accept this reality. When the two players stepped out of the player booths, the crowd, with mixed feelings, sent applause to them as well. They could at least respect their seriousness, their perseverance, and their calm acceptance of the forced draw of the match. After this boring period passed, it was now time for the highest point of this 3-day event. And this time, Team B didn't have a healer either. Without a doubt, the two sides would be attacking each other ferociously. Looking at the players left to the team round, they were all the top attackers in the entire alliance brought together now. Coach Lee, could you analyze and compare the strengths of the two teams for us? Pan Lin said. The two teams are both composed of the very best of the best. It wouldn't be unexpected for either side to win. However, this is a never-before-seen situation where neither side has a healer. Today's team competition will be the highest-level aggressive match in the entirety of Glory. These two teams have gathered the most powerful attackers in Glory. Coach Lee said. You're correct, Pan Lin agreed. The two continued to talk until the team competition finally gathered together on stage. From Team A were Zhu Zikai, Sun Xiang, Huang Xiaoqian, Yu Wenju, and Tang Hao, with Xiao Shiqin as the sixth player. From Team B were Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Han Wenqing, Chu Yunxiu, and Wang Jieshi, with Yu Feng as the sixth player. The two teams were making their final preparations before the map. Team A had the two master tacticians Yu Wenju and Xiao Shiqin. Earlier, many people were uncomfortable with how Xiao Shiqin had dealt with Yu Wenju, but looking at their direct interactions now, there didn't seem to be any difficulties. The two were discussing non-stop, occasionally shooting glances at Team B. After several close-ups, the camera switched to Team B, and it could be seen that the two of them were likely discussing Team B's player Yi Xiao. Team B's player Yi Xiao seemed very relaxed. This other master tactician didn't seem like he was making any arrangements for his team as a whole. He only said a sentence to Han Wenqing, standing beside him. When the battle begins, try to stay away from me. I fear that my attacks will automatically be drawn to your body, Yi Xiao said to Han Wenqing, very seriously. Chapter 1262. Scatter. The team competition that was about to begin was the highlight of the 3-day All-Stars weekend. Everyone knew clearly that the result or the quality of this game may not be the finest, but it was definitely the most star-studded. Currently, there was no other event besides the All-Stars weekend that allowed such a group of people to play together, whether it be alongside or against each other. This exhibition was well worth watching. Right now, the cheers in the crowd were directed more towards Team B, where Team Tyranny's players and characters were. However, even though this was Tyranny's home stadium, the hollering in support of Team A would not lose out much. Many of the Glory Alliance's players with the most fans were all gathered on this All-Stars stage. Even though Team B had a slight home advantage, it was nowhere near enough to overwhelm Team A. There was plenty of eye candy prepared for this most important final match. The participating characters appeared one by one, and gave a little show for several minutes. However, no one was bored at the slightest. Instead, this tease held back their energy. When the map finished loading and the match officially began, the crowd had entered a strange state of peace. The map was specifically designed for the All-Stars match. There were mountains and rivers, trees and rocky outcrops, and street and buildings. It seemed to be an amalgamation of all the different maps used in Glory. In the very middle of the map, there was an arena made of limestone that looked thousands of years old. From an aerial view, it formed the Glory Alliance's logo as well as the number 10, to celebrate Season 10 of the Glory Alliance. The players from both teams quickly spawned to much applause. Just seeing these famous characters form into teams was enough to get the viewers very excited. Neither side seemed to want to beat about the bush. Since spawning, both teams charged towards the center. Sending Zhong Xinjie to fight the group arena was an indication by Team B that they wanted to fight Team A head-on. A fierce confrontation was originally the preferred strategy for Team A, who lacked a healer. But now, it was instead Team B who ditched their healer and took up this strategy. Could the players from Team A back off from a direct confrontation? Of course not. Who's afraid of who? The match's pace was swift as soon as it commenced. Both sides rushed forward, past the scenery which became a blur in the background. Without a slow-moving healer, both sides' progress seemed very rapid. Finally, the opposition were within each other's sights. There was no communication or command for formations, but the characters from both teams went into an arrangement that seemed to have been agreed on beforehand. For Team A, the trio consisting of Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf, Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain and Tang Hao's Demon Subduer formed a straight line and stood in front. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser followed behind by only a few units. Yu Wenchu's Swaksar brought up the rear and concealed himself behind his teammates. For Team B, Han Wenqing's Desert Dust was the spearhead in front with Yishio's Lord Grim trailing a few steps behind. After them, Su Muqing's Dancing Rain, Wang Jie's Vicaria and Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain formed a horizontal line at the back. The two teams chose reversed formations. Team A's arrangement of 3 characters in front seemed to allow for more aggression. However, Team B were the first ones to start attacking. Even though there were 3 characters at the back for Team B, they were all long-ranged classes and Team A entered their attack ranges first. A maelstrom of cannon fire and magical energies erupted and rolled forward. The center of the map where the Alliance's logo was located was immediately covered by bedazzling flashes of light. Scatter! The 3 Team A characters at the front suddenly changed directions as if it was pre-arranged. It looked like they were trying to go around the suppressive fire that was being laid down by Team B. But Team B would not let them off so easy. Their attacks closely followed the change in position, and they still managed to keep Team A out of attack range. But as the 3 gave way, the second layer of Team A was suddenly at the forefront, Cloud Pisser. Accelerate! Cloud Pisser charged forward, guns blazing. He looked like a melee-class character despite being a long-range gunner class. Team A astonishingly used their 3 gods at the front to draw their opponent's attention, all to allow Juzukai to begin a solo assault. His attacks blanketed all the characters on Team B. The sharpshooter's high attack speed was brought to the peak at this moment. Cloud Pisser grasped his dual pistols to begin launching his attacks, unleashing a countless flurry of bullets. Blood splattered within Team B's formation. This wave of attacks came too quickly. It was fierce and covered a lot of ground. But because the coverage of the attacks was wide, the bullets were spread out, so the damage output was reduced significantly. However, the higher-level skills of Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain and Wang Jie's Vicaria had casting time. Even though being shot did not deal much damage, their casts would be interrupted. As both their attacks were stifled, Team B's long-range zoning seemed to have been extinguished for the moment. There was no way Dancing Rain's attacks alone could suppress the 3 gods, Sun Xiang, Huang Xiaoqian and Tang Hao, at the same time. Dragon breaks the ranks. One Autumn Leaf led with an ultimate skill to forcefully break into the opponent's formation. In an instant, the Samsara fans went wild. This was the teamwork they were so used to seeing. After Sun Xiang joined Samsara, his duo playstyle revolved around having him wreak havoc in the enemy's midst while Juzukai's Cloud Pisser attacked from the outside. Countless teams were scattered by just this too, with their ability to bust apart an enemy team from inside and out. Even in the current situation with the best of the best as the opponents, it looked like Samsara's duo was still extremely potent. Shattering the lands. After charging in with Dragon Breaks the Ranks, One Autumn Leaf followed up with another high-level skill. His body in mid-air and evil annihilation in his hands channeling magical battle spirit, he carried an air of invincibility about him as his spear shot down towards the enemy, like a god descending to smite mortals. Scatter! Team B suddenly scattered. Unlike the 3-man scatter on Team A, all 5 players scattered and neatly formed a circle. And right in the middle of this circle was One Autumn Leaf. One Autumn Leaf looked like he was descending from the heavens for one moment, but in the next, after Team B scattered, he suddenly looked like he was charging directly into the abyss. Boom! Shattering the land's magic created waves in the ground. At that moment, the ground within the skill's AoE folded up. However, not a single character was caught up in it. There were only skills in the AoE, not just from shattering the lands. After dodging shattering the lands, the 3 ranged characters on Team B instantly followed up with a counterattack. Everything happened quickly and precisely. 3 ranged attacks landed on One Autumn Leaf who was still in the ending animation of his skill. There was 0 chance to dodge. In fact, this hasty counterattack was even coordinated. The 3 attacks were not simultaneous but chained, and they landed on one autumn leaf one after the other. Although the damage wouldn't be increased, the status effect's duration was prolonged by chaining the attacks. In the short time frame where one autumn leaf was chain stunned by the 3 attacks, Desert Dust and Lord Grim approached like the wind to flank him. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Han Wenqing also led with a high-level skill. Desert Dust flew forward and one autumn leaf was greeted by his fist. Yishio's Lord Grim couldn't display this sort of momentum, because even though they could be added to the Myriad Manifestation umbrella, they would be too low level. Thus, Yishio did not choose to do so but instead charged next to one autumn leaf only with the intention of creating a pincer. He was also there to provide protection, since the rest of Team A wouldn't just watch and let one autumn leaf get surrounded and eliminated. Juzakai, the current teammate and duo partner of Sun Xiang, reacted the fastest. Cloud Pisser's attacks could also arrive the fastest. Random Firing. Random firing was a skill that sprayed bullets in all directions. However, under Juzakai's tyrannical control, he forcefully turned the bullets into a very targeted stream. This stream of bullets flew accurately at the 2 characters on either side of one autumn leaf. Dodge? It was impossible to dodge this rain of bullets unless they abandoned their attack on one autumn leaf. However, Team B had no intentions of doing so. Han Wenqing allowed Desert Dust to continue his ferocious tiger frenzy as if he didn't see the flurry of attacks from Cloud Pisser's direction. Although he and Yishio were arch-rivals of many years, he seemed to have complete trust that Yishio would deal with the current situation. Therefore, Han Wenqing simply ignored the attacks from Juzakai and focused on his own attacks. Swish! The Myriad Manifestation umbrella opened up and sheltered Lord Grim and Desert Dust from Cloud Pisser's hail of bullets. Put your back into it, get a good trade in. Yishio called. Blocking with a shield could only negate status effects. It could not completely negate damage, which was dependent on the weight of the shield and other particular stats. The Myriad Manifestation umbrella's weight was very light, but its attributes were still quite substantial. The level 70 Myriad Manifestation umbrella in shield form provided a 61% boost in defense as well as 34% damage absorption. These 2 abilities would take effect as soon as the shield met any attacks. But Glory's top gunner, Cloud Pisser, obviously wouldn't stop trying to punch through Lord Grim's defenses just because of these 2 abilities. Lord Grim's health was still dropping. This kind of defense was just an exchange. Lord Grim's health for one autumn leaf's health. The 2 characters who had an unbreakable bond with Yishio were currently locked in such an exchange. One of the damage dealers happened to be Yishio's biggest rival of all time, Han Wenqing. This scene could only be described as somewhat ironic. Team A, however, didn't just consist of Juzakai. Huang Xiaoqian, the biggest opportunistic player of Glory, saw a great chance. Troubling Rain quickly appeared in front of the shield form Myriad Manifestation umbrella. Right now, the umbrella shield was completely blocking Lord Grim's field of view. Yishio couldn't do much about this. If he stuck his head out to look, Juzakai's marksmanship would deliver a faceful of bullets. Troubling Rain used the cover provided by the shield form Myriad Manifestation umbrella to deliver some pain. Chapter 1263. Small Details and Techniques. Troubling Rain instantly got within melee range using the Myriad Manifestation umbrella's shield form as cover. Careful! Huang Xiaoqian heard Yu Wenshu's voice. Yu Wenshu Swaksar stood rather far away. From his point of view, he suddenly realized that Huang Xiaoqian being captured was an opportunity, but also a trap. Huang Xiaoqian quickly controlled Troubling Rain to move sideways upon hearing Yu Wenshu's warning. Since he had already gotten this far, he might as well continue attacking rather than retreat. He only needed to be careful of whatever was hidden behind the umbrella. After all, this was just a blind shield play style. If he took the initiative and moved first, how could he not dodge it? He couldn't dodge it. Troubling Rain had barely taken half a step when the Myriad Manifestation umbrella closed up. Huang Xiaoqian didn't even have time to see the character behind the umbrella before his screen was filled by a blinding light. This attack couldn't get any closer. There was absolutely nothing he could do that could dodge an attack which was close enough to singe his eyebrows. Laser rifle. Only the best partners Su Muqing and Yishio could achieve this kind of precision. Yishio used the blind shield playstyle to hide Su Muqing's long-ranged attack rather than his own. You want to ambush me? How naive! Yishio laughed as he watched troubling rain tumble away from the laser rifle. Just fight, stop talking so much trash. Huang Xiaoqian yelled. The whole stadium collectively shared a sweat drop. Bro, you're the one saying this? Are you trying to say that you're the strong and silent type? Huang Xiaoqian's ambush failed. Juzakai also sacrificed dealing damage to coordinate with the ambush. Even though there was no friendly fire, shots didn't just pass through allies. Juzakai couldn't have Cloud Pisser move around troubling rain, because that might have led Yishio to turn and reveal Huang Xiaoqian's position. Huang Xiaoqian's ambush was ultimately fruitless. This moment was over in the blink of an eye, but it contained so many small details. Right now, the guest commentator Liebo, conducting the live TV broadcast, wanted to share his analysis with everyone. But who could spare the effort to listen to his explanation? The match had long left this moment behind. The players on Team B couldn't idly watch and let Yishio and Han Wenqing trade health by tanking the enemy's attacks. The moment Su Muqing foiled Huang Xiaoqian's ambush, Chu Yunxiu's windy rain had already cast heavenly lightning, earth and fire. It engulfed Lord Grim, One Autumn Leaf, and Desert Dust together. Tang Hao attempted to interrupt her cast, but he was intercepted by Wang Jieshi. Currently, Vicaria and Demon Subduer were locked in a skirmish. The viewers' eyes were in a blur. They did not know where to look. Out of the 10 players on the field, it looked like Yu Wenju was the only one who had some free time. However, his presence couldn't be ignored. Yu Wenju may have trouble keeping up with the pace of this explosive battle because of his crippled hand speed. However, he obviously had his own, slower style of play which still secured him a place as a god in the alliance. In this kind of flashy battle, Yu Wenju wasn't at all useless. Rather, his crowd control skills as a warlock was indispensable to his team and extremely disruptive to his opponents. In this game with no healer, where the fight was blood for blood, one successfully landed control skill might just cripple a character entirely. On the other hand, Team BS5 on the field plus Yufeng as a 6th were all top damage dealers. As for crowd control, they could only rely on their observation and mechanics and share the burden. They couldn't compare to Yu Wenju, who could focus on observing the entire battlefield and act accordingly. Now, Team A's strategy was pretty much on the tables. From the start, they wanted to give Yu Wenju plenty of space to let his warlock control the battle. Thus, the other 4 characters had to handle more of the head-on fighting. However, Huang Xiaoqian was one of the 4. This so-called expert opportunity seizer was different from a core attacker. In Blue Rain, he seldom filled the role of the spearhead attacker. It used to be Yu Feng, and now, that position was passed to the 14-year-old Lu Hanwen, not Huang Xiaoqian. This didn't mean Huang Xiaoqian was very bad at head-on type attacks. It was just that to him, being a head-on attacker simply did not fully display his talents and capabilities. He needed a certain amount of cover and waited for an opportunity before acting. Huang Xiaoqian didn't manage to seize this opening. However, the match had only just begun. Being able to create this opportunity for Huang Xiaoqian was already remarkable. This was because he had even fiercer teammates, who could provide cover for him. Sun Xiang, Juzakai. This duo that had only existed for half a season at Samsara could probably be called the duo with the strongest offensive capabilities within the current Glory Alliance. Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf charged in and got himself surrounded. At first, this move seemed somewhat rash. However, with the range support from Juzakai on the outside of the encirclement, Team BS flank did not have an easy time. Even though Huang Xiaoqian missed his chance to sneak up, the outstanding duo's skill was fully demonstrated. Team A didn't manage to get an advantage, but the battlefield was set for Yu Wenchu's warlock so that no one could suppress him. Swaksar began casting his curse. The spell would spell trouble for Team B if no one interrupted it. Su Muqing quickly pressed forward, and Dancing Rain's cannon aimed at Swaksar. However, Troubling Rain's silhouette quickly darted into her field of view and blocked her line of sight with Swaksar. An annoying screen tactic. This wouldn't stop the attack entirely, but rather bought a few moments for the ally behind him to finish his curse. This sort of tactic was what the opportunist Huang Xiaoqian was particularly adept at. His little obstruction stopped Dancing Rain from attacking, giving Juzukai's Cloud Pisser time to close the distance between them. As he ran, he attacked continuously, pressing down on her with wild firepower. The instant Juzukai switched targets, a shadow flickered out from within Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. Old Yi! It was as if Huang Xiaoqian's mouth would itch if he stopped talking. Sword light flew out from a sword drawer. Miss! His attack was aimed according to where he thought his opponent would move to. The attack missed, and it didn't even affect Yi Xiu's rhythm. He slipped beneath the sword light from sword drawer with a slide kick. The Myriad Manifestation Umbrella assumed its gun form mid-slide and aimed towards Swaksar. A gunshot rang out. Bang! As the bullet flied out, Yu Wenju sighed helplessly. His hand speed might be slow, but his judgment and observation were top-notch. He immediately knew that this bullet would arrive before his casting finished. Yu Wenju cancelled the skill and moved aside to dodge. When he looked again, Lord Grim was almost in front of him. So fast! An unspecialized swiftness in closing short distances was now well renowned within all of Glory. Yi Xiu had already demonstrated how troublesome this technique was in many matches. Chaining together two skills would make him seem like he was almost teleporting, as shown in the Rookie Challenge matches in Day 1 of the All-Stars weekend. It was an astonishing sight to see. And now, Lord Grim was able to instantly close in on Swaksar, when he was still inside the Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire just moments before. No melee class had movement skills this strong. On top of that, the unspecialized even had ranged attacking methods, allowing him to switch targets while moving. The opponent was hard-pressed to get away. But just before Lord Grim was right next to Swaksar, he came to a sudden halt. Boom! A burst of shadow flames danced a step in front of Lord Grim. Clearly, the sudden halt by Lord Grim was to avoid being engulfed in the shadow flames. How scary, you almost blew me up, said Yi Xiu. Didn't I miss though? Smiled Yu Wenju. His crippled hands would definitely put him at a disadvantage if a melee character got close. And right now, the one who came marching was none other than Lord Grim, who attacked like a hurricane. Lord Grim would be able to bury him right there. But even though Yu Wenju was in this predicament, he did not panic in the slightest. He held an instant cast spell like Shadow Flames and cast it at the last second. This was the most dangerous option for him, but it was also the most difficult for his opponent to deal with. In the last moments of a charge, when the target was within arm's reach, anyone's guard would drop to some extent. The player would probably be thinking about what attack to use next. Yu Wenju's sudden attack at this moment was very tricky to guard against. I wouldn't be afraid even if I was hit by this skill, Yi Xiu said. Shadow Flames inflicted a status effect, whereby the target would take damage over time. Caster classes found this skill particularly troublesome, as each tick of damage would interrupt their casting. However, an unspecialized at melee range could use an array of instant cast skills. Shadow Flames interruptions were irrelevant. The damage alone could be tolerated. However, Yi Xiu still had Lord Grim dodge, since he couldn't tell what curse Swaksar had thrown out. Another instant filled with countless small details. Just a slight pause was enough to turn the tables. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain was already behind Lord Grim. Yi Xiu obviously couldn't just attack Swaksar with reckless abandon. However, fighting Huang Xiaoqian with Yu Wenju right there would be very dangerous. His hand speed might be slow, but he was still extremely proficient at grasping opportunities. Yi Xiu wouldn't give him a chance to stir up trouble like that. Lord Grim, who had just managed to get right next to Swaksar, didn't attack even once. Instead, he quickly moved away. Lord Grim shifted horizontally to dodge Troubling Rain's lunging sword, then turned tail and ran. Don't run! Huang Xiaoqian yelled while chasing after him closely. On the other side, Juzakai saw the situation and quickly turned to form a pincer with Huang Xiaoqian. However, Yishio had Lord Grim dodge crazily. Various movement-type skills were thrown out and comboed, to the point where even Huang Xiaoqian and Juzakai combined couldn't suppress him momentarily. The crowd was stunned. Right now, Teams A and B each had a character that was the main attack target, and they happened to be one Autumn Leaf and Lord Grim. It seemed like Yishio really owned characters with some interesting history. How about the current owners of these characters? Their responses were the opposite of each other. One Autumn Leaf stood steadfast under Sun Xiang's control and welcomed the attacks head-on. Lord Grim assumed deft poses and dodged attack after attack under Yishio's control. Chapter 1264. Unending Choices. The two teams, A and B, had each relied on a single person to pin their opponents in some form. An unrelenting offense was definitely a better way to disrupt an opponent than hiding around and dodging attacks. After all, if you faced your opponents head-on like that, it wouldn't just be a one-way beat down. When engaging your opponent, you'd still be a threat. If the other wavered even slightly, there was the chance that you could counter and crush them. As for dodging around, that made you passive and it would become harder to stick to an opponent and disrupt them. Your opponents could easily switch targets and ignore a troublemaker who ran around. But the problem was that the character who was currently executing this pin was Lord Grim. Unspecialized Lord Grim not only had ranged attacks, but also those methods of unexpectedly increasing his movement speed. Whenever he began to move, Team A's members would always go on high alert. No other class was such a comprehensive threat, to the point where Team A was currently using two top gods, Huang Xiaoqian and Juzakai, to suppress him. But even the combination of these two top gods was having trouble dealing with the special class backed by Yishio's cunning. The disruption Sun Xiang was achieving was costing him blood. But for Yishio? He ran, leaving dust in his wake, luring away two of Team A's most powerful characters with not a scratch. If this continued, then what would be the point of Sun Xiang's disruption? It was practically like they were offering him up to Team B to beat up. "Cover me!" Yu Wenju called out. Huang Xiaotian's troubling rain immediately sheathed his sword and returned to his position, standing guard at Swaxa's side. Juzakai also changed his pace in accordance. Cloud Pisser began to move faster. As a sharpshooter, he didn't keep his distance from his opponent, but instead pulled closer to Lord Grim, clearly hoping to strengthen the effects of his firepower to suppress him. If needed, he'd probably pull even closer and engage with Gun Fu. Swaxa began to cast, and it seemed like he planned on finishing this cast no matter the cost. He was even using Huang Xiaotian's troubling rain as a meat shield. Yishio wasn't able to go and interrupt, what with Huang Xiaotian lying in wait and Juzakai advancing on him. If he persisted in trying to interrupt, he would definitely be completely trapped by these two. It was just that, with three of Team A's characters focused on Lord Grim, two of Team B's characters became free to act. Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu, originally having been giving long-range support, turned their attacks this way upon seeing Yishio stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dancing Rain stepped forward in front of Windy Rain and whipped out a Gatling gun, wildly spraying bullets as she covered for Windy Rain's spell. Dancing Rain's bullets arrived, and no matter how amazing Huang Xiaotian's mechanics were, he couldn't use his swordsmanship to cut down every bullet. However, if the bullets flew past him, even if just one hit, then it would interrupt Swaxa's cast. Thus, Troubling Rain shielded Swaxa like a knight, taking a sturdy stance in front of the other. He dealt with what bullets he could, and if he couldn't, then he would block them with his body. Thud thud thud. Flowers of blood bloomed one by one on Troubling Rain's body, making him look exceptionally heroic. However, Gatling gun was still a low-level skill. Troubling Rain did look heroic, shielding Swaxa with his body, and there was enough blood to set the scene, but in terms of actual damage, it wasn't even worth mentioning. To make sure the cast was finished, this was completely worth it. However, being constantly hit by bullets, Troubling Rain's movements couldn't be smoothly controlled. There was still some level of stun from being hit by a bullet. With the consecutive hits, the small stuns linked up and the victim definitely wouldn't be able to move smoothly any longer. Thus, Windy Rain spell was purposefully released just as Troubling Rain was most difficult to control. A piercing lightning shot forth. Oh shit! A silent stutter of the heart wasn't Huang Shaoqian's style. He had to yell out directly. Windy Rain had hid behind Dancing Rain and suddenly struck with this skill at such a time. How could he block it? He couldn't. Piercing lightning prepared to fly straight through the minuscule opening that Troubling Rain left under the effects of the consecutive attacks. Swaxa had little choice but to cancel the cast he was executing. Team A's plan seemed to have failed, but that was when Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf suddenly broke through his pin. Was Han Wenqing unable to suppress Sun Xiang without support? Of course not. Han Wenqing's attacks weren't just thrown with reckless abandon. He would cooperate with the support he was getting to perfect his offense. However, Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu had suddenly pulled their support away just now. One autumn leaf, who was fighting several on his own, immediately found an opening. Sun Xiang had grasped that opportunity and broken out through that opening. Was it a misconduration of Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu's? Evidently not. This was yet another choice. To interrupt the Warlock's cast or to continue their support. They didn't split up and each take one choice because they knew that they wouldn't accomplish anything then. Thus, the two decided to interrupt the Warlock's skill. After all, a Warlock CC would be crucial to changing the tides of battle. Thus, the Warlock skill had been interrupted, but Sun Xiang had escaped. He didn't, as people expected, immediately begin to counterattack Desert Dust, but instead chose to retreat. When Han Wenqing pursued him, he avoided the other and charged at Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu's characters. These two characters were definitely not good with close combat, but if the two moved, Team B's formation would be disrupted. Team A had set trap after trap, considering all the details, and managed to back all the members of Team B into a difficult place. What should they do? No matter how difficult, they had to choose a choice of action immediately. Decisiveness was also one of the crucial characteristics a top-level player possessed. Dancing Rain raised her cannon and began to attack. She didn't dodge and instead launched a direct offense at one autumn leaf while Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain pulled away. These two female pros chose the third option out of to retreat or not to retreat. One retreated while the other didn't. It seemed like a wishy-washy decision, but it would allow them to retain their positioning with one person stalling so that one autumn leaf would disrupt their formation too much. It was a very clever and daring decision, and the two did well in deciding who would play what role. But they neglected to consider the players themselves. When one autumn leaf charged towards her and Su Muqing hurriedly raised her cannon to attack, what lay in her heart was reluctance. Because that was one autumn leaf. Though it was just a character, it meant much more than that to Su Muqing. She had never considered that, one day, she would cross cannon against spear with this character. She knew that she had to maintain a professional attitude, but attitude wasn't the same as feelings. Su Muqing felt very conflicted, causing her mechanics to falter somewhat. One autumn leaf wasn't disrupted all that much, charging forth fearlessly. Chu Yunxiu startled. This was different from what they had anticipated. She wasn't ready to provide support for her yet. A mistake. Su Muqing had realized her mistake just now, too, but there was no chance to make an attempt at saving the situation. One autumn leaf had arrived, glittering sparks of light drifting around him like broken stardust. This was. Su Muqing and Sun Xiang had both noticed the abnormality in their field of view. This definitely wasn't something either of them could produce. This was. From the air, a broom swiftly descended. Vicaria, broom tornado activated, swung his stardust extermination. Chapter 1265. The so-called magician. Wang Jieshi. Don't mention the players on the field, even the audience who had the omniscient view felt that Vicaria's sudden violent arrival was shocking and bizarre. Truly, every single confrontation on field was a dazzling blur, from the cover of Yishio's Lord Grim to his charging out from a heavenly lightning earth and fire. Even the slightest change could affect everything. The players of the two teams one by one entered a chaotic exchange of attacking and defending. The non-stop changes were dizzying for the audience to watch, and in the process of this, Wang Jieshi and Tang Hao were the two players that hadn't entered the chaotic brawl. And so, the presence of these two players was overlooked to some extent. The ones more absorbed in the fight almost forgot that these two players were still fighting, until now, when Vicaria suddenly plunged from the sky, with an arcing trajectory that seemed to trail stardust, and a broom tornado came down fiercely upon one autumn leaf's back. Vicaria had arrived. Only now did everyone remember this person's existence, and they thought of the opponent he had been tangled with just earlier. The live audience was fortunate, as the immersive projection system made a huge difference in watching the battle live versus watching the television broadcast. They had a full aerial view of the entire battle. But this time, even they had forgotten to pay attention to that area, until now. The audience turned their views, the television broadcast cut to a different camera, the target, Demon Subduer. And so, in the eyes of the audience, in the camera view of the broadcast, Demon Subduer, the #1 brawler of glory, a character that had reached the peak thanks to Tang Hao's upgrade, was currently pathetically collapsed on the ground. What in the world had happened? Everyone was engulfed by curiosity to the extreme, and the pain of the television broadcasters was great, for the current battle was progressing quite ferociously, and there was no way for them to cut back and show a replay. "Show it in a small screen," one of the senior workers shouted. Thus, those that were watching the broadcast could now see in the lower corner of their screen a smaller display, replaying the events that had just occurred for everyone to see. No viewer objected to this, because they too were intensely curious as to what had transpired between Wang Jieshi and Tang Hao. As for the live viewers, they couldn't see a replay with the projection system, but the display screens didn't interfere with what was currently going on as they too showed the replay for everyone. Everyone watched. In reality, it wasn't very long, it was just from when Lord Grim helped cover Desert Dust to when Vicaria sent one autumn leaf flying. This entire process hadn't taken very long. And during that chaotic pile of fighting, what happened between Wang Jieshi and Tang Hao was actually very simple. It could be summarized in one sentence: Tang Hao was completely crushed by Wang Jieshi. Although this sentence was short, the amount of information it contained was truly shocking. Early on, everyone had acknowledged that Tang Hao was standing at the summit, someone who wouldn't lose to any god at the summit, past or present. But just now, in that brief period of time, he had been crushed. Crushed meant that he had utterly no ability to defend or parry. Something like that absolutely should not occur to a top god. The television broadcast didn't just immediately move on after replaying it once, they continued to use the small window to display it a second time. The live screens also didn't just replay it once, they even used split screen to replay it again and again from different angles. This wasn't Tiny Herb's home stadium, but period of silence, the live crowd exploded with home stadium-like cheers. And this was just for a mere replay, a replay of something that had already happened. This is... In the broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibor had given up on their commentary of the match, and were instead searching for something to say about this past. This is the true magician. Li Yibor reached this conclusion. Indeed, the unimaginable play style, the trajectories impossible to capture, the rhythms and changes like magic, these were the techniques used by Wang Jieshi in the past that earned him the title of magician, and these were the techniques that he sacrificed for the sake of Team Tiny Herb. Now, it could be seen that Wang Jieshi had not forgotten these techniques entirely. In this all-star competition, in this competition where he didn't have to take up many responsibilities at all, he very casually displayed this style. And so, Tang Hao, this Season 7 debutant, someone who had never experienced the magician style firsthand, a young player who had only seen the style in old recordings and data, was beaten down by it until he couldn't tell which way was north anymore. People understood this point, and everyone was very clear this wasn't a difference in skill. Tang Hao simply met something that he had never experienced before. It was just like all those players who, upon encountering Lord Grim for the first time, were thrown into confusion. In a 1v1, quite a few people had been wiped out by Yi Xiu. As of now, Tang Hao had yet to meet Lord Grim, and if he did meet him, he probably wouldn't be as helpless as many of those at the beginning of the season, since half a season had already passed, after all. However, he met Wang Jieshi here, the magician Wang Jieshi, and although he had seen him before, he hadn't studied this style closely because everyone knew that Wang Jieshi didn't play like this anymore. But who would have expected that in this all-star competition, this guy suddenly revived his magician play style? Although the audience had some understanding of Tang Hao's encounter, they felt overall that this explosion of something that had been hidden for a long time was extremely refreshing. In an instant, Wang Jieshi became the star of the stage, and everyone began to pay attention to his performance. And Tang Hao? Of course, he was clear on why he would be beaten to this miserable extent, but with his personality, how could such a reason be acceptable enough to stabilize his heart? The instant that Demon Subduer was ultimately knocked onto the ground in a pitiful state, Tang Hao's rage was at its peak. He furiously controlled Demon Subduer to leap to his feet, turned his camera view, and saw on the other end that one autumn leaf had been violently hit just like him. Sun Xiang had entered the alliance in Season 7 just like Tang Hao. The two could be said to be the brightest stars of the new generation, and at the same time were two people who had never personally experienced the magician play style. The end result was unsurprising. After Vicaria plummeted from the sky and sent one autumn leaf flying with a broom tornado, those traces of stardust continued to swirl around one autumn leaf's body, and very quickly, one autumn leaf was also sent awkwardly tumbling along the ground. Two of Team A's gods being knocked over like this one after another of course had a large impact on the current situation. Juzakai hurriedly controlled Cloud Pisser to turn his fire, the bullets flying crazily toward Vicaria, but they only struck the residual traces left by Stardust Extermination. Juzakai, a player from Season 5. In Season 5, Tiny Herb won the championship. At that time, Wang Jieshi had already completely shed his old style, so even Juzakai hadn't personally experienced it. But he was at least closer to that era and had seen and heard more, so when Vicaria turned and rushed toward him, Cloud Pisser wasn't instantly wiped out like Demon Subduer and one autumn leaf had been. Wang Jieshi's storm-like sweeping of Team A was interrupted here. However, Juzakai's situation wasn't looking too good either, as he too lacked the experience to counter this style. He could only rely on his own instincts and skill to deal with Wang Jieshi, but he couldn't change the current situation. "Damn, old Wang, you could just carry this battle by yourself," Yishio exclaimed. It seemed like a very ordinary statement of mocking and surprise, but those who were paying attention suddenly realized, even the viewers who had the omniscient view had overlooked Wang Jieshi crushing Tang Hao due to the intensity of the match. Yishio, this man, who was currently very busy on the battlefield, had actually managed to notice all of this? The legend of the expert with eyes that could watch 6 directions at once, it was actually true. "Stop talking nonsense," Wang Jieshi replied coldly. His saying this was of course 1,000 times more powerful than anything Huang Shaoqian could say. Would Team B miss seizing this opportunity before them? Tang Hao was still trying to take revenge on Wang Jieshi, but he was cut off by Han Wenqing's desert dust. After Vicaria pulled away Cloud Pisser's firepower and reduced the pressure, Yishio's Lord Grim was using all of his varied rapid movement skills even as he complained about Wang Jieshi. One autumn leaf hadn't even managed to stand up when Lord Grim had already arrived in front of him and sent ferocious attacks toward this character who currently had the lowest health on the field. At the same time, echoing Lord Grim's attacks was the one who knew Yishio best, Su Muqing. Chu Yunxio's Windy Rain was also casting spells at this moment, covering Yishio and Su Muqing's offensive, sending continuous map-affecting spells toward that duo from Blue Rain. Countless changes in an instant, this was the only way the situation could be described. In the blink of an eye, many people had already exchanged opponents. The only change that hadn't changed was that Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf was suffering the fiercest attacks on the battlefield. And this time, it was no longer because he was forced to do this for the sake of charging forward, it was because he had become the primary target of Team B. In a situation without a healer, with the skill of these players and the strength of their characters, the damage output was truly ferocious. But Sun Xiang's luck was fairly good, as the two people who were currently attacking him happened to be the two characters who were relatively weaker according to the statistics. Lord Grim was probably the only all-star character whose weapon had yet to reach level 75, and was also the one with the least silver equipment. Dancing Rain's weapon was level 75, but the upgrades of her other equipment were lacking compared to all of the other all-stars who'd been upgrading continuously for a year now. Sun Xiang struggled, but he was still able to keep one autumn leaf alive. What a shame, your damage output's a little weak. After Yu Wenju was finally able to contain Misty Rain, Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain broke through Windy Rain's blockade. He and his noise charged to Lord Grimm's side. So damn noisy, I'll just leave this to you. Yishio shouted. It was very clear to whom the first part of that statement was directed. Even people who didn't know the context could probably figure it out. But the second half? Leave it to you? Who was you? The audience didn't understand, the commentator and honored guest were confused. But at this moment, Yishio's Lord Grimm suddenly escaped from his current situation, flying like the wind toward Yu Wenshu's Swaksar. Wang Jieshi's Vicaria also drew a bizarre path in the air, one that even the Great Gunner's bullets had no way of chasing, as he flew toward the target, Swaksar. Aside from this, Dancing Rain's Cannon Fire and Windy Rain spells were also targeting Swaksar. There seemed to be only one option left for Team BSU. Hanwenching. Desert Dust. Another ferocious tiger flurry. Chapter 1266. The True Assassin. Ferocious tiger flurry. Fierce, fast, accurate, steady. The first punch knocked askew Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf. The second punch forced Huang Xiaoqian to stop his Troubling Rain and parry instead of rescuing Swaksar. The third punch forced Demon Subduer, chasing up from behind Desert Dust, to dodge and retreat. Only Han Wenqing could play such a shrewd and precise ferocious tiger flurry, forcing these three top gods to instantly stop and defend, parry, dodge. It interfered with what they had each been planning to do. Even though it was just an instant, it was enough for Team B. Yu Wenju, the one with the title of Crippled Hands in this professional circle. And now, he had to face Lord Grimm, the unspecialized with an incomparably rapid attack rhythm, the magician, whose unpredictable changes were incredibly difficult to grasp, as well as the launcher and the elementalist, the mightiest AoE attackers. He didn't panic, he still maintained his calm, but calm was not a panacea. Although he swiftly and clearly judged the situation on the field, this didn't necessarily mean that he had a way of solving it. By this point, Team BS strategic planning was entirely clear. Yishio was Team BS metronome. Every step he took directed Team BS attack direction and rhythm changes as a whole. And Wang Jieshi was the one who ultimately set the scene. He used his long-sealed magician playstyle to instantly throw Team A into chaos, creating many gaps in their team coordination. At this time, Team A was full of openings to attack. If these couldn't be seized, then these people wouldn't be called the top gods at the summit of glory. So at the end, the firepower transferred to Yu Wenju. For attackers, 2 close range, 2 long range, against a warlock who in terms of hand speed had absolutely no way of keeping up with anyone on the battlefield. You guys are too cruel. All Yu Wenju could do, perhaps, was smile bitterly and raise a slight objection to these fierce players. Han Wenqing couldn't hold off those 3 people forever, but just this slight delay helped his 4 teammates gain the opportunity to focus on one target. What kind of fury could they unleash? Adding on to the fact that Yu Wenshu's defensive ability was a bit weak, Swaksar's fall would only take a matter of seconds. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain was the first to break free of Desert Dust's interference. Rescue! This was his instinctive judgment and reaction to seeing Swaksar suffering from that powerful offensive. Troubling Rain had already stepped forward, but at this moment, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser suddenly turned fire, sending bullets toward Desert Dust. Troubling Rain steps suddenly stopped. A trade! He instantly understood Juzukai's intentions. In a situation without a healer, saving Swaksar now was already basically impossible. It would be better to focus his attacks onto Desert Dust. Whether they could besiege their opponent enough to save their own teammate, or complete the trade, both were acceptable outcomes. Huang Xiaoqian immediately halted his instinctive reaction. The fact that Swaksar was surrounded didn't cause him in the slightest to impulsively charge in. After all, he was the most brutal opportunist in glory. From a certain standpoint, he was in reality very cold, ruthless, and tenacious, because only like someone like that could he seize the deadliest opportunities. His sword light flashed toward Desert Dust. Team A's players instantly completed a surrounding formation toward Desert Dust. A 1v3 was impossible on this sort of beautiful stage. Han Wenqing had already performed to the best of his ability, and now, he was being counterattacked to the strongest possible degree. But Tyranny's captain would never back down from any challenge. 1 against 4? So what? Even if facing 100,000 enemies, he would not bend. Desert Dust did not dodge or hide, he retaliated, he attacked. Team BS for players didn't reveal any intent of rescuing him. This was the rhythm of completing a trade. But would this trade be successful? A dazzling display of attacks roared forth, Swaksar's and Desert Dust's health bars plummeted down, but which was faster? The viewers couldn't tell at first, but in an instant, the exchange was just about complete. Swaksar's health was dropping faster. There was nothing they could do about that. Yu Wenju himself was already inferior in terms of controls, and the Warlock class had low defense and low health, as well as poor survivability against close-range attackers. This sort of situation was much more difficult for him to face. For Han Wenqing, on the other hand, the Striker class was a powerful close-range attacker, and reinforced Iron Bones once activated could greatly increase defense. If it had to be called a little unfair, that would be the fault of Han Wenqing's stubbornness. In a situation like this, many other players would probably be a bit more flexible, more compromising. Team B took the initiative, and their attack rhythms were faster by just that step. Team A had to be complimented for their ability to keep up so well that the speeds were difficult to distinguish. Plus, in terms of damage output, Team B had 4 people and had the advantage in that respect as well. But ultimately, Swaksar still fell first. Team A's attacks instantly became even more crazily fierce. Fall. The final attack landed, but a white light flashed upon Desert Dust's body. He didn't fall. Damn, couldn't you take it a little easier? Do you think I'm Zhong Xinjie? Yishio shouted. This flash of white light had of course come from Lord Grimm's instant healing cure skill, but like he said, he wasn't Zhong Xinjie. Lord Grimm didn't have as powerful and specialized a healing ability as Immovable Rock, and he couldn't instantly bring up Desert Dust's health very far. Preventing Desert Dust from falling with that final attack was already the limit of what he could do. The 4 from Team B who had taken care of Swaksar now came to rescue. Lord Grimm healed, and Vicaria, Dancing Rain, and Windy Rain, those 3 powerful characters, were already firing. Retreat for now, or force the kill. Team A once again faced a difficult decision. Team B had surrounded them and were attacking ferociously. If they didn't retreat, this was the rhythm of everyone falling. And so Team A chose to retreat, as after all this was a battle with no healer. Sacrificing too much health to kill a target wasn't worth it, and the remaining attacking party at low health could be swiftly defeated. Even though Team B had Lord Grimm, the unspecialized healing ability was truly just a drop in the bucket. There was no way for him to heal Desert Dust to any significant point, and under a powerful barrage of attacks, he likely couldn't even complete another life-saving heal at a critical point. Team A's characters retreated and scattered, but these were only 3 characters. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser was a sharpshooter and had been attacking from a long-ranged position. Team B had shifted targets to save Han Wenqing from the encirclement, but their attack range couldn't catch Cloud Pisser's position. It seemed that Juzukai wanted to keep attacking to deal with Han Wenqing once and for all, and that was exactly what he was doing. And just as Cloud Pisser prepared to continue his fierce shooting, Lord Grimm flashed before him. In the end, Team B didn't let Team A squeeze through this gap. Juzukai didn't have the chance to fire before he was interrupted. The rest of them immediately gave Yishio a helping hand, and Cloud Pisser seemed to have become Team B's next target. But no one, including his own teammates on Team A, expected what happened next. Huang Xiaotian's Troubling Rain, just after escaping from Team B, immediately turned around and charged back. Shadow Steps. Troubling Rain instantly split into 7 images, opening the path with triple slash. Numerous silhouettes darted forward. Target, Desert Dust. The cheers of the crowd seemed to have fallen silent. Team B killed Swaxar and returned to save Desert Dust. One wave of high excitement had just barely passed and they were already regrouping and preparing for the next offensive. Everyone's hearts had just barely relaxed from the nervousness when, all of a sudden, Huang Xiaoqian shot forward like a cold arrow. This opportunity seized was truly too fierce. The silhouettes flashed, troubling rain's sword finally pierced through Desert Dust. That tyrannical king of fighting, who never backed down in the face of hundreds of thousands of enemies, didn't fall under the powerful encirclement of 4 enemies, but fell under the cold blade of an assassin. Huang Xiaoqian, troubling rain. Even though he wasn't of the assassin class, he was a true assassin. Holy fuck! The viewers felt their hearts go cold, and all sorts of swears came out in the live stadium. Some were from the sheer shock of this sudden attack, some were from unhappiness at Desert Dust's fall as a result of it. This, after all, was Tyranny's home stadium, and Desert Dust was the highest god in their hearts. But no matter what, once he fell, there was no way he would be revived. In an instant, the 2 teams were now equal again. It looked like the players also needed time to process all that had happened just now. 8 characters carefully moved position, facing each other, but for now none of them launched a new offensive. And so Yi Xiao, with nothing else to do, gave the 4 characters of Team B some heals to let them slowly recover their health. Damn, are you brave enough not to use healing? Even if your stupid skills help heal, they can't heal that much unless you instantly use them at a key moment. Do you think that's useful at all? Do you? How much damage do you think one slash of my sword can do? It can completely ignore whatever healing you try to do. Did you know that? Can't you focus on attacking and not do these sort of stupid, complicated, cheap tricks that destroy the quality of the match and bring down the standard level of this showdown? Huang Xiaoqian hollered. In the live audience, in front of the televisions, countless people's mouths twitched. This guy's chattiness was a huge obstacle affecting his popularity. That unexpected attack had shaken countless hearts. How many people were still engrossed in that sudden moment? The television broadcast had again split the screen for replay, and the display screens in the stadium gave the same treatment they had for Wang Jie's earlier performance, multi-angle replay. But just at this moment, Huang Xiaoqian's own passionate voice was dubbed over, and it was all some nonsense. Everyone was thrown out of the moment, okay? Everyone's moods weren't the same anymore, okay? The television broadcast will turn off your replay, okay? Can't you be cool for a bit longer, okay? No one had the strength to complain anymore. Someone like this, why did he have to have a bad habit like this? Was there truly no perfect existence in this world? 2 teams, 8 people, waiting there as though they had arranged a meeting. But, in the closest player exchange area, the 6th players of the 2 teams had already loaded in. Team A, Xiao Shiqin, Life Extinguisher. Team B, Yu Feng, Blossoming Chaos. Chapter 1267. Season 7's 2 Rookies. No matter how little an unspecialized healed, health was health. Letting Lord Grimm continue healing non-stop would still recover a good amount of health. As a result, if the 2 sides just stared at each other, Team B would hold the advantage because they were more than willing to just wait and let Lord Grimm slowly heal them. But Team A? There had to be a breaking point. However, the first to attack was still Team B. It seemed like Team B wasn't planning on drawing support from Lord Grimm's healing capabilities to gain the upper hand. They only stopped because their rhythm had taken a pause. With neither side possessing a dedicated healer, the 2 teams strived to deal the most damage in as short of a time as possible, so when they didn't hold back their usage of skills, they wouldn't try to maintain a constant cycle of skills like in a prolonged battle. After experiencing this intense wave of attacks, the skill cooldowns on both sides became somewhat imbalanced. What seemed to be a break was, in reality, time for their skills to come off cooldown. At this moment, the unspecialized Lord Grimm, this annoying existence, once again stood out. In terms of DPS, Lord Grimm might be the weakest among everyone. His equipment wasn't great, and his skills were all low-level skills. However, the issue of an imbalanced skill cycle didn't matter for him. The vast majority of low-level skills had short cooldowns, and he had so many of them too. He didn't need to care about waiting for skills to come off cooldown. While the others were waiting for their cooldowns, Yi Xiu's Lord Grim was as lively as ever. He healed Team B, while also sending a few attacks towards Team A. He was awfully busy. Team A all felt annoyed, especially Sun Xiang. His one autumn leaf currently had the lowest amount of health on the field. Previously, if Lord Grim and Dancing Rain had a higher DPS, or if Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain hadn't rescued him in time, he might have already fallen. His team didn't have a healer either. Since his character didn't have any special equipment, the automatic health recovery could be ignored. Thus, one autumn leaf's health remained critically low. As a result, Yi Xiu's harassment was mainly focused on him. Whenever Yi Xiu fired a few shots or pretended like he was going to charge in for the kill, Sun Xiang always tensed up. It might seem like his character was still on the field, but from a certain perspective, he could be considered as dead. Anyone could see that Team B could easily end him with a single wave of attacks. If it was that obvious to even the viewers, then the competitors would obviously try to exploit it. One autumn leaf used to be Team A's frontline attackers, but now he had been shifted to the team's rear. Team B just had to have someone like Lord Grim, who could spam skills endlessly to harass one autumn leaf. This was simply forcing Team A to hurry and act. It would obviously be advantageous for Team B to stall, no? No one could understand. On the broadcast, Pan Lin and Liebor were even more reserved and cautious. They didn't dare make any hasty conclusions. Team A couldn't just keep bleeding. Even if one autumn leaf was nearly dead, he could still be used. If they let Yi Xiu's Lord Grim keep harassing him, the entire team would be dragged down trying to protect one autumn leaf. They might as well try an attack. In any case, Team A and Team B were in similar situations. Team B's skill cooldowns hadn't completely refreshed yet either, so it wasn't like Team B was any stronger than them right now. Team A was just about to pick the impossibly annoying Lord Grim as their target when Team B suddenly launched their attack. Team B was clearly forcing Team A to hurry and act, but by the time Team A was ready to move, Team B was one step ahead of them. Are they just playing around? The viewers felt like this sort of playing was a bit ridiculous, but they didn't know the destruction that Team B had done to Team A's rhythm. Huang Xiaoqian's assassination on Desert Smoke had succeeded, leading to the two teams separating to readjust themselves. Team B received Lord Grim's better-than-nothing heals, but Team A? They received Lord Grim's annoying harassment. Unable to wait any longer to fully carry out their goals, Team A was forced to fight again. However, it was Team B who took the initiative and attacked first. Even though this brief fight wasn't as intense as before, it was still filled with countless details. At first glance, these details couldn't be seen, but soon the effect surged forth onto the field. Sun Xiang couldn't play as boldly as before, so one autumn leaf's original role in Team A was lost. In the end, Sun Xiang's role fell to Tang Hao, the rookie in the same generation, a god whose sudden rise sharply differed from Sun Xiang's slow ascent. When Sun Xiang joined the alliance, he was a talented rookie who had received much attention. He had obtained numerous opportunities in Team Conquering Clouds, allowing his talent to shine. Afterwards, he joined the powerhouse Team Excellent Era and directly inherited the Battle God One Autumn Leaf after Yi Xiu's retirement. As if loved by the heavens, he didn't even hit a rookie's block. Everything seemed to be smooth sailing for him. But then, Team Excellent Era encountered a shocking setback and was relegated, the greatest miracle in all of Glory history. It was even more miraculous than Happy beating them in the Challenger League. Sun Xiang had started high but left low. Fortunately, he wasn't dispirited by the setback. Excellent Era disbanded and Samsara, the champions, threw him an olive branch. From this point, Sun Xiang was also a very lucky person. When Sun Xiang came to Samsara, he seemed to have matured a lot after his setback at Excellent Era. The Juzakai and Sun Xiang duo became the most terrifying offensive force in the alliance. As for Tang Hao, his journey was the opposite of Sun Xiang's. His first season in the alliance was no different from ordinary rookies. He experienced all of the bitterness and hardship felt by rookies, surviving his first rookie year. Then, their captain Zhong Jiala unexpectedly retired, and the team suddenly turned into a fly without a head. All of a sudden, the other rookie of the same generation, Zhu Yuan, was pushed onto the stage and directly inherited the number 1 character, 100 Blossoms core, dazzling 100 Blossoms. Zhu Yuan's fate was worthy of being envied, but no one would have thought that the one to stand out from 100 Blossoms wasn't Zhu Yuan, but Tang Hao. Junior succeeds the senior. This was the declaration that Tang Hao had made in that year's All-Star weekend. It was also the true feelings in his heart. He didn't have the same luck or opportunities as Sun Xiang or Zhu Yuan. Everything he obtained came from his own hard work, fist by fist. For the junior to succeed the senior, the number 1 brawler, Lin Jingyan, wasn't the only one he had to surpass. That season, Team 100 Blossoms still had their core character, dazzling 100 Blossoms, but who was their true core? It was Tang Hao and his brawler Delilo, a character who had just been a substitute character in the team. Tang Hao was proud because everything he had accomplished was worthy of being proud of. No one had doted on him, and the team hadn't provided him any resources or support, yet despite these circumstances, Tang Hao pushed his way from an unremarkable rookie to the team's core on his own. And today, he was the leader of Team Wind Howl, the number 8 most popular All-Star. Was Tang Hao satisfied? Of course not. He wanted to become the MVP in the Alliance. He wanted the championship cup that everyone yearned for. Everyone standing on this stage were all potential obstacles to this goal. All of them were targets to succeed. But just a moment ago, he had unexpectedly been crushed by Wang Jieshi's Vicaria in an instant. He had truly been unable to defend against Vicaria's attacks. The so-called magician was actually this freakish? Just a while back, from the data he had looked at, Tang Hao felt that it was a pity Wang Jieshi no longer played with this style. When Wind Howl fought against Tiny Herb, he had even provoked Wang Jieshi when they met in the group arena. Wang Jieshi obviously ignored him. Tang Hao gradually pushed this playstyle of the past to the back of his mind. Who would have thought that in this widely watched All-Stars stage, Wang Jieshi would suddenly use it, and with a sharpened blade too? Or to be more precise, it wasn't a blade but a broom. A broom didn't sound as scary as a blade though. Shock, humiliation, a shred of fear, and excitement caused him to tremble. The junior succeeds the senior. Tang Hao's gaze locked onto Wang Jieshi's Vicaria. He was ready to pay back the humiliation he received many folds. Magician? He had been caught off guard last time, but this time, he could definitely do it. Come! Tang Hao was waiting impatiently for Team B to attack. The only person in his line of sight was Vicaria. Vicaria sat on his broom. Vicaria floated in the air. Vicaria flew at an extremely low altitude. Vicaria was coming. What? He's not coming at me? Where do you think you're going? Tang Hao shouted, and immediately had Demon Subduer move forward to intercept him. And where do you think you're going? A voice rung in his ears like a clap of thunder. That sound is too close. An enemy? Of course it was an enemy. Lord Grimm suddenly charged towards Demon Subduer, but he was actually ignored. Demon Subduer continued to move in a different direction. Young people these days are too arrogant, Yishio said. Lord Grimm attacked madly. Shit! Tang Hao messed up again. His mind had been completely preoccupied with Vicaria and that strange magician play style. He had tunneled so hard on Vicaria that he hadn't even noticed Lord Grimm calling out to him. By the time he regained his senses, he was already up in the air. Lord Grimm's skills battered him endlessly. He was crushed again. Tang Hao collapsed at the first blow. The players on both teams were all astonished, but since an opportunity had appeared in front of them, Team B wasn't going to let it pass. Team A's offense had been led by Tang Hao, but Tang Hao was instantly blown away. The implications were too obvious. Dragon breaks the ranks. But at this moment, one Autumn Leaf, with his critically low health, charged forward bravely towards Lord Grimm. He wasn't of much use anymore. He couldn't fight too fiercely. Perhaps waiting for an one-shot opening like Wang Xiaoqian had done wasn't a bad choice. But right now, Tang Hao was being beaten up. Huang Xiaoqian and Juzikai were being suppressed. The two had no choice but to go out and rescue Tang Hao like Tinkermen, but before they could act, Sun Xiang made up his mind and acted first. He couldn't do much right now. If he could sacrifice himself to save Tang Hao, that would be a worthy trade. Chapter 1268. This isn't what you're good at. One Autumn Leaf, the character personally raised by Yishio and brought into the Alliance, the character that became Excellent Era's foundation and earned the title of Battle God. This character suddenly and viciously cut into Yishio's field of view. Dragon breaks the ranks. What a familiar skill. How long has it been since I've last used it? For the briefest of moments, Yishio couldn't avoid feeling a pang of melancholy, but it was only for a moment. Right afterwards, Lord Grim dodged Dragon breaks the ranks, and didn't hesitate at all before attacking the character he was the most familiar with. How many times had he encountered One Autumn Leaf as an enemy after leaving Excellent Era? Yishio couldn't be bothered to keep track anymore. When Sun Xiang controlled One Autumn Leaf to charge at Lord Grim, he had hardened his heart to die while doing so. He believed that in order to swiftly deal with him, his opponent would definitely let go of Tang Hao's demon subduer, if only for a moment. When Lord Grim's attacks arrived, he did his best to parry the strikes, hoping to use the opportunity to create more space. But after this valiant effort, what he met was not just the assault of Lord Grim, but instead the attacks of anyone who was in range from Team B, none of whom missed this opportunity. Dancing Rain, Windy Rain, and Vicaria all attacked him. Was it worth it? Sun Xiang thought to himself. One Autumn Leaf only had so much health left. A few casual attacks would be able to finish him off. Was there a need for such exaggerated fanfare? Especially Wang Jieshi, who had turned around and changed his movement just to charge at him. Were they trying to KS each other or something? Dancing Rain and Windy Rain's attacks were both long-ranged, and Sun Xiang had no way of retaliating against the two. But Vicaria had surprisingly charged towards him, so Sun Xiang had One Autumn Leaf welcome him instead. But Vicaria's body suddenly dipped down and changed directions, flying towards One Autumn Leaf at a low altitude. This situation. Sun Xiang hurriedly changed his camera angle, and saw that Vicaria, who had just brushed past him, was actually charging towards Demon Subduer. This guy switched targets, way too fast, right? As he stared agape, One Autumn Leaf had already received a fatal blow, becoming the third character to fall in this team competition. As a result, in terms of numbers, Team A was finally at a clear disadvantage. With the situation being a 3v4, and none of Team B's for characters being in great danger of dying, the advantage in numbers became very obvious. To make matters worse, Sun Xiang letting One Autumn Leaf make a valiant last stand was in order to give Tang Hao an opportunity to seize the initiative, but it seemed as if the results were very debatable. Tang Hao had really been beaten dizzy. After facing Wang Jieshi's fierce barrage of attacks, all he could think of was the magician's play style. Right afterwards, Yishio's unspecialized, Lord Grim had charged up and focused another flurry of attacks on him. In order to save him, Sun Xiang sacrificed the life of One Autumn Leaf, resetting the battlefield, but as soon as that happened, the unspecialized Lord Grim was swapped out for the magician again. With these two opponents irregularly swapping in and out in front of him, Tang Hao felt a head-splitting migraine coming on. Was this a 1v1? No, in Tang Hao's eyes, this already felt like a 1v2, for the two opponents would change in the blink of an eye. At one moment, it was the unspecialized, at another moment, it was the magician. One of them was so fast that it was dazzling, while the other had unimaginable variations in his play style. Who are these people? Tang Hao, the junior who had succeeded the senior, suddenly felt completely perplexed. Once again, faced against Wang Jieshi's Vicaria, Tang Hao played very poorly. Originally, he had been psychologically prepared to go up against the magician once more, but this preparation had been shattered beforehand by Yishio's Lord Grim. This fellow is already a mess, Huang Xiaoqian said to Juzikai. Yeah. Juzikai indicated his agreement. Tang Hao may have been somewhat helpless against Wang Jieshi's magician play style, but after being beaten by it once, he shouldn't have been beaten so soundly the second time. If the magician play style was so tyrannical that it could oppress god-level players, would Wang Jieshi still need to change his play style? he could just single-handedly slaughter his way to a championship title. Evidently, by relying on these bursts of attacks, Yi Xiao and Wang Jieshi both explosively fought Tang Hao one after the other, and eventually shattered his fighting spirit. Should we still save him? Huang Xiaoqian asked. His question only earned Zhu Zikai's silence. Huang Xiaoqian suddenly had a headache. What could he do? At the end of the day, the guy next to him just had to be this taciturn person. In terms of communication through words, it seemed as if they could only go this far. Let's go take down Yi Xiao. Huang Xiaoqian shouted, as Troubling Rain's sword swept towards Lord Grim. He was already too lazy to waste time on Tang Hao's predicament, that would just be too passive. Their team was already at a clear disadvantage, and if they were to be led by the nose by Team A the whole time, they would just be whittled down one by one till the end. At this time, they could only respond by taking daring risks and erupting with full force against the enemy. Troubling Rain's sword was flourished, but even faster was Cloud Pisser's bullets. It seemed as if by the time his sword flashed, the sound of Cloud Pisser's bullet had also rung out. The character that the bullet flew towards was indeed Lord Grim. Good kid, you thought the exact same thing as me. Let's kill him. Huang Xiaoqian shouted. Unfortunately, Zhu Zikai had never wanted to have any verbal communication with his team, but the coordination of his skills was always outstanding. Troubling Rain effortlessly dashed over to Lord Grim's side. Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu attempted to intercept him, but Zhu Zikai had Cloud Pisser's bullets arrive at the most appropriate place at the most appropriate time, causing their attacks to have no effect on Huang Xiaoqian. I really couldn't tell that you were such an expert in providing covering fire as well. Huang Xiaoqian loudly praised before shouting, Old Yi, watch my sword. Sword light flashed downwards, carrying a cold killing intent. His relationship with Yi Xiao was quite good, but that was only off stage. What about during matches? He would definitely try to kill Yi Xiao as fast as possible, with no other emotions involved. He was already irritated by Yi Xiao showing off in the individual competition, but it was uncertain whether he could take revenge by winning this team competition. The situation on Tang Hao's side was already hopeless, and Zhu Zikai, he had already successfully covered Huang Xiaoqian from the attacks of 3 characters, showing off his abilities to the maximum. Could anything more be expected of him? He only hoped that the kid would be able to completely follow the tempo of his attacks next. In the midst of a rain of bullets, a sword light shone through. Zhu Zikai coordinated with Huang Xiaoqian, focusing their attacks on Lord Grim. Wang Jieshi was dealing with Tang Hao, and even though Tang Hao's condition wasn't good, in a 1v1, it was unlikely that he'd be beaten down in a matter of seconds or minutes. Even as he cut a sorry figure, Tang Hao still retained a last trace of clear-headedness, helping him continue to fight back. Aside from them, there were Su Muqing and Chu Yunxiu left. The two of them were long-ranged attackers, and when cooperating with Yi Xiao, it was a 3v2 scenario. Originally, the two of them had assisted Yi Xiao in counter-attacking Troubling Rain, but now, Zhu Zikai's Cloud Pisser had severely restricted them. The majority of the attacks were aimed at Lord Grim, but once in a while, some attacks would be directed towards the two of them, causing a great amount of trouble for them each time. If it wasn't interrupting their attacks, it was disturbing their coordination. Between the two of them, Chu Yunxiu had a harder time. Most of her spells had a cast time, and under Cloud Pisser's unpredictable harassment, there was surprisingly not a single big spell that could be casted, causing her to be helplessly suppressed. This guy is truly terrifying. Chu Yunxiu said to Su Muqing. Yeah. Su Muqing had no way of disagreeing. Zhu Zikai's mechanical skills had already surpassed that of most other players. Not bad, very well done, ha ha ha, this is the tempo of victory. Huang Xiaoqian shouted as he hacked away with his sword. If this continued, victory or defeat would be hard to determine. If these two could be as fast as Wang Jieshi, first getting rid of Lord Grim, then turning their fire towards Vicaria, what would the situation be like? Everyone was currently considering this possibility. The tempo of victory. At this moment, Yi Xiao laughed and said, "How come I can't see it at all?" The Mirade manifestation's umbrella shook and a sky strike flew out. Huang Xiaoqian didn't back down, and Troubling Rain simply used a Falling Phoenix slash to knock down the Sky Strike. Lord Grimm's body conveniently crouched down, and when Falling Phoenix Strike's power had been expended, he straightened up and sent out a knee attack. Troubling Rain had already taken a step back, and his sword flashed as he executed Headwind Strike. Under Huang Xiaoqian's control, this Headwind Strike sword arc had extended half a body unit, creating a dense cluster of sword energy. At this moment, Juzakai suddenly made a sound. Ah! What did you say "ah" for? Huang Xiaoqian was very excited. Surprisingly, this person actually still knew how to speak. Ah? Juzakai hesitated and couldn't say what he wanted to, but the Mirade Manifestations umbrella in Lord Grimm's hand had already opened up, completely blocking all the sword arcs from Headwind Strike. Once the attack was blocked, the umbrella was folded back, but it didn't fold inwards. Instead, it folded outwards, directly turning into a spear before striking out. Hit! The distance between them was too narrow, and this Dragon Tooth was just too fast, leaving Huang Xiaoqian with no opportunity to dodge. Dragon Tooth had a stun effect, so after being hit by Dragon Tooth, the next few combo hits would be unavoidable. Juzakai frantically intensified his attacks to suppress Lord Grimm, but at this moment, Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain had finished the cast for a high-level spell, and together with Dancing Rain's attacks, they blotted out the sky as they attacked Troubling Rain. Juzakai managed to stop Lord Grimm's attack, but he had absolutely no way of controlling the other two on the field. He wasn't Neza, the god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Huang Xiaoqian immediately figured out that when Juzakai said "ah," it was possible that he had already noticed a problem, and the problem was, in all likelihood, Huang Xiaoqian's problem, but he was completely unaware of the situation. Grasping the tempo of attacks is still something that I do best, Huang Xiao. A voice filled with laughter traveled over as a violent sword light slammed down. Within the swordsman classes, only the Berserker could possess such a reckless momentum. 100 Blossoms Yu Feng, Berserker Blooming Chaos, entered the field. On the other side, the click-clack sounds of machinery rang out. Xiao Shiqin's mechanic, Life Extinguisher, had also finally reached the battlefield. At the same time, Huang Xiaoqian finally realized the subtle meaning in Yu Feng's words, because back in Blue Rain, the person who was the arrowhead of the formation and who lead the team's tempo was Yu Feng. And Huang Xiaoqian, the true core of Blue Rain, instead drifted away from the formation, waiting to seize an opportunity. To put it another way, Huang Xiaoqian's speciality was seizing opportunities and coordinating with others, and not having other people follow his attacking tempo. In this way, he was very different from most other core players. So just now, it was clear that there was a slight error in his judgment. When he attacked, it could be that his timing was slightly off, or his positioning was slightly off, but in short, it interfered with Juzakai, messing up their perfect attacking tempo. As a result, Huang Xiaoqian was immediately counterattacked by Yi Xiu, and shortly after, Juzakai's suppression over the 2 ranged players had been broken. This, really something that I'm not good at. It's a shame that you're also my opponent now, Huang Xiaoqian said to Yu Feng. Chapter 1269. Personal Grudge. Ha ha, and you have the face to celebrate about your tempo. That was when Yi Xiu cut in. Huang Xiaoqian was enraged, immediately remembering how when he had cheered "this is the tempo of victory," that guy had spoken up with a seemingly random "can't tell." It was clear that Yi Xiu understood Huang Xiaoqian's playstyle and predicted that his and Juzakai's partnership would eventually go wrong, so he didn't rush things. In the end, Huang Xiaoqian had messed up the tempo practically the moment after he yelled about the tempo of victory. Even Juzakai had voiced a "hey" in response to him. It was obvious how much his judgment had failed him. What tempo of victory? This was the tempo of slapping himself in the face. Everyone stop moving. It's time to settle a personal grudge, 1v1 me. Huang Xiaoqian suddenly roared. Everyone was stunned. The characters turned their view, like they were looking around at each other. Then, Dancing Rain unhitched her cannon from her shoulder, Windy Rain lowered his raised staff, and Cloud Pisser sheathed his revolvers back in the holsters inside his trench coat. Yu Feng, who had finally arrived, looked around for a while before stabbing his sword into the ground. Even the others in Team B had stopped. He was Huang Xiaoqian's old teammate too, so he had to give him face. This time, it was the audience that had their eyes wide in shock. What the hell was this? This was the team competition. But everyone really did stop and let these two duel each other. They were so not serious. This All-Stars competition was the most unorthodox ever. A cleric had gone to the group arena, now they were having a one-on-one duel in the team competition. What kind of team competition was this? But it really was interesting. Silence enveloped the stadium for a moment before excitement erupted through the crowd. This All-Stars competition was really something. So what if it wasn't strict and serious? There were 10 of those each week, and sometimes, people just wanted to see such an unorthodox match. All the characters had stopped over here. As for the other side, Xiao Shiqin's life extinguisher had just arrived and originally wanted to go and help Tang Hao. After looking at what was happening here, he wasn't sure what to do anymore. What about them? Are we going to let them duel one-on-one as well? Xiao Shiqin asked. Wang Jieshi and Tang Hao were still entangled in a fierce battle. No one paid him any attention. The other characters over here had formed a circle around Lord Grim and Troubling Rain, turning into spectators. Xiao Shiqin looked around in shock before his life extinguisher eventually ran over to stand in the circle with his mechanical box. You sure this is what you want? After you die, your team will be down 2 people, Yi Xiu warned the other. Bah! You're the one that's gonna die, Huang Xiaoqian replied. What? With the tempo that you're going at? Yi Xiu struck. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. It hit Huang Xiaoqian's weak point. Fine. Yi Xiu had Lord Grim take a step forwards. Huang Xiaoqian took a deep breath, sending a kill emoji as Troubling Rain hiked up Ice Rain, preparing to turn and charge forwards. Wait! Yi Xiu suddenly yelled. What? Huang Xiaoqian raged. He had just hyped himself up just now. Referee, can you hear me, referee? Yi Xiu called out. After a moment of silence, a system message popped up in the global channel. What? The audience burst into laughter. This was a system message. They couldn't believe that the referee would send a system message filled with such emotion. How interesting. Can I request that the voice function be turned off temporarily? Yi Xiu asked. Go die. Huang Xiaoqian yelled. He didn't show any more mercy. Troubling Rain whipped forth swordlight, starting with a sword draw. Yi Xiu didn't back down, using a slide kick to slide under the swordlight before launching an offensive. However, Troubling Rain had already jumped up with a falling light blade, stabbing down towards the sliding Lord Grim. Lord Grim was reclined, yet the myriad manifestations had already changed to spear form, stabbing up at Troubling Rain with dragon tooth. Spears were longer than swords. No matter how you looked at it, it was Troubling Rain who would be hit first. However, Huang Xiaoqian was truly worthy of being called a top expert. Faced with this situation, he sent his sword straight at the myriad manifestations' umbrella, the 2 attacks becoming a parry. Clang! The 2 silver weapons clashed and Troubling Rain landed behind from there, swordlight flickering once more with an immortal guides the way. This skill was a knockback attack, but Lord Grim was lying flat on the ground. He obviously couldn't be knocked into the ground, so under these circumstances, knockbacks would cause a small stun. Yi Xiu knew this and Lord Grim rolled to the side. Immortals guide the way swordlight slashed down, sending chunks of earth flying. Lord Grim rolled to a stand, a grenade already thrown. Troubling Rain raised his returning swordlight and with a boom, the grenade exploded into light and fire between them. Everyone watched them anxiously, not wanting to miss even a moment. Neither of them had much health left. Just one's chance would be enough for either of them to claim victory. A pro player's offensive didn't just end with one attack. When one skill hit, there would be many more follow-ups to maximize damage. Currently, the 2 played extremely cautiously, knowing that a single hit could mean the end. The smoke from the grenade hadn't even dispersed when Lord Grim snatched the initiative to attack. Shadow Cloak streaked out of the smoke like a ghost, but Huang Xiaoqian was well acquainted with Yi Xiu's antics. Naturally, he would move to counter it. The instant the grenade exploded, he was already jumping back to make Troubling Rain dodge. The Shadow Cloak hit thin air and Huang Xiaoqian couldn't help but feel triumphant for a moment. He was about to speak when the earth beneath his feet loosened. Underground tunneling technique! Lord Grim suddenly leaped out from the earth, causing many to cry out in surprise. Huang Xiaoqian's amazing reaction speed was clearly reflected by this event. This strike was not at all within his expectations. But through his fast reaction speed and immense hand speed, Troubling Rain still managed a backwards jump to dodge, and even send out a slash with his sword as well. Unfortunately, activating a skill in such a short time was impossible, so this was only a normal attack. Lord Grim jumped up with the underground tunneling technique, knocking the slash aside. His other hand swung up, sending a strike at Troubling Rain's face. Sand toss! The blind this skill dealt was very annoying. Huang Xiaoqian hurriedly turned his character's head part way, but he knew that the other would try to grasp this chance while he was looking away. His sword was already slashing down, activating triple slash and sending his character into motion. The sand toss didn't manage to blind Troubling Rain, and triple slash didn't move him too far. Huang Xiaoqian's triple slash was a two-step movement in a small area. Under the flickering of the sword light, Troubling Rain used it to arrive behind Lord Grim with the first two slashes and then sent out the final slash. Lord Grim didn't bother to turn. The myriad manifestations umbrella already on his shoulder. With a whoosh, the umbrella was opened and the slash landed on the shield. However, shields wouldn't completely block the damage. With the slash colliding with the shield, Huang Xiaoqian felt that he had gotten a small advantage. Was he going to go on the offensive? That was the thought that suddenly surfaced in Huang Xiaoqian's mind. Lord Grim didn't have as much health as him. After all, he had been subject to Juzakai and Huang Xiaoqian's combined offensive before, almost entirely relying on his shield to reduce damage. If he had been fiercer and had managed to bring his DPS high enough, then he and Juzakai might have been able to kill him. Just as the thought flashed by, still in the ending lag of triple slash, Lord Grim jumped back without even putting the umbrella away. "You're such a crafty bastard!" Huang Xiaoqian cursed. With that jump, the umbrella shield was practically on top of him. Troubling Rain didn't have any space to move anymore. He had to be careful of the unspecialized quick offensive after the umbrella was closed. Wait, something's wrong. How come? Huang Xiaoqian suddenly realized, shocked, that his Troubling Rain was dizzy. What the bloody hell? Huang Xiaoqian abruptly came to a conclusion. Shield attack, huh? Someone in the circle of spectators said. Everyone turned to look. It was Vicaria. How come you've come over? As Xiao Shiqin asked his, he turned Life Extinguisher's view. I'm done with the battle, Wang Jieshi replied. As expected, over there, Tang Hao's demon subduer had vanished, clearly having been killed. As for the duel over here, the outcome was set. Huang Xiaoqian had only trash talk left, his words filled with rage and dissatisfaction. Jumping backwards with an umbrella hitched on his shoulder, was he trying to take up Troubling Rain's room to attack? Of course it wasn't that nice. This was a fucking shield attack, a night shield attack that would apply a dizzy effect. Huang Xiaoqian hadn't realized at first because, 1, shield attack wasn't a low-level skill, and 2, with that thing open, he had thought of it as an umbrella. He knew it had the effects of a shield, but he hadn't taken it as a proper shield. In addition, it was a backwards jump after settling the umbrella on his shoulder. Who could have expected shield attack to be hidden in there? After making Troubling Rain dizzy, Lord Grim steadily poised himself to strike before giving Troubling Rain a beating. Without much health left, Troubling Rain finally fell amidst Huang Xiaoqian's cursing. Now, Team A only had 2 people left, Juzakai and Xiao Shiqin, who had only arrived and done nothing but spectated. As for Team B? They weren't that healthy, but all 5 were still alive. There was little suspense to the results of the match now. After Wang Jieshi had dealt with Tang Hao, Wang Jieshi had chosen a position to spectate that Xiao Shiqin understood immediately. Wang Jieshi was in a position where he could immediately coordinate with Yishio and form a pincer attack on his mechanic. So, that's it then? Xiao Shiqin looked around, saying, "What on earth did we even come here for?" Yu Fo asked Xiao Shiqin. They had arrived, then watched the two duel, and then there wasn't any more to it. "What about you two duel too?" the others suggested teasingly. "Nah." Xiao Shiqin clearly had little interest. "Yeah, let's not." Yu Feng didn't seem willing either. "Then let's finish this," Wang Jieshi said as Vicaria swung his broom towards life extinguisher. Xiao Shiqin responded instinctively, immediately dodging and counter-attacking. Then it was a 2-on-5, and after a short battle, Team B won without pressure. Both the audience at the venue and those watching the broadcast were still thinking back to the All-Stars competition after it ended. The final 2-on-5 wasn't interesting, but before that, there was so much to see. The TV broadcast team was left in a rather awkward position though. In the end, the team competition, the climax of the All-Stars competition, had lasted not even 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. The audience, who only noticed this afterhand, were amazed. These 5 minutes had really been filled with too much content. Chapter 1270. The Most Experienced Player. This concluded the official events of the All-Star Weekend. Although the audience felt that it was very fulfilling, when they checked the time, they suddenly felt like they hadn't gotten enough. Wasn't it kind of a shame that the high point of the 3-day event ended that quickly? But the winners had already been determined, and the players of Teams A and B had already walked out of the player booths. They didn't go off stage, but mingled amongst each other. For this sort of performative match, most people didn't care too much about victory. Otherwise, how would there be that scenario of everyone crowding around to watch two people 1v1 each other? But only most people didn't care. There were always people who did care very much. Tang Hao. When he came out of the player booth, his face was pale. In the Rookie Challenge of Season 8 All-Star Weekend, Tang Hao defeated Lin Jingyan. This battle could be considered the battle that established him as a god, cementing his position as a top player. But in this All-Star Weekend, in the team competition, he had been beaten down so pathetically. The images of the battle flashed through his mind. In front of him, the god-level players of all the other teams were all relaxed and chatting with each other, but Tang Hao just couldn't relax. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a loss. But how come his loss was so ugly, so pathetic? The cheers of the crowd seemed like mocking laughter to Tang Hao. The players didn't immediately come off stage, but a reporter from the esports channels carried his camera and flew toward the stage. This team competition ended too quickly, far out of their expectations, entirely disrupting their planned program schedule. They'd purposely left an extra large block of time empty for the All-Star event, since they didn't want time restrictions to disrupt the broadcast of this once-a-year special event. But in the end, the team competition was over in 5 minutes. Fortunately, in the last battle of the group arena, Zhong Xinjie with that Cleric PK had used up a good deal of time, otherwise this all-star competition would have ended even earlier. Sending a reporter on stage now was so that they could do some live interviews, use up a bit more of the broadcast time. These interviews hadn't been planned in advance, but these god-level players were used to being chased by reporters for interviews. Today's competition hadn't posed much of a burden, anyway, so most of them weren't in any low spirits. The reporter that rushed on stage immediately saw Zhong Xinjie and Wu Yu's discussing something together, and he headed toward them first. "Hello, Vice Captains," the reporter greeted. These two paused in their conversation and looked at him. "Are you discussing that group arena battle from just earlier?" the reporter asked. "Yes," Zhong Xinjie nodded. "What do you two think?" "If it hadn't been stopped, I should have had a slight health advantage at the end and I should have won," said Zhong Xinjie. "That's only in your planned, ideal conditions," Wu Yu immediately retorted. It looked like the two of them had been discussing the question of who would have won that battle. "The plans would have become reality," Zhong Xinjie said. "You never know what will happen in a battle," said Wu Yu. "I'd try my hardest to minimize the unexpected," said Zhong Xinjie. "Hard to say." Wu Yu shook his head. Perhaps we should give it another try, Zhong Xinjie said. Forget it. I'm not too interested in that kind of battle, Wu Yu said. He'd already avoided having to play out such a dull battle, of course he didn't want to repeat it. After all, it would never happen again. Zhong Xinjie didn't press either. He only shook his head in regret, seeming quite unsatisfied with his inability to verify the result. To the side, the reporter didn't interject. He simply recorded all of this to the camera as is. Let everyone experience the unaltered interactions of the gods after a match. Seeing that these two didn't have any more to say, the reporter began to search for a new target. Those who had had strong performances in the match would of course attract him more easily. Wang Jieshi. The reporter's eyes brightened. Wang Jieshi seemed to be giving a lesson to tiny herb player Jiaoyingjie, and the reporter immediately rushed forward. Use your best, most comfortable, most familiar method to perform, that's enough, said Wang Jieshi. But Captain, what you've been using all this time, is that your best, most comfortable, most familiar method? Jiaoyingjie suddenly asked. Wang Jieshi was silent for a while, and then he shook his head. That is why I hope that you can. Have more confidence, don't be easily shaken. You're more suited to this team than I am. Believe in yourself. Seeing Jiaoyingjie nod, the reporter took this chance to interject. Hello, both of you, he greeted. Captain Wang's performance in this team battle really gave us quite a shock. We never would have expected you to suddenly revive your old style. Are you planning to go back to your style again? The reporter asked. Of course not, Wang Jieshi smiled, and then looked at the stage and player booths behind him. It's good enough to be able to relax here. Maybe if Tiny Herb had the magician, they could earn even better results, the reporter said. Wang Jieshi continued to smile, but he didn't say anything. The reporter knew that he was rejecting this view, he just didn't say so out loud. The magician Wang Jieshi hadn't won anything for Tiny Herb, but after he changed, Tiny Herb had obtained 2 championships. The person in front of him knew 100 times better than him what style suited Tiny Herb better, and his own opinion was just himself trying to be smart. As he thought about this, the reporter looked at Jiaoyingjie and asked, then what about little Jiao? Will we have a chance to see him become a magician? This time, the reporter was asking with a joking tone. Maybe. If it's on this stage. Jiaoyingjie was now better at dealing with the media, and he answered the question quite well. He hadn't rejected the possibility entirely, but he said on this stage. Yes, on the All-Star stage, what wasn't possible? After obtaining another conversation, the reporter turned his head, so Yishio not too far away, and quickly rushed up to him. This god's performance was also very strong, and he rarely accepted interviews. Even though he didn't reject them completely after his return, he was still very low-key. Whatever he could avoid, he would try to avoid, and it was no easy feat to obtain a live interview. God Yishio. The reporter saw that Yishio wasn't talking to anyone right now, and charged forward. HM. Yishio looked at the reporter. The team competition was incredibly exciting. Was it your plan to leave the cleric out of the team competition? The reporter asked. This is what they had guessed off stage, because earlier they'd seen that argument at Team B, with Yishio apparently at the center. They didn't know that was Team B trying to pick the most energy-saving arrangement, but looking at the final lineup, they thought that it was possibly Yishio's idea to put the cleric in the group arena, causing everyone to oppose him. Of course not. But Yishio answered with this. I just gave a random suggestion. Ha ha ha. The reporter laughed dryly. When Yishio said of course not, he had actually thought there were some other hidden factors at play, but in the end, it really was just this. Why would you propose such a suggestion? The reporter then asked. Obviously so we could have a more exciting and aggressive battle. Yishio said, very seriously. Instantly, the nearby Team B players who heard this all looked at him. This guy, he could really talk. When they'd made this plan, everyone liked this arrangement only because it would allow the match to finish faster. Ha ha, the battle really was very exciting. There were a lot of highlights, the reporter said. Well, Of course. After all, everyone here is an outstanding player, Yi Xiao said. And you? How would you evaluate yourself? Me? I'm probably the most experienced player here in this circle, right? Yi Xiao said. The interview was broadcast on television, but it was also shown on the display screens in the stadium. Tyranny fans obviously had no kind feelings toward Yi Xiao, but they did have to have a reason to boo him. They couldn't find any points to complain about with his earlier, very standard answers to the reporter's questions. But with these words, Tyranny's fans were instantly upset. You're the most experienced player? At least add a one of the okay. Over there is our Captain Han. A player from the first generation just like you. No, technically, he's even more experienced than you. You still have a year-and-a-half gap in the middle. The stadium came alive with boos, which prompted the reporter. Looking at the players around him, quite a few people were looking this way after hearing this answer. The reporter immediately asked, then what about Tyranny's Captain Han Wenqing? Old Han? He can't compete with me. Yi Xiao said, brimming with confidence. The booing increased. Even the gathered gods had "you jerk can't you stop bragging" expressions as they continued to watch. Why is that? You're both players from the first generation, and Captain Han Wenqing. Has he played in the Challenger League? Yi Xiao directly interrupted the reporter with his explanation. Silence. Played in the Challenger League? Fuck, you're counting that as experience? Everyone was shocked, but if they were really talking from this standpoint, then indeed, Han Wenqing's experience was slightly inferior. But everyone was glad not to have that sort of experience. Playing in the Challenger League, that absolutely wasn't a joyful experience for a top-tier god, but this guy actually made treasure out of this trash, counting this as part of his accumulated experience. Is there anyone else like you shamelessly increasing their own level like this? Boo! This time, it wasn't just the Tyranny fans. The rest of the audience, even some of the players off stage, the gods on stage, they were all booing Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled bitterly, waving his hand as he said to the reporter, they're just jealous. Jealous your ass. The reporter felt unwell, and even the cameraman had shaken unstably. The reporter chuckled awkwardly. He felt like his head had crashed, and he couldn't think of what direction to go next with the interview. Fortunately, from the shock Yi Xiao had provoked, he'd picked out a target. Han Wenqing, the captain of Team Tyranny. Han Wenqing, the boss of this area, the one who lost to Yi Xiao in experience because he hadn't played in the Challenger League. Captain Han, regarding Yi Xiao's words just now. Do you object? The reporter asked, rather directly. After all, the two of them had been death enemies for 10 years. His accomplishments in the Challenger League are indeed worthy of pride, said Han Wenqing. Chapter 1271. All-Star Armory. Han Wenqing's answer surprised the reporters somewhat. These bitter enemies of 10 years had never yielded to each other on stage, but their relationship off-stage wasn't quite what the reporters had imagined it to be. The mutual respect between heroes? The reporters weren't too interested in such a dry topic, but when Han Wenqing said that Yi Xiao's results in the Challenger League were worthy of pride, thinking about it a little, he was right. Leading a team full of players who had been scraped together from God knows where at the last minute, he had defeated excellent era and emerged victorious from the Challenger League. Why wouldn't such miraculous results be something to be proud of? In that case, to say it was a fruitful experience was in fact completely correct. The reporters thought about it and suddenly realized that Yi Xiao and Han Wenqing seemed to resonate on some kind of level. Could it be because they were both practical and realistic people? Practical and realistic? When this phrase popped up in their minds, the reporters all shuddered. Calling Han Wenqing practical and realistic was fine, but Yi Xiao? The reporters refused to entertain this notion any further. They were completely unwilling to accept such an idea. The All-Star weekend was hosted at Tyranny's stadium, but in the All-Star competition on the last day, Tyranny's two players didn't have too prominent a role. Zhong Xinjia's Cleric was sent off to fight in the group arena, while Han Wenqing was the second to be eliminated from the team competition. As such, the fans of Team Tyranny, who were on site, were a little dissatisfied. In the All-Star weekend, most of the time, everyone would do their best to bolster the reputation of the host team's players, letting them perform more beautifully and becoming the MVP of the All-Star competition. But this time, the title of All-Star competition MVP was instead stolen away by Wang Jieshi. The magician style that he showed off during the competition had defeated Tang Hao and Sun Xiang in quick succession, and he was unquestionably the most brilliant star in the competition. In sharp contrast to his beautiful performance was Tang Hao's miserable one. Evidently, in this all-star competition, it was impossible for everyone to be happy and satisfied. Even so, the curtains finally fell on this event. The teens each regrouped and went home, and the media wantonly reported on the various magnificent scenes produced over these 3 days. But to the pro players, these 3 days were simply not worth focusing on, because this event and the true goal that they were pursuing were completely unrelated. As everyone returned home, each team immediately started preparing for round 18 of the regular season. In round 18, the intense matches of strong teams facing each other were everywhere. The home and away teams respectively were as such: Team Tiny Herb against Team Misty Rain, Team Blue Rain against Team Void, Team Tyranny against Team 100 Blossoms, Team Samsara against Team Thunderclap, and finally Team Happy against Team Wind Howl. This kind of round presented a truly difficult decision for the broadcasters, and after weighing their decisions over and over again, they finally decided to show the match between Team Samsara and Team Thunderclap. Thunderclap's performance in the team competitions this season had been discussed with great enthusiasm, but Samsara? They were far too strong, making everyone somewhat numb to their formidable strength. Team Samsara had won every single one of their 17 rounds, an achievement even more exceptional than Team Thunderclap's. Team Thunderclap's consecutive victories in the team competition were unfortunately halted in round 16 by Team Happy. Even so, people didn't lose faith in Thunderclap because of this. When this team that relied on precise execution of their strategies met Samsara's lineup with For All Stars, what kind of a battle would ensue? This match was thus selected to be the one broadcasted live, as it would evidently attract more than enough viewers. The players were busily preparing for their upcoming matches and the television stations were busy selecting which match to broadcast, but the big team's managements were currently collating the opinions of the team members, carefully considering whether or not any adjustments needed to be made in the winter transfer window. What about the Alliance? After this All-Star weekend, they had released a new list, the All-Star Armory. No matter whether it was in-game or in the pro scene, of all the equipment on a character, the one that drew the most attention was without a doubt the weapon. And now, the Alliance had compiled a list of all the weapons of each character in the pro circle, letting players vote in order to decide on this All-Star Armory. To those in the know, this was probably in order to do a survey before making products based on these weapons, but no matter what, the players were undoubtedly excited about this. The moment the list came out, the votes poured in non-stop, and the Alliance made a new rule: the army rankings would reset every month, and the results would be tallied at the end of the year. After a few days, the All-Star Army had already seen some clear distinctions in its rankings. The weapon in first place was the Myriad Manifestation Umbrella of Team Happy's Lord Grim. The silver lettering showed that this was a piece of self-made equipment, but having a level 70 weapon on the list was exceedingly irksome. Glory's update had been around for a year already, and weapons were always the #1 priority of equipment research. To this date, the number of self-made weapons that hadn't reached level 75 was exceedingly small, not to mention the #1 rank in the All-Star Armory. It couldn't be helped, the Myriad Manifestations Umbrella's novelty was far too eye-catching. In the All-Star voting, Yishio was ranked lower than Juzakai, but in this armory, the Myriad Manifestations Umbrella had outranked Cloudpisser's Wildfire and Shattered Frost by a few ranks. This result had made many people exceptionally gloomy. It was just as those in the know had said, this All-Star Armory could be said to be a survey of the players' interest in weapon-based merchandise, but now, the Myriad Manifestations Umbrella's popularity had far exceeded that of other weapons, making the merchandise manufacturers very jittery. Myriad Manifestations Umbrella, it wouldn't be enough to just make an umbrella and call it a day. The biggest characteristic of the weapon was its transformations. If it didn't transform, how could this weapon be popular? This kind of thing that could transform, dismantle, and reform could be created in-game by ignoring some of the rules of science here and there. But to make it a real piece of merchandise and fully replicate its transforming ability, how much meticulous design and planning would be required? How complicated would the assembly of such a product be? How long would it take to manufacture? Finally, how much would it cost to make? A high cost of production would mean a high price tag. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella would have a price tag far more demonic than other merchandise, and it was so demonic that those professionals who understood the market for merchandise all felt that this was too crazy. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella could not be fully replicated, but not fully replicating it would definitely impact sales, making many people feel very regretful. This Yi Xiao, why was he always such a pain? In the past, he hadn't allowed Excellent Era to make too much of a profit off of merchandise based on him. Now, he had easily created an extremely popular and famous weapon, but at the end of the day, it was unreplicatable. This guy, was he deliberately suffocating these businesses? All of those in the business who had known Yi Xiao in the past were now bitterly complaining inside. But no matter what, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was extremely popular. Making 2 or 3 of the forms was something worth trying out, and so the producers of this weapon merchandise took the initiative to get in touch with Happy. These matters were all handled by Cheng Guo. Over the past half a year, she had gotten familiar with managing the team, allowing Yi Xiao to single-mindedly focus on the competitive aspect, so he wouldn't have to expend too much effort on other things. At present, aside from these collaborations, the winter transfer window opening was also something that would create a lot of work for the teams. Team Happy's line of thinking during this transfer window was very simple: don't buy and don't sell. In effect, they wouldn't take part. But while not buying would allow them to avoid a few disturbances, not selling couldn't stop other teams from making inquiries. With the impressive results that Happy had, their value of their members had also seen a significant increase. On top of that, they were a grassroots team new to the alliance. After half a year of interaction, everyone knew that Happy's financial prowess wasn't anything impressive, and that their conditions were a little more arduous. As such, in a lot of people's eyes, Happy was like a poor child holding a brick of gold. While they couldn't snatch the entire thing away, they could spend some money to take at least a chunk of it, right? Qiao Yifan, Steamed Bun, Mo Fan, and even Yi Xiao had all been given offers by various people. But at the end of the day, the buyers all ran into a wall and had no choice but to turn back. Cheng Guo didn't show the slightest intention of letting go of any of their players, making everyone unable to see a hope in negotiating a deal. Very quickly, on the 10th of January, round 18 would begin. In the past 10 days, there were some teams that had closed some deals, but the winter transfer window was always a small event. A transfer in core players, like in Season 8, where Excellent Era managed to dig out Sun Xiang, was very rare. In this season, some teams had stable results, while others were more unstable, but seemingly no team had a big enough conflict between their core players and normal players that they needed to use the winter transfer window to resolve it. The teams with the greatest rumors of making a transfer were Team Misty Rain and Team Wind Howl. Team Misty Rain's new playstyle this season had not created any breakthroughs for them thus far, and with 86 points, they sat at 10th place in the rankings, which was their worst results in the past few years. In a situation where their playstyle had yet to bear fruit after half a season, many people guessed that Team Misty Rain would make some adjustments to their roster. As for Team Wind Howl, they had accumulated 112 points and sat at 6th place, which was a seemingly decent result, but it fell short of their expectations. They were a team that was aiming for the championship title, but this season, they had lost most of their matches against strong teams, causing them to begin to doubt themselves somewhat. Upon Fang Rui's departure, the position of second-in-command had fallen to Liu Hao, who had willingly transferred in, which had somewhat disrupted the structure of Wind Howl's core. The criminal duo of a brawler and thief was what they had relied on for many years, and after Fang Rui's departure, they hadn't given up on their thief, instead spending money to invite Team Blue Rain's thief player, Lin Feng, giving him the all-star character, Doubtful Demon. But at the end of the day, Liu Hao's Spellblade had taken a higher position, even snatching a place in the all-star rankings, making his standing in the team very clear. And Lin Feng? He held an all-star account in his hands, but was still far from making the list of all-stars. In comparison with 100 Blossoms, Zhu Yuan had relied purely on the fans' attachment to his account, but he still managed to send himself and dazzling 100 Blossoms into All Stars. It was evident that Lin Feng's performance was not particularly outstanding, although Dupeful Demon's standing was far inferior to that of dazzling 100 Blossoms. Would Team Wind Howl make any adjustments to their roster? Everyone was making their own conjectures, and some fans even appealed for them to ask Fang Rui to come back. But this kind of idea could only be a fanboy's wishful thinking. Fang Rui went to Team Happy, even going so far as to put in the effort to change classes. Now, when his class change had finally begun to show results, and when Happy was still a step higher than Wind Howl in rank, they wanted him to go back to Wind Howl and revert to playing a thief. These people, they were probably counting on Fang Rui to have some kind of undying love for Wind Howl. Would such a situation occur? Surprisingly, there were really reporters who went online to ask Fang Rui this question. "I will go back," Fang Rui replied. The reporter was completely stunned, then ecstatic. This news was truly too explosive. Fang Rui, he was actually willing to return to Wind Howl? On the 10th of January, I will return. Fang Rui even gave a concrete timing afterwards. When the reporter looked at it, he suddenly understood Fang Rui would return, but as an opponent, although. Great Fang Rui, the 10th of January is Happy's home game, the reporter reminded him. Is it? How stupid of me, what a waste of my beautiful lines. After playing at All Stars, I can't even count now. Fang Rui shouted. Chapter 1272. Meeting Force with Force. January 10th finally arrived. Neither Misty Rain nor Wind Howl made any transfers before this day. Wind Howl's original team traveled to City H one day ahead of time to warm up and get used to the setup. Wind Howl's vice-captain Liu Hao received a good welcome from City H. It could be seen that the Excellent Era fans were still supportive of this former Excellent Era player. In the pre-match interview, Liu Hao expressed his deepest condolences towards Excellent Era's disbandment and wished New Excellent Era good luck. He also talked about New Excellent Era's current situation in the Challenger League very precisely and clearly, immediately touching the feelings of many Excellent Era fans. As for the upcoming match, Liu Hao didn't talk too much about it. Wind Howl's captain, Tang Hao, didn't accept the pre-match interview. After the All-Stars weekend, there were rumors that Tang Hao was feeling down because of his performance at All Stars. These rumors were rather surprising. Who would have thought that this god would actually care so much about All Stars? Our captain? His condition is great. He didn't accept the interview because he wants to fully focus on this match. Wind Howl has performed well in our previous 2 matches. We want this momentum to continue. Happy's performance this season has already told us that they aren't a weak team, so we also need to prepare for them seriously, Liu Hao said about Tang Hao. Wind Howl's Liu Hao and Gui Yang originated from City H, but they didn't have too much to do with Happy. When Happy beat Excellent Era in the Challenger League, the two of them had already left Excellent Era. However, Wind Howl and Happy were only 5 points apart on the rankings. After this match, the placings might change. Fang Rui, a former Wind Howl player, was another focus point in this match. Many people wanted to see Fang Rui take revenge. After all, his departure from Wind Howl had been quite sad. Everyone saw that Wind Howl had let go of Fang Rui to construct a new team. Tonight, Happy's home ground, the Xiang Stadium, was a full house. Happy's outstanding record had conquered more and more City H Glory players. Just by looking at the number of seats filled, you wouldn't be able to tell that Happy was a new team in the alliance. Skill was what mattered in competition. This logic wasn't wrong. The match was about to begin. First up was the individual competition. Happy's home crowd immediately roared with all their strength, 17. 17. If Yishio won this individual round, his win streak would be at 17. He had always been the first to go up in the individual competition, so before the lineup even came out, Happy's fans were already cheering. Happy's fans didn't shout for nothing. Yishio stood up from his seat and waved his hands towards the crowd. Amidst the energetic cheers and applause, he went onto the stage. Yixiao had always been a symbol in this city's glory community. After his return, his overwhelming record-breaking win streak and the unmasking of his mysteriousness amassed countless fans. The majority of these fans were on the older side. Among them, quite a few had already left the glory scene, but Yixiao's return aroused their former passion and nostalgia for the game. In the glory game, many old accounts that hadn't logged in for a long time started playing again. Yixiao was the symbol of that generation. That generation's players couldn't feel the same passion from chasing the new gods like Juzakai, Sun Xiang, and Tang Hao. But now, their passion had been reignited on the stage. Yixiao walked onto the stage. Who would Team Wind Howl send out as their first player? The current consensus by numerous analysts was that Yixiao's fixed ordering in the individual competition was a way to gain the upper hand in the morale battle. Yixiao always appeared first. He never hid. Then, how could the opponent respond? Send out a strong player to fight? If that player lost, the team's morale would take a hit. If the team sent out a weak player, it would be like Tianji's horse race, but breaking the team's momentum right at the start of the match might not achieve such ideal effects. As a result, Happy's move was difficult to deal with. We're going to put our strongest player up first and we'll wait for you to beat him. Do you dare? Yixiao's win streak seemed to be taunting them. A weak team wouldn't dare to take up this challenge and usually just threw away this round. But some teams really would try to fight this morale battle. After all, if they really could beat Yixiao, it would be a huge blow to Happy's morale and a huge boost to their own team's morale. Happy's move was a double-edged sword. However, Yixiao was confident in waving this double-edged sword around. In the past 16 rounds, he had only injured and never been injured. What will Wind Howl do? The ambitions of this team were very high. The ambitions of this team's captain were very high. The ambitions of this team's rookies were very high. It was unlikely for them to throw away the first match. Who would they send up? Their captain Tang Hao? Would they send their core player to fight Yixiao and give up on the group arena? Speaking of which, no team had made this arrangement yet. Would Wind Howl do it? Some looked towards Wind Howl's seats. Some stared at the screen. On Wind Howl's lineup display, the name of their first player slowly flipped into view. Tang Hao. They really sent out Tang Hao. Sure enough, Wind Howl was the first to take the gamble asterisk, directly bringing out their captain and core player to fight against Yixiao. Wind Howl's loyal fans, who came all this way to support their team, cheered for their team's aggressiveness and pride. However, their shouts were quickly drowned out by the boos and laughs by the home crowd. If we aren't remembering wrong, didn't your captain Tang Hao just get destroyed by our captain at All Stars? Happy's fans had the lung power. Even though All Stars was just a show match, who cared? Just find an example and spout it as the truth. What could Wind Howl do? Explain patiently that All Stars didn't count? Perhaps that might work in a forum, but in this stadium's atmosphere, words alone didn't hold enough power. They could only feign ignorance. However, Happy's taunts were quite painful to listen to. The one in the most pain would be Tang Hao, though. At All Stars, even though the public didn't care, he definitely did care. Now, because of the taunts from Happy, he cared even more. His two fists were clenched tightly. These two hands had helped him win everything, taking down all those voices he didn't want to hear. This time, he had decided to use these two hands again, to silence the Happy fans. Victory will be Wind Howl's. As soon as the match began, Tang Hao immediately declared that he would win, and Demon Subduer rushed straight towards the center. At All Stars, no one had moved strategically, so Tang Hao didn't either. What's more, when Yixiao chose 1v1 stages, he never picked anything complicated. His maps were always the simple and direct. The two characters met decisively at the center of the map. Lord Grim had a longer range. His myriad manifestations Umbrella's gun form turned into a Gatling gun and sprayed a rain of bullets. Tang Hao didn't retreat. Demon Subduer tore right through the bullet rain. It was just a Gatling gun, it wasn't enough to hold him back. Gatling gun finished firing in the blink of an eye, and Demon Subduer had forcibly pulled the distance closer. Lord Grim still had plenty of skills though. His character retreated, while firing anti-tank missiles. 3 missiles formed a triangle, shooting out from the gun in parallel like a fan. However, these still couldn't stop Demon Subduer's rush. Demon Subduer weaved between 2 missiles precisely and swiftly. This little technique was nothing in front of top gods. And at this moment, Lord Grim had finally entered Demon Subduer's attack range. Demon Subduer raised his hands and threw a handful of sand. You could take the hit, but you had to turn your gaze away from it. However, Lord Grim had an umbrella in his hands. With a whoosh, it opened and blocked the sand. This response was within Tang Hao's expectations. The purpose of a direct sand toss was for that instant where the opponent's sight was no longer on him. Whether it was turning around or blocking with a shield, the outcome was the same. Demon Subduer threw the paralysis needle he had prepared. If the needle hit a target, it would paralyze the target. Brawlers were filled with these dirty little tricks. Paralysis needle was thrown practically the instant Lord Grim's umbrella opened. Tang Hao was banking on Yi Xiao closing his umbrella after blocking the sand toss. In that case, the paralysis needle couldn't be dodged and it would strike Lord Grim. But after the sand toss was blocked, Lord Grim didn't retract his umbrella. His umbrella stayed wide open. The precisely timed paralysis needle stabbed the umbrella canopy and fell down without even making a sound. Tang Hao was gloomy. Seeing that the umbrella wasn't going to be closed anytime soon, he might as well use it as a cover. Demon Subduer rushed forward, holding a brick in his hands. The brick would be thrown as soon as he reached him. Lord Grim didn't retract his umbrella, but he rushed forward as well. Charge! A knight skill. The shield was a knight equipment, and it didn't stop this skill from being used. Using charge with a shield would carry the same momentum, but it lacked the damage. Tang Hao didn't dare disregard it. A shield charge dealt no damage, but shields had shield attack. At All Stars, Yi Xiao had used this trick and even Huang Shaoqian fell for it. Tang Hao remembered that scene and didn't dare borrow the shield as a cover anymore. He hastily shifted diagonally and pulled the distance between them a bit. He raised his arms and threw a brick. But in this instant, Tang Hao clearly saw that the Lord Grim behind the umbrella was looking towards the side, staring right at him. My opponent knows. By the time Tang Hao realized this, the brick had already been thrown by Demon Subduer. Then, he saw Lord Grim draw his sword from the umbrella handle with a sword draw. A sword light flashed out in front of him. Dodge? Demon Subduer had just stepped towards him. Which way should he dodge? Forward? Backwards? Left? Right? The sword light covered all of his options. Hit! Demon Subduer's blood sprayed into the air. Chapter 1273. Completely crushed. The attack landed in such a simple manner, splattering blood and cutting down Tang Hao's rising spirit. Demon Subduer's brick was easily dodged, while he himself took a hit. How could Yi Xiao only attack just once? After sword draw, the myriad manifestation umbrella's shield form retracted, and its numerous other forms were displayed as all sorts of skills struck Demon Subduer. Unspecialized characters fight fast. Unwittingly, the crowd had started gasping at Lord Grim's combo. Even though they had no idea what exactly Yi Xiao was doing in his combo game, they could see Demon Subduer being hit by a bunch of different low-leveled skills. From this, they knew that Lord Grim's combo had started. So far, 16 players had lost to these swift attacks. Among these players included nervous rookies, talented rookies, matchups tactically chosen to be thrown away, and strong players who wanted to give him a try. There were also former gods like Zhong Jiala and Sun Xiang. However, it was the first time Yi Xiao had encountered a team's core player. And what was the outcome? The people carrying hopes for Tang Hao were quickly disappointed. He was no different from anyone else. Victory belongs to Wind Howl? Tang Hao's declaration before the match now just seemed like empty words. The powerlessness he was showing right now indicated that he was being completely overwhelmed. What's going on? This isn't All Stars. Quite a few people wondered. They felt like this wasn't Tang Hao's true strength. Tang Hao also thought that this wasn't his true strength, but the problem was that he wasn't able to display it. After Yixiao took first blood, Tang Hao had felt a bit defeated. His fighting spirit and willpower had taken a small blow, but they were still there. He was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, waiting for an opening. But there were no openings. It was just for words, but what level of fundamentals did that require? No matter how haughty Tang Hao was. No matter how confident he was that he could beat anyone. He didn't dare believe that he could play on stage without exposing any openings. No one could do it. At least that was what Tang Hao thought up until today. But right now, facing this opponent, he couldn't find even the slightest opening. How is this possible? Am I just not perceptive enough? Tang Hao didn't believe a person couldn't have any openings, so he started doubting his observational abilities. His confidence had already started to waver. Tang Hao didn't know whether this doubt had sprouted starting from today, or from that day at All Stars. He only knew that he didn't want to lose, yet he couldn't find any ways to win. Keep fighting like this? Seeing Demon Subduer's health dropping, Tang Hao started to panic. What if I really can't find any openings? Could I be taken out in one go by a near full health Yixiao? In Yixiao's 16 victories, no one had lost this miserably, no? Could it be that I'm worse than even them? Impossible! Tang Hao roared. No one could hear him though. Voice communication was only enabled at All Stars. In regular season matches, the competitive rules were back to normal. With this roar, Tang Hao sprung forward. He ignored Lord Grimm's next attack, activating Reinforce Iron Bones, and forced his way over. Instant defeat. Tang Hao's choice wasn't some sort of magical road out, it looked more like a trapped beast's final struggle. Yixiao saw 100 different ways to deal with it. He simply chose one of them and knocked down Demon Subduer. The crowd erupted into loud boos. Tang Hao's struggle looked like there was zero brain behind it. You want to break through an unspecialized combo like that? Too naive. Happy's fans shouted loudly. The sound couldn't reach Tang Hao's ears, but he knew better than anyone else what he was doing. If once isn't enough, then again. Tang Hao rushed forward again like a brute, continued to charge at him without any thought. You look as if you've got 100 ways to deal with me. Fine, then I'll try them out one by one. Let's see just how many you've got. Tang Hao continued to go for it, but the crowd's laughter was gradually dying down. Tang Hao's playing looked pathetic, so much so that it didn't look like he deserved his god status. However, when there was no way out, being able to lower oneself and daring to try such humiliating choices showed just how pure Tang Hao's pursuit for victory was. Many people thought his All-Stars performance was disgraceful, but right now, his actions showed he didn't care about that. He wasn't playing for honor, he was playing to win. Unfortunately, victory wasn't as simple as just letting go of everything. No one knew just how many ways Yixiao had to deal with this situation, but everyone could see how Tang Hao's countless attempts ended with him being beaten back. The crowd stopped laughing. Yixiao didn't let up at all. Tang Hao might have the energy to keep trying, but Demon Subduer didn't have unlimited health. Again and again, he was unable to break through Lord Grimm's offense. All he faced was an even stronger retaliation. Finally, Demon Subduer's health fell to 0. I lost. But he wasn't as humiliated or embarrassed as he'd been at All Stars. Wang Jish's magician playstyle had been too abrupt and too unexpected. Tang Hao had been caught unprepared. He was probably more resentful about being cheated by this sort of surprise move. But right now, he wasn't facing anything surprising. He wasn't caught off guard. He was being completely suppressed in a real fight. It was because his opponent was better than him. So there was someone this skilled? When Demon Subduer fell, Tang Hao didn't feel humiliated, but rather humbled. I'll win next time. He was still as stubborn as ever. He seemed to have forgotten that his declaration of victory had been shut down. "We'll see next time," Yishio replied. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. Sigh of relief? Why did they let out a sigh of relief? Everyone suddenly started feeling a bit strange. Tang Hao was just thrashing around without any brain. How could he win like that? Why were they worried for Yishio? When Yishio came down from the stage, the crowd clapped and cheered, but there was a trace of hesitation mixed in. As for Tang Hao? He was the loser, and one who lost miserably, but his steps were firm. Everyone looked at him with complicated feelings. They couldn't say why, though. Yishio walked down from the stage and returned to his seat. "Beautiful playing. You really taught that guy a lesson." Chen Guo went over to Yishio and praised him. She didn't like Tang Hao. Watching Tang Hao get destroyed by Yishio felt amazing. "It was well done," Fang Rui nodded. "But it wasn't easy, no." "What?" Chen Guo was puzzled. When she looked at Yishio, she discovered that he didn't look too happy about his win. Even though Yishio wasn't the type to show his emotions easily, his expression wasn't very relaxed despite winning. Chen Guo realized her perspective of the match was too shallow. She looked at Su Muqing, and from Su Muqing's gaze towards Yishio, she could see worry. "It wasn't easy," Yishio said. "Why?" Chen Guo asked. "Boss, do you really think completely suppressing a player of Tang Hao's caliber is easy?" Fang Rui said. "Ah. The reason he could do it was because he was going all out the entire time." "That's very exhausting," Fang Rui said. Chen Guo now understood that Yishio had used up much more energy than normal to achieve such a beautiful win. Beat Tang Hao? It wasn't just that. He had completely suppressed him. Why did he have to do that? Chen Guo was feeling worried. Isn't a win just good enough? Why did he have to pay such a price to win so thoroughly? Was that necessary? Chen Guo felt distressed. Why? Because I didn't want to lose. Yishio said. Not lose? Chen Guo was stumped. Yishio meant that if he hadn't completely suppressed Tang Hao, if Tang Hao had an opportunity to counterattack, he might have lost to Tang Hao. Chen Guo looked at Fang Rui, Su Muqing, everyone. Everyone was quiet. No one called Yishio's words into question. Chen Guo couldn't say anything else. You rest well. She could only say these words. The match continued. Even though she was worried about Yishio, the match was going well. In the individual competition, Happy sent out Mo Fan and Su Muqing, who won their matches, making the score 3-0. The entire crowd had forgotten the weird feeling felt from the first individual round and started chanting 10-0. The points in the individual competition were the most scattered, so these points were often the biggest barriers to a 10-0. However, Happy had swept the individual competition and were on their way to 10-0. So far, whenever Happy won every round in the individual competition, they had always gotten a 10-0. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Chen Guo unexpectedly didn't share the same excitement as the crowd. She didn't forget the exhaustion Yishio felt after the first round and suddenly felt a bad premonition. The group arena began. Happy's first player was Fang Rui and his Chi master, Boundless Sea. The entire crowd applauded. Even though Fang Rui had switched to a Chi master, he was as dirty as ever. His playstyle might not be well liked and might be spurned by the Chi master community, but among Happy's supporters, a lot of people still admired him. For a newly joined team, everyone cared more about winning. As for a good win record and beautiful playing, those goals could be left for those powerhouses who were consistently solid. Happy's fan base was more practical. Victory was greater than anything else. A dirty win was still a win, no? Amidst the cheers, Fang Rui went onto the stage and into the player booth. His opponent was Team Wind Howl's Zhao Yuzha. Senior, it seems like you're doing well at Happy. At the start of the match, Zhao Yuzha took the initiative to message Fang Rui. Chapter 1274. Familiar people. He. The response that Zhao Yuzhe received was 7 consecutive Hes. Coming from the master of playing dirty, this sent a chill down everyone's spines. They instantly felt that not only would Zhao Yuzhe lose, he would lose miserably. What is Senior laughing about? After Fang Rui's 7 Hes, Zhao Yuzhe's reaction was fairly calm. He wouldn't feel any chill from Fang Rui's dirty playing. From the very start, he had never thought highly of this senior. But for a thief to play dirty, that was excusable, as this class relied on playing dirty to reach full potential. But now that he had switched to Chi Master, yet he was still this dirty, that wasn't because of the class, that was because of the person himself. This person was dirty, so whatever class he played was dirty. I'm laughing at you. Fang Rui answered. Laughing at me about what? Zhao Yuzhe asked. Laughing that you still have the time to chat. I'm already behind you right now, don't you know, said Fang Rui. Ha ha, Senior is as funny as always. Zhao Yuzhe of course wouldn't be tricked by something like this. Although he was chatting with Fang Rui in the channel, he was very careful with his character's controls. He was rotating his camera often, doing his best not to leave any blind spots. As long as you closely watched the opponent's movements, then there was nothing to fear from dirty playing. That was what Zhao Yuzhe believed. Back when they were teammates, during practice matches within the team, his win rate against Fang Rui had been relatively high. The group arena map was Forest Corridor, a relatively complex map for 1v1 matches, suitable for the dirty play style. But for an elementalist, a class that required casting to launch attacks, extra cover wasn't a bad thing. Neither character charged directly towards the center. Both were steadily approaching using all sorts of cover. The crowd was also gradually affected by this kind of atmosphere. The shouts became quieter, until it was almost completely silent, and then, the two characters met. Boom! Zhao Yuzhe was the first to attack. Elementalist Beautiful Light waved his staff and launched a fireball. This sort of low-level spell could be cast almost instantaneously for a pro character. For an elementalist's equipment, cast speed was one of the most important attributes to boost. Boundless Sea, who had been trying to take a roundabout path to flank him, had actually been directly seen through by Zhao Yuzhe. The stadium was filled with sighs of regret. Boundless Sea rolled and dodged, and with a flip of his palm, he pushed out a chi bullet. He sure has a few tricks, huh? The light of the chi bullet directly covered Zhao Yuzhe's view. He laughed coldly and cleanly used a teleport. Using this sort of skill to dodge a chi bullet was indeed a bit wasteful, but Zhao Yuzhe was clear that Fang Rui only used the chi bullet as a cover. The true attack would come after. A teleport would allow him to avoid both the interference of the chi bullet and the follow-up attack. Wasn't that convenient? Beautiful Light raised his staff, preparing to fire another spell, but he suddenly saw the air around him rippling in an unusual pattern. Chi Blade! Pu! Zhao Yuzhe had no time to react, and Beautiful Light's cast was brutally cut short by this attack. But what really shocked Zhao Yuzhe was the sheer accuracy of this attack. Had the opponent predicted early on that he would come to this position? And if that was the case, how could a Chi Blade be the only attack? Of course it wasn't. With that thief posture that looked particularly ugly on a Chi Master, Boundless Sea flew toward him. In the midst of his leaping, he slapped his palms against the ground, using a landmine quake after that Chi Blade. The Chi spread rapidly along the ground. Beautiful Light, having just been hit by that Chi Blade, didn't have the chance to escape the range. He was shaken by the Chi, and sent staggering and falling over. Boundless Sea activated Chi Flowing Cloud, instantly arriving in front of Beautiful Light, Pulse Break, Break Intelligence, Flash Burst, then a Qigong Blast, and at the very end there was even a sky-piercing strike. The Chi Master's fierce attack surged toward him, instantly landing on Beautiful Light's body. The rippling Chi energy lifted his robe, and Beautiful Light looked like a giant balloon as he floated upward. No blood spilled, but his slipping health let everyone know that even if these weren't bloody attacks, the damage they brought was no inferior to any hacking and slashing attack. How about it? A pleasant surprise? Fang Rui began his trash talk attack in the channel. Surprise, sure. But pleasant? Zhao Yuzhe of course didn't feel that at all. Don't just think that you understand me well. Teammates are mutual, I'm no stranger to your fighting either. The only difference is that, as your senior, I was kinder, Fang Rui said. As your senior I was kinder? What did that mean? That in their previous practice fights, he hadn't been using his full strength. No. How was that possible? Zhao Yuzhe didn't believe it. He instantly adjusted Beautiful Light's condition, prepared to launch a counterattack, but where was Boundless Sea? The target had vanished. Zhao Yuzhe was shaken. He immediately used an electric ring, creating a coil of lightning around him. No matter from which angle the opponent wanted to approach, he would first be zapped by this lightning. Even though this low-level skill didn't cause much damage, it could serve as some protection. Electric ring? Aren't you forgetting something? Boundless Sea had vanished from Zhao Yuzhe's sight, but Fang Rui's messages were still constantly appearing in the match channel before his eyes. I'm not a thief anymore, Fang Rui said. Boundless Sea suddenly appeared, but he was above Beautiful Light. Thieves had the most fearsome tool at their disposal for launching close-range sneak attacks, stealth. Electric ring? It was undoubtedly a useful countermeasure towards stealth. When Zhao Yuzhe couldn't find Boundless Sea, he instantly activated Electric Ring, because he thought that Boundless Sea would use stealth to quietly get in close range. Had he subconsciously treated Fang Rui as the king of thieves like when he had been in Wind Howl? But he was no longer a thief. He could no longer use stealth or such techniques to sneakily come into close range. Where was Boundless Sea? Zhao Yuzhe spun around in a full 360-degree circle several times, finally stopping at that fallen willow tree in the 2 o'clock direction. He'd overlooked something? Zhao Yuzhe suddenly raised his camera view and saw above his head the near-invisible, silent glittering. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. The level 55 Qi Master Awakening skill. Qi was pushed through the whole body, and what was blasted out was no longer just Qi, but the Qi Master himself as well. Boundless Sea, like a heavy bomb, fell from the sky. Qi collected around his whole body, thick and radiant, slicing through the air like a rainbow, falling straight down and crashing into Beautiful Light. Boom! The Qi around Boundless Sea exploded when he hit Beautiful Light. It wasn't as bright as the surging fireworks of a launcher's cannon fire, nor was it as elegant as the light of an elementalist's spells. Even the light of the rainbow around his body faded in that instant of impact. But because this was the case, the damage caused by this attack was incredibly apparent. The surrounding plants, the rocks, the mud, were all bent out of shape from the pressure of the Qi, some directly breaking. As for Beautiful Light, the direct target of this attack, even less needed to be said. Spirit Rainbow Blast was an attack that could be charged up, and while Fang Rui was chattering away at Fang Rui, the audience could see clearly that Boundless Sea had gotten into position early and begun charging. I'm not done yet, Fang Rui yelled. Spirit Rainbow Blast was only a starting attack, more would follow. But compared to most combos, which would save the powerful attack for the end, Fang Rui used a powerful attack to blast the opponent first. Afterward, if there was an opening he'd continue, otherwise even just one powerful attack was worth it. Zhao Yuzhe had clearly been thrown off by the powerful attack. This was a good chance for Fang Rui to seize the opening, and he didn't hesitate as he blasted another series of Qi Master attacks, which appeared gentle, but hit so hard that Zhao Yuzhe even felt pain on his real body. How did things end up like this? Zhao Yuzhe didn't understand. He hadn't dared to say his victory was guaranteed, but he had originally had a lot of confidence. But why? Why was he battered so harshly that he had no way of parrying? He couldn't predict the opponent's movements, but his own choice of position, his reactions, all seemed to be within Fang Rui's calculations. Was it really like Fang Rui had said? Fang Rui understood him extremely well, but he had never taken advantage of this point before. How could that be possible? Zhao Yuzhe didn't believe it. He wasn't convinced. Beautiful Light stood up again, rushed forward, and in the end, lost the match brutally. You actually hid your strength even from your teammates. In the last moment before he fell, Zhao Yuzha shouted, full of venom. He, dirty, no. This was Fang Rui's answer. In the first battle of the group arena, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea used only 10% of his health to defeat Zhao Yuzha's Beautiful Light. The crowd was filled with joking and laughter, and they threw all sorts of ridicule at Zhao Yuzha as he walked out of the competitor booth. Is Fang Rui really so evil to actually hide his true strength even from his teammates? But some people were still wondering about this question, including Chen Guo. Of course not. That kid just doesn't understand, said Yi Xiu. What doesn't he understand? Chen Guo said. He doesn't understand that understanding your teammate and understanding your opponent are two different things. Before, Fang Rui treated him as a teammate, and now, he treated him as an opponent. As for him, he probably only knows how to understand people from the position of an opponent. Yi Xiu said. Oh. Chen Guo nodded, beginning to understand. At this time, Wind Howl's second player of the group arena stood up. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, a transfer from Blue Rain to Wind Howl. Immediately upon his arrival, he obtained the top thief character, Doubtful Demon. Lin Feng's luck was quite good. But he hadn't grasped this opportunity very well, and on the final All-Star rankings this year, there was no thief representative. And now, Lin Feng was challenging Doubtful Demon's old owner. He, who hadn't completed the inheritance of this character very well, what kind of answer would he give in this battle? Ha ha ha, my luck today is really good. First it's my familiar old teammate, and now it's my familiar old character. I can already hear the cheers of victory. When the battle started, Fang Rui was already beginning his trash talk. But his old teammate, and the character he'd fought with for so many years, for them to suddenly become opponents, was this really good luck that could make the heart happy? No one would believe this. Chapter 1275. The Battle Thief. The second battle of the group arena began, and neither character took the conventional path. Fang Rui's Chi Master continued to play dirty, while Lin Feng's thief directly charged forward. Indeed, a thief charged forward. In most people's eyes, this was not the conventional thing to do. However, this was the speciality of Lin Feng's thief. His playstyle was the less commonly seen style for thieves, the so-called battle thief playstyle. Wind Howl's style, after taking in Tang Hao and discovering the potential of rookie Zhao Yuzha, had changed greatly. Under the powerful push of these two players, the dirty playstyle that had existed in this team for a long time suddenly became more and more unsuitable. Because of this, even the one called the Master of Playing Dirty, Fang Rui, had been forced to leave. Wind Howl hadn't given up on their all-star thief character Doubtful Demon because of this, but clearly they weren't going to find another dirty playing thief player here, otherwise what was the point in having Fang Rui leave? If talking about playing dirty, Fang Rui was already called the Master. And so they took in Lin Feng from Blue Rain, a rare battle thief player in the pro circle. Wind Howl hoped to change the thief's style to let this all-star character continue to demonstrate its power. But after half a season, Doubtful Demon vanished from the ranks of the All-Stars, proving that his ability hadn't been displayed as effectively as they'd hoped. When the winter transfer window opened, Lin Feng and Doubtful Demon were surrounded by many rumors. At this time, if he still wanted to stay in the team, he had to prove himself. If he could defeat the opponent in front of him now, Doubtful Demon's former owner, who was expelled for not fitting with Wind Howl's new style, that would be the best proof that Wind Howl's choice was worth it. And Wind Howl chose Lin Feng exactly because his thief style wasn't like others. So, when facing Fang Rui, he charged forward even more determined than usual. He wanted to more clearly display the new battle thief style of Doubtful Demon under his hand. The so-called battle thief involved a focus on the thief's direct attacking skills, supplemented by the trapping skills, resulting in instantaneous explosions of high damage output. As of now, it was a rare playstyle in both the professional circle and in-game. And Lin Feng could already be considered the leader of this style. In Blue Rain, although he wasn't a first-string player, he still had stable chances to appear on stage, and his performances deserved praise. But when he arrived at Wind Howl and obtained the #1 thief, when he had to bear higher hopes from the team, he seemed to have lost himself a bit. I have to prove myself. Lin Feng controlled Doubtful Demon to move toward the center of the map. When he found no trace of Boundless Sea, he knew that the opponent was playing dirty again, and would appear from who knows where. After watching the previous battle, Lin Feng's camera observed not just the 4 directions around him but also the high points from which attacks could be fired. He carefully controlled Doubtful Demon to move around, searching for a position where he wouldn't have to defend from too many directions. A Doubtful Demon that's instantly discovered, what an eyesore! In the match channel, a message from Fang Rui suddenly popped up. Is he here? Lin Feng hurriedly turned his view, left and right, in front and behind, above, but he didn't discover anything. Your shadow trap at position 124, 119, thought I wouldn't see it. Fang Rui said. Lin Feng's heart grew cold. When he'd had Doubtful Demon place down that trap, he'd been especially careful to observe his surroundings. But this Boundless Sea had still been hiding somewhere and managed to discover it? A trap that had been discovered had no purpose anymore. But the audience was even more shocked. Because they, with the omniscient view, knew clearly that Boundless Sea right now was already quietly watching Doubtful Demon. But when Doubtful Demon had placed that shadow trap, Boundless Sea was still taking the roundabout path. He hadn't seen it at all. This was a guess. But he'd guessed so accurately. Fang Rui understood the map, understood the thief class, and it looked like he understood Lin Feng as well. If the trap had been seen by the opponent, then the intention was also seen through, thought Lin Feng. He could only make adjustments. But more importantly, where was Boundless Sea right now? He still hadn't discovered him, but to have seen Doubtful Demon planting that trap. Over there. The slight rustling of the grass didn't escape Lin Feng's notice. Doubtful Demon used an assassin shining cut to fly forward through the grass, but when the character arrived, he didn't see Boundless Sea. Too gullible. Battle thieves are just that simple-minded. As Fang Rui mocked him with a somewhat personal attack, Boundless Sea shot an attack from the side of the road and sky-piercing strike instantly enveloped Doubtful Demon. But nothing happened. He hadn't suffered damage, nor had he been jostled by the rippling chi energy. Doubtful Demon turned and charged toward Boundless Sea, as though the sky-piercing strike simply didn't exist. Maxed out escape. Fang Rui commented. Escape, a thief skill. It granted a certain probability to completely nullify the effects of the opponent's next attack, and at max level this probability reached 100%. For professional players, if this skill was to be leveled up, it would be leveled up to the maximum, because only then could it be reliably used in a match. A probability under 100% was an opening. In Fang Rui's hands, Doubtful Demon hadn't learned this skill. But now that Lin Feng had changed Doubtful Demon to a battle thief, he had clearly added the points to this skill to max it out. Before the sky-piercing strike landed, Doubtful Demon had already activated escape, so this attack was forcibly negated, and now Lin Feng cleanly rushed to attack. An expected choice. Fang Rui was still nagging, but Boundless Sea had already easily avoided Doubtful Demon. He'd expected Doubtful Demon's skill choice, and so he'd had ample preparation for this current situation. Boundless Sea, who'd activated Chi Flowing Cloud to easily avoid Doubtful Demon's attack, pushed out his palm to send the Chi that had gathered flying toward Doubtful Demon. Flash Burst. Directly using such a powerful attack was a common technique of Fang Rui's dirty playing Chi Master, very different from the classical Chi Master style. Most Chi Masters played in a very standard way, using small attacks for a bit of damage and containment, and once they'd grasped the rhythm, they'd unleash a powerful attack. And for Fang Rui, he used his dirty playing to create the opportunity to use such a powerful attack. Dirty tactics, dirty movement, dirty attack timing. This flash burst was the result of combining all of the previous dirty playing methods. Under countless exclamations from the crowd of "too dirty," this palm hit Doubtful Demon. The chi spread around Doubtful Demon damaged him like crazy. Evidently, Fang Rui didn't hold back even as he attacked this character that had been with him for 5 years. One brutal blow after another landed, and it seemed that the dirty Boundless Sea wasn't dirty at all right now, as he used standard Chi master attacks and techniques to teach Doubtful Demon a direct and harsh lesson. But the instant that this flurry of attacks ended, Boundless Sea immediately scurried away again, in his usual dirty playing fashion. After adjusting himself, Lin Feng once again lost all trace of Boundless Sea, but this time he wasn't as calm as he was before. Doubtful Demon moved around quickly, changing his position often. As he searched for Boundless Sea, he ensured that he wouldn't be exposed in one position for too long. And so he quickly found Boundless Sea. Or, more accurately, Fang Rui voluntarily made Boundless Sea appear in front of him. A sudden, completely unexpected appearance, it would stun anyone. But coming from Fang Rui, the stadium was once again filled with shouts of "too dirty." Yes, a very dirty appearance, so dirty that Lin Feng was completely unprepared. Countercurrent. Boundless Sea used the lowest level knock-up attack, the most long-range knock-up skill among all classes. Doubtful Demon was unwillingly sent into the air by the chi waves that Boundless Sea sent out, and naturally he became a perfect target for mid-air attacks. The skills to escape these attacks wouldn't have very short cooldowns, and they hadn't restored yet, so Lin Feng could only himself search for ways to escape the opponent's attacks. But Fang Rui was truly too familiar with thieves, even if this was a battle thief. Lin Feng struggled to steady his heart as he carefully observed, and finally, he discovered that Boundless Sea had already completely finished his series of attacks. Lin Feng's heart sank into helplessness. Fang Rui was the previous user of Doubtful Demon, the one whom he had replaced in Wind Howl. If he could win this match, then for Lin Feng it would be a powerful way to cement his place in the team. But who knew that Lin Feng suffered so much psychological pressure from Fang Rui? Lin Feng wasn't Tang Hao, nor was he Zhao Yuzhe. The person he was facing now was, to him, the king amongst them thieves. Lin Feng was a player from Season 7. He'd ultimately chosen to become an unusual type of thief, a battle thief. He had never explained to anyone his reason for choosing battle thief. In reality, he chose to play as a battle thief only because he felt that he needed to open a different path. He felt that, in the standard thief style, Fang Rui had already achieved the ultimate level, and he himself had no way of surpassing that. But even though he had taken an uncommon path with his thief, he still hadn't been able to reach a position to rival Fang Rui. And now, Fang Rui changed classes to Chi Master. He was no longer that king amongst thieves, and because of this Lin Feng could relax significantly. But after being completely smothered by Fang Rui twice now, Lin Feng had no way of relaxing. He discovered that even though Fang Rui was no longer the king of thieves, he could still deal with any thief player with ease, no matter whether it was a dirty-playing, trap-laying thief, or a battle thief like him. There was no way to win. After recognizing this point, Lin Feng lost all his fighting spirit. This wasn't an on-the-spot realization, but a conclusion he'd reached years before when comparing himself to this king of thieves. And now, even if Fang Rui had changed classes, this conclusion hadn't changed. Doubtful Demon turned into this because of you, it's really too ugly. As Fang Rui sent a final message, Boundless Sea sent a final attack. Lin Feng, this battle thief player, couldn't reach the height of a king, but Wind Howl didn't need a dirty playing thief. And thus this king character among thieves finally fell. Chapter 1276. Behind you. Happy progressed one level further in the group arena. It seemed that Fang Rui had achieved these two victories very easily, so easily that it was almost scary. After 2 battles, Boundless Sea had only lost 17% of his health. This was the pace to a 1v3. The crowd took a while to process this, but when Wind Howl's Lin Feng exited the player booth and left the stage with his head lowered, the crowd finally recovered and suddenly exploded with cheers. He still had 83% health left, and Wind Howl's god Tang Hao had already appeared in the individual competition. There was a big chance for a 1v3 in this group arena today. The crowd looked toward Wind Howl's player area. Who would be Wind Howl's group arena anchor? After several moments, the shouting in the stadium seemed to quiet down a bit, as Wind Howl's anchor stood up, Liu Hao. Liu Hao had entered the All-Stars this season, meaning that his popularity wasn't bad. More importantly, this was City H, and 1 year prior this was still Liu Hao's home stadium. Much of the crowd today had come here in the past and watched his matches in person. Seeing Liu Hao come on stage, everyone hesitated. Yesterday's teammate becoming today's opponent, this was what players had to face. Yesterday's idol becoming today's obstacle, this was what fans had to face. At this sort of time, the crowd's mood would become very complex, and the hopes for a 1v3 were pulled back. This was the cruelty of the professional league, occasionally leaping out to bite. Liu Hao's steps were firm as he walked toward the stage, and he even paid tribute to the crowd, waving his hand toward them. As an away team player, this was practically asking for contempt, but Liu Hao evidently knew that his relationship with this crowd was different. His attitude actually won over quite a bit of the crowd. Toward this away team player, the home crowd actually gave him some applause. But Liu Hao was nowhere near as confident as he appeared. They'd already lost 2 players, and they'd only taken down 17% of the opponent's health. If Howl wanted to win, he would have to accomplish a 1v3. Liu Hao didn't have such dreams. In his view, this was already a group arena that Howl had no way of winning. To him, what he absolutely needed to do was defeat Fang Rui, at least prevent the other side from completing a 1v3. Otherwise, it would simply be far too embarrassing for both him and Howl as a whole. But this opponent still had 83% health. Liu Hao's mood was a bit heavy. As soon as he entered the player booth, that air of confidence and elegance he'd projected for the crowd instantly vanished. He carefully examined the state of the keyboard, mouse, and other such things, before finally logging on. The third battle of the group arena began. Happy still had Fang Rui, but Howl was already on their third and final player. Now that I'm here, if I don't 1v3, everyone will be so disappointed. When the battle began, Fang Rui already boldly expressed this. Ha ha, what a nice imagination. Liu Hao replied. But you're even more screwed. You'll have to 1v3 if you want to win this group arena, right? Fang Rui said. Liu Hao couldn't say anything. Just now, he had wanted to use his words to draw the crowd's attention to the question of whether or not Fang Rui could 1v3. With this, if he won and blocked Fang Rui's 1v3, he could be put in the role of a victor. Howl would still lose the group arena, but everyone would put the blame on the first 2 players for not doing well, and he, who stopped Fang Rui's 1v3, would still have a bit of the air of a hero. But who would have expected Fang Rui to be so quick with his words? With one sentence, he exposed the truth of the difficult situation he was in. Just defeat Fang Rui? That was far from enough. Right now, he was the one who actually bore the heavy responsibility of completing a 1v3. Liu Hao's plan of diverting the crowd's attention hadn't even been implemented before Fang Rui shattered it. How about it? 1v3, have any confidence? I can say that I sure do. Fang Rui was still chatting away. Not only had Liu Hao's goal of redirection failed, Fang Rui was forcing everyone's attention onto this issue of 1v3 like crazy. He had confidence? Of course he did. 83% challenging 100%, any player in this position would be extremely motivated. But Liu Hao? 100% against 283%? His heart was broken. 1v3? In your dreams. Liu Hao was helpless. He could only continue to present himself as someone who would stop a 1v3, and not someone who had to carry out a 1v3. I should say in your dreams. Or is it that you don't even have these dreams? If that's the case, I say, stop wasting time and just GG. Fang Rui said. Now that their conversation had reached this point, it was practically grinding away Liu Hao's spine. This was Happy's home stadium, but there were a number of die-hard Howl fans following along with the team. They couldn't bear to see such mockery anymore. In such a situation, they could understand if Liu Hao lost the match, but ultimately everyone still had a sliver of hope for a miracle. Seeing Fang Rui's attack now, Howl's fans instantly exploded. They hoped that their vice-captain Liu Hao, upon whom the team had heavily relied this season, would fight back for them, initiate a powerful counterattack 1v3 in this happy stadium and humiliate the opponents. 1v3. Wind Howl's diehard fans became fired up, cheering and yelling encouragement for their vice-captain. But instantly, their shouts overlapped with the 1v3 shouts from the happy fans. Wind Howl's shouts were a bit more vigorous and exuberant, as they wished so desperately to see this humiliation. But with their shouts, Happy's fans couldn't sit still. The battle was already at this point and they still wanted to see a 1v3? Ridiculous! And so, Happy's shouts of 1v3 reached a new peak, attacking the Wind Howl fans. There were more of them, and so they quickly smothered the away team fans. But Wind Howl refused to yield. Even if their sound was drowned out, it wouldn't stop them from continuing to shout. This was their trust and hope in Liu Hao and Wind Howl. Liu Hao, sitting in the player booth, had no idea. If he did know, he probably wouldn't be moved, he would probably start crying from the motivation of these fans. 1v3? Can't everyone be logical here? How was he supposed to 1v3 under these conditions? The opponent's first player still had 83% health. Liu Hao didn't know, and so he didn't think that much right now. He only prepared to defeat Fang Rui, at least stop Happy from 1v3ing, and then he would definitely be understood by the fans. He had no idea that, because of Fang Rui's trash talk, Wind Howl's fans had already expressed even higher expectations for him. As the two of them bickered through the chat, they were already approaching. Fang Rui continued to play dirty, and there was no sign of Boundless Sea. After watching 2 matches, Liu Hao had already grasped a few key points of Fang Rui's usage of this map. Right now, he paid close attention as he moved his character, choosing positions carefully. For now, he hadn't found Boundless Sea, but Fang Rui also couldn't find a good chance to attack. The two were at a stalemate. What's wrong, still not attacking? Can't find an opportunity? If you continue to hide like this, watch out for a yellow card. Liu Hao also began a trash talk offensive. I'm right behind you, Fang Rui said. Ha ha. Liu Hao wasn't that naive. I really am right behind you, Fang Rui still said. Behind you. Behind you. Fang Rui suddenly channeled Huang Shaoqian and actually continued to spam these 2 words non-stop in the chat. Liu Hao was irritated, but the more irritated he was, the more he didn't dare to turn his character around. The more Fang Rui yelled this, the more he felt that the danger would come from anywhere but behind him. Liu Hao carefully controlled his character to move, looking left and right. But there was no sign of Boundless Sea, only Boundless Sea spam. Behind you. Behind you. Liu Hao suddenly felt nervous. This guy, with his non-stop spamming, was he actually going to launch a sneak attack from behind, but using reverse psychology to make him too scared to look behind him? I'll take a look. Just one glance, fast, nothing will happen. Liu Hao once again carefully checked in front of him and to the left and right, and then with a sudden flick of his mouse, his camera view quickly spun around, scanning the surroundings behind him. No Boundless Sea. Liu Hao let out a breath, and his view quickly returned to the original position. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. At this moment, Boundless Sea attacked. His position had indeed been right behind Liu Hao's character. How could such a fast glance be enough to check behind all the possible spots of cover? Fang Rui, as soon as Liu Hao finished glancing around and let himself relax, launched his charged Spirit Reaches to the rainbow. Chi energy was silent, but the charged Spirit Reaches to the rainbow carried the character with it. The sound of the air colliding and splitting around him instantly resounded. Liu Hao instantly smelled that something was wrong. He didn't even bother turning around again, he just directly had his character roll and dodge. With his fluctuating mood, going from tense to relaxed to suddenly tense again, his controls would naturally be unsteady. Fang Rui seized this one moment. The Spirit Reaches to the rainbow carried the chi and the character blasting forward. The rolling spellblade, Liu Hao's character Absent Sun, was directly hit by this attack. It was very rare to see blood from a chi master attack. Bright red sprayed from Absent Sun's mouth. This was typically the sign of heavy internal injuries. The attack didn't stop there. Fang Rui continued with his familiar flurry of brutal and powerful attacks, and Absent Sun's initial 17% lead was quickly erased. The cheers of the happy fans reached a new high. For the fans to put in the effort, they had to see the players' results. Only a beautiful performance could ultimately ignite the fan support. Fang Rui slaughtered his way toward a 1v3. Liu Hao? Everyone saw how he was sent spinning in circles from Fang Rui's trash talk attack. Not openly mocking him too much was already a sign of his special relationship to this crowd. But even if the fans were nostalgic, Fang Rui was already continuing his trash talking. I said so many times that I was behind you, why didn't you believe me? How many times do you want me to say it? Give me a number. Fang Rui continued to enrich the contents of the chat channel. Chapter 1277. The greatest margin in history. Fang Rui's trash talk was brazenly thrown into the public chat, but his character Boundless Sea. After completing this combo of attacks and discovering that Liu Hao had adjusted fairly quickly, he didn't continue with the opportunity and instantly tried to retreat. Don't run. Liu Hao very heroically yelled this in the chat to show that he hadn't been beaten senseless by Fang Rui. As soon as his spellblade Absent Sun stood steady on the ground, he sent out an earthquake sword. Unfortunately, Boundless Sea had already rolled away, hiding himself behind a giant boulder over there. The opponent was the master of playing dirty, so of course Liu Hao didn't dare have Absent Sun directly chase him. His character moved horizontally first, pulling enough of a distance between them before charging towards that direction. As expected, Boundless Sea was indeed gathering chi behind that boulder, but when he saw that Liu Hao was prepared, he could only helplessly give up the attack. So careful. Scared. Fang Rui said in the chat. If you're a man, then stop running. Liu Hao shouted. Can't. I'm very scared of you. Fang Rui's reply seemed quite refreshing, but anyone could tell that this was a joke. Words that might otherwise be welcoming to hear sounded mocking from him. And Fang Rui's actions followed his words. As he spoke, he had Boundless Sea move away. He clearly had no intentions of fighting Liu Hao directly. But even though he ran away, he didn't run too far away. He continued to circle around the boulder, as though prepared to go around and around with Liu Hao. This sort of technique was a bit cheap, but coming from a dirty player, everyone thought it was very reasonable. Liu Hao was sorely tempted to use a wave formation to cover that whole area, but he also feared that while he was casting, Boundless Sea would suddenly jump out and ambush him. After deliberating for a while, Absent Sun came forward, but he didn't chase. He only crept a bit closer to the rock, checking his left and the right, his hand on his short sword, ready to act at a moment's notice. Liu Hao was prepared to sit here and wait for his target. Whether Fang Rui continued to circle around clockwise, or suddenly reverse and go counterclockwise, he would just wait here. But he waited, and there was no trace of Boundless Sea. Fang Rui's trash talk popped up in the match channel yet again. Hey, what's going on? How come you're not chasing me? Didn't you tell me not to run? Liu Hao felt like spitting blood. This guy, did he just leave after circling around the boulder? And now, had he already circled around behind him? Liu Hao was just about to turn around in a hurry, but in that instant, he was suddenly alert. He had been carefully watching his left and the right. He felt that in this short span of time, there was no way that Fang Rui could have controlled Boundless Sea to circle behind him without his noticing. He almost fooled me. Liu Hao huffed a breath. But he couldn't guess Fang Rui's plans right now. Was he trying to use his words to paralyze him, and actually taking a very long path to circle around him? Or was he still hiding behind that boulder, prepared to launch an attack on him? Liu Hao couldn't wait around like this forever. He had Absent Sun move back away from the boulder, using the same strategy as before to pull apart the distance, and then use this increased field of view to check behind the boulder. He immediately saw that indeed, Boundless Sea was hiding right behind the boulder, his hands cupped before him, gathering chi again, waiting to sneak attack. This bastard! Liu Hao was furious. This was an exact repeat of what had just happened before. Good thing he stayed calm, otherwise who knew what could have happened. Fang Rui? His same strategy was once again broken by the opponent. He simply tossed a "Hey, you found me again" into the chat, and then twisted and continued to circle clockwise around the boulder. Liu Hao was about to go crazy. Who the fuck designed this map? Throwing this stupid goddamned rock right here. It gives opportunities to these kinds of guys, and the quality of matches goes way down. Of course Liu Hao thought this way, but the live audience was swimming in a sea of amusement. Perhaps this match wasn't thrilling or intense to draw people in, but they burst into laughter watching this teasing situation. And now, Fang Rui was doing the same thing for the third time. How would Liu Hao respond? Absent Sun raised his short sword and began to cast Electric Wave Formation. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had circled around behind the boulder, meaning that he, too, could only guess at Liu Hao's actions. Only in the final instant of a wave formation cast was there any sound, and this time, Liu Hao bet that the opponent wouldn't anticipate this. His bet was correct. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea didn't reveal himself. The accumulated electricity on Absent Sun's sword ultimately condensed into spheres on the surface of the boulder before him. By the time the zapping sounds were audible, the electric sphere were already formed. With a flash, they were released, flowing all around. If there was a target, they would automatically lock on; if not, they would wander about freely. Liu Hao was, after all, a spellblade who had entered the All-Stars. Even if he didn't see the target, from the flow of electricity he could draw many conclusions. No target. Liu Hao was shocked. This meant that Boundless Sea wasn't in range for the wave formation, then his position now, it must be. Liu Hao's mind quickly outlined the range of electric wave formation. His gaze settled on the scenery in front of him, and Absent Sun rushed forward. His view widened as he pulled away, and indeed there was no sign of Boundless Sea, but there. Behind the boulder, there was a crack just large enough to fit one person, looking like a collection of shadows. Liu Hao's pupil contracted. As an expert spellblade, he was very clear on the quirks of all the spellblade skills. If there was such a crack in range of an electric wave formation, there was a high chance that a character could hide there and avoid damage. Liu Hao wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this map, but did this boulder really hide such a detail? Liu Hao wasn't sure. But now, he saw this, and immediately guessed that Boundless Sea must be right there. Unfortunately, it was already too late. This time, he hadn't made any preparations or calculated out any space before having Absent Sun charge forward to check behind the boulder. Seeing that crack, in the time it took for his brain to click 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 and flash through these thoughts, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had already attacked. Liu Hao had guessed correctly. Boundless Sea was right there. Landmine quake. Only Fang Rui's hands exposed themselves from the crack, and by the time they were exposed they'd already slapped against the ground. Chi spread along the earth, and Absent Sun had no time to dodge and was sent flying into the air. Boundless Sea no longer played dirty, shooting out like an arrow, his body like wind, carrying chi and slamming into Absent Sun's body. Another combo of powerful attacks. Absent Sun's health slid downwards, and the happy fans in the crowd whooshed alive with applause. 1v3, they continued to scream, and Wind Howl's fans had already shut their mouths. The vice-captain in whom they trusted and believed didn't seem to stand much of a chance against this dirter-playing Fang Rui. This was entirely like the first and second battles, with Fang Rui firmly in control of the battle rhythm. If this continued, it wouldn't even be a question of victory, it would be, this time, by how large of a margin would Fang Rui win this 1v3? Up until now, Boundless Sea hadn't even lost any health yet in this third battle, while Absent Sun's health had plummeted. Boundless Sea's 83% health was now in the lead. And completing a 1v3 also often involved the problem of running out of mana, but it seemed that Boundless Sea was fine on that end as well. Fang Rui's attacks were simply too efficient. When he attacked, his attacks were always effective, so his mana usage was very efficient. He had plenty of mana left to finish this battle. But for the audience, all they cared about was victory, they couldn't care about such details right now. Those in the live crowd, those watching online, they watched as Fang Rui went back and forth with his harassment, ultimately grinding Liu Hao's absent son to death. Liu Hao did display some of the skill befitting an all-star, taking away 15% of Boundless Sea's health, a better performance than the previous two Wind Howl players, but that was all. 1v3 completed, 32% health lost. This was the final answer Fang Rui gave. The stadium hollered and cheered, not resting even as Fang Rui came down offstage and returned to his seat in Happy's player area. 1v3, Happy's Tang Ru had once wanted to do this, and failed, but now, her teammate Fang Rui accomplished it. Many of the reporters at the stadium were so excited they couldn't even sit still. They could hardly wait for the match to finish, they wanted desperately to interview right there. But of course they knew that this was impossible, so most reporters calmed down, flipping through their data and making preparations for the interviews post-match. In the midst of this, Chang Xian of Esports Home, after looking through every single 1v3 in 10 years of group arena matches, he finally confirmed that Fang Rui had set a new record. The record for the greatest margin in a 1v3 victory. 32% health lost. This result beat out the previous record set by Wang Jieshi in Season 4, 52% health lost, by a solid 20%. It had to be emphasized was that Fang Rui was the first to appear in the group arena. With 32% health, he defeated 3 opponents at 100% health. And Wang Jieshi at the time had been third in the group arena, the anchor. Even though the total reversal had been more exciting, no matter what, he was inferior both in terms of how much health he knocked away and in terms of how much he had remaining. Fang Rui's record here was solid gold. It would be very, very difficult to surpass. And the method he used to set this record was also worth remembering. He hadn't used an overwhelming advantage to slaughter the opponents all the way until the end. These 3 battles had all taken some time, they'd been played rather slowly. Fang Rui played dirty to create an abnormal efficiency. This sort of attack efficiency wasn't something that could be replicated by those hard-hitting players. When they directly collided with their opponents, there was inevitably some exchange, and the health that they ultimately sacrificed wouldn't be so low. Playing dirty, the style that had received so many cold gazes, finally entered the history books with this record. History's greatest margin of victory for a 1v3 was created by playing dirty. This was Fang Rui's victory, and a victory for the dirty playstyle he'd persisted in using even after changing classes to Chi Master. Chapter 1278. Mid-match break Wind Howl. A historic record. The majority of people who cared about this record were reporters. The viewers cared more about the feeling of a 10-0. Happy just needed to win the upcoming team competition. The 1v3 chants in the group arena were replaced by 10-0s. The loyal fans who followed Wind Howl all the way to their away game were in low spirits. Liu Hao being dominated by Fang Rui wasn't a small blow to them. They had originally been hoping for Liu Hao to turn the tables with an astonishing 1v3 and show them their team's might. But they couldn't see any sort of fighting spirit in their vice-captain. Liu Hao looked completely lost facing Fang Rui's dirty tricks. Wind Howl's fans were quiet, very quiet. Seeing the excited cheers from Happy's fans, they felt an unpleasant taste in their mouths. This exhilaration should have belonged to them. Because Fang Rui, didn't he used to be part of Team Wind Howl? Despite having switched classes to a Chi Master, his style was still very familiar to Wind Howl's loyal fans. This was someone who had used to bring them joy, and now? The Wind Howl banners created by the fans always flew in the air whether it was Wind Howl's home or away game, but right now, it seemed to be thrown aside, drooping in disappointment. Wind Howl's flag bearer looked dispirited. The others weren't worried about him though, because they knew that Fang Rui had been this person's favorite player. Fang Rui had been hard for him, and now, seeing Fang Rui complete a 1v3 against Wind Howl produced a feeling he couldn't describe with words. How would the upcoming team competition go? Team Wind Howl's loyal fans were unexpectedly feeling doubtful towards their own team. Their captain and core, Tang Hao. The new generation Zhao Yuzhe who they had high hopes for. Lin Feng who they wanted to inherit Doubtful Demon. The super value Liu Hao who the team had gotten at an amazing price. In the individual competition and group arena, they seemed to have been crushed by opponents on an entirely different level than them. With these people making up the team, how could they hope to beat Happy? Wind Howl's teamwork wasn't anything too praiseworthy. Wind Howl's own fans knew this point better than anyone else. As for Happy? Starting from round 9, their team had yet to lose a single round. Was Happy a team their Wind Howl could beat? The fans were doubtful that their team could win this match, doubtful of their team's claim to be the champions this season. Wind Howl's win record this season wasn't as stable as last season's. Didn't the team say they would form an all-new team more compatible than before after letting Fang Rui go? An all-new team? Wind Howl could see it. The team had given up on the dirty style. The dirty tricks from before had turned into a more aggressive offensive. Perhaps this style was more like a champion's. Apart from Blue Rain's deviation from the norm, the other champion teams had all given off this sort of grand aura. Wind Howl was trying hard to construct this aura, but did it really fit them? The former criminal partners had never considered themselves as the strongest duo in the alliance, but the fans always felt steady with them there. No matter how much of a crisis the team was in, they would always be confident about their team. But now? The team's win record was worse than last season's. The team was still within the playoff zone, but how could they not be nervous about why? The current Wind Howl made them feel like there was something missing. This sort of mystery feeling really didn't feel good. Wind Howl's most loyal fans were pacing back and forth. Wind Howl's players were also in low spirits. In the individual competition, their core player Tang Hao was crushed by Yi Xiu and then their other 2 players lost as well. In the group arena, the team sent 3 strong players, but their former teammate Fang Rui took all of them down with just 2/3 of his health. How humiliating! The player you let go just casually cleaned up 3 players you had cultivated with the utmost care. Right now, the first thoughts that came to their mind were classic idioms like have eyes but cannot see, or buying a wooden box and returning the pearls. Team Wind Howl's players felt this embarrassment the most. What should they do? Beating their opponents would obviously be the greatest retaliation. However, Wind Howl's players had been beaten one after the other. It seemed like they couldn't break free from their losses. Only the remaining second-string players on the side busily circling around and around. What's going on? Have you guys gone stupid from losing? Finally, someone spoke up. Ruan Yongbin. Wind Howl's Cleric. Healers were never replaced in any team, so their status in the team was always relatively high. In addition to healers being rarely transferred, healers almost always held seniority. Ruan Yongbin had been a part of Team Wind Howl for nearly 6 years. He had joined the team alongside Fang Rui. When Fang Rui left, Ruan Yongbin became Team Wind Howl's most senior member. He was the type of player who obeyed orders and didn't like to talk too much. However, seeing how the team's morale had been shaken and how the main players all looked like they had been swatted down like flies, he couldn't resist it anymore and finally spoke out. Healers were only needed in the team competition, so the outcome of the individual rounds never impacted them as much as the others. They could always maintain a rational mind and watch from afar the morale of their teammates rise up and down in the individual rounds. As a result, for the most important team competition, a level-headed healer could always act as a stabilizing force for the team. But unfortunately, Ruan Yongbin spoke too rarely in Wind Howl. He didn't fully utilize the special existence brought by his class's speciality. Everyone looked at him when he suddenly spoke out. Their eyes were completely filled with confusion. They didn't look like they had been enlightened in any way. The team competition hasn't been fought yet. Half the points are waiting to be taken by us. We can do this. Ruan Yongbin tried his best to say words that he wasn't used to. Anyone could say this though. The logic was obvious. What was needed was a wake-up call to break apart the doubt formed in the players during the individual rounds. However, Ruan Yongbin's wake-up call didn't have enough power behind it. He was talking, and everyone was looking at him, but his morale? Their morale hadn't been ignited. Only Liu Hao clapped his hands and squeezed out a smile. Yongbin, you're right. The match isn't over yet. We still have 5 points to take. Why does everyone look like we've already lost? Liu Hao was the vice-captain. His popularity among the fans this season wasn't bad. His relations with other people in the team weren't bad either. His words were clearly more effective than Ruan Yongbin's. Ruan Yongbin let out a sigh of relief and looked at Liu Hao with gratitude. He was glad that their vice-captain could maintain a level head and look at the match with reason. Liu Hao had a smile filled with reason on the surface, but inside, he was feeling extremely annoyed. After walking off stage, he saw the expressions of his teammates and the silence from Wind Howl's loyal fans and knew his performance had disgusted quite a few people. However, Liu Hao's strength was his practically cruel ability to fake it. He could cover his true feelings well and then push the most suitable attitude for the situation onto the surface. As a result, he had been depressed and silent along with the other players. But when Ruan Yongbin spoke out while the others didn't respond, he could force himself and wake himself up. He acted like a vice-captain and started encouraging the others following Ruan Yongbin's example. Look, our fans who traveled so far to support us are feeling bitter and in low spirits. How could we disappoint them? Everyone, hurry up and get your spirits up. Let's get our Wind Howl's banner flying into the air again. We lost quite a few points, but it's just 5 points. Next, if we win just this upcoming team competition, we can win 5 points. Then, the score will be 5-5. Is that a loss? No. If the away team wins 5 points, shouldn't that be considered a win? Right now, we still have a chance to win. Liu Hao put up his thumbs and emphasized that they just needed to win this team competition. What bullshit! Wind Howl's captain, Tang Hao, suddenly interrupted Liu Hao very rudely. Let alone 5 points, if we can win even 1 more point, we can't give it up. Tang Hao grit his teeth. Captain Tang is right, we can't back down even if it was just 1 point. Liu Hao didn't appear to be unhappy with Tang Hao interrupting him. Instead, he immediately agreed with Tang Hao. Tang Hao had raised the team's morale to the peak. Let's go beat them. Tang Hao shouted, don't tell me you're willing to let a certain someone slap our faces. It was obvious who he was pointing to. Taking a former hero of Wind Howl and pinning him as the enemy was a bit ugly. When an old veteran of the team like Ruan Yongbin heard these words, his expression turned unnatural. Ling Jingyan and Fang Rui had left the team peacefully, but how could those inside the team not understand? This had nothing to do with what was right or wrong. It was the choice for the team to grow. For this choice, the team should feel sympathy for those that had been given up. Team Wind Howl shouldn't have these negative feelings towards them. Fang Rui had won the group arena and had embarrassed Wind Howl, but this was competition. There was only victory. Nothing else mattered. It wasn't like they could hope that Fang Rui would throw the match for them. Tang Hao unadorned despise made Ruan Yongbin feel quite unhappy. But what about the other players? Zhao Yuzhe? Lin Feng? They had just been humiliated by Fang Rui. Tang Hao's out-of-line attitude had ignited their fighting spirits. Chapter 1279. Cowards. Win! With Tang Hao's final shout, although the mentality of Wind Howl's players weren't yet in unison, their low morale had reignited to a certain extent. It seems to be quite lively over there at Wind Howl. At Happy's side, the players were finishing up their strategy prep for the team competition. Chen Guo liked to listen on the side, but every time she listened, she would feel dizzy and her attention would run astray. Trying to follow their discussion on strategy was hard. The poor Chen Guo could only look around and noticed Wind Howl suddenly fire up, yelling and shouting fervently. Everyone in Happy had noticed the shouts from over there too, and when they looked at them, they just happened to meet gazes with Wind Howl. Compared to Happy's relaxed and casual glance, Wind Howl seemed to be focused on a certain individual. It looks like our last-minute changes were very necessary, Yi Xiu said. The others looked towards Fang Rui. Happy's changes in the team competition were on Fang Rui. Today, he was the main character. No problem. Fang Rui gave 2 thumbs up to everyone. Then, let's get ready. Yishio nodded his head and said. After the break was over, the referee called for them, and the players participating in the team competition started walking towards the stage. Team Happy, Yishio, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny, and their sixth player, Steamed Bun. Team Wind Howl, Tang Hao, Liu Hao, Zhao Yuzha, Lin Feng, Ron Yonbgin, and their sixth player, Gui Yang. Team Wind Howl's roster had undergone a transformation within these past 2 years. Just looking at the current lineup, apart from Ron Yongbin, no one else in the team had played on the team for 3 years yet. From this perspective, Zhao Yuzha was actually the most experienced among them. Tang Hao and Gui Yang had only been a part of the team for 2 years. Liu Hao and Lin Feng had joined the team last summer. After this season, they would complete their first full year with the team. An entirely new player roster meant a change in Wind Howl's original tactical style, which included their class composition. Both Brawler and Thief were still important, but their stable Knight position gradually fell to a secondary position this season. Liu Hao's Spellblade entered the team. Gui Yang's Chi Master joined the team last season, and his position hadn't been too stable until this season, where he finally became a part of the main roster. Gui Yang rejecting Yishio's invite to join Happy didn't seem to be a bad choice. He had at least established a firm position for himself in Team Wind Howl. Of the total 12 players between the two teams, 3 of the classes were repeats. The Brawlers, Tang Hao and Steamed Bun. The Chi Masters, Fang Rui and Gui Yang. The Clerics, and Wenny and Ron Yongbin. But because Steamed Bun and Gui Yang were the 6th players, the starting lineup only had Clerics as repeats. As a healer class, 2 Clerics weren't anything rare. The 2 teams walked onto the stage and greeted one another. The Wind Howl players, who lost in the individual rounds, clearly wanted revenge. The smell of gunpowder was heavy. The referee watched the 2 teams' players closely. After confirming that neither side said anything out of bounds or made any violent physical contact, he gestured for the players to go to their player booths. The team competition was about to start. Wind Howl's loyal fans had lost all hope, but after noticing how their team had suddenly spirited up, their energy returned too. Wind Howl's banner began flying around in the Shaoshan Stadium again. The needs of the fans were quite simple. They didn't need to see any crazy results. Just their attitude alone was enough to make them feel like their support wasn't wasted. After the countdown, the 2 teams loaded into the map, and the team competition began. The map was the Paley Town Market. Paley Town was a small town in the Glory continent. And this marketplace had been taken straight out of this small town as a map. In reality, around 90% of the Glory PvP maps were taken from places on the Glory continent. The map's design already existed, so when taking the map, only its usage needed to be evaluated. The Paley Town Market was considered a city map. Streets, different height buildings, and indoor and outdoor playable areas were common in these maps. The Paley Town Market had relatively fewer outdoor areas. Just the market plaza took up nearly half the map. This plaza wasn't just an empty field, and the market naturally had all sorts of booths and goods scattered around. The durability of these goods were rather low though, so the entire market could be seen as destructible. The starting 5 characters of the 2 teams spawned at opposing corners. Happy, Unspecialized Lord Grim, Launcher Dancing Rain, Chi Master Boundless Sea, Ghostblade 1-inch Ash, Cleric Little Cold Hands. Wind Howl, Brawler Demon Subduer, Spellblade Absent Sun, Elementalist Beautiful Light, Thief Doubtful Demon, and Cleric Soul Healer. As soon as the match began, Wind Howl displayed their reinstated spirits. The entire team went into formation and ran straight for the center of the map. The Wind Howl fans nowadays were no stranger to this scene, but in the past, when the criminal partners were there, Wind Howl rarely chose such a direct opening. However, the current Wind Howl would almost always rush at their opponents to crush them no matter who their opponents were. In truth, the fans had also liked this sort of bearing in the beginning. Who didn't like to see their team destroy the opponents? In the first 5 rounds this season, Wind Howl had crushed everything in their path, dominating their opponents each round. However, their opponents these 5 rounds were conquering Cloud, Radiant, Lightly, Bright Green, and Miracle, not a single one of them were strong teams. Wind Howl's beautiful opening was somewhat stifled by their schedule. In round 6, Wind Howl faced Samsara. Their momentum suddenly hit an iron wall. Then, in round 7, they were decimated in the team competition by Tyranny. Round 8, wrecked by Blue Rain in the team competition. Round 9, wiped out by 301 in the team competition. Round 10, Wind Howl faced Seaside and swallowed them up. Of these 10 rounds, Wind Howl immediately became the bad name among strong teams. They won against weak teams, but as soon as they met against anyone strong, they crumbled. Luckily, in round 11 and round 12, Wind Howl beat Misty Rain and Void, proving themselves. But in round 13, 100 Blossoms washed them. In round 14, Thunderclap stomped on them again. Round 15, they suffered an embarrassing defeat to Royal Style. Round 16 and round 17, they matched against Heavenly Swords and Parade, and Wind Howl once again stood back up. Wind Howl was among the top 8 because they were clearly superior to the weaker teams, not losing points they shouldn't be losing. However, as soon as they faced anyone even a tiny bit strong, their team instantly collapsed. Were they a strong team? Right now, this title had been knocked off of Wind Howl. Players were calling them cowards, their knees turning soft as soon as they encountered a strong team. This round, they had run into a strong opponent after bullying 2 weak teams. It was time to prove that they weren't cowards. But right now, the team had been swept clean in the individual rounds. If they lost the team competition, they would have 0 points. It wasn't possible to go any lower than that. Even so, Team Wind Howl displayed their usual tyrannical and dominating bearing. The 5 characters formed a standard offensive formation and headed straight for the center, the Paley Town Market Plaza. With the plaza taking up half of the map, all sorts of booths and goods were scattered and smashed apart. Even the player cameras became messy. Zhao Yuzhe received an order and immediately had his beautiful light jump towards a pile of bags to the side. With a few hops, he reached the top, and before he could look down carefully, gunshots rang. The gunshots were loud and clear. Wind Howl instantly figured out the general location of the gunfire and immediately pushed towards that direction, including Beautiful Light, who had jumped onto the pile of bags to lure in the attacks. Zhao Yuzhe's offensive prowess was exceptional. As soon as the gunshots rang, he quickly adjusted his character's line of sight and instantly teleported in that direction. He escaped and pushed forward. The one being attacked instead became the attacker. How fierce! At this moment, the dirty Master Fang Rui's trash talk popped up mysteriously in the chat. Wind Howl's offensive had considered the surroundings too. Seeing the sudden trash talk, the 5 characters split the work and surveyed the surroundings to ascertain Fang Rui's position. However, he wasn't there. There was only one person in their sights, Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. An ambush! In this situation, anyone would have thought that. Lord Grim was just bait. Happy's other characters were probably lying in wait in this complicated terrain. However, Wind Howl didn't retreat. Continue forward. To be able to set up such an ambush this quickly meant they didn't bring their healer. It was a very logical deduction. Wind Howl had rushed here very fast, but if Happy could set up an ambush before they arrived, it could only mean that Happy had let go of the healer, who would slow down the team. An ambush without a healer? What's there to be scared of? Wind Howl's captain Tang Hao thought like this, so their momentum didn't falter. Liu Hao had his misgivings though. He had wanted them to slow down a bit and be more cautious, but seeing Tang Hao's firmness, he didn't much more of it and followed along with his captain's pace. But at this moment, a spinning blaze of fire fell towards the center of Wind Howl's formation. Heat-seeking missile. Dodge! Liu Hao typed a warning instinctively. His absent son scrambled for his life towards outside of this heat-seeking missile's range. Tang Hao's demon subduer raised his arms and threw a brick, which looked weak, in comparison to the missile. However, a brick was still much bigger than a bullet, so it was much easier to hit a target with it. And as it turned out, the heat-seeking missile was smacked aside by the brick. None of the other Wind Howl players had moved. Only Liu Hao's absent son had sped out of there. Seeing the danger averted, his face turned burning hot, though he didn't forget to call out in the public chat, "Our captain is mighty. If you've got the time to spout useless words, why don't you use it on moving your character instead?" The praise that he had typed into the public chat was only met with Yishio's disdain. Chapter 1280. Not focused enough. Liu Hao's eyes twitched a few times, and even a few old fans of Team Excellent Era felt some déjà vu at that moment. Yishio, Liu Hao, this pair of old teammates had already become enemies, but their back and forth in the public chattel was reminiscent of their time back in Excellent Era. Liu Hao would never forget the icy contempt that Yishio showed towards his well-meaning compliment. To Liu Hao, calling out a beautiful play by a teammate was a way of boosting the morale of the team, but Yishio maintained that his praise was too excessive. Praise was also a form of encouragement. Who would feel that such things were excessive? On top of that, it wasn't as if he didn't have any situational awareness. He'd never left an opening because of it, so wasn't it fine? But even if this was the case, Yishio still maintained that he wasn't focused enough. Yes, not focused enough, this was the flaw that Yishio always pointed out when it came to Liu Hao. From the time he became a player in Team Excellent Era, to the time when he became vice-captain of Excellent Era. If you've got the time to spout useless words, why don't you use it on moving your character instead? When he saw this line, Liu Hao was infuriated. He hadn't delayed his inputs at all due to these few words that he'd typed. What did Yishio expect from him? Liu Hao exploded with fury, and Absent Sun pounced towards Lord Grimm more violently than anyone else. He was originally someone who could control his emotions well, but deep in every person's heart, they had certain inviolable taboos. These words that Yishio said had effectively stabbed at a scar that had lasted many years. In the past, he could only brood about it silently, but now, he could finally use his actions on the battlefield to speak for himself. He wanted to tell Yishio, controlling or not controlling your character for a moment isn't anything important. Earthquake sword. Absent Sun swept out with his sword, directly destroying a merchant stall in front of him. Upon clearing this path for himself, Absent Sun trampled on the wreckage and charged forwards. Demon Subduer and Doubtful Demon, the two strongest characters in Wind Howl, followed behind Absent Sun and advanced through the trail of wreckage. Once upon a time, they had been called the Criminal Partners, but now, this name was on the verge of becoming history. In the Alliance's voting for Best Partner, these two characters that had fought side by side for so many years weren't even grouped together. Being partners wasn't something that could be achieved simply by being in the same team. If not, the best partner selection would be selecting an entire team of 5 people at once. Partnership wasn't something that the Alliance had ever clearly defined, but going by the results of previous years, these partners were usually the pair of core players in a team who had the most rapport, and their teamwork had to be extremely outstanding. In today's Wind Howl, Demon Subduer was a core character, just as before, and he was just as outstanding as before, but Doubtful Demon's place in the team had gotten weaker and weaker. Brawler and Thief, this pair was no longer the centerpiece to Wind Howl's play style. Nowadays, who stood beside Demon Subduer as his greatest helper? Fire Wave Formation. Absent Sun slashed out again, directly cutting a path through the obstacles in his way. After sending out consecutive skills, Absent Sun's movement slowed down. Demon Subduer overtook him from the side, stepped in the middle of the flames of Fire Wave Formation and charged forward. An extremely beautiful covering play. Anyone would admit as much. The timing of Fire Wave Formation and the charge of Demon Subduer was coordinated beautifully, and the enveloping blaze gave Demon Subduer a temporary layer of protection. At this time, anyone who wanted to attack him from close range would first have to suffer the damage of Fire Wave Formation. But if it was from a long range? Boom boom boom. 3 shots sounded out, and Su Muqing's dancing rain once again joined the fray. When the heat-seeking missile had been sent out earlier, everyone in Wind Howl had more or less figured out her position. She was very far away, and as such, was unsuitable as a breakthrough point, so everyone continued to focus on Lord Grimm. As for Su Muqing's continued harassment from afar, Wind Howl could be said to have foreseen it. When the cannon shots rang out, Zhao Yuja's beautiful light had already pointed with his staff, instantly creating an ice wall at the side of the Fire Wave Formation. The brilliant combination of fire and ice gave Demon Subduer complete protection from all sides. The anti-tank missiles that Dancing Rain fired over were a low-level skill, without enough power to shatter the ice wall, and if Su Muqing were to use another skill, Demon Subduer's charge would have been completed. Following the Flames of Fire wave formation, Demon Subduer had rushed close to Lord Grim, and reached the effective range for a brawler's control skills. Sand Toss. Demon Subduer flicked his wrist and threw the skill out. Lord Grim simply opened his umbrella to block the attack. Screensaver. When Lord Grim opened the Myriad Manifestation umbrella, everyone immediately thought of this point. The Myriad Manifestation umbrella's shield form was so large it was borderline criminal, to the point where it could not only hide attacks, but could even hide another player who could attack from the side. Tang Hao had obviously seen that there was no one at Lord Grim's side at the time, but he still didn't dare to attack head-on. Instead, he moved horizontally and adjusted his angle of attack, leaving the head-on assault to Liu Hao. Liu Hao quickly grasped his intent, and Absent Sun walked forwards a few steps before attacking. As he directly faced Lord Grim's open umbrella, he sent out an ice wave formation without any hesitation. He was able to maintain a more mid-range distance when fighting, so he didn't have to worry as much about what kind of tricks Yi Xiu was hiding behind that umbrella. At this time, Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon had already activated stealth, creeping behind enemy lines. Even though he was a battle thief, he wouldn't completely abandon the sneaky skills of a thief. What about Zhao Yuzhe? At this time, he had spotted a cargo crate and was controlling Beautiful Light to jump on top of it. When looking down from an elevation, he would have a wider field of view and a larger area which he could attack. When he'd jumped halfway and his field of view had expanded a little, he spotted a ghost blade behind a pile of cargo sacks, the Taikai in his hands already charged with a phantom ghost's power. "Careful, there's a phantom demon!" Zhao Yuzhe shouted as Beautiful Light casted a piercing lightning towards him. But at this time, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash had already completed the cast for his ghost boundary and an ice boundary instantly formed, protecting Lord Grim. Of the 3 characters from Wind Howl that had charged up, 2 were already inside the ice boundary. Tang Hao's reactions were swift, directly using a powerful knee strike to leap out of the ice boundary. On the other hand, Lin Feng was humiliated. After leaving stealth, Doubtful Demon's movements were slowed, and he was unable to escape the sudden ice boundary in time, immediately being frozen into a large ice block. 1-inch ash had successfully casted his ice boundary, but he couldn't avoid Beautiful Light's piercing lightning in time. Piercing lightning hit, and as it did damage, it also informed everyone in Wind Howl of the Phantom Demon's whereabouts. Just as Zhao Yuzhe was preparing to attack once again, there was already cannon fire incoming. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had gotten control over a high vantage point and started to interrupt his attacks. In the team competition, the players would all suppress each other and interrupt attacks, so there was rarely a situation in which a player could capitalize on one successful attack and complete a combo, unlike in the individual competitions. Beautiful Light's attack was interrupted, but Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had already started rushing over to the spot where 1-inch ash was concealing himself, while Liu Hao's Absent Sun continued his assault on Lord Grim. In terms of their positioning, Absent Sun was actually closer to 1-inch ash than Demon Subduer was. But at that time, Lord Grim was under the protection of the ice boundary. While the brawler did have ways to attack at a medium range, if he was unable to attack at close range, the control that he could exert was insufficient. It was incomparable to the Spellblade, which was specialized in mid-range fighting, and so Tang Hao abandoned the closer target to seek the one that was farther away, attacking 1-inch ash while leaving Lord Grim to Liu Hao. Doubtful Demon was frozen by the ice boundary, Demon Subduer had gone to attack the hiding 1-inch ash, Beautiful Light had been suppressed by Dancing Rain's firepower. As he looked at Lord Grim, not far away from him, Liu Hao suddenly had a bad premonition. He could smell the prelude to a violent storm. The Myriad Manifestation umbrella dipped down very slightly. Was it about to come? Liu Hao opened his eyes wide. For now, disregarding what attack Lord Grim was going to use, he sent out a wave formation, but immediately afterwards, an arrow of blood spurted out from Absent Sun's neck. Absent Sun was then lifted from the ground and thrown into the ice boundary. Fling was a grab skill, and there was no way to prevent the character from being thrown. Absent Sun was thrown into the ice boundary and his speed immediately dropped. As he raised his camera upwards, he saw Lord Grim, who had appeared behind him. Shadow clone technique? Liu Hao had already realized it at this point, but if it was shadow clone technique, it required hand seals to be cast. Lord Grim was holding the myriad manifestation umbrella in front of him the whole time. How did he manage to form the hand seals? Liu Hao only held his suspicions for a moment, before immediately thinking of the time when the myriad manifestation umbrella dipped down very slightly. That motion wasn't the hand seals. Instead, Lord Grim had momentarily let go of the myriad manifestations umbrella, finishing the hand seals in the blink of an eye before grabbing the umbrella again. To be able to instantly think of this after the situation had occurred, Liu Hao could be considered to be very skilled. Yishio also immediately praised Liu Hao. Your ability to read the match is extremely outstanding, but you're always unable to put 100% of your attention into the match. There are far too many other things you're concerned about. It was these cliché line again. Liu Hao was infuriated, but his character was in danger and he really had no ability to type something out to fight Yishio verbally. The Spellblade clearly had a stronger spirit stat than the thief, so his absent Sun had only been slowed upon entering the ice boundary and not frozen solid unlike Doubtful Demon. He had to think of a plan to quickly escape the boundary, but with Lord Grim eyeing him so closely, would he have the opportunity to do so? At the end of the day, Lord Grim suddenly turned his head. Liu Hao froze. Crap! He suddenly realized, Cleric, they're Cleric. After the sudden attack earlier, they had been ambushed by Happy in the east. The west was completely barren and had eluded all of their attention. Cleric, they had completely forgotten to protect their own Cleric. But where was he? Liu Hao froze again. Ruan Yongbin's soul healer should not have been far behind them, but how come they couldn't even see a shadow of his figure now? Had he hidden somewhere? That guy was really dirty. Liu Hao thought about it. This Wind Howl, they truly deserved to be called a dirty team. This attitude had affected everyone on the team, aside from their new players. Ruan Yongbin, he might only be a cleric, but he still had a dirty play style. The only thing was, the master of dirty play who had influenced everyone in Wind Howl was now unhappy. Where was Fang Rui? Where was Boundless Sea? Liu Hao suddenly realized, aside from trash talking once at the start, this guy had never appeared at all. Just as he thought that, in Wind Howl's team chat, a cry for help from their cleric suddenly appeared. Chapter 1281. Lost Direction. Liu Hao was skilled at reading the situation. He was the first to sense something abnormal, their cleric, who had hidden himself, and that trash talker Fang Rui, who was nowhere to be seen. A second later, a string of exclamation marks flashed into Team Wind Howl's chat. The exclamation marks came from Soul Healer. This was Wind Howl's agreed-upon rescue signal. Wind Howl saw it and turned around, but no one was able to find Soul Healer's whereabouts. Dirty! Zhao Yuzhe immediately thought of this word. He hated this word. Even when the team had featured dirtiness as their style, he had never tried to understand it. He only felt thankful that Wind Howl ended up changing styles, discarding the word dirty. However, it hadn't been eliminated thoroughly enough. There were still hints of this word in their team. For example, Ruan Yongbin had his character hide like a dirty thief. Zhao Yuzhe wanted to help him, but he couldn't find him. Annoying. Zhao Yuzhe was irritated at Ruan Yongbin's dirtiness. Their captain Tang Hao, Liu Hao, and Lin Feng weren't able to immediately locate Soul Healer either. Reading an agreed-upon rescue signal was easy, but no one had any synergy with Ruan Yongbin's dirty style. They symbolized the new Wind Howl, while Ruan Yongbin was a cleric player, left over from the old Wind Howl. Nearly all the other old players had been replaced, but who would have thought that the healer, a character with a different role than others, was unexpectedly going off-beat from the rest of the team because of the old style. And Happy's Fang Rui had persisted with this old style, so he was able to accurately locate Ruan Yongbin's hiding spot. Ruan Yongbin had been caught by Fang Rui, so he had sent a rescue signal. However, none of his teammates were able to find him. It looked like a hilariously stupid situation, but it let everyone realize just what kind of team the current Wind Howl was. Outstanding players? Powerful characters? Wind Howl possessed these, but whenever they encountered anyone strong, they just couldn't win. Why? Now, everyone understood. Team Wind Howl was still experiencing the hardships of going through a transformation. However, Wind Howl's deep-rooted style wasn't so easy to get rid of. Just letting go of the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, and changing their doubtful demon to a battle thief weren't enough to complete this transformation. Wind Howl wanted to give up on their roots. For a team, this was no different than demolishing an old building and constructing a new one. Last season, their determination hadn't been too clear. With Fang Rui at the head, the team had someone who played dirty as a part of their main roster who was displaying the soul of the old team. With the support of the others in the team, Wind Howl had looked quite strong last season. Then, Wind Howl's new core became Tang Hao. He didn't realize the strength of Fang Rui's supportive play. In contrast, he and Zhao Yuzhe detested this play style. He couldn't see the soul of the team and only emphasized his own strength. He wanted his own strength to be magnified a step further, and this dirty style wasn't the support he liked. He was the captain. He was the core. The team revolved around him, and he didn't like this dirty style support. As a result, even the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, lost his spot on the team. Fang Rui left, and Team Wind Howl added in a whole bunch of new players. These new players, who revolved around Tang Hao, weren't dirty at all. The rest, who were good at playing around a dirty style as a foundation, had been pushed to the second string. What waited for them was either to leave like Fang Rui did, or to change their styles to the new one. Letting go of playing dirty didn't necessarily spell their downfall. Many outstanding powerhouses in the Alliance didn't rely on playing dirty to win. But the problem was that once Wind Howl chose to abandon the style they had been familiar with, did their new play style have a clear direction? An aggressive style centered around Tang Hao? This seemed to be their plan, but how should they bring this plan into reality? How should the players work together? What responsibilities should each character have? When fighting, how should they coordinate their attacks? Thinking back to Wind Howl's matches this season, everyone discovered that while Team Wind Howl had gotten rid of the old style, their new style had yet to be realized either. A new and mature tactical system hadn't been formed. Facing weak teams, they could overwhelm their opponents through superior individual skill. However, when facing strong teams, without a clear tactical system, there were holes everywhere. Wind Howl's individual round results were quite good because their players and characters were strong. However, their team competition record was a disaster, all because their style hadn't fully matured yet. They couldn't find Soul Healer? Maybe they could blame it on not eliminating the dirty style thoroughly enough. However, it also showcased the mess Team Wind Howl was in. Champions? Right now, no one dared to bring this word up along with Wind Howl. Becoming the champions wasn't as simple as having individually strong characters and players. Wind Howl was like a fly without a head. They couldn't find Soul Healer's position, but they could still ask in the chat. Ruan Yongbin saw the question and replied back with his coordinates. Rescue had finally arrived. However, Happy had taken advantage of Wind Howl's confusion to attack wildly, smacking Wind Howl into a sorry state. Wind Howl had no idea what they should be doing. Although, when Zhao Yuzhe, Lin Feng, and Liu Hao, the three who had been 1v3'd by Fang Rui in the group arena, saw Fang Rui's boundless sea, their target was very clear. But how dirty was Fang Rui? How could he give them a chance to surround him? Seeing that he was outnumbered, he didn't even try to be brave and scurried off into the marketplace to play cat and mouse with the three. Fang Rui now had the attention of three of them. How was that okay? Liu Hao quickly noticed the imbalance. However, Zhao Yuzhe was still chasing after him. Liu Hao gave him a reminder and all he received was a "I can handle him alone." Liu Hao didn't agree with this reply, but he didn't immediately point it out, because he knew Zhao Yuzhe's personality. Saying just you alone isn't enough would certainly infuriate him. It would definitely have the opposite effect. Liu Hao chose to stay silent. He and Lin Feng would provide support in other parts of the battle. Shortly afterwards, Zhao Yuzhe was ambushed by Fang Rui. Happy had even coordinated with Fang Rui and shifted targets. As a result, Zhao Yuzhe was now the one typing. The entire team hurried over to rescue him. Liu Hao had predicted this outcome though, so he came to the rescue promptly. Good. Zhao Yuzhe felt very thankful for Liu Hao's prompt rescue. Everyone had also seen Liu Hao save the situation at a key moment. But it looks like you were ready for it. Yishio rushed over from the side. Lord Grimm used several movement skills in a row to instantly move to Liu Hao's absent Sunday. Such a fast response, Yishio had been ready too. Dancing Rain's artillery barrage, 1-inch Ash's ghost boundaries, and even Happy's healer Little Cold Hands appeared in Liu Hao's sight. In an instant, an offensive formation had formed. Their target, absent Sun. It was a trap. Liu Hao didn't hesitate and immediately typed. He didn't think he could break through the premeditated formation set up by Happy so easily. However, even if his teammates rescued him, what then? Wind Howl had too many openings. Happy just needed to pick one and attack their openings again and again, while Wind Howl ran around rescuing one after the other. Apart from the opening, Wind Howl had never showed the initiative once. Fight! Captain Tang Hao shouted. However, was Wind Howl's problem an issue that could be resolved through morale? Their individual players were good, but they weren't overwhelmingly strong to the point where they could just crush everything in their path through superior individual skill alone. What they lacked was teamwork. Liu Hao's absent Sun was the first to fall. To the viewers out there though, even in this losing situation, Liu Hao's performance had no lack of highlights. He had saved Wind Howl several times during crucial moments. If you could completely focus on the match, how would things have turned out? But when he fell, Yishio once again lectured him on that annoying old subject. How am I supposed to focus more? Why are you so annoying, always blabbering? Do you really think that with your trash talk, people will think that I didn't perform well? Hilarious. Even though Wind Howl's going to lose, who could pick out anything wrong with my performance? With one player dead, Wind Howl went into an even more passive state. From start to end, they had never taken the initiative even once. Wind Howl's loyal fans had seen their players march onto the stage in high spirits, but their opponents instantly tore them apart as if they were paper tigers. If Wind Howl had lost an intense back and forth, even though the fans would still feel sad, they wouldn't feel downhearted. But Wind Howl seemed to have gone into the match full of confidence, yet they had never gained the upper hand from start to finish. The fans weren't able to find even a shred of hope. The Wind Howl banner once again drooped down. That loyal fan responsible for the banner was reminiscing about the team Wind Howl with the criminal partners. Even though that team hadn't placed as high on the rankings as the current Wind Howl, they had never made the fans lose all hope. Matches needed to be won, but winning wasn't everything in a competition. Team Wind Howl failed to win a single point, nor did they perform well. All they seemed to have was high morale, but when they came onto the stage, they were like balloons and instantly burst apart. How could this sort of team give us any sort of hope? Wind Howl's fans were suddenly at a loss. A team that currently qualified for the playoffs was unexpectedly making many people feel lost. Chapter 1282. After round 18. Wind Howl lost. A thorough, bitter loss. Even though their team competitions had always had the style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, their individual round performances had always been quite good. They'd won 2 points against Samsara, 4 points against Tyranny, and 3 points against Blue Rain. Aside from Samsara, in which they'd been slightly weaker, against Tyranny and Blue Rain, Wind Howl had won the majority of the individual round points. But when it came to the team competition, a team that lacked strategic focus was that much more vulnerable in front of powerful enemies. In the team competition, it was clear that passion and spirit weren't enough to win. And this time, Wind Howl hadn't even managed to win a victory in the individual rounds, either. 0 to 10, Wind Howl lost cleanly and completely. Amidst the jeers and laughter of the stadium filled with happy fans, the 6 players from Wind Howl who'd played in the team competition were drooping like that team flag in the midst of their fans, never to fly again. This was the first time this season Wind Howl had lost so badly. In fact, it had been several years since they'd earned 0 points in a match. How long would it be before Wind Howl was never again swept like this? Wind Howl's members were stunned. In terms of length of time they'd been in the team, each player's was shorter than the next. Had they paid attention to Wind Howl's past before? They were the ones who hated and abandoned Wind Howl's long-standing dirty play style, and it seemed that they had never bothered to note this team's past and tradition. Accepting the cheers of the crowd, Happy's players left the stage. 10-0, another 10-0, and the fact that they'd won this over a strong team like Wind Howl only made this achievement even more joyful. Their performance from start to finish had been exceptional. Yishio came up and wiped out Tang Hao, Fang Rui scored a record-setting 1v3, and then they'd easily defeated their opponents in the team competition. Just as Wind Howl's diehard fans were beginning to doubt their team, Happy's fans were only swelling with belief toward their team. In the post-match press conference, even Liu Hao didn't have the heart to try and please the media. Amidst all the doubts, Wind Howl gave a few words of official, meaningless talk, and then forcefully ended their press conference. Then, Happy's players came up, and Fang Rui was immediately the subject of attention. A record-setting 1v3 against his old mother team, wasn't this a thrilling topic? As soon as the group arena had finished, the reporters had frantically prepared all sorts of questions, and now they tossed them about heroically. During this press conference, Happy's other members were basically invisible. Round 18 finished. Happy's victory over Wind Howl was the big highlight. This time Samsara, Happy's direct competitors in terms of 10-0 scores, lost to Happy. In their home game against Thunderclap, Samsara lost an individual round, and ultimately won the match 9-1. This match that had been chosen for the television broadcast finally allowed the broadcasters to feel no regrets about their choice. This was truly an extremely exciting match, especially the team competition at the end. There was a great disparity in both players and characters. One reporter added up the value of the players and characters in each team's roster for comparison, and the power indicated by those numbers only made this match feel even more like they were trying to use an egg to crack a rock. But ultimately, the two teams had fought in the team competition for 33 minutes, which was extremely rare to see in a match against the powerful team that was Samsara. It could be seen that they'd faced many hit and runs. Relying on their seemingly much cheaper roster, Thunderclap played a careful and calculating death battle against Thunderclap. Samsara's ultimate victory had been extremely difficult, and some people had even thought during the match that it was a good thing this was Samsara's home game. If it had been Thunderclap's, then Samsara's golden win streak might have finally been broken. After that, the strategy that Samsara had used to obtain victory was exactly the same strategy that Happy had used to defeat Thunderclap in round 16. In the end, Samsara's Sun Xiang had forcefully broken his way through countless obstacles, performing exceptionally well to drag down Xiao Shiqing. Even though his one autumn leaf didn't have the same crazy attack rhythm as the unspecialized Lord Grim, the offensive power of the other members of Samsara was generally a step higher than that of Happy. Ultimately, Samsara had relied on this one opportunity to shatter Thunderclap's strategic plans. This was raw power destroying refinement, and many people felt that it was a shame that Thunderclap lost. And after this destruction, the question of whether or not to open voice channels was once again brought up. Thunderclap, who had once taken advantage of the rule but then suffered twice, finally stood firmly with Blue Rain as a victim of the rule. And this time, the opponents of the ban on voice comms made their point unusually clearly: the rules were killing the development of Glory. After seeing that strategy had been completely destroyed by power, one could imagine, in the future, why would anyone bother to study these sort of refined strategies? Because even if they developed them, they would be of no use. After several teams in a row successfully used these methods in battle, then the shot callers of the more strategy-oriented teams would face all sorts of suppression, the goal simply being to prevent them from having the time to type words. This is a slaughter of Glory strategy. If this continues, then all we will see in future battles are crude, brute force competitions of raw hand speed. And Glory was more than just that. The opponents of this rule let their voices resound, and all sides began paying more attention to this than before. At first, Thunderclap had profited from this rule, but the 2 subsequent times, they had suffered from it. And they were also without a doubt a team that performed tactics to the peak level. Even before this season, Thunderclap was always this kind of team, but during that time they hadn't had this kind of unbelievable performance. But after Xiao Shiqin went and played around in the Challenger League, it was like the team had become gold-plated. Even though they'd been defeated by Happy in round 16, that hadn't seemed to waver their belief at all. Facing Samsara, this unbelievably powerful opponent, Xiao Shiqin once again prepared carefully. He continued to believe that their team Thunderclap had the ability to defeat any opponent. This determination moved many people, and Xiao Shiqin's popularity this season exploded. Even with a collection of nameless, ordinary players who were nothing compared to a powerhouse team, they'd still managed to obtain such shining results. This had never before happened in the history of the Alliance. Happy, the self-proclaimed grassroots team, in reality had 3 all-star level players, 2 all-star characters, and an Evildor unspecialized that no one in the Alliance could grow accustomed to. It had been a long while since anyone thought of Happy as a grassroots team. Even though Thunderclap still lost to Samsara, this loss carried a lot of weight. The debate over allowing voice comms grew more and more heated. Some people even demanded that they not wait until next season to change the rules. For something like this, if they could change it, they should change as soon as possible. Of course, the Alliance couldn't just say they'd change it. After the first time this had come up, they'd been studying this problem non-stop. With a new wave of pressure from public opinion, they focused harder on this issue. And after the end of round 18, the rankings saw new changes. Samsara's strong lead didn't change, but after Happy swept Wind Howl, their ranking rose again. They were now in 5th place, with the same number of points as Tyranny. This round, Tyranny had played a home game, but lost 2-8 to 100 Blossoms. Because of Zhong Jiala, these 2 teams had a rather strong conflict. 100 Blossoms' away game victory this round caused the die-hard team-following fans to become carried away in their elation. But the blood of Tyranny fans ran hot, and brawls broke out in Tyranny's stadium. Even though they'd been provoked by the excessive behavior of the 100 Blossoms fans, it was the host side that generally had to take responsibility for these sort of entanglements. Fortunately, no injuries had resulted, and the Alliance only gave Tyranny a serious warning. Tyranny suffered, and because of their failure this round, they'd slid down to 4th place, with 127 points like Happy. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb had each taken down their opponents, and were currently in 2nd and 3rd place. On Blue Rain's side, they'd faced quite a bit of disruption earlier after losing points to weaker teams. But judging from their recent performance, that had just been a temporary downturn. After adjusting, their scores instantly improved, and in just a few moves they had charged back to 2nd place on the rankings. Tiny Herb continued their beautiful win streak in the group arena. In this round, they only lost 1 individual round to Misty Rain, and won by a large margin of 9-1. Misty Rain's situation was becoming more and more alarming. With 87 points, they were already 21 points away from the playoff zone, and right behind them, Miracle was quickly catching up to them with 83 points. And this new team, Miracle, was only improving with every battle. If Misty Rain was said to still have hope at making the playoffs, then Miracle, only 4 points behind them, also seemed to have this chance. This had a great deal to do with the change in attitude of the 3 former Excellent Era players. These 3 were originally very depressed about their fall, and they all hoped that they'd quickly find a new home. They all fought quite hard, but how much of it was for their team, that was unknown. But because of their hard work, Miracle actually managed to earn quite good results. Praise came in from all sides, causing them to become overjoyed. They had come from a powerhouse, and there, they had only ever been side characters. Whenever the team had results, it was very rarely because of them. But now, in this Team Miracle, the 3 had gradually gained a true sense of owning this home. This team's scores were earned through their hard work, the heartfelt cheers of the fans were meant for them. This sort of fortune steadily let them feel satisfied, and they steadily set down the arrogance bred from their time in a powerhouse. In the private messages between the 3 of them, they began to recognize that being in Miracle was really quite good. The three of them began to fight not only for themselves, but for the team. And so the new team's scores became more and more stable. Now, the season was half over, and they were actually in 12th place. If Happy weren't here stealing all the spotlight, then Team Miracle really would have lived up to their name, becoming the most miraculous new team in Glory history. But even in this current situation, Miracle would no longer be overlooked by everyone. After 18 rounds, the media reported on the state of the alliance after this round and the circulating topics. But just 2 days after the end of this round, a piece of particularly attention-grabbing news appeared in the headlines of all the major media. Team Wind Howl, with an asking price of 15 million, was seeking to purchase Team Tyranny's Zhong Jiala. Chapter 1283. Golden Body Broken. 15 million. Putting aside the target player for now, just this amount was enough to set off stormy waves. The news revealed was very clear that this price didn't include the character, only the player. Without a doubt, if this transfer was successfully completed, the value of professional Glory players would reach a new high. It was worth noting that the current record for the most expensive player transfer was already set by Team Wind Howl. In the summer window between seasons 8 and 9, Tang Hao transferred to Wind Howl, and that price of 10 million was currently the highest. The winter transfer window was generally only for small adjustments and supplements, or if a team needed to fill a hole because of illness or other such special reasons. When Excellent Era obtained Sun Xiang in Season 8, that was a rarely seen core player transfer. But that, too, was only because Yishio had retired mid-season and Excellent Era was forced to fill the gap. And now, Wind Howl directly pulled out a record-breaking transfer offer for Tyranny's Zhong Xiang. It was clear that they had completely recognized the problems with the team and were eager to solve it. Was Zhong Xiang the magic treasure that would solve all of Wind Howl's problems? When everyone thought about it, they realized that Wind Howl had made a fairly correct decision in choosing a player. After giving up on the dirty play style, Wind Howl was unable to establish a new tactical system. Bringing in a master tactician would undoubtedly help in this area. Wind Howl hoped to establish a new playstyle that involved strong offense, and since Zhong Xiang came from Tyranny, he would entirely be able to adapt to such a style. But in the end, relying on acquiring a new team member to solve a problem was a solution for when there was no other way. Choosing Zhong Xiang seemed to be a correct choice, but the important point was that you couldn't just buy any transfer you wanted, especially if you were targeting the core player of the other team. So Wind Howl didn't even bother probing carefully, they directly gave this record-breaking price of 15 million. Evidently they didn't have any win-win trade to offer, so they could only use money to open the way, and hope that they could strike a price that Tyranny had no way of rejecting. Everyone's eyes were focused. All sorts of media came to investigate, and quickly confirmed that this news was true. Team Wind Howl indeed directly proposed an official transfer request to Team Tyranny. But, without even waiting to discuss any specifics, Tyranny had already given a lightning-fast answer, announcing their reply directly through the media, declined. There'd been no official discussion, just a simple refusal. Tyranny's fans hadn't even had the time to become worried before the official response of the club was there to reassure them. Tyranny's attitude seemed very resolute, but those who were familiar with transfer operations knew clearly that attitude sometimes was only a bargaining chip for the price. Tyranny's attitude showed that they wouldn't be moved by the price of 15 million, then, what about more? Those looking forward to watch the excitement weren't disappointed. Less than an hour after Tyranny refused Wind Howl's price, Wind Howl followed up. 20 million. Double the record set by Tang Hao for a solo player transfer. Everyone recognized once and for all Wind Howl's current insanity. This old team had never given people the impression of being a bold, rich, and ostentatious team. Yet as it turned out, they might be quiet when not moving, but when they moved, it was with the sound of thunder. A team begging for a big-name player, this was entertaining for any team's fans to watch. Wind Howl's fans were still depressed over being swept by Happy, but they grew excited by Wind Howl's continuously bold strokes. Added to the fact that Zhong Xiang was a good choice, this caused the Wind Howl fans to suddenly grow lively. Even as they waited in anticipation, they took the initiative to use their fan passion to send praises and welcomes to Sun Xiang. Everyone knew that in this transfer, the player's own opinion would have a great influence, especially for a big-name player like Sun Xiang. In the end, this time Tyranny hadn't even made an official reply when Sun Xiang already made his own announcement, expressing that he had absolutely no intention of leaving Team Tyranny. The passion of the Wind Howl fans had only just been ignited when it was immediately extinguished by this bucket of cold water. Completely thrown off, they could only blankly wait for their own team's next step. Wind Howl's 2 public price offers had already made them the talk of the town, but of course in reality, a transfer was never worked out without a direct conversation between the 2 sides. Wind Howl was in private contact as well. 20 million wasn't their upper limit, this was just broadcast to increase the morale of the team and boost the hopes of the fans. But afterward, in the private negotiations, Wind Howl again kicked a steel wall. Neither Tyranny as a team nor Sun Xiang as an individual showed any sign of wavering. In private, Wind Howl had already raised the price to 25 million and promised even better accommodations for Sun Xiang. Refusal. They continued to receive nothing but refusal, that sort of immovable refusal with no room for negotiation. Wind Howl was helpless. Even as the outside world still anticipated Wind Howl to give an even higher price, in private, Wind Howl had hit the wall until their heads were bleeding. Their invitation toward Sun Xiang had instantly become a farce of loud thunder with only a drizzle of rain. When round 19 began, 2 small teams had already completed 2 transfers that didn't draw any attention at all, but Wind Howl. After those 2 days of noise, there was no more movement. The acquisition of Sun Xiang was unsuccessful, but they had made too much noise with this. The fans' hopes had all been lifted, but in the end it didn't work out. It had to be said that Wind Howl had been too confident with this. They'd had excessive belief in the power of money to open the road. It seemed that they hadn't even considered that in response to these prices and conditions, Tyranny and Sun Xiang would still say no to them. Wind Howl now needed a backup plan to appease the fans whose hopes had been lifted. But just looking at healers, who in the current professional scene could compare to Sun Xiang? Besides, Wind Howl had hoped to solve the team's problems from the basis. Just swapping out a healer player would be to no avail. Wind Howl understood clearly that their current problem wasn't that their healer Ron Yongbin maintained the dirty play style. The key point was that, after giving up on the dirty play style, the team had been unable to find a mature strategy to use in their matches. Wind Howl, unable to obtain Sun Xiang, seemed like a fly without a head. And in the upcoming round 19 of the league matches, Wind Howl faced another strong team, Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb had strong performances in the group arena all season, but their team competitions had caused some worry. After this match, however, everyone saw clearly that even if Tiny Herb's team performance wasn't the best, it was still more than enough to take care of Wind Howl. At least they weren't as fragmented as Wind Howl, who relied entirely on each individual player's instinct and judgment to fight matches. 9-1, Tiny Herb played their away game at Wind Howl and ultimately achieved a large victory. Even though Wind Howl had scooped up 1 more point than they had last round, this 1 point was far from enough to make anyone happy. In the same round, Tyranny, who'd received Wind Howl's request for Sun Xiang, displayed their resolve, winning their away game at Void with a score of 8-2. But in round 19, the result that was most unexpected was that Samsara's golden win streak was broken. The team that had completed this snipe was 100 Blossoms. In their home game, they won 7-3 against Samsara, previously undefeated in the team competition. Samsara's performance in this team competition was indeed not good that match. After the match, analysts pointed out that their long and slow match against Thunderclap last round had crushed Samsara's rhythm thus far, and in this match, they still hadn't been able to adjust their rhythm back to normal. But no matter the reason, victory belonged to 100 Blossoms. After 19 rounds, every team had faced each other exactly once, and only 100 Blossoms had managed to defeat Samsara. This was something that the 100 Blossoms fans could feel proud of. In all these years, this team had received much more mockery than praise, and they really didn't have many honors that they could claim as theirs and theirs alone. Samsara's golden body was broken, and this of course became headline news. But Happy was now no longer a little invisible team that would easily be overlooked and forgotten. In this round, Happy had also met their first loss since round 9, which also earned quite a bit of attention. This round, Happy had played their away game at 301, ultimately losing 4-6. After winning 4 points in the individual battles, Happy's supporters were sure that this would be yet another big victory and were lamenting the fact that this wouldn't be another 10-0. But in the team competition, Happy actually lost. Ever since round 9, not only had Happy won every match, their winning scores had never dipped below 9-1. This was a point-scoring rhythm even more fearsome than Samsara's. If the Pro League was only from rounds 9 to 18, then the championship would already belong to Happy. It was true that Happy hadn't met any of the top powerhouses in their crazy win streak, but teams like Misty Rain, Void, Thunderclap, Wind Howl weren't opponents that could be casually defeated. The ferocious thing was that when Happy faced these for strong opponents, their scores had actually been even higher. Among these 4 matches, they'd earned 3 10-0s. Happy's results these 10 rounds had been even more insane than Samsara's, and everyone recognized Happy's strength. But no one really treated them as some invincible fleet. Because Happy always had a weak point, their healer. From the very beginning, people had realized that his skill wasn't enough. This wasn't any secret, this was something that even the newspapers reported. The various teams would of course target such an obvious weakness. But they soon realized that Happy's protection of their healer was so extreme, it could be called frenzied. Against 100 Blossoms, against Misty Rain, then against Void. It was very apparent in these matches. And then Thunderclap had made clear strategic plans to target this weakness, but in the end, because Scoundrel Xiang was forced into a position where he couldn't give commands, his strategy was broken. If he'd been able to give voice commands, then in this battle, perhaps Happy would lose because of their Cleric's inability to keep up with the rhythm. Happy's weakness was extremely apparent, but so many teams were unable to grasp it. And then in round 19, against Team 301 Degrees, Happy's weak point was broken. It was broken through brute force. 301's captain, the #1 assassin in glory, Yang used life-risking strike to directly self-destruct and steal away Wenny's little cold hands. Chapter 1284. The Overlooked Sacrifice. Yang was named the #1 assassin in the Alliance, but his assassin style wasn't particularly liked. For assassins, most people liked the thrill of a one-hit kill from life-risking strike. But Yang almost never used this skill, to the point that people wondered if his scene killer hadn't even added points to this skill and only used it to bluff. But in the most recent All-Star competition, Yang scene killer revealed the fangs of an instant kill, defeating his opponent in just 1 strike. Even though that was just a show, Yang at least let everyone know he knew how to use life-risking strike, the most thrilling of all the assassin skills. The All-Star weekend ended, and all the players returned to their normal competition conditions. But in the match against Happy, Yang once again revealed his sharp fangs, and life-risking strike stole away Wenny's little cold hands. This move was incredibly unexpected, and losing the healer in the team competition was deadly. Lord Grimm's little healing skills could occasionally save a situation at critical points, but relying on him to support a 5v5 team battle was impossible. Happy could only launch a full, rapid offensive, hoping that they could use this to obtain an advantage of numbers. However, 301 was clearly prepared for this situation. As soon as Yang attack succeeded, they immediately lowered the tempo of the battle and began a slow battle of attrition. Neither arrogant nor rash, they tightly protected their own healer, and ultimately they swallowed Happy like this. The battle of attrition wore on for almost 20 minutes, but nearly all of the light of this match came from that life-risking strike of Yang scene killer. This was a brilliance possessed only by assassins. During the post-match press conference, Yang of course was surrounded by the reporters. Everyone was extremely curious. After 7 years of persistence, why did he suddenly change his play style in this match? Was it because he found inspiration from that performance at All Stars? Perhaps. Facing the questions of the reporters, Yang smiled. You know, it's not that I don't know how to use life-risking strike, it's that I'm unable to use it. What does that mean? The reporters didn't understand. Because I'm 301's captain, Yang Tsung responded simply. The reporters suddenly understood. The captain was a team soul, its banner. At any time, the captain had the responsibility of leading the entire team. They might use words to encourage the team members, they might use actions to carry everyone along, but no matter how they led, the captain, first and foremost, had to be present. And life-risking strike? This was a lose-lose play style. After using life-risking strike, the assassin would only be left with a sliver of health. There wasn't a single team who would miss a target like that. And Yang Tsung was 301's captain. He needed to strive to remain on the field. He couldn't just simply kill one target and then come off stage. Life-risking strike. It wasn't that he didn't know how to use it, but that he was unable to use it. Because he was the captain. On his shoulders, he carried more duties and obligations than others did. He could not be an independently acting assassin because he represented not just himself, but the entirety of a team. Once they understood this, the reporters suddenly realized something that everyone had overlooked all this time. From Season 4, everyone praised how Wang Jieshi, for the sake of Tiny Herb, quietly adjusted his play style, gradually putting away his more elegant, more attention-grabbing, more popular magician play style. But there was another player who joined in the same season as Wang Jieshi, another all-star level player, another team captain. From the very beginning, he had also quietly sacrificed some things for the sake of his responsibilities. Life-risking strike was the most brilliant skill of an assassin. Perhaps compared to Wang Jieshi, Yang Tsung hadn't done as much. But both players had the same determination of sacrificing themselves for the sake of their teams. For this sentiment, it shouldn't matter exactly how much was sacrificed. After realizing this point, all of the reporters present felt extremely moved. But even as they were moved, they were still curious. Then why did you suddenly use life-risking strike in this battle? A reporter asked. I was probably inspired after All Stars. After the All-Star competition, I realized that nowadays, methods like this are probably the best way I can contribute to the team. It's about time that I leave some responsibilities for other people to carry, Yang Tsung smiled. The reporters were once again stunned. This was someone already preparing to give way and retire. Players from Season 3 were indeed at the twilight of their careers, very few were still active in the circle. But how many were like Yang Tsung, already deciding to step down before he'd even begun to reveal significant signs of decline? The All-Star competition, what did it allow him to see? Did being at the bottom among All-Stars allow him to see the exit toward which he was walking? Or did the younger players allow him to see a future that was worth looking forward to? None of the reporters continued to press for details. They knew that even if this was Yang Tsung was doing this voluntarily, even if he could still smile gently as he faced everyone, his heart would certainly have feelings of sadness. The helplessness brought by the flow of time was cruel. Who was insensitive enough to dig into this scar for details? Yang Tsung's statement already revealed many things. Team 301 Degrees was about to change their tactical core. Yang Tsung's assassin stepped aside for this, and he could use a freer method to battle. Perhaps starting from this round, Scene Killer's one-hit kill Fangs would set off a new scene in the Alliance. No one would overlook the fact that this was the #1 assassin in the Alliance. Nearing the end of his professional career, he voluntarily gave up his position as the core player, and from this he would step onto the road of a true assassin. Then, after Yang Tsung stepped down, who would be 301's new core? The reporters were just as curious about this question, but 301 didn't give an answer during this press conference. Looking at 301's current players, there was Li Yihui who transferred from Tiny Herb. Even though he dropped out of All Stars after leaving Tiny Herb, he was still a very strong player. There was also the Blade Master player Jiao Jie, whose ability had been steadily increasing the past few years. These two players both had the possibility of becoming 301's new core. But 2 days later, the Monday of the new week, in the register of people signing with the Alliance, some people discovered that 301 just signed a new contract. Not a transfer, but an independent registration. Bai Shu, a name that no one knew, silently entered Team 301 Degrees. And from the public data released by the Alliance, everyone could see that this person named by Shu was using the character that former 301-player Shu Bin had left behind after transferring away, the Night Tide. Who was Bai Shu? Countless people were desperate to know this answer, but the Alliance was currently on a week-long break. This year's Spring Festival had arrived relatively early. January 22nd was already Lunar New Year's Eve, only 2 days away. All of the teams were already on break. Only the Alliance was still reporting as usual on the newest transfers and replacements as they happened during this transfer window. The players of the various teams had all long gone home to celebrate the new year. Happy also became a lot quieter. Even Wei Chen and Fang Rui, these dirty and shameless guys, very seriously and obediently reported home for the Spring Festival. In an instant, only 3 people were left in Happy's training room. "It's just the 3 of us again," Chen Guo said, looking at Yishio and Su Muqing. She didn't feel lonely because there were so few of them. 2 people still with her, this was more excitement than she'd ever had since her father passed away. "Yep, us again," Yishio said. "Is your brother coming this year?" Chen Guo asked. "Probably not," Yishio said. "You're not planning on going back home?" asked Chen Guo. We'll see." To this question, Yishio's typical calm, free, and easy attitude wavered a bit, a rare sight to see. "Then, let's get ready for the Spring Festival." Chen Guo didn't ask any further. "Are we going shopping again?" Yishio asked. Scared? The 2 women smirked at him. "Even my legs are shaking," Yishio smiled bitterly. "Then, thanks for your hard work." The 2 of them showed no intention of letting him off easy. Just as the 3 of them prepared to depart, Yishio saw that the door to the R&D area was unlatched, and there seemed to be sounds coming out. Yishio shot a puzzled glance at Su Muqing and Chen Guo, and the 2 immediately noticed this as well. The 3 of them went forward, Yishio gently pushed open the door, and they saw Guan Rongfei sitting at the computer, completely engrossed in operating something, his mouth moving non-stop as though muttering something to himself. "What's going on?" Chen Guo barged in, waving her hand in front of Guan Rongfei's face. "Isn't your train at 9? What time is it now?" Guan Rongfei finally looked away in disgust after Chen Guo blocked his line of sight. After hearing Chen Guo's shout, he casually checked the time. "It's 9:40? Oh, I missed it. What are you doing?" Chen Guo shouted. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, it would have been really difficult to tell who was the one who had missed the train. "Working on equipment." Guan Rongfei's response was incredibly simple, so simple that Chen Guo had no response. She of course figured that Guan Rongfei was suddenly investigating some clue, and then became so focused that he forgot about everything else. But her head really hurt over how this guy was always forgetting himself like this, so much that aside from his work, everything else was ignored. "You're not going home?" Chen Guo asked. "Don't rush." Guan Rongfei raised his finger and waved it. Chen Guo suddenly thought that this guy must have reached some critical point, so she didn't dare to say any more and just waited to the side. After that, Guan Rongfei continued to lose himself in his work, seemingly forgetting everyone standing around him. "So what exactly are you working on?" Yishio walked up to him. "Look, this." As soon as Yishio came up, Guan Rongfei immediately grew animated, beginning to chatter away at Yishio. "Oh, is that so? Let me see." As Yishio spoke, he turned on another computer. Chen Guo's jaw dropped. What happened to their Spring Festival celebration? Chapter 1285. Strengthening the Cleric. In the end, Chen Guo couldn't harden her heart to drag these 2 away from the computer. As for preparing for the Spring Festival, she and Su Muqing quietly went to take care of it by themselves. By the time the 2 women finished and returned to the internet cafe, when they came upstairs and looked, the 2 in the R&D room were in the exact same positions as earlier. Such focus meant that Chen Guo couldn't bring herself to interrupt them. After exchanging a glance with Su Muqing, they quietly retreated. There was plenty of space in the strategic planning room, so all of the New Year's goods they bought were piled up there. Chen Guo sat on the couch, looking at the points leaderboard on the wall of the strategy room. In her heart, there was a taste she couldn't describe. The season was officially halfway over, and Happy was currently ranked 5th with 131 points, a full 30 points buffer between them and the edge of the playoff zone. Such an outstanding score had already caused tremors within the circle, and of course Chen Guo rejoiced at these scores. But nowadays, she was no longer that fan who only saw the beauty and elegance of the players' performances on stage. As the phrase went, 1 minute on stage was the result of 10 years of work off stage. Chen Guo, with her new identity, now saw all of the hard work and hardship these players had put in off stage. Yi Xiao, Tang Ru, Fang Rui, and Wenyi, all of the players, as well as Guan Rongfei in R&D, and Wu Chen in Happy's guild, everyone was working furiously, working so hard that Chen Guo never felt that she was able to relax. They'd made it to the Spring Festival, and she wanted to give everyone a short rest, but Yi Xiao and Guan Rongfei ended up unconsciously squatting in glory yet again. For the first time, Chen Guo felt that the championship wasn't just beautiful and glorious, it was cruel. Those that obtained it, those that didn't, both had to sacrifice so much. If they obtained it, at least their efforts were rewarded. But if they couldn't? After enduring these kinds of hardships, even though she hadn't even suffered these setbacks yet, Chen Guo already felt that she could feel the pain of those who were unable to win the championship. She couldn't help but think of Zhong Jiala, the most famous championship loser in glory, having the championship slip through his fingers for times. Yet he still didn't give up. The passion of a person like him was probably just like that of Yi Xiao and Guan Rongfei. "They're all crazy," Chen Guo muttered. When Su Muqing heard this, she laughed and sat down beside her. "Isn't there that saying, only the crazy survive?" "But what if you go crazy, and you still can't survive?" Chen Guo asked. Su Muqing was startled, and her gaze also landed upon that leaderboard. True. This was competition. If they treated surviving as winning the championship, then it was simply fact that many people, no matter how crazy they became, couldn't become champions. Then probably, they can only live with their regrets. Su Muqing said. She didn't say anything like, as long as you tried there'd be no regrets. For those who had been pro players, she believed that playing without regrets was possible, but the disappointment of being unable to win the championship certainly wouldn't be erased by such policy of no regrets. Ultimately, perhaps these regrets were what accumulated in the heart the most. "Then what about you?" Chen Guo suddenly asked. "Me?" Su Muqing was again startled. She became a pro in Season 4, and starting from then, Excellent Era had never won a championship again. Yi Xiao had won 3 championships, but so far, Su Muqing was also a player who didn't have the championship keyboard and mouse. "Would you feel a lot of regret?" Chen Guo asked. "Probably, as well." Su Muqing's answer was hesitant. She was still unsure about this question. She would feel regretful, she was sure of that. But she wasn't sure, would her regret be for herself, or for Yi Xiao? In the end, she still wasn't so dedicated to and crazy for glory. It seemed that she had practiced just so that she could keep up with Yi Xiao's footsteps. Chen Guo, who was now fairly close with her, could observe this point, and so she asked this question. If your brother were still here, what do you think you would be doing now?" Tentatively, Chen Guo asked another question. "If he was still here, I would probably stand at the side and bring them tea and water. And," Su Muqing laughed as she continued, "I would also play some glory, so that the feeling of being together would be a bit stronger." "Yeah. Together." Chen Guo nodded, and didn't ask any further. The two women sat together on the sofa, lost in their own thoughts, until a voice suddenly shouted from over there, "Done!" Just like that. The two looked at each other, stood up together, and quickly made their way to the R&D room. When they pushed open the door, they saw that Guan Rongfei, who normally spent all his time staring intently at the computer screen illuminating his face, had actually revealed an extraordinarily happy grin. "What's done?" the two women immediately asked. "This set of equipment is complete," Guan Rongfei said. What equipment? The two women peered over to see. They'd originally thought that Guan Rongfei had spent all this effort working on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella as usual, but from these words, it didn't seem like that was the case. The umbrella wouldn't be described with the word set. Just a set of cleric equipment, that's all, Yi Xiu said from the side. That's all. When Guan Rongfei cared about something, he would display that he did indeed have an extraordinary IQ. He sharply picked up on Yi Xiu's wording. High intelligence, high crit, that's not too new, is it? Yi Xiu said. It's the cleric equipment set with the highest intelligence and highest crit in the entirety of Glory. Guan Rongfei emphasized. Yi Xiu shrugged and didn't say anything else, as though he didn't have the energy to argue. Highest intelligence? Highest crit? Chen Guo repeated. Yes. Guan Rongfei nodded emphatically. Added to Little Cold Hand's skill tree, he'll definitely become the cleric player with the strongest healing ability in all of Glory. Where's Little Hands? Let him come try it out. Guan Rongfei looked around, searching for him. He went home for the spring festival, Chen Guo said. What about his account? Guan Rongfei asked. I'll get it. Chen Guo immediately turned around and flew toward the training room to get the account card. Strictly speaking, the account cards were all property of the team, and so the players couldn't casually carry them everywhere. Although Chen Guo wouldn't make a fuss about such a detail, with Wenyi's personality, he would always stick to the rules, and he'd handed over Little Cold Hand's account card without hesitation to Chen Guo before leaving. The account card was quickly retrieved, and they swiftly logged onto the game. After trading with the account that Guan Rongfei had been using for research, a full set of silver equipment was transferred to Little Cold Hand's body, and Chen Guo was dumbstruck. Head, shoulders, upper body, waist, lower body, shoes, 6 pieces of clothing. Cape, necklace, left hand ring, right hand ring, badge, pendant, 6 accessories. Plus the common weapon for a cleric, the cross. 13 pieces of equipment, all silver. Now that they were in the 10th season, more and more characters had full sets of silver equipment. There wasn't a speck of orange to be found on the core players of the various major teams. But Chen Guo never thought that their happy would also get a fully silver-equipped character so quickly, let alone that the first character to get all silver equipment would actually be Little Cold Hands. This is now the strongest cleric. As Chen Guo controlled Little Cold Hands, her hands were shaking a bit. Strongest? That depends on how you define it. From healing amount, this is the strongest, Guan Rongfei said. I understand, Chen Guo nodded. Even though she wasn't a pro player, she understood things like which stats were more important for a cleric. Intelligence, this was the number one thing a cleric had to strive for. How high the intelligence was determined how strong or weak the cleric's healing ability was. And then, the more vitality and health, the more ability they had to survive. Every class cared about the vitality stat, and the survival of the cleric determined the survival of the team, so some clerics felt that vitality was even more important than intelligence. Aside from that, cast speed was also an extremely important stat for a cleric. The faster the casts, the more heals could be made. It was another way of increasing how much the cleric could heal, and on the battlefield, it decreased the chance of interruption from the opponent. Crits, something that had a certain probability of occurring. Critical attacks increased damage. Healing criticals increased the healing amount. These were all stats used to strengthen the healing ability of a cleric. And when trying to strengthen the survivability of a cleric, all sorts of defenses and resistances were also regarded as very important. With all sorts of stats, it was very difficult to rank them. Generally, it depended on the characteristics of the individual player, so that these cleric stats were allocated to form the most comfortable and effective partnership with the player. This was key in choosing equipment, and was also the value of silver equipment. Only self-made equipment could achieve the ideal stat distribution. And this set for Little Cold Hands, the stats were rather aggressive. Intelligence and crit were strengthened without restraint, while aside from that, stats like cast speed, which couldn't be overlooked by any cleric, suffered a cold shoulder. On the defensive side, this equipment had high resistance to ice and dark, but they were strengthened at the cost of fire and light defense. This suits Unending. Chen Guo was now a more worldly person, and she didn't have any doubts looking at the stats of this set of equipment. She trusted that Yishio and Guan Rongfei wouldn't give her something to laugh at. Yes, Yishio nodded. Unending is weaker in terms of technique and reaction, so having to constantly cast heals to support the whole team makes things too difficult. Might as well give him this set, with a slower rhythm, but a strong explosive power. Ice and dark resistance, to decrease the risk of him being controlled. Chen Gui knew that the attacks with controlling and restricting effects were largely ice and dark element. Right, Yishio nodded. So our weaknesses are taken care of just like that? Chen Gui asked happily. The equipment is only a supplement. Even with all this, his reactions are still somewhat slow, he still needs to improve, said Yishio. Then what should he do? Chen Gui asked. It's up to him, Yishio said. At the same time, in the glory world, in the heavenly domain, in front of a level 6100-person dungeon, Lost Fleet. What? Solo healer? Bro, don't kid me, okay? This is the entrance to the 100-player dungeon. The 5-player dungeon is over there, said a surprised knight player, to this cleric who was wearing decent equipment. It's just a level 61, said this decently equipped cleric. Solo healer is enough. With more damage, it'll go a little faster. Chapter 1286. The Scoundrel Healer. Level 6100-person dungeon, solo healer. The one who proposed this ludicrous idea at the entrance of the dungeon was Happy's healer, Unending. One could only imagine the extreme chaos that such a situation would force upon the healer, but Unending wanted to use exactly this type of environment to improve his own reactions. The only problem was that this idea was quite ridiculous. In Glory, there had never before been the idea of solo healer for a 100-person dungeon, even if everyone was at level 75 now, and this was only a level 60 dungeon. There was a level advantage, but that didn't mean that players could easily crush a 100-person dungeon. If that were the case, healers wouldn't even be needed. And when he found a wild raid group, with his current identity as one of Happy's pro players, he could directly go to Happy's guild dungeon groups to practice, but those groups would definitely coordinate with him and care for him unconsciously. The teamwork of a stable team would lower the pressure on the healer. What Unending needed was the most chaotic and insanity-inducing environment possible, and a wild dungeoning group formed right outside the entrance of the dungeon fit his needs exactly. Solo healer? Even though this knight was forming a wild raid group, he had a few companions. He didn't speak for a while, probably to discuss this issue with them. And when he quietly waited to the side. If this team rejected him, he could only search for other groups. Today was only Monday, the dungeons had just refreshed for the week, so large crowds of people gathered to dungeon. Only a minority of these players had set groups. Most players just casually threw together a team and dungeoned where they could. In such a setting, it shouldn't be too hard for Unending to fulfill his desire of solo healing. After all, like any online game, in activities like dungeoning, healers were always a scarce resource. And of the 24 glory classes, healers made up only 8% of the player base, but for a 100-person dungeon, more than 8% of the spots typically needed to be healers, which only worsened the scarcity. The group deliberated for a while. Finally, they probably looked at the people they'd already gathered and the applicants to the team. There were piles and piles of the various classes, but the number of clerics and paladins was so low it was pathetic. Whenever any were discovered, if you were too slow by a heartbeat, they would have already joined another group. How about, we give it a shot? The players were tempted, and Unending's cleric was pulled into their group. Unending let out a long breath. Level 60 100-person dungeon, solo healer. He'd never done it before, but he wasn't going in without any preparation. Why would he choose this dungeon to do this sort of thing? This decision had been made through calculations. The person who gave him this answer was Luo Ji, that person who could write countless idiots' guides just from watching dungeoning videos. He'd been a great help to Unending for his After calculating the damage in the level 60 100-person dungeons and the healing power of the Cleric character Unending would use, as well as all of the various situations that were likely to occur in these dungeons, he concluded that it was theoretically possible for a solo healer to sustain a raid group for a level 60 100-person dungeon. The raid group was quickly assembled. After they stopped considering healers, adding people was an extremely fast thing. But very quickly, players in the group also realized the fact that, in the entire group there was only one healer. Solo healer? After one person asked and received an answer, everyone was in an uproar. Is he a dumbass? Does he even know how to play? Immediately, many players immediately quit the raid group. For a level 60 dungeon, solo healer is enough, max efficiency. The team leader used Unending's earlier words. But still, many players who thought this was impossible left. Of those that were left, some were shocked and some were curious, and then new players were added, some discovered the solo healer and quit in a rage, more were added, repeat the struggle, until finally, a muddled raid group was pulled together. Solo healer! Everyone was searching for that one healer in their group, wanting to see what kind of character it was. At this time, Unending couldn't help but feel a little nervous, too. He didn't come here wanting to screw everyone over. Solo healer, he had to pull it off. Enter, the team leader ordered. The team entered the dungeon, and Unending's crazy training began. Wiped out. Ultimately, the 100-person raid group fell to the very first boss of Lost Fleet. What solo healer, you fucker? At least 50% of the entire group immediately started berating him mercilessly. They were level 75, challenging a level 60 dungeon. Even if it was a wild group, as long as they were supported by a normal proportion of healers, they should at least make it past the first boss without wiping out. The self-proclaimed solo healer was thrown into a mess right after meeting the first wave of monsters, and at that time the leader was already feeling a shadow over his heart. While dungeoning groups were chaotic, mismatched in both awareness and cooperation, and they needed healers to frequently stabilize the situation. And so they progressed, chickens flying and dogs jumping, and whether in the chat or in voice, the most frequent content was cries for healing, heal 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 heal. People were dying non-stop, ending their dungeon adventure, and by the time they reached the first boss, over 30 people had already died. The remaining 60 or so ultimately fell to this boss. As soon as the wounded leader was sent out of the dungeon, he immediately tried to find and harass Unending. That guy, he came here purely just to screw people over, right? Had the leader accidentally made an enemy of someone, who came to take revenge with an alt account? The team leader stewed in anger, but he didn't think that anyone had such a large grudge against him that they would go to all this effort to destroy a wild team that he'd casually pulled together. But when he took a circle all around the entrance of the dungeon, there was already no trace of that cleric. Fuck, don't let me see you again, the leader spat bitterly. It really is very difficult. Unending, who had already quickly escaped from the Lost Fleet dungeon, summarized this failure of a dungeon adventure. He'd been prepared for the chaos of a wild group, but the reality had still been far worse than his expectations. But even though it had turned out like this, Unending had no thought of giving up. If he'd been able to do this right from the start, then would he even need this training in the first place? He'd already made all the preparations, including a drawer of level 75 cleric accounts. Unending did have a lot of experience in-game. He knew that this kind of scoundrel cleric repeatedly doing this scoundrel thing would very quickly show up in the global channel, and so he'd already prepared to switch to alts. However, always searching for a solo healer team, this action also seemed too conspicuous. Even switching accounts wouldn't be enough to hide it. Unending was very thorough when considering problems, and he'd thought of this from the start, and so the new cleric account he switched to was on the 4th server. The ordinary servers had the same content as the heavenly domain, and their 100-person dungeons weren't lacking at all. Unending had prepared these cleric accounts specially for the ordinary servers, and so he began to wonder all about the various servers as a solo healer, becoming a natural disaster for dungeon groups left and right. Yes, natural disaster. At the very start, the only thing that could be used to describe Unending was natural disaster. One after another, while dungeon groups were wiped out because of him, and group after group of players wasted their dungeon runs. Unwenny was apologetic in his heart, but he twisted his head and, calm and determined, continued to be a natural disaster. Did his skill show any increase? Just looking at the progress in the dungeons, there was no significant change. Every run had different situations, and Unwenny's performance had its ups and downs. Clearly, he didn't have the ability to stabilize and control these situations. But with Unwenny's logical mindset, he hadn't anticipated any miraculous rhythm of instantly becoming godlike, so step by step he continued to use the drawer of accounts and wander around. The new week gave him many opportunities to join dungeon groups. But the spring festival quickly arrived, the time of the year with the lowest number of people online in Glory. Even though that was the case, Glory would still put out an in-game event during this time with many prizes for the players. During an in-game event, the number of people actively dungeoning would decrease greatly. But this year's Spring Festival event also happened to be a huge group event. Even though it wasn't a dungeon, it was a dungeon-like environment for training, and so Unwenny continued to train. After being a natural disaster for the dungeon groups, he became a natural disaster for the event groups. About halfway through the Spring Festival, this legend of a natural disaster began to circulate in-game. Numerous players were complaining about meeting this scoundrel cleric, and quickly even a discussion thread popped up with the subject "those clerics who screwed you over in those years." And so one after another, players showed up and told their stories, and gradually people began to realize, these experiences, how come they all sounded so similar? And afterward, the players who had been screwed over by the same cleric character excitedly gathered together on this common ground. It's Unwenny. After Chengguo told about this exciting thing going on in-game recently, Yi Xiao found the thread in question. After flipping through a few of the descriptions written by the victims, he made this declaration. Chengguo was stunned. He's using this kind of method to crudely train his reactions, Yi Xiao said. Does it work? Chengguo was doubtful. With such persistence, there'll always be some improvement, Yi Xiao said. But with him causing such a ruckus, he probably won't be able to persist much longer, will he? Chengguo scrolled through that thread, and toward the end people were already beginning to analyze this scoundrel cleric. Even though they hadn't figured out any clues for now, it was clear that with the recent booming popularity of this thread, even ordinary players who like to surf the discussion boards might see it, and once they saw it, they would be vigilant against any clerics proclaiming they could be a solo healer. I'm sure he'll think of a way, Yi Xiao said. And when he indeed thought of a way. After being repeatedly refused as a solo healer, he began not to worry about maintaining that setup, and instead simply tried to find groups where the pressure on the healers was relatively high. In reality, after so much professional training, Unwenny's current skill was higher than any ordinary player. He couldn't make the solo healer 100-person dungeon reality because of his own weaknesses, but for situations where there was a lack of healers and thus more pressure, he could handle them easily. But healing step by step as usual, that wasn't the intense training that Unwenny was looking for. And so in these kinds of groups, he took on all responsibilities, ignoring the divisions of the team. He treated the situation as though he were a solo healer, and furiously tried to maintain the health of the entire team. Because there were still other healers supporting, it didn't fall into chaos. In fact, Unwenny's extremely high-level wide-range observational ability became evident as he saved the situation all around. And so Unwenny took the chance to make a request, "With me here, we don't need this many clerics. Add some more DPS so we can go faster and kick out some healers for the next dungeon." Chapter 1287. A cheap idea. The winter break for the Spring Festival passed by quickly. Guan Rongfei, who had missed his train due to being too absorbed in his research, decided to just forego going home altogether, spending the Lunar New Year with Chengguo, Yi Xiao, and Su Muqing. It was because of his presence that Chengguo didn't manage to experience much of a celebratory air during their Lunar New Year's Eve feast. Guan Rongfei focused on devouring his meal when he wasn't speaking, and when he spoke, he never deviated from business. Don't look at how Happy now had a full set of silver cleric equipment, their overall silver equipment development was rather lacking. This topic was definitely a heavy one, especially when Guan Rongfei ran right back to his lab and retrieved a stack of documents to show Yi Xiu the materials they were in dire lack of. The entire atmosphere of their dinner simply sank. With what Yi Xiu had accumulated through his efforts this past year and a half, plus Guan Rongfei's wealth of experience, Happy had already been able to take many shortcuts in developing silver equipment. Apart from the upgrade of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, the development of their other equipment had cost them extremely few materials. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to develop so much silver equipment with their foundations, or lack thereof, as a new team. However, after this half a season, their stocks had been depleted. They were good with low-level materials since Wu Chen, now in charge of the guild department, had brought them to a standing a club guild should have. Throughout the servers as well as the heavenly domain, they were continuously accumulating materials. Their profits from dungeons were very stable. However, the rare materials only a wild boss could provide, faced with a battle of guilds, wasn't so easy to gain. Wu Chen clearly didn't have Yi Xiu's ability to submerge everything into chaos and benefit from it. Plus, with Happy's current standing, it wasn't the same as back then when Yi Xiu could charge into the fray on his own and create an uproar. Balance was something Happy had to research and attain. What Happy had as an advantage was the passion in their guild. As a new team with a new fanbase, they had achieved some outstanding results and the passion for helping their guild and playing a part in their team's improvement swelled amongst their fans. Their efforts and dedication allowed Happy to maintain their competitiveness. However, the rare materials from wild bosses were, at their core, very different from what could be obtained through dungeoning. There were only so many each week, you'd have to see if you could manage to win them first, and even if you did win them, would those materials be what you needed? With that, Happy was at a disadvantage. Happy was, after all, a new team. Their need for these materials was far greater than that of the other teams. Seeing the materials on the list Guan Rongfei handed over, Yi Xiu knew that it would be impossible to suit everyone up like they had little cold hands. Next, they had to have a plan and decide which character to focus on first. Among these, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was a huge burden. Its materials were very demanding in the first place, then, as a project in development, it incurred huge material costs. After looking over the materials Guan Rongfei had used on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's development, Yi Xiu's heartbeat had quickened. If it weren't for the necessity of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, how many pieces of silver equipment could they have created from these materials? The Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Yi Xiu was a little hesitant. Since Guan Rongfei wanted to boost the Myriad Manifestations umbrella directly to level 80, there were many added variables to the research of this weapon. More variables meant a higher expense, and more importantly, this expense would continue. Should we give up on it for now? Yi Xiu couldn't help but wonder, but giving up now would mean wasting everything they had already poured into this. The research they had done on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella had gotten to a point where it was difficult to stop. Even so, they couldn't just charge recklessly like this. When push came to shove, they'd have to make small-scale sacrifices. Yi Xiu took a deep breath, trying to force himself to calm down and consider this rationally. On the other hand, Guan Rongfei didn't consider so much. Seeing Yi Xiu looking over the materials required for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, he instead became rather exultant. It's almost done. Right now, we just need one more part. Once we confirm this one material, I'm pretty sure we'll be good. Can this part be modified on its own? Yi Xiu's heart thumped again. Whether the part could be modified in isolation or not made a huge difference. If it couldn't, then this situation would be rather terrible. As a piece of equipment, if a single part had anything wrong with it, the equipment would fail, they might lose all the materials put into the equipment's conception and have to start anew. If they could modify and test it in isolation, then just redoing the part would cost far less materials. It can't. Guan Rongfei gave him a most disappointing answer. Yi Xiu sighed heavily. The next step of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was made entirely out of level 75 rare materials. The consequences of these materials going to waste was something Happy couldn't afford. If these materials were used on other equipment, then it could greatly improve Happy's overall strength. Seeing the materials required for other pieces of equipment, Yi Xiu made a decision. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella would have to be set aside for the moment. Yet, he hadn't even made his decision known when Guan Rongfei continued, "We can only modify it locally, at a cost of about 3 rare materials." The solemn decision Yi Xiu had made immediately dispersed. Though the expense of 3 level 75 rare materials was rather painful, it was far more acceptable than all the materials the Myriad Manifestations umbrella would be using. Good luck! He quickly swept away the heavy heart of having to abandon the progress of his weapon and changed to encouragement. When the Myriad Manifestations umbrella is finished, should we push all the other equipment to level 80? Guan Rongfei said in a smug tone. His passion seemed to have extended from researching the Myriad Manifestations umbrella to whether it was possible to upgrade the rest of their equipment to level 80 under the current level limit. That's a little too taxing on our materials. No? Yi Xiu said. I'll do my best to get out a list, Guan Rongfei replied. Don't rush it, Yi Xiu hurriedly reminded him. Let's go step by step according to the plan we had decided on. But how cool would that be? All level 80 equipment. Chen Guo suddenly called out. Calm down! Yi Xiu yelled. He hadn't expected this at all. Didn't they know what level 80 meant? Didn't they know that Happy couldn't afford to undertake such a wide-scale high-level project like this? It was too irrational to push Guan Rongfei's passion in that direction at a time like this. Yi Xiu noticed Chen Guo's wine cup. Was the boss drunk? The base stats of a piece of level 70 silver equipment is equal to level 75 orange equipment. That means level 75 silver equipment is level 80 orange equipment. Conversely, doesn't that mean that level 80 orange equipment is equal to level 75 silver equipment? If we can find a way to improve our level 75 orange equipment and upgrade them to level 80, then wouldn't they be like level 75 silver equipment? Though they won't be level 80 silver equipment, but being able to completely arm ourselves with level 75 silver equipment, that'll still make us very powerful at this stage. Chen Gui exclaimed. The room immediately quieted down. Yi Xiu glanced at Guan Rongfei and Guan Rongfei glanced at Yi Xiu. The two were already in deep contemplation. As for Su Muqing, she was staring at Chen Guo in surprise. Though equipment editing wasn't her forte, she knew far more than Chen Guo would just through sheer exposure, and she definitely had a clearer understanding of the value of Chen Guo's sudden idea. Although this idea is a little cheap, but from a cost-efficiency perspective, this is a good idea, Guan Rongfei decided. Cheap! Chen Guo's focus was always on the negative adjectives. Isn't that the basis of your idea? Using cheap equipment and resources to imitate more high-end equipment. Yi Xiu retorted. How come it sounds so bad coming from your mouth? Chen Guo couldn't find any sort of rebuttal and simply sulked. Can orange equipment be modified directly under the equipment editor? This is something that's currently being researched, but I doubt anyone has figured it out completely. What the equipment editor can do is take equipment apart into parts, but there are too many unknowns regarding the variables and formulae that decide how the combined product of these parts is created. We aren't even all that clear on what materials make up some of the parts of dismantled orange equipment. Currently, only the game developers can increase the stats and level of orange equipment in their updates, Guan Rongfei mused. Orange equipment is just an example she brought up. In reality, we don't need to use the orange equipment produced by the system, but create the orange equipment from scratch using the equipment editor, Yi Xiu suggested. Using the equipment editor to create orange equipment. Guan Rongfei furrowed his brows. Then upgrade them to level 80, Yi Xiu continued his train of thought. This idea is like, in a test, everyone is working hard to get that 100%. We can easily get a 90%, then do a bonus question that no one else knows of, thus boosting our score to 100, too, Su Muqing drew an analogy. Of course, in the long term, getting 110% or a solid 100% would be best. However, in the short term, this is the quickest, most effective way to increase our strength, Yi Xiu concluded. Let's try it. Guan Rongfei finally nodded. Yishio was delighted because he knew that this guy didn't care much about things like team results or cost efficiency or saving up. What really incited his passion and interest was the process of developing equipment itself. Thus, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was a very interesting project, as was creating level 80 equipment. Crafting the highest intelligence and critical cleric equipment was alright, too. Working on something you were interested in, passionate about would make you more dedicated and efficient, you'd do better. Currently, making orange equipment instead of silver equipment with the equipment editor was an entirely new idea that seemed to have motivated Guan Rongfei. Of course, anything that came out of the equipment editor would have silver names, and was silver equipment from this perspective. However, if you didn't try to reach the high stat possibilities that silver equipment would give you, but something only on the level of orange equipment, then the standards for materials would definitely be lowered. The only awkward thing was that they couldn't aim for the best for their silver equipment, but had to make it a level below on purpose. That was something Guan Rongfei really didn't have any leads in. The chopsticks in his hand suspended in the air above the dishes, the gears in Guan Rongfei's head were already beginning to turn. Chapter 1288. Big surprise. The Spring Festival passed in the blink of an eye, and the various players made their way back to their teams. Unlike other people who could slowly readjust to their work after a long break, pro players needed to quickly adjust their condition back to normal. Round 20 of the league matches was right in front of them. On the 6th day of the Spring Festival, January 28th, Happy's players were already beginning to return to the team. When he returned, he obtained the account card that had received a complete makeover. He was Happy's weak point, the target of many opponents' strategies, and Happy had made many plans and arrangements revolving around him. His existence seemed like such a burden, and the outside world's cries for Happy to find a qualified healer player had never broken. And when he knew all of this better than anyone. For a new player, the pressure on him was extremely high. But when he persisted. He knew that his own abilities were limited, and he knew that Yishio had dug him out of the game not for any talent he had but out of helpless desperation. And when he at least had some special trait and stood out just a tiny bit among the ordinary crowd. There was still a lot he needed to work on. And when he knew this clearly, and so he was always working hard. He hoped that he could gain something. During the entire winter season, in fact, he'd held worry in his heart. Before, Happy had chosen him because they had no other choice. But now, with Happy's current results, they could definitely attract a better healer. And when he was truly quite scared that he would be replaced just like that. Especially because he was such a logical person, he felt that Happy's doing so would indeed solve the problem once and for all. Every day after the winter transfer window opened, he carried this worry. But it seemed that Happy didn't have any intention of making any moves during this transfer window, which reassured him a little. And then during the Spring Festival, and he went home to celebrate the holiday. Even then, and when he didn't dare slack off, and he continued his harsh training. But on the last night he was at home, he still had a nightmare. Chenghua came to find him, telling him that a new cleric player arrived to the team, and when he was now left to fend for himself. She only told him now because she wanted to let him enjoy the holiday first. And when he was frightened awake in a cold sweat. A method like let you enjoy the holiday first, which took into account the human feelings involved, was definitely something that fit Chenggua's style. After that dream, he had no way of falling back asleep. The next day, he returned to the team. Carrying the mood that the nightmare had brought him, he returned to Happy, he returned to the training room, and Chenghua pushed the account card for Little Cold Hands back into his hands. In that moment, and when his heart finally relaxed. There were only a few days left in the transfer window. It looked like the team really didn't plan to find anyone to replace him. And then, as he inserted the card and logged onto his character, and when he found that in the room, Yishio, Su Muqing, and Chenghua were all looking at him strangely, as though waiting for something. And when he suddenly had another bad feeling. But he never could have predicted that, when he logged onto the account and checked the character's status and equipment as usual, he was suddenly blinded by an eyeful of silver words. Silver equipment? 1 piece, another piece, in total 13 pieces. A full set of silver equipment. And when he was stunned. How about it, still recognizable? Chen Guo came up to him with a smile. This is. The cool and logical Unending was stammering. High intelligence, high crit, it should fit you very well. Become the fiercest cleric in glory. Yixiao said. This is really too great. Unending's mood was complicated, but he wasn't someone who could open his mouth and burst forth with eloquent poetry. In the end, when he opened his mouth, he only gave this simple sentence of praise. He worried that the team would give up on him. But in the end, the team hadn't given up. They'd actually created a whole new set of silver equipment for him, a complete set, the first complete set of silver equipment in Happy. For him. Someone who was nothing more than Happy's weak point, Happy's vulnerability, the one in Happy who was most viewed as dragging everyone down. And when he logically thought that he would be replaced, but he was met with the team's illogical response. He hated the illogical, but at this moment, he had no idea what he could say aside from really great. Keep working hard. Chen Guo said. Yes. And when he nodded his head firmly. Not only did the team have patience toward him, they had belief in him. And he could only repay them with his determination and loyalty. But don't take this equipment to join dungeon teams in-game. If you lost it, that'd be bad, Chen Guo added, laughing. You know. There was an added weight to Chen Guo's reminder, so Unending immediately realized what Chen Guo was actually saying. Not bad, Chen Guo praised him. Unending's sweat dropped. His diligent and harsh training had caused so many complaints and made countless victims. In order to improve, Unending could only toughen his skin and continue because he truly couldn't think of any more effective method. In a dungeon he had to observe the whole situation and choose the skill and grasp the timing and make judgments and position and so on and so forth. Compared to pure reaction training, Unending felt that this method would allow him to reap greater benefits. Because Unending had been training non-stop ever since he'd joined Happy, but to be honest, after a year and a half, the improvement in his reaction times were complete unsatisfactory. It looked like he was naturally limited in this area, and so from early on he'd searched for breakthroughs in other areas. And this sort of grinding training seemed to him an explosive way to improve himself. Alright, since you just got back, take a rest for now. When everyone gets here we'll start practicing again, Yixiao said to Unending. I'm not tired, I'll take another look. Unending was fiddling with little cold hands clad in all silver equipment. Yixiao smiled and didn't stop him. With this, Happy had given Unending a huge Lunar New Year's gift. But they hadn't expected that someone had also brought back a huge Lunar New Year's gift for Happy. Wu Chen, after returning, didn't immediately return to the guild department. With a smile, he logged onto his own account in the training room and then displayed the guild's inventory for everyone to see. Surprised. Before, it was Yixiao and the others waiting to enjoy Unending's expression. And this time, it was Wu Chen's turn to wait and enjoy their expressions. This is. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. She'd created this team, but her in-game life still continued, and she had an approximate understanding of how many materials the guild had. But she didn't have the habit of checking too often because she felt that would be hovering over the guild work, and she didn't want to do that. So Chen Guo, as the boss, actually paid less attention to the guild storage than she had as an ordinary guild member. She didn't remember when was the last time she'd checked on Happy's stores. But no matter what, these pages upon pages of filled boxes was almost ridiculous, especially the numerous rare materials included within. From the event. In the end, Yixiao reacted first. Although there weren't many rare materials, there was no way they'd come from wild bosses. Only so many wild bosses could spawn in 1 week's time. These could only have come from the Lunar New Year event. Yup. Unexpected, right? Everyone is very enthusiastic, you know. Wu Chen said. Everyone. Chen Guo was confused. The fans of Team Happy. Wu Chen said proudly. As the guild leader, Wu Chen could be considered the member of Happy who had the most interactions with ordinary gamers and fans. He watched as Happy's fan base grew bigger and bigger, and he had the greatest impression of the fans' enthusiasm. Although a club guild could gather a large number of fan players, these players ultimately came to play the game, not to do any work for the team. So, the club could only directly control a portion of full-time or half-time players. And for these, the club needed to pay them for the benefits. They weren't reliant on fans' love and support. But Happy wasn't quite the same right now. A new team with outstanding results. The fans that they'd gathered were still fresh in their excited support. They gave their time and effort simply out of love without keeping track of the cost. And this time during the Lunar New Year event, players in Guild Happy voluntarily organized groups to build the bricks and tiles that the team needed, and they received a roaring answer. Later, many players who hadn't joined Guild Happy but were still fans of Team Happy all came to participate. They earned materials and sent them to Guild Happy without hesitation. Because of this massive, widespread, passionate support, Guild Happy's storage grew full to bursting in just a few short days. This is really too great. Cheng Guo also entered the state and when he had experienced earlier, that didn't know how else to express praise. It's not just Heavenly Domain, either. The stores in all the normal servers also earned a lot from this event, Wu Chen said. Then, we really need to thank everyone. Cheng Guo was deeply moved, immediately going to Happy's official Weibo account to post a thank you message. Very soon, numerous people flocked to comment and reblog. The team had received their support, which made the fans very happy. The screen displayed non-stop everyone's shouts of well wishes and encouragements, so many that there was no way for Cheng Guo to reply to them all. Happy now had its own official website as well. Cheng Guo immediately went over there, prepared to write a more official and formal thank you message, but after clutching her head for a while, she felt that there was no way she could express her current emotions in writing. She sat there in a daze. This is really too powerful. You organized this? Yishio asked Wu Chen. I can only say that everyone's emotions accumulated into this. Plus, everyone can see Happy's condition right now, and that we need this kind of support, Wu Chen said, smiling. This is really a great surprise, Yishio said, voice filled with emotion. It's just that the rare materials are a bit lacking. The game system is still selfish. Wu Chen sighed. Even ordinary materials are good, Yishio smiled. Now that they were prepared to make orange equipment in the equipment editor, the number of rare materials they needed would greatly decrease. They'd only just discussed this plan at the Lunar New Year dinner, and now the guild brought them this huge explosion. Happy's fortune in the new year was really incomparably strong. Chapter 1289. Second half of the season. Little Cold Hand's complete set of silver equipment, a new equipment creation methodology, the fans' boom in material donations during the Spring Festival, these non-stop, pleasant surprises took a while for Team Happy to digest. However, they couldn't bask in celebrations for too long, since round 20 was in 2 days. This was Happy's home game, so the team did not need to travel arduously. However, it could be said that their opponents this round were the strongest within the entire alliance. Team Samsara stood before Team Happy again after half a season's worth of matches. 19 rounds ago in round 1, the reigning champions showed their dominance to the team fresh out of the Challenger League. After 19 rounds though, most were seeing Happy in a completely different light. No one still considered Happy to be a grassroots team. This was a team that was shoulder to shoulder with Blue Rain, Tiny Herb and Tyranny, with 130 points each. Also, Team Samsara was no longer undefeated. In round 19, which happened the previous round, they lost to Team 100 Blossoms. In the Pro League, there was no such thing as impossible. In their previous encounter, Happy lost to Samsara 0-10. It could be considered a complete and utter defeat. This time, the media was sure to label this a grudge match, and fans of Happy were hoping for Happy to take revenge. Although everyone was paying attention to this match, all the reporters of the big media companies were still focused on the transfer market. The end of the winter transfer window was in less than 3 days, and every team had only made minor adjustments so far. Were none of the teams going to make any big changes this winter? That was improbable. Wind Howl and Misty Rain had proven themselves unsuccessful for the first half of the season. Even the fan support might waver if they didn't make any significant changes in the winter, especially for Team Wind Howl, who were very vocal when they tried to acquire Zhong Xinjie from Tyranny. Why did they fall silent after the offer of 20 million? The media waited for a big move from these teams in vain. Instead, they received word that Team 301 expressed interest in Royal Styles Qian Sen and his exorcist Peaceful Hermit. Apparently they had already made an offer to Royal Style. 301 was currently in 10th with 98 points. Royal Style's performance was abysmal, ranked 13th with only 82 points, even losing to the New Miracle. Royal Style's points were dismal, and the transfer market's atmosphere this season was also dismal. Furthermore, the long-term sponsor of Peaceful Hermit was losing patience with Royal Style. There was already leaked information that they would not be working with Royal Style after the end of this season. Royal Style was a powerhouse past its prime. In Season 1, they had battled excellent era for the title of champions. Their decline was hard for many to witness. Royal Style would be the most suitable representative of a has-been in the alliance if it wasn't for the freakishly quick decline of excellent era. In this sad state, even a forever sideline team like 301 wanted a slice of their pie. And this slice was the former top god character, Peaceful Hermit. Team 301 has fully revealed their ambitions. After their long-term captain Yang Song stepped down from the team's core position, they actually took the stance that they would like to shake things up. Royal Style's performance had declined year by year. Their financial situation was no better, being limited by their core player Qian Sen. The timing of 301's move was picking at Royal Style's Achilles heel. What would happen if Qian Sen and Peaceful Hermit really transferred to 301? There were already people who couldn't resist fantasizing about this. This purchase would definitely end up in 301's core lineup. Along with their captain Yang Song, who had stepped aside but could still throw down with the best of them, and the new recruit, the mysterious Bai Shu. The reporters always thought that Bai Shu was no ordinary player. However, after much investigation, they could only prove that he was not a member of 301's training camp. Although at the age of 22, wouldn't he be way too much of a late bloomer if he really was from the training camp? If he wasn't from the training camp or another team, where did 301 pluck him from? He was also directly given control of 301's existing knight character. With no previous characters to explore, the reporters were out of options and could only wait for 301 to reveal some information on their own terms. However, 301 had put that idea to the side for now and instead made plans to acquire Royal Styles Qian Sen and Peaceful Hermit. The biggest commotion in the winter transfer window actually came from Team 301, who only had a small role in the playoffs for many years. This was very surprising for everyone. Regrettably, this show didn't get another act. Qian Sen personally expressed his intention to stay at Royal Style no matter what. Peaceful Hermit belongs with Royal Style. His inheritance will never be severed while he's in my hands. This is the resounding statement that Qian Sen made through the media, thus ending any plans 301 had for a purchase. There would never be a shortage of idealistic individuals within the alliance. All players shared the desire to be champions, but all players also had their own goals, their own ideals that they would never abandon. Qian Sen refused to abandon his team for his own advancement and further expressed that he was willing to take a salary cut to reduce the financial burden on his team. Qian Sen's actions was praised by many. A pro player did not only shine on the battlefield. In this moment, Qian Sen's personal character far outshined the god-level character that he controlled in the game. Such a rare opportunity for a big transfer ended just like that. The media did not get what they were waiting for, so they could only dutifully report the regular situations and predictions for the second half of the season. Round 20 was finally set to begin. The arrival of the reigning champions once again allowed the focal point of the alliance to be brought to Shaoshan Stadium. On match day, countless Glory fans roamed around helplessly, hoping against hope that they would encounter someone who wanted to return their ticket to the match. At around 6 o'clock, Team Samsara's bus pulled into Shaoshan Stadium. The players entered the stadium while flanked by the on-site security, through packs of fans and media personnel. There was no shortage of attention for the reigning champions. And what about the players of Team Happy? At around 6:30, they left from the back door of Happy Internet Cafe and crossed the road. There was even someone eating a piece of fruit. They arrived in the most low-key fashion. The two teams entered their own prep rooms respectively. They performed some final touches, such as collecting their thoughts, revising their battle plan, and making any last-minute adjustments before the match. After this, at around 7:40, the two teams entered the stage. There was no need for a fancy opening for such an anticipated match. The viewers' enthusiasm would be sparked as soon as the players entered via their entrances. Team Samsara displayed the terror of being the reigning champions. Their fans fully filled the area of the stand specifically for the away team supporters. They immediately created a deafening commotion, loudly yelling out their team and their players' names. Samsara's banner fluttered in midair in Sun Xiang Stadium. In the first half of the season, this banner was only placed below their opponents once, and that was to Team 100 Blossoms in Blossom Stadium. This time, the banner waved rather menacingly, as Samsara was facing Happy, who they had swept previously in a 10-0. After an ordinary opening of introducing the players, handshakes and greetings, each team made their way towards their player stands and waited for the match to begin. In the broadcast, the casters Pan Lin and Airborne had already turned the show into you guess, no, you. Will Team Happy once again send out Yishio first in the individual competition? We know that from the 19 rounds that have been played so far, Yishio's win streak in the individual competition is 18 rounds. It's off by 1 because he didn't play in the individual competition in the first round match against Samsara. Well, how would Happy go about this match against Samsara? Coach Lee, if Yishio doesn't appear in the individual competition this match, will his win streak count as broken? Pan Lin asked. From the way the Alliance calculates their statistics, this would count as breaking his win streak. A win streak constitutes continuous victories. If you stop playing for one match, then that breaks the continuity. If you then resumed and won, we could only call it a perfect win rate, and not a win streak, Airborne explained. Well, Coach Lee, do you think Yishio will have a perfect win rate or maintain his win streak? Pan Lin asked. I reckon Yishio will not shy away. His win streak is like the insurance for Team Happy's morale. He would dampen it if he chose not to play, Airborne said. Then what about Samsara's side? Will they send out Juzakai or Sun Xiang to attempt to end Yishio's win streak? Pan Lin started his guessing game once again. This will probably depend what the Samsara players themselves want. It doesn't seem likely for Juzakai to try. As for Sun Xiang, I think it's possible that he might even put himself forward. Airborne did not dare to be too concrete with his words. Then let's wait and see. The two commentators finally concluded their guessing game. Okay, the match is about to begin. Pan Lin saw that the referee has approached the players' stands of each team so they could send out their players. Let's see who Team Happy sends out. Pan Lin called out, while the cameras quickly panned to Happy's player seats. Yishio! It's Yishio! Pan Lin shouted loudly. At Happy's bench, Yishio stood up, waved at the clamoring fans to acknowledge them, and walked towards the competition booths. What about Samsara? Pan Lin continued shouting. The camera shots cut about wildly. On Samsara's side, the first player for the individual competition also stood up. It's Jiang Buotao, Pan Lin said, after glancing at Airborne. This time, Happy didn't slap their faces, rather, it was Samsara. Albeit, it was more of a gentle pat across the cheek. Juzakai? Sun Xiang? Neither appeared. Samsara has sent out their vice-captain, the Spellblade player Jiang Buotao. It looks like Samsara didn't want to allow Yishio's win streak to disrupt their rhythm too much. Jiang Buotao has been sent out in the first round of the individual competition quite frequently in the past. It looks like Samsara didn't put much thought into what we were discussing earlier. Let's see how Jiang Buotao plans to play. Airborne skimmed over the arrangement. Chapter 1290. Who counters who? The match quickly began. The map that Yishio chose with the home team advantage was once again a simple and straightforward one. The strategy that he chose was to fight head-on. This was quite surprising, as an old general's strongest weapon was experience. Choosing a map that contained a lot of complexities would be advantageous for him. But not Yi Xiao. Armed with the unspecialized, he would always pick a map that allowed him to play aggressively. And up until now, no one had been able to stand up to his aggression. In this match against Happy, Samsara had not chosen to specifically counter this arrangement. As Airborne said, sending out Jiang Buotao first was a very ordinary, comfortable arrangement for Samsara. When the characters loaded and saw the simple map, there was nothing else to do but to charge forward. "Senior, you can't keep winning. You have to leave us junior something to aim to surpass." Jiang Buotao started chatting with Yi Xiao over the public chat. The Alliance had stressed that use of the voice chat was being discussed, but they had yet to reach a decision. For now, everything remained unchanged. This rule was not actually that important for the Alliance in terms of gameplay. Why did the Alliance ban voice chat in the beginning? It was for easier broadcasting. The players could not talk and had to use text to chat, making it easier for the viewers to see their communications and strategies. There was no other intention besides this. If the players used voice chat, then the broadcasters wouldn't have it as easy. Further, if they split the voice chat into a public 1 and 2 more, one for each team, then how do they decide which voice chat to tune in at any given time? Opening voice chat would allow the players to communicate fully, but the viewer's experience would not be the same as before, where they could catch every small detail in the communications. The current scene was a great example. Everyone loved seeing the banter between players. If it were voice chat and the broadcaster had to switch the sound around, a lot would be missed. In the end, the Alliance was currently still in discussions with the broadcasters with no outcome yet. For now, everyone was still using text to communicate in this match. Well, of course, on this side, Yi Xiao actually went and agreed with Jiang Buotao. Everyone was surprised, but a second message followed quickly. "That's why I didn't play in round 1. No matter how well I do, my win streak can only reach 37. See, I left you a whole round's worth to surpass. Just play." Jiang Buotao wasn't really trash talking. He liked to chat a little with others. But now, he really couldn't keep chatting after what Yi Xiao said. "Why don't you give Senior a hand? Perhaps just type GG." Yi Xiao pressed on. "Senior, please stop joking around," Jiang Buotao said. "It's not like it makes a difference in the outcome." Yi Xiao continued. "Regardless, I should at least give it a shot." Jiang Buotao wasn't affected by Yi Xiao's taunting. He still chatted as if this was a regular conversation. The two characters met after these few words. Yi Xiao did not control Lord Grimm use his long-ranged attacks hurriedly. He allowed the characters to continue to get closer. Just as he was about to step into the enemy Spellblade's attack range, Lord Grimm suddenly accelerated. Movement skill. This had already become a signature move of the unspecialized Lord Grimm. It seemed that Yi Xiao didn't plan to play cat and mouse with his opponent at a mid to long range, rather, he planned to get up close to deal with his opponent. Yi Xiao's Lord Grimm had always played like this. He had never kited his opponent, not even when equipped with plenty of mid to long-range methods of attack, or against an opponent who could only attack at close range. He always fought aggressively for the initiative and used any means possible to seize it. A shining cut flashed out, and Lord Grimm raced forward several units in an instant. Jiang Buotao already saw through Yi Xiao's intentions, and empty waves retreated back. He leapt backwards while the silver shortsword divine chain glinted. An earthquake sword rolled forth. Jiang Buotao, the vice-captain of Samsara, had gained increasing popularity by the year as Samsara won back-to-back championships. But his technical skill and style did not really have any uniqueness to it like many other players did. His play was very ordinary, neither unexpected nor low-key. Games would finish seemingly very naturally. In other words, Jiang Buotao's matches didn't have waves of highs and lows where large portions of health were traded. The damage would accumulate steadily, and he would eventually win by slowly accumulating small advantages. It didn't matter whether those who lost to him were ahead or behind during the match, they would always come out of it feeling like they lost by that much. However, regardless of how little that much was, a loss was still a loss in the end. At first, people were of the opinion that Jiang Buita had frighteningly accurate calculations. However, they gradually realized this was not the case. It was more accurate to say that he did not let a single detail slip. Jiang Buita was that type of meticulous player, whether it was in the individual or team competitions. He would consider and deal with any possibility that would arise in battle. Because of this, it was very hard for anyone to score a high combo against him. Jiang Buita was seemingly a counter to Yu Xiu in this regard. Yu Xiu's unspecialized focused on an unbroken combo in a one-on-one. Lord Grim charged forth aggressively before his eyes, but Jiang Buita was well prepared. Empty Waves had already leapt back and used an earthquake sword as Lord Grim activated his movement skills. In this moment, it looked as if Lord Grim's shining cut wasn't closing the distance, but rather pushing him to headbutt the earthquake sword. No time to dodge? Most ordinary players would feel this way. However, for a pro player, there was room to dodge even though the two skills were fairly fast. Left? Or right? Jiang Buita was fixated on Lord Grim's every move. Empty Waves took up another stance after his jump backwards, ready to send out another wave sword as soon as Lord Grim dodged. Turns out, it was neither left nor right. Lord Grim still charged forth, but his shoulders forcefully lurched forward. Reinforced iron bones. Yu Xiu chose not to dodge. Rather, he forcefully had Lord Grim activate this striker skill. An increased defense would lessen the damage taken. For a skill like Earthquake Sword that swept away the target, however, the most troublesome thing about Reinforced Iron Bones was the super armor status that it grants. Even so, Reinforced Iron Bones couldn't stop Empty Waves from sending out more attacks. However, this unexpected move from Yu Xiu still ended up making Jiang Buita hesitate for an instant. Jiang Buita was still paying all his attention to the left and right sides of his attack. As the silver weapon Divine Chain was raised for another attack, Lord Grim's hands already sent an object flying. Puff! It was only a soft sound, but thick, purple smoke quickly spread and engulfed the area. Lord Grim slipped out of Jiang Buitao's field of view in a blink. Ninja Tool, Smoke Bomb! Jiang Buitao froze. Under the cover of the thick smoke, he had no idea about Lord Grim's position. The thick smoke continued to spread. Were there any flow currents that seemed irregular? Jiang Buita observed closely. If a character moved within the smoke, it would definitely disrupt its natural spread. Traces of movement could be spotted like this. But there weren't any. No movement? Impossible. Under this cover, why would Yu Xiu not attack? Then there was only one possibility. Jiang Buitao's right hand swiped the mouse and his left hand flew across the keyboard. Empty Waves turned, stepped back and Divine Chain slashed outwards. Wave Wheel Slasher! Lord Grim would suddenly appear behind him with a shadow clone technique. That was Jiang Buitao's prediction. Thus, Wave Wheel Slasher was unleashed, with intention to immobilize the opponent with sword waves. The purple smoke swirled and a part of it dissipated, but it didn't find a target. Lord Grim was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Buitao knew at this moment, this is bad. A spurt of blood flew out from Empty Wave's neck. Lord Grim did indeed appear next to him and mercilessly delivered a cutthroat. Did he use Shadow Clone technique or some other movement skill? That was no longer important. Jiang Buitao only knew that Yu Xiu used a timing difference perfectly. He completely predicted Jiang Buitao's reaction. Following the cutthroat, the short blade in Lord Grim's hand flicked again. The assassin knock-up skill, Leaping Blade, sent Empty Waves into their air. Falling Light Blade. However, Empty Waves barely left the ground when he used this swordsman low-level skill and suddenly plummeted. But Gore Cross. Two perpendicular lines of blood appeared on Empty Waves' back. He avoided being sent into the air, but Lord Grim continued his attack and didn't dodge. This skill was chained so quickly that Empty Waves wouldn't have had a chance to completely get airborne. Jiang Buitao's quick reaction seemed like it was playing right into Yu Xiu's hands. The combo began. Guess what combo I can reach? Yixiao actually took the time to throw out a message. Obviously, this was targeted towards the fact that Jiang Butao was rarely on the receiving end of a high combo. I don't think it will be that high, and Jiang Butao actually replied. Under these circumstances, he was still in the mood to chat. Yeah, seems like the combo was just a dream. When Yixiao sent this message, the combo reset to 0. However, this did not mean Jiang Butao had a chance to escape. Yixiao's unspecialized Lord Grim only aimed for the combo effect, and not the combo statistic. Fake combo. His attacks continued to chain beautifully one after another. It really is difficult to deal with. Jiang Butao sighed. A little too many details, right? Yixiao replied. Yeah, way too many. Jiang Butao had a headache. Jiang Butao could counter Yixiao to an extent? It looked like this was the wrong call. In reality, Yixiao's unspecialized countered Jiang Butao. There were too many skills, too many ways to chain skills, and overall too many variations. If Jiang Butao really wanted to consider every detail, his rhythm beginning from his thought process would be slow by a beat. Jiang Butao's brain had no way fully keep up with the amount of details for this opponent. Jiang Butao fell. Even though there were many struggles in the process, it didn't affect the final result. Next time, send someone else up, Yixiao smiled. He acknowledged the amount of trouble Jiang Butao had while facing him. Is there still a next time? Jiang Butao was confused. The two teams have already met twice this season. The individual competition was done for them, so when would next time be? Oh, if you guys don't make the playoffs, then I guess there's no next time, Yixiao said. This bold presumption of Samsara not making the playoffs again left everyone speechless. Chapter 1291. Firing Line. Thus, Jiang Butao lost the first individual match. 19. It seemed like Happy's fans had already prepared for this. After Yixiao won, the stadium was immediately filled with innumerable flashing signs. Another match was added to this record, and even Team Samsara weren't able to stop Yixiao's consecutive victories. 10-0. Someone very daringly yelled. Last time Happy had been crushed by Samsara 10-0, but this time? At the very least, Samsara wouldn't have a chance like that anymore, but the possibility of Happy winning 10-0 was still there. That'll be rather difficult, won't it? Commentator Pan Lin wondered aloud with a smile. Ha ha? Liebor chuckled but didn't dare agree. In the individual match that had just ended, he hadn't commentated much. He had been a little scared. As the match started, he had wanted to note that Jiang Butao's playstyle was somewhat of a counter to Yixiao's playstyle, but due to how small the map was, the two sides soon met and engaged, not giving him much of a chance. At first he had thought it was a shame, but now, he was glad that he hadn't managed to get that chance. The results of the match gave a very clear message. Jiang Butao's meticulous style had fallen apart in trying to keep up with Yixiao's unspecialized barrage. He had almost gotten his face slapped. When he realized this, Liebor had subconsciously stroked his own face. It was a good thing he hadn't spoken up. After this realization, he immediately commented on how Yixiao's style countered Jiang Butao's. Liebor, having managed to get to safety, finally got the chance to accurately display his ability as a commentator, and during Happy's match too. Even Pan Lin was impressed, but Liebor was cheering for his good fortune. It seemed like reserving judgment had its benefits. Liebor had finally grown some wisdom. In the past, he loved to rush to express his opinion first, then prove it through the match, thus showing off his analytical wisdom. However, he had recently found that more and more often, his analytical wisdom would head in the complete opposite direction. In the future, he'd have to be more patient, Liebor concluded from these experiences. The second individual match soon began. On Happy's side, Su Muqing rose to the challenge while Samsara sent out Wu Qi. He was the assassin player of the team and a member of their main roster during the 2 consecutive championships. But after Sun Xiang transferred in, he mostly appeared as the 6th player. Launcher against assassin, one with a very far range, one with a very close range. Both sides played cautiously. Su Muqing kept a close eye on the distance between them, while Wu Qi didn't dare approach without an opportune moment. What a troublesome assassin! Team Samsara surely has raised many very talented members. After Yang Song, I'd say that he'd be a good choice for the Alliance's #1 assassin. At the player stands, Yi Xiu commented on Wu Qi as he watched the match. True. He's patient and merciless. He's mastered all the characteristics an assassin should have. Wei Chen nodded in agreement. Could it be that? Team Samsara will soon have a 5 all-star line-up. Chen Guo wondered aloud at the side. Yi Xiu and Wei Chen glanced at each other, their gazes considering. We'll have to see how popular their team is. If even after the votes are split up between the 5 players, all 5 are sent into the All-Stars, then that'd be terrifying, Fang Rui commented. He had analyzed the situation objectively. All-Star voting was all up to the fans, so many of the votes were given blindly. Those fans loyal to their team would unhesitantly give the players their vote even if said players had yet to reach that level. If all 5 of Samsara's got into the All-Stars, all supported by their fans, then that could only mean that their fanbase was large enough completely crush the fanbases of other teams. Otherwise, they'd have to gain the votes of unaffiliated fans. For Wu Qi, this was something he truly had no advantage in, a player who was so close to entering the All-Stars getting delegated to 6th player in the team competition due to Samsara's extremely grand lineup. And, with Samsara's strength, the 6th player had very little room to perform. Without a chance to display their talents, how would they gain popularity? What Yi Xiu was commenting on was, in the end, only strength. If you wanted to talk about popularity, there were too many subjective variables. Who knows? Maybe by the end of this season he'll be making a fuss about leaving Samsara. Fang Rui laid this misfortune upon Samsara, head resting on his hands. However, his logic wasn't faulty. If the other had the ability but no chance to show it, who knows what thoughts would spawn. More importantly, Wu Qi had already won 2 championships as a member of Samsara's main roster. He might have higher pursuits now, such as a place in the team competition lineup. As Happy discussed Wu Qi's future with interest offstage, the 2 onstage were still testing the waters. The 2 were using movement and position to circle each other, trying to find an opening. Though Su Muqing could maintain an offense with her range advantage, Wu Qi didn't give her much of a chance to launch an effective one. As time ticked by, the match seemed like a game of tag. Su Muqing kept chasing after Wu Qi, throwing all sorts of bombs at him. That's a little hasty, Wei Chen suddenly commented. His tone was concerned, clearly talking about Su Muqing. Her attack efficiency is really low. If this continues, she'll have problems with her mana, Fang Rui also spoke up. Her opponent is baiting her into it, Yi Xiu noted. It was the 3 of them who typically had more to say on matches. The rookies would sit around them and listen to learn something from it. Purposefully circling the boundaries of the map, baiting Su Muqing into attacking, he's trying to deplete Dancing Rain's mana and wait for a chance to strike back. Since there were rookies listening in, Yi Xiu would often explain in more detail to help them understand. What if she just stops attacking altogether? Luo Ji asked. She has to retract her offense carefully, pace it well. Her opponent planned this and isn't just attacking her mana, but her skill cooldowns too. If you abruptly stop an offensive and your skill tree isn't complete, then you'll usually leave many openings which the opponent can grasp. Thus, Su Muqing generally paces her attacks well to suppress her opponents, but now she's losing her pace a little. If this continues, her firing line might expose an opening. Firing lines were a term unique to launchers. A launcher's offensive relied on depth and layering. The further away a target was, the lower the accuracy of attacks, the closer they were, the riskier it would be for the launcher. Every launcher had a firing line of optimal distance unique to them which depended on their skill level and play style, as well as their mastery of different skills. This was the distance at which a launcher could maintain the strongest offensive, termed the firing line. If you wanted to break through a launcher's offensive suppression, then breaking past their firing line was crucial. To do this, one had to understand how each launcher maintained and operated their firing line, which skills they preferred to use, how they arranged these skills, what methods and pacing they were used to, and think of a way to break through. This was relatively basic theoretical knowledge in Glory, and after playing Glory for so long, there was no need for Yishio to explain these basic ideas to Happis rookies anymore. He just had to make sure they understood that what Wu Qi was currently doing was aimed at throwing Su Muqing's firing line into chaos. To do this, he had displayed admirable patience, forcing Su Muqing to mess up the rhythm she had been maintaining so well. Boom boom boom. On stage, Dancing Rain sent another round of cannon fire. Her attacks were converging more and more. Under this dense firepower, Wu Qi didn't seem to be holding up very well. However, he didn't let his assassin character Cruel Silence hide completely, continuing to expose himself to Dancing Rain's line of sight, baiting the other into attack. Boom boom boom. The attacks continued without pause, but offstage, the frowns of Wei Yichen, Fang Rui and the others continued to get deeper. This isn't good, Fang Rui exclaimed. Just as he said this, Wu Qi's Cruel Silence, who had been jumping around and dodging for so long, suddenly grew bold and shot forwards like an arrow. See! There was an opening, he's gotten past the firing line, Fang Rui exclaimed. In the past, they had been opponents and now they were teammates, so he understood Su Muqing's firing line rather well. After considering things from Wu Qi's perspective, he could even figure out approximately what the other planned to do next. Of course, Wu Qi's thoughts wouldn't mirror Fang Rui's exactly, but they had caught more or less the same opening. Su Muqing's firing line was getting rather patchy. She had been unable to execute her original fearsome offense to perfection due to the lack of a few certain skills. I can get past. In that moment, that was Wu Qi's only thought. Cruel Silence went full speed, not wanting to waste a single moment of this opportunity, and charged towards Dancing Rain in an attempt to break through her firing line in one go. Ha ha! Just as everyone in Happy was on the edge of their seats in worry for Su Muqing, Yishio chuckled. What are you laughing at? Cheng Guo asked. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows asterisk, have you ever heard of that? Yishio asked. Of course, what about it? Cheng Guo couldn't understand. Who said that you could only have one firing line? Yishio chuckled. Never mind those old and young pro players, even Cheng Guo immediately understood with that. On stage, the cannon fire didn't stop. Su Muqing naturally wouldn't stay there like a sitting duck and let her opponent close in. She had Dancing Rain continue to hinder her opponent's momentum. However, Wu Qi had already judged Su Muqing's firing line to be messed up and incapable of blocking his momentum. He got through. Just as Cruel Silence took another step forwards, Wu Qi let out a breath of relief. He had already broken through Su Muqing's firing line, so the firepower at the following distances would only get weaker. In addition, the other might make mistakes in her panic as he closed in. It was all coming to an end. As Wu Qi thought this, boom boom boom, with 3 bangs, 3 anti-tank missiles came soaring over. It was just a low-level skill so Wu Qi didn't think much of it, easily having Cruel Silence pass through the missiles. Continue forward. This was the only thought on his mind. But what was happening? The firepower didn't seem to be weakening. Wu Qi, darting in and out of cannon fire, realized that his charge was very unsuccessful and didn't achieve the results he had hoped for at all. He couldn't help but turn his head and look back. There wasn't anything wrong, Su Muqing's firing line should have been left in the dust behind him. Yet this offensive. Chapter 1292. Composed Samsara. Not just one firing line. Spectators often had a clearer view of the overall situation, and Samsara's players had realized the crux of the problem at this point, too. Wu Qi hadn't managed to break through, but instead had fallen into an attack arrangement that Su Muqing had set up for him. But Su Muqing wasn't a new player. The Golden Generation, joining the Alliance in Season 4, had become well-known very early on and gained fame rapidly, meaning that they had long since been researched by the other teams. The firing line wasn't something new. From the very beginning, finding the firing line was the heart of researching a launcher. Su Muqing's firing line was no secret, hadn't been for a long time, and wouldn't have remained one for long anyways. Because this was a competition, everyone would give it their all on the field, and the firing line was each launcher's DPS limit. In competitions, players often felt that their best wasn't enough, so who would hold anything back? Unless, of course, you were bullying someone with skill far inferior to yours, then you wouldn't need to give it your all. Even so, there wouldn't be a disparity of skill so big between anyone who had the ability to get into the alliance, at least to the extent that one could bully the other. Samsara's members exchanged looks. Happy wasn't an opponent they would underestimate, and Su Muqing wasn't an easy opponent to fight. Even if they had crushed Happy 10-0 in the previous match, this round they would only be more prepared. However, they really hadn't thought that Su Muqing had more than one firing line. She hadn't even hinted at such a talent in the previous matches. She's gotten better, Zhu Zikai suddenly said. The others frowned, continuing to watch the match. Under Dancing Rain's cannon fire, Wu Qi's cruel silence didn't have any success closing in. Dancing Rain casually pulled away further as she blasted him. The distance between them slowly grew until the firing line. Jiang Buotao called out. This distance was where the firing line they were familiar with was at. Cruel silence had been suppressed by the attacks, Su Muqing had Dancing Rain slowly pull away, and just like that, Cruel Silence, who had already broken through Su Muqing's first firing line, was pushed back into it again. Cannon fire poured down like a storm, and this offensive was clearly a step above the previous one. This was Su Muqing's true firing line, the one Wu Qi had originally broken through. Yet, he hadn't imagined that there would be another firing line hidden behind this one which disrupted his charge and sent him back. That unknown firing line had already caused Wu Qi huge problems in his advance, and the current one he was caught in was what everyone knew to be Su Muqing's true, strongest firing line. Under the blasts, Cruel Silence's health dropped at an alarming rate. What experienced player wouldn't know what would happen when you were in a launcher's firing line? Launchers wouldn't stand there like an idiot and just DPS but adjust themselves according to the opponent's response to ensure their target remained in their firing line. It was easy to get into a firing line, but much harder to get out of one. Samsara's players all turned to look at Sun Xiang simultaneously. He had been teammates with her for half a year, after all. Did you know she had this level of skill? Lu Buiyuan nudged Sun Xiang, asking. Sun Xiang shook his head, face filled with confusion. In reality, when he had arrived in Excellent Era, the spear and cannon duo that had been established in Season 2 met an untimely death. Though One Autumn Leaf and Dancing Rain had both still been in the team, they had lost the sense of partnership they had in the past. Sun Xiang was rather depressed at this, but Su Muqing's professionalism was flawless, they just didn't have that sort of chemistry. Partnerships did somewhat depend on fate. It wasn't uncommon for forced partnerships to end in an absolute mess in the alliance. However, even as teammates, Sun Xiang really didn't know that Su Muqing had all these tricks with her firing line. With her skill, I think she can probably maintain her firing line at a wider range. What do you think, little Zhu? Jiang Buotao said. Yeah, Zhu Zikai nodded. However, she purposefully controlled her skill use, focusing on the range of her firing line. But because it was so focused, she could combine and use the skills that were freed up interchangingly to split off a second firing line. Jiang Buotao analyzed. The Samsara players around them all nodded. They weren't like Happy, full of rookies. Samsara's lineup was the most stable in years. This group of players had grown together, gained experience together. They understood and complemented one another very well. Communication was simple and convenient for them. Samsara's 2 consecutive championships was a result of these players growing to their peak. Luck would always play a factor in who became the champions, but this luck could only be grasped if you had enough power. Now, this championship team managed to analyze Su Muqing's current playstyle completely with just a few sentences. How cunning, Jiang Buotao continued to comment. Yeah. If needed, I believe she could increase the range of her firing line, instead of splitting it into two like this, Lu Buiyuan agreed. However, she didn't do that. She held back, making her choices seem more varied. She's managed to maintain great control over this, Jiang Butao sighed. It's not looking good for Wu Qi. Blade Master player Duming exclaimed. Everyone fell silent. It was a shame that the person they had admiring was their opponent. If their opponent performed well, then it meant trouble for them. However, the confidence of a championship team wasn't anything to scoff at. Faced with an impending loss, their mood seemed very calm, not at all panicking because of 2 consecutive losses. In the end, it was Su Muqing who claimed victory. The cheering in Xiaoshan Stadium drew on for a good while. This was Samsara, after all. That immensely powerful Samsara, and yet, Team Happy was currently leading 2-0. Wu Qi returned to the player bench. He was naturally in a rather bad mood due to his loss. That really was too sly of her. Accepting the towel his teammates handed over, Wu Qi wiped his hands before throwing the towel onto his seat dispiritedly. It was clear that, in the end, he had figured out what was going on with Su Muqing's launcher. We'll watch out next time, his teammates consoled him. Watch this, I'll avenge you. Lu Buiyuan said. It's not a group arena, avenge my ass. Wu Qi glared. You can avenge yourself later in the team competition, Jiang Butao told him. Am I in the starting lineup for the team competition? Wu Qi's eyes shone. Ahum. Jiang Butao cleared his throat. Next time, next time. Wu Qi returned to his dispirited state. In reality, they had already gone over the lineup before in the prep room prior to the match. It was exceedingly rare for a team to wait until the match itself to announce their lineup to the players. Wu Qi already knew that he would still be the 6th player for the team competition. He was just expressing his desire to be a part of the starting lineup. Seeing his state, his other team members started laughing. Getting into the team competition starting lineup for Samsara was very difficult nowadays. However, Samsara was a team with a truly impressive atmosphere, able to discuss this rather sensitive topic freely. Well, I'm off, Lu Buiyuan said to his teammates before he headed off. On Happy's side, their 3rd player was also a fighter class player, Steamed Bun. Aya, it's this guy. If I lose, you can't blame me, okay? That guy's hella weird. Seeing Happy's next player, Lu Buiyuan hurriedly turned back to speak with his teammates. If you lose, you can hand your place in the starting lineup to me. Du Ming hollered. Hand it to me. Me. All the players on rotation joined in. Lu Buiyuan smiled, already walking towards the stage. As expected of a championship team. Happy's members were also paying attention to the situation with Samsara. After 2 consecutive losses in the individual round, the team wasn't at all panicked. This team didn't have any very experienced veterans, but they were all very composed players. This might be the result of the confidence gained in these 2 years as 2-time consecutive champions. Even opening with 2 losses wouldn't impact their confidence. The psychological advantage that taking a lead had was completely lost when faced with Samsara. On the contrary, their confidence, their composure, their leisurely attitude would unstabilize their opponents. However, considering that Happy's 3rd player was Steamed Bun, there was no such setting that would make him feel unnerved. Chest puffed out and head held high, Steamed Bun got onto the stage with several long strides. He gained quite a lot of cheers. Compared to the rest of the alliance, Team Happy's lineup was one of the least stable. Steamed Bun didn't have all that many opportunities to perform, but he was quite popular amongst the Happy supporters since he could always bring surprises to the match. A match with Steamed Bun was never boring. Samsara's 3rd player is Lu Buiyuan. This player is a model competitive player. He has great mental fortitude and his forte is performing at his peak under pressure, turning the tables on his opponent. After falling behind by 2 points, he's the 3rd to come up, but this is exactly the type of situation which he performs well in. Pan Lin commentated on the 2 players in the live television broadcast. As for Happy, they've sent out Bao Rongxing. This player. He's a very, well, no matter where he is, he's a player who has a very inconsistent performance. Do you agree, Advisor Lee? Pan Lin asked. Ahem. Liebor coughed. Ahem. Liebor coughed more. Bao Rongxing is the one player that can bring the most unexpected of situations to a match, Liebor concluded. A player that was so unpredictable really wasn't one he dared to predict anything about. Alright, now the match will start, Pan Lin announced. On the field, the characters were loaded into the maps. For Happy, Brawler Steamed Bun Invasion, for Samsara, Glory's current #1 grappler, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains. Alright, let the match start. Both characters are running directly for the center, Pan Lin called out. Lu Buiyuan struck first. Don't grapplers usually wait for the opponent to make a move and then counter, Advisor Lee? Pan Lin asked. Yes, because grabs are the highest priority skills in Glory, so grapplers have the ability to break through an opponent's offense. Using grabs during an opponent's offense is usually harder for the opponent to deal with, Liebor said. But Lu Buiyuan is really taking the initiative here. Samsara has, after all, lost 2 matches in succession. They need to be fierce in order to raise their morale. Liebor explained. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Buiyuan sent a message. I'm not gonna give you a chance to mess things up, man. Advisor Lee. Pan Lin turned his head towards Liebor. Liebor had a bitter expression. What was up with people today? How come even Team Samsara decided to start slapping the faces of commentators? Chapter 1293. Being too skilled can become an opening too. Too messy. Steamed Bun sent a head-shaking sighing emoji like a teacher lecturing a student. Then, Steamed Bun Invasion faced Chaotic Cloudy Mountains attack directly. Circle Sweep Kick. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains leaped into the air and looked as if he were trying to step on Steamed Bun Invasion. However, everyone knew that grapplers had all sorts of grab skills. Getting kicked wasn't the scary part. It was the sweep following the kick that was terrifying. The sweep had grab priority, and it knocked the target to the ground. Steamed Bun looked like he knew about the threat of this skill. He didn't use a skill to fight force with force. Instead, he rushed forward aggressively and then dodged to the side. Lu Buiyuan was watching Steamed Bun Invasion's movements closely. If Steamed Bun didn't move too far away, he would still be able to hook onto the target if he adjusted his circle sweep kick. But when Steamed Bun Invasion dodged, he strode 3 steps. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's legs weren't that long. His attack was dodged cleanly. But Lu Buiyuan still had his Chaotic Cloudy Mountain finish the sweep in the air. Even though it didn't hit a target, it stopped his character's aerial momentum. Whoosh! Steamed Bun Invasion threw a brick. His prediction was off, and the brick whistled by Chaotic Cloud Mountain. Oh. You've got some skill. Steamed Bun Invasion praised his opponent. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion slid forward, wanting to attack with a tiger flips the mountain when Chaotic Cloudy Mountain fell. Lu Buiyuan saw everything clearly and didn't say a word. Just when his character was about to touch the ground and the instant Steamed Bun Invasion's arm smashed towards him, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain suddenly raised his 2 legs, twisting onto Steamed Bun Invasion's shoulders. Aerial twist! Chaotic Cloudy Mountain twisted in the air, and his 2 legs, wrapped around Steamed Bun Invasion's shoulder, threw him onto the ground. Lu Buiyuan used this grab skill for a dismantle effect. Being able to stop Tiger flips the mountains using such precise manipulation of a skill required incredible perception. Samsara's fans fired up. Even though it was just a skill hitting, it was a brilliant play. The attacks weren't over yet though. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had wrapped around Steamed Bun Invasion's shoulders and flipped him towards the ground, but the throw wasn't aimed directly downwards. Midway, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain loosened his legs and landed on the ground first. He then stepped forward and reached out with his hands, catching the tumbling Steamed Bun Invasion. Overhead toss. Ano Thing skill was released. Steamed Bun Invasion was grabbed by Chaotic Cloudy Mountain and thrown towards the ground. A huge rumble exploded. Just the sound alone told how heavy this throw was. It still wasn't over yet though. Ground toss. While one arm threw Steamed Bun Invasion onto the ground, the other hand stretched forward and grabbed him again, not leaving Steamed Bun Invasion any time to roll away. His arm hoisted him up and threw him back into the air. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain jumped up high. This time, he used both hands to grab Steamed Bun Invasion and then slam dunk. With matchless strength, Steamed Bun Invasion was thrown fiercely towards the ground. This high-level skill's power was no small matter. Steamed Bun Invasion smashed into the ground, forming a crater. From the way his body was bent, it looked like his back had snapped. With just this brief combo, Steamed Bun Invasion had lost a fifth of his health. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since the two characters had met. Luo Buiyuan's efficiency made everyone gasp in awe. The Samsara fans were already going crazy. Happy's fans couldn't help but start to sweat for Steamed Bun. Lu Buiyuan didn't get distracted by the previous combo. After slam dunk, he immediately pounced on Steamed Bun Invasion. Brick! Steamed Bun Invasion leaped out from that crater while also throwing a brick. His attack had been quite sudden. However, after a season of competitive play, Steamed Bun's crazed love for brick, which was often used as soon as it went off cooldown whether or not it made any sense, had become a signature move for him. How could pro players not catch onto this and fall for it again and again? Chaotic Cloudy Mountain sidestepped it, dodging the brick, and continued to press closer. Sand Toss, Poison Needle, Molotov Cocktail. Steamed Bun looked like he was panicked and was throwing whatever he could at his opponent. How could such a brainless offensive stump Lu Buiyuan? Chaotic Cloudy Mountain continued to press closer and closer. Brick! Another brick. After a few more skills, the brick came off cooldown again and Steamed Bun Invasion immediately used it without any hesitation. Lu Buiyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had this guy been thrown silly? What the heck was this? Has Bao Rongxing lost it? On the broadcast, Pan Lin was dumbfounded. There didn't seem to be any hint of thought behind Steamed Bun's moves. He just looked to be throwing things randomly. He looked completely powerless. An extra being helpless against the hero was common in movies, but this was the Pro Alliance. It was said that there were no weak players in the pro circle, but this ridiculous performance seemed to show otherwise. Li Boyi also thought the same, but he resisted opening his mouth. This Bao Rongxing always pulled out the biggest surprises. Casually declaring a verdict wouldn't be good. It would be better to keep watching. Maybe he was currently trying something crazy. What if it takes effect immediately afterwards? Li Bo thought in this way. Lu Buiyuan didn't dare be careless either. They had studied Steamed Bun's matches in particular, but apart from his love for bricks, he didn't seem to follow any other rules. There wasn't much that could be done for pre-planning against this sort of opponent. He just had to perform well when the time came. Focus. Focus was important because Steamed Bun could suddenly pull out a trick from nowhere. Sometimes Steamed Bun's plays would be brilliant, other times his plays would be stupid. If he didn't focus, maybe the stupid play might work out. Quite a few players had fallen against this rookie. And after they lost, they would complain to the reporters incessantly and looked as if they could go on for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Buiyuan didn't want to capsize like them, so even if Steamed Bun looked like he was lost, he didn't let down his guard. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain once again pressed towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Lu Buiyuan didn't force his way through. He used a low-level fling as a probe for the start of his next round of attacks. Lu Buiyuan stared closely at Steamed Bun Invasion's movements. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 2 hands reached out, but then he saw Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly crouch down. His right knee lifted up, while his left foot pushed off the ground. Powerful Knee Strike. This skill name flashed through Lu Buiyuan's mind. Which attack was faster, fling or powerful knee strike? The answer was clear in an instant. Powerful knee strike would arrive first, but fling could be saved through some adjustments. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain crouched down, while his 2 hands reached upwards. He was planning to fling his opponent once the powerful knee strike passed. Lu Buiyuan once again displayed his precise judgment, but this time, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain did all this for nothing. The powerful key strike he had been anticipating didn't appear. All of the viewers saw what had happened. Steam Bun Invasion had lifted his right knee and his left foot pushed against the ground, but he didn't soar through the air. This attack wasn't a powerful knee strike. It was just a normal one. But the problem was that for a normal knee strike, this distance was too long, it didn't even reach Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. It was a complete miss. Steam Bun Invasion raised his knee, minding his own business, and didn't hit the target. However, not hitting the target seemed to have the same effect. When Steam Bun Invasion was 2 steps away, Chaotic Cloudy appeared to have been hit by the knee strike. His body crumbled and bent, his 2 arms went up into the air as if he were surrendering. Everyone was dumbfounded at this strange scene. When Lu Buiyuan saw that he had predicted wrong, he knew that the situation wasn't good. But when he tried to adjust Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's position, crack! The crisp, clear sound of bone shattering could be heard by everyone. After Steam Bun Invasion feinted a knee strike, he suddenly used a real powerful knee strike. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was still crouched down. Right when he was about to retreat, this powerful knee strike hit Chaotic Cloudy Mountain square in the chest. Everyone's hearts turned cold at the sound of this crackling. It was as if they could feel the pain from this attack themselves. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain fell backwards, and Lu Buiyuan immediately quick recovered. Steam Bun Invasion's powerful knee strike had been extremely fast though. He landed on the ground and followed with a tyrannical chain punch, beating on the fallen Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Lu Buiyuan was depressed. Focus, focus! He had been so focused, yet he had still fallen for a trick. That hadn't been a powerful knee strike previously, but a regular knee strike. Using a regular knee strike made absolutely no sense. It wouldn't be able to hit anything. It wouldn't be able to block anything. If Chaotic Cloudy Mountain hadn't dodged it and continued forward, Steam Bun would be in the grasp of his hands. But the problem was that not a single brain cell of his thought that this would be a regular knee strike. Had he baited himself? Lu Buiyuan couldn't help but think about what had happened previously as Steam Bun Invasion pummeled him. If that had been a trap, then Steam Bun was truly bold. It was because he was skilled enough that he could react in that instant. If it hadn't been him, if it had been a random player from the game, Lu Buiyuan was certain that Steam Bun Invasion would instead be the one pressed to the ground. An opening had appeared because he had been too skilled? Lu Buiyuan couldn't accept it. Tyrannical chain punch ended, and Steam Bun Invasion leaped back. Lu Buiyuan recovered and had Chaotic Cloudy Mountain get up. As soon as looked up, he saw Steam Bun Invasion's knee rise up again. Powerful knee strike. Lu Buiyuan was just about to have Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dodge to the side, but then he saw that Steam Bun Invasion didn't fly forward. It was another empty knee strike. Lu Buiyuan only then remembered, powerful knee strike had just been used. That wasn't a low-level skill. It couldn't be off cooldown yet. You're crazy! Lu Buiyuan lost his cool. Using a normal knee strike at that distance? Apart from crazy, there was no other explanation. Just when he blurted this out, Steam Bun Invasion raised his arms and threw a brick. A brick again? Is that all you know? Lu Buiyuan shouted as Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dodged. He wasn't the type of person who liked to talk a lot during a match, but facing this opponent, Lu Buiyuan felt like if he didn't vent, he would choke to death. Chapter 1294. Thought process off target. The audience members looked at one another. As Lu Buiyuan had thought, it was precisely because he was too skilled that he was hit by the powerful knee strike. If it were a normal player, then they would have already used a fling to throw Steam Bun Invasion to the ground. The viewers definitely comprised of normal players, so they didn't understand why Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had ducked down low before straightening up with his arms in air like he was surrendering. As Lu Buiyuan cursed, wondering what the hell Steam Bun was trying to do, the viewers, who had no idea what was actually going on, were trying to figure out what the hell Lu Buiyuan was trying to do. Right now, Lu Buiyuan, someone who usually didn't speak much during matches, was yelling in the channel. Words like "are you fucking crazy" and the such could probably count as personal attacks, if pressed. Lu Buiyuan had completely lost it. It wasn't just the audience who thought so, even the live commentator Pan Lin was commenting on this. Lu Buiyuan's current state was just too far from his usual self. Calm down. No one would have expected that, on stage, Lu Buiyuan's opponent Steen Bun would send a message admonishing him. Panicking like that isn't proper. Another followed. Where had Steen Bun learned all this from? Fuck! Lu Buiyuan exclaimed. Why the hell was this guy suddenly scolding him? They were opponents, okay? What the hell does my panic have anything to do with you? And plus, I'm not panicking. As Steen Bun scolded the other, his actions didn't stop. With his brick a miss, he did a sand toss. Lu Buiyuan wasn't in the calmest of states right now, but he wasn't panicking either. Chaotic cloudy mountains dodged perfectly. After sand toss, Steen Bun invasion continued to close, but Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain wasn't a ranged class, so there was nothing he wanted more than for his opponent to be close. As Steen Bun invasion closed in, he naturally wouldn't retreat and just observed the other's motions. Lu Buiyuan decided to forego taking the initiative and return to the usual style of grapplers, waiting for his opponent to make the first move and countering. He'd see what tricks this guy had up his sleeves. Thus, Steen Bun invasion arrived in front of chaotic cloudy mountains as the latter slowed down his pace on purpose. Brick! Lu Buiyuan was close to tears. Was this really the legendary use immediately after cooldown style? To be honest, if you really wanted to calculate this kind of pacing, it would be very troublesome. Although Brick wasn't a low-level skill, it wasn't very high either. It was a skill brawlers learned very soon after advancing classes and had a short cooldown. Considering the frequency at which Steen Bun used the skill, calculating the cooldown of this skill would be very distracting. This was probably the real motive behind his frequent usage. A skill like Brick didn't deal much damage, but because of its crowd control, you had to be wary of it. Steen Bun, using this skill so frequently and making it so that his opponents had to stay on guard against it was very distracting for his opponents. In addition, this guy often used his skills in a chaotic mess, suddenly throwing in some troublesome skill it really was quite hard to guard against. Lu Buiyuan felt like he had discovered something, he felt like he was close to figuring out his opponent's thought process. However, this seemingly random and completely mindless use of brick throw wouldn't just distract the opponent, it would also disrupt your own rhythm. After all, skill usage needed to be paced. Sometimes a different skill would evidently work better in this scenario, but Steen Bun just always chose brick. Wasn't that a little wasteful? Lu Buiyuan, who had thought he was beginning to understand, realized that his logic didn't work out after considering it a little more. Lu Buiyuan's thoughts, very unfortunately, went down an erroneous path. He had started trying to figure out Steen Bun's thought process and rationalizing the other's actions from a theoretical perspective. And this was something that even Yi Xiao, who had far more experience and time with Steen Bun, had failed to accomplish in 2 years. As for why Steen Bun liked bricks, that was something Yi Xiao could explain to Lu Buiyuan. It was because bricks were easy to come by and unsuspecting. After you used them, you could just toss them aside to get rid of the weapon. Trying to use glory theories to figure out this problem would only get further and further away from the truth of the matter. Lu Buiyuan was thinking himself into a mess. It was true that counterattacking was a grappler's primary style. However, this style required you to have a precise understanding of your opponent's style, a decisive judgment, quick eyes, and steady hands. Yet right now, the one Lu Buiyuan was trying to figure out was Steen Bun. Steen Bun, the mystery that even Yi Xiao had failed to figure out after 2 years. And so he lost. He lost without knowing how he lost in a complete mess. It was only when chaotic cloudy mountains fell that Lu Buiyuan woke up from his stupor of trying to figure out Steen Bun. He lost just like that? Lu Buiyuan was shocked. He had been under this strange impression that there was plenty of time, and he had plenty of health. Trying to figure out Steen Bun was like losing yourself in an abyss. After leaving the booth, Lu Buiyuan was still scratching his head. As he walked back to the bench, he kept looking up at the playback on the big screen. It wasn't until he was back at the bench that he smacked himself on the forehead. Fuck, I'm so dumb. When he had gone up there, it was with the decision to take the initiative more and not give this weird player any chances to play tricks. Why did he end up trying to figure out his opponent as he fought? My willpower wasn't strong enough. Lu Buiyuan bemoaned. I don't know why, but there was a moment where I thought to myself, I can't play like this, I have to figure him out, Lu Buiyuan explained. And somehow as you were trying to figure him out, you lost, right? Wu Qi said. Yeah, Lu Buiyuan nodded. It's 3-0 now, hey. Jiang Buito reminded everyone. Right now they really were falling behind. Happy's fans were screaming and cheering, yelling thunderously about a flawless victory. As for Samsara's accompanying fan club, they were much more subdued. They had actually lost every round in the individual competition. That really was a hit to their morale. Hey, did you guys actually fight seriously? Du Ming asked the 3 individual competition players. The 3 looked at one another. It's competition, there'll always be losses every now and then, Cleric player Fang Minghua comforted everyone. We'll take back 2 points in the group arena. Sun Xiang stood. He was the first player for the group arena. Good luck. His teammates encouraged. 1 versus 3. Someone said. No, don't, I want to go up. I want to fight that sister in Happy, Du Ming hurriedly disagreed. You want to take revenge? Everyone mocked him. They all naturally remembered how Du Ming had fought Tang Ru at the All-Stars weekend. Back then, Tang Ru hadn't even been a pro player, just a noob, but her ferocious and relentless attitude left a deep impression. It was also then that Du Ming had lost face, getting humiliated by Tang Ru before being annihilated by Yi Xiao. He had been depressed for quite some time after that. I remember Yi Xiao also fought you back then, how come you don't go looking for him for revenge? A teammate immediately asked. What revenge? I just want to spar, Du Ming said. Is it because she's pretty? Wu Qi grinned, an arm around his shoulders. I mean, she really is quite pretty. Fuck off, Du Ming pushed him away. After falling behind 0-3, the atmosphere around Samsara was still as natural as ever. No one jumped up yelling something like we have to win the next round or anything. However, none of them lacked this determination. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin was analyzing the lineups the 2 teams might possibly have set, while Liebor felt like he was just waking from a dream. He was shocked to realize that he hadn't made a single comment throughout the past 3 matches. Pan Lin had thrown the discussion to him a couple of times, but he had gotten by with just a few non-committal noises. He had been ever so careful like that and ended up not giving any analysis whatsoever. He had to make his presence more evident. Liebor, suddenly awake from his stupor, listened to Pan Lin's analysis, and hurriedly found a place to interrupt. Yes. Liebor continued Pan Lin's train of thought. Samsara's group arena lineup has been constant with Sun Xiang first and Juzukai as the last line of defense, with a few players on rotation in the middle. As for Happy, starting with Fang Rui and ending with Tang Ru is also a relatively consistent lineup. From the lineups, Samsara seems to have a slight advantage. And the advantage is in the group arena stack. I'm wondering if Happy will make adjustments to counter Samsara's lineup. In Happy's lineup, Happy's player is coming unstage. That was when Pan Lin suddenly announced. Ah, yes, it's Fang Rui. Liebor felt rather helpless when he said the name. He had only just wondered aloud if Happy would make any adjustments or not, and then Happy had decided to use their usual lineup. Liebor felt depressed. He didn't dare finish his thought on Happy. He had been prepared to talk about this possibility and then emphasize the possibility of Happy's lineup remaining unchanged. But he hadn't even gotten halfway there when Happy's player entered the field. There was a small break between the individual competition and the group arena. Could you not be so eager to fight? Do you all have something against me? Liebor was going to cry. Yes, Happy's Fang Rui seems to have decided to get into the player booth early. Let's see, As for Samsara, Samsara's player has decided to get onto the field, too. It's Sun Xiang. Seems like neither team has any intention of deviating from their usual arrangements, Pan Lin noted. In this match, from the individual competition to the group arena now, it seems like neither team has decided to make any special arrangements to counter the other. They're treating the match as a normal match and haven't made special preparations in accordance to their opponent's identity, Airborne could only say. But Samsara is already behind by 3 points. They won't have a good time in the following games. Will they really be beaten 10-0, like the audience is cheering for? Then Happy really would have taken their revenge, Pan Lin wondered. If this was like before, the idea of Happy winning a flawless victory against Samsara would probably make most people laugh their heads off, but now even the live broadcast was discussing this possibility in a serious fashion. The rise of Happy's position and power in people's minds was truly something terrifying to behold. We'll have to see how Samsara performs. Airborne didn't think Happy could do it. However, he didn't dare make any predictions. This was Happy, and even when he was being extremely cautious, they still managed to slap him in the face. It was better if he didn't make too many predictions like that. Both players have entered their booths, but it seems that the referee is going to wait for the break to finish. Coach Li, could you give us your view on this match between Fang Rui and Sun Xiang? Pan Lin asked. My view, your ass. I don't want to do these pre-match predictions. Airborne cursed internally. Chapter 1295. The patient Sun Xiang. Despite being pushed beyond his ability, Airborne still had to say a few words. He didn't dare ascertain which side had the advantage though, so he just introduced the traits of each player. Meanwhile, Pan Lin was feeling down. He could do an introduction. The purpose of the guest commentator was to provide a deeper level of analysis. He could understand where Airborne was coming from though, so he didn't pursue it. The two chatted for the break period, and then the group arena officially began. Happy, Fang Rui, Boundless Sea. Samsara, Sun Xiang, One Autumn Leaf. As for the map, since Fang Rui played dirty, he naturally wouldn't be like Yishio and pick a wide open field. This particular group arena map had numerous holes and ditches. As soon as Boundless Sea loaded into the map, he immediately hid in one of the holes and vanished. This trench-filled map had many intersecting ditches. Players who wanted to move stealthily would have an easier time. Boundless Sea leaped down into a trench and skillfully maneuvered around without needing to look up to figure out his position. Shortly afterwards, Boundless Sea made it to the center of the map and then headed towards a narrow ditch on the side. He quietly peeked his head above the ground but was blocked by a stone tablet. He carefully exposed half of his head and then looked outwards. Fang Rui's familiarity with this map didn't need to be said, but unfortunately, Boundless Sea couldn't find anything in his field of view. To his surprise, One Autumn Leaf was not at the center of the map. Fang Rui was astonished and checked who his opponent was again subconsciously. Correct, it was One Autumn Leaf, and the player was Sun Xiang, not Yishio who had been as dirty as him in the past. Sun Xiang, he didn't charge to the center of the stage? Sun Xiang also moved strategically? This was truly outside of Fang Rui's expectations. From his understanding, like Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe, Sun Xiang looked down on this sort of playing. These new generation players preferred to happily battle it out at the center. Sun Xiang maintained this same style this season with Samsara, but he suddenly switched it up this match. Was this because his opponent was the dirty Fang Rui? Making changes because of the opponent. No one had thought Sun Xiang had it in him, but it was happening right in front of their eyes. Fang Rui scratched his head. He suddenly realized that he had no idea what to do next. What would a strategically moving Sun Xiang do? He couldn't understand at all because that punk had never played that way before. Fang Rui didn't whether to be happy or sad that his opponent was giving him special treatment. His current ambush position should still be good. Fang Rui carefully sized up his surroundings. If he were facing a different opponent, he could try to predict what his opponent would do next through the terrain, but against Sun Xiang, how could he make a prediction for someone who he had originally thought didn't know a thing about moving strategically? Was he patiently waiting, or was he putting himself forward as bait? Fang Rui pondered. In the meantime, he started trash-talking Sun Xiang. "Hey, where are you? You've been ruined by Samsara. You were never like this before." Fang Rui acted like he was friends with Sun Xiang. In reality, the two had never interacted with each other before. The chat was silent. Sun Xiang didn't respond. "It's a match after all. Play how you like to play. Don't concern yourself over who your opponent is. Maybe my dirtiness is giving you a lot of pressure, but using a style you're not familiar with might not get the results you're expecting." Fang Rui didn't mind the opponent not replying back as he continued to chatter. As he talked, his boundless sea wasn't just standing there quietly. He was moving cautiously through the trenches, investigating the area around him. Where was one autumn leaf? The viewers obviously knew the answer. Sun Xiang's opening move had caught everyone off guard. He had done the same as Fang Rui. One autumn leaf had also moved stealthily through the trenches. Sun Xiang's choices today are quite surprising. Pan Lin had been talking about it earlier. "Yes, this isn't his usual style," said Liebor. "It looks like he has some misgivings over Fang Rui's dirtiness," Pan Lin said. "Yes. Fang Rui's Qi Master is similar to Yi Xiu's unspecialized in some sense. The opponent isn't familiar with this new playstyle or class. Most of his experience with Qi Masters isn't useful because Fang Rui's playstyle is entirely different from other people's," Liebor said. "But do you think Sun Xiang might be overcompensating by changing his own playstyle?" Pan Lin said. Let's take a look at their performances first. I believe Sun Xiang should have come prepared. Fang Rui is most likely surprised by Sun Xiang's actions. Liebor didn't provide a detailed analysis, instead giving a simple prediction. Sure enough, Fang Rui was surprised by Sun Xiang's actions. Seeing the constant stream of trash talk, Liebor felt incredibly happy. He had made a correct prediction, even if it wasn't anything admirable. Sun Xiang is really keeping his composure today, Pan Lin said. From their omniscient view, they could clearly see that Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf had reached the center of the map too. However, he wasn't as active as Fang Rui. He picked a spot and then quietly stood there. "Sun Xiang, this player." Liebor wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He was like a player who had been beaten again and again. His confidence had been slapped into nothingness. It's a very short section of the trench. The turns on both ends are within reach of a battle mage. Pan Lin introduced the features of this position. "Yes." Liebor was itching to say something. But the other voice in him was telling him to calm down. Sun Xiang was waiting patiently, while Fang Rui searched for his opponent. Boundless Sea maneuvered through the trenches, while occasionally peeking his head up to check his surroundings above the ground. The trash talk in the public chat hadn't stopped yet, but none of his messages received a response. Finally, Boundless Sea approached one autumn leaf's hiding spot. Boundless Sea was practically crawling as he moved silently. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's heart leapt to their throats. As soon as he turned and showed his head, one autumn leaf's evil annihilation would immediately pierce him. But when he was 2 steps away, Boundless Sea's movement suddenly stopped. He leaned close to the side of the ditch as if trying to hear something. The only thing separating the two characters was a corner. If you drew a straight line between them, it would only measure 3/4 of a unit. Neither side moved. Neither side uttered a peep. Only Fang Rui's chattering could be seen in the public chat. Fang Rui wasn't really talking anymore. After saying a few key points at the start, he didn't have anything else to say. He had even started resorting to something as unrefined as copying and pasting his own words. The two stopped at this bend. Nervous and anxious. The crowd didn't know whether the two players had noticed each other. The tension made it hard for them to breathe. The first to move was Fang Rui. He carefully peeked his head up just the tiniest bit. After looking around above the ground, Boundless Sea retreated a bit. His two hands swiped against each other and a chi blade formed an arc, flying around the corner. He listened carefully to any noise. He heard it, and saw it. The instant the chi blade turned the corner, one autumn leaf stepped into view. Sun Xiang had been waiting patiently until now. His opponent was finally this close to him. He didn't hesitate or make any feints. His one autumn leaf rushed out. In the end, he chose a direct confrontation. More importantly, because of the terrain, Fang Rui's only choice was a direct confrontation as well. With the distance between them and Sun Xiang's swift and decisive response, Fang Rui didn't have any time to make any dirty escapes. To his left and right were walls, while one autumn leaf spear was in front. Airborne felt very regretful. Seeing Sun Xiang's position, he had guessed Sun Xiang's plan: wait until the opponent found him. This position was extremely good. Because of the outside surroundings, Fang Rui wouldn't dare easily leap out. Inside the trench, if Fang Rui was close enough, he could force a direct fight and not give Fang Rui any chance to escape. However, with his dimming confidence, he was too afraid to say his guess. And now, it looked like Sun Xiang was doing exactly what he had thought. After determining that Boundless Sea was right next to him, he immediately began doing what he had always been good at. The trenches used for stealth had become Fang Rui's cage. The dirty style wasn't just in tactics but in techniques too. But no matter what, all of them required a certain amount of space to maneuver around. However, with the left and right blocked by walls and a one autumn leaf attacking fiercely from the front, he wasn't given any chance to jump out. His only choice was to retreat backwards. Right now, the master of playing dirty was helpless. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Sun Xiang had been waiting for this very moment. Afterwards was his usual strong offense. However, his prior patience had helped him win this situation. Sun Xiang's offense seemed even more effective and made the opponent look even more helpless. Sun Xiang's advantage wasn't just in technique, it was more tactical. The timing and terrain all stood on his side. His performance only looked more steady. Boundless Sea eventually fell. No one had expected that Fang Rui's dirty style wouldn't be able to be displayed in a map suited for it. Fang Rui had been suppressed as soon as he ran into his opponent. Unable to display his dirty tactics or his techniques, he was killed in the trenches. Yes, up until death, Fang Rui hadn't been able to get Boundless Sea out of the trenches. In the group arena, Sun Xiang won the first round with a 72% health lead. Chapter 1296. Mo Fan vs Sun Xiang. Finishing with 72% health left could be considered a massive advantage in the group arena. Because this sort of advantage could stack in the group arena was very different from individual matches, though it might seem that they were both 1v1s. In the individual competition, all you needed to do was beat your opponent first, but in the group arena, you had to consider how to use the least amount of HP possible to defeat your opponent. Efficiency. The group arena valued the efficiency of your attacks far more. In the round that had just ended, Sun Xiang had doubtlessly managed to exhibit that excellently. Using positioning and patience, he had greatly diminished the space his opponent had to perform, winning very efficiently. A player who usually depended on hand speed, mechanics and technique to win his opponents had suddenly decided to switch tactics and lure and trap his opponent, even managing to trick the master of dirty play, Fang Rui. This is a very atypical victory for Sun Xiang. Airborne was now confidently expressing his own opinion on the previous match. Before, when he was given the chance to make an accurate prediction, he was too careful and missed it. Airborne, frustrated, was frantically trying to make up for it by showing off how much he knew about glory. For a moment, not even commentator Pan Lin had the chance to cut in and say anything. It was just good that there was a time limit to switch between players for the group arena. After Happy's Fang Rui returned to the bench, Happy's second player quickly headed off. How come this guy brought his brain with him today? Fang Rui complained, returning to the bench. This guy naturally referred to Sun Xiang. It was clear that in his eyes, Sun Xiang was the kind of player who didn't use his brains to fight. You were rather impatient, too. Yixia replied. Yeah. Fang Rui lamented. I should have just stayed there and continued to stall and see who snapped first. Yishio didn't know if he should laugh or cry. There's no way you didn't know about that ambush point. You should have been more careful. Didn't I say that I didn't know he brought his brain today? Fang Rui retorted. Okay, I admit, I underestimated him, Fang Rui sighed. Sun Xiang's choice of action was truly rather unexpected. Yishio gazed at the stage. Sun Xiang, once the overconfident captain of excellent era who thought himself more than good enough to replace Yishio, had truly matured after being relegated and then defeated in the Challenger League. Crafting such a plan, especially in the group arena, meant that he was starting to understand his position more, as well as what he should do on the field. He was no longer fighting for himself, but the entire team. Mo Fan might not be able to do well against him either. Fang Rui said, watching Happy's second player, Mo Fan, as he entered the booth. That'll depend on how he plays. The current Mo Fan isn't the Mo Fan of the past with his monotonous style anymore, Yishio said. After half a year of actual battle experience, everyone had grown. Mo Fan wasn't that same scrap picker who would always lie in wait to ambush. He learned to judge the situation and to use a wider variety of styles and techniques. Still, he had managed to preserve the habits and virtues he had gained from scrap picking in-game. He had patience, he was careful, good at finding and grasping opportunities. These were the characteristics that suited a class like Ninja, which focused on moving undetected. Originally, Deception was a widely known and hated character in the online game. Before, many guilds had noticed him and his talents. However, his loner personality caused him to ignore the olive branches being extended his way from all over. It wasn't until he was pulled into the pro circle by Yishio that his potential was realized, proving that the guilds hadn't misjudged him. It's just that Yishio managed to brute force this talent, who no one else had been able to recruit, into his camp. After Mo Fan went up, the second round soon began. In the beginning, Mo Fan didn't dart into the shadows and move carefully like usual, but instead had Deception run towards the center at full speed. Happy's Mo Fan is also one who's good at hiding and ambushing, but it seems like he's not planning on doing that this time. Pan Lin noted, seeing Deception's movements. In reality, with so many gullies in this map, one can use them at any time so long as they aim well. In the last match, Fang Rui's playstyle was a little too dirty to work, Airborne commented. History was always on the side of the victors, so the losing Fang Rui immediately turned into a bad example. This time, it seems that Sun Xiang doesn't plan on using the same method as the last round, Pan Lin brought up. Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf had also quickly ran for the center after the match began, returning to his usual style. An ambush like that wouldn't work a second time, Airborne said. So this time he had one autumn leaf charge directly. This is the Sun Xiang we're all more familiar with. It seems like this match will be a direct clash between the two. Okay, their characters have now entered each other's field of vision. What will they do next? Who? Pan Lin was just getting rather excited over all this when Deception, who had been charging forward head-on, suddenly rolled to the side and jumped into a gully after appearing in one autumn leaf's field of vision. It seems like Happy's Mo Fan still intends to use the terrain to cover his movements. However, he's already been seen, so Sun Xiang can probably make a relatively accurate judgment of his position, no? Who? Just as Pan Lin was saying this, Mo Fan's Deception then jumped out of the gully after moving around for a while. What is he doing? Advisor Li. Pan Lin couldn't understand and immediately went to ask Airborne. He's probably trying to confuse the other using his pace. Airborne answered rather weakly. He really wanted to append a "this is my personal opinion" and might not be right to the end of his words. Sun Xiang doesn't seem very affected. One autumn leaf is continuing forwards, Pan Lin exclaimed. Shuriken. In the end, the one to strike first was still Deception, who had a few mid-ranged skills. Clang! One autumn leaf didn't slow down, flicking his spear up and knocking the shuriken away in midair. Just from a technical perspective, Sun Xiang performed flawlessly. The shuriken didn't do anything to his opponent. Deception flicked his hands again. Whoosh, 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 for shurikens flew out in rapid succession. This time, it was the improved version of shuriken, Storm Shuriken. The shuriken sliced through the air, all four of them approaching rapidly. This time, Sun Xiang could no longer block them all with pure mechanics alone. Dragon breaks the ranks. In the end, one autumn leaf forewent blocking and directly used a dragon breaks the ranks to charge forward, ignoring the damage from the shurikens. Under the effects of dragon breaks the ranks, all Storm Shuriken did was deal damage. It didn't hinder one autumn leaf's advance at all. One autumn leaf arrived in front of Deception in the blink of an eye. Puff! The struck Deception exploded into smoke and his real body appeared behind one autumn leaf. Despite facing dragon breaks the ranks at such a close range, he could still dodge so precisely. Mo Fan's mechanics were impressive. Ninja arts, bird fall. Deception, who had appeared in midair with a shadow clone technique, immediately stepped down with both feet at one autumn leaf's shoulders. Sun Xiang reacted extremely fast though. With the momentum of dragon breaks the ranks still in effect, one autumn leaf had already jumped up and turned, throwing himself back with his own momentum. His spear Evil Annihilation struck with deadly precision. Sky Strike. The lowest level skill used at the best timing. Deception's bird fall couldn't hit one autumn leaf's shoulders anymore. In midair, Mo Fan adjusted himself swiftly, and Deception's bird fall ended up stepping right on the tip of one autumn leaf's Evil Annihilation. Such precise mechanics. It was truly awe-inspiring. The venue immediately exploded into applause. Ninja arts, bird fall might be a level 45 skill, but it didn't have very high priority. Meanwhile, Sky Strike might be the lowest level skill, but its knock-up priority was very high. Bird fall couldn't stop Sky Strike's upwards momentum, and Deception was still thrown into the air. It was just that since he had used skill to step on the spear, he didn't take any damage. He was thrown into the air, but he didn't tumble out of control like he would have if he had been hit directly by Sky Strike. Furious Dragon strikes the heart. Deception might not have been thrown too badly into the air, but Sun Xiang tried to rip that composure away. One autumn leaf's Evil Annihilation retracted and then struck lightning fast, a level 60 skill thrown out, in pursuit of the airborne Deception. Puff! Furious Dragon strikes the heart hit, but after a bang, the airborne Deception was replaced with a straw dummy with a puff of smoke. Ninja arts, 100 streams. Deception, having already landed, rapidly formed seals and his ninjato swung. Streams of water lunged towards one autumn leaf. Sun Xiang had not noticed the sneak attack from behind, but since Furious Dragon strikes the heart had hit a straw dummy, he knew that an attack was imminent. He didn't even bother turning to look, having one autumn leaf dodge to one side immediately. As he dodged, he turned his camera to see the 100 streams flowing across the ground. If he had been just a little late in reacting, he would be inside a water prison right now. Mo Fan is competing with Sun Xiang in mechanics. Pan Lin yelled in shock. As a newbie, this sort of courage was truly quite shocking. What was even more shocking was that after these exchanges, neither side had gotten the upper hand. It seemed like they were at a draw. His reactions are very fast, his mechanics precise. Airborne noted. He was, obviously, commenting on Mo Fan. As for Sun Xiang, there was no need to use these general praises to comment on his performance anymore. But after these evenly matched exchanges, Deception rolled to the side and jumped into a ditch. He had turned and hid after seeing that his attacks weren't working. Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf rushed over, Evil Annihilation held in front of him and ready to strike. However, Deception had disappeared. A short, small ditch just like the place Sun Xiang had hid last time. It had turns left and right. Where did Deception go? Sun Xiang was trying to make a decision when, under one autumn leaf's feet, the ground suddenly loosened. Underground tunneling technique. Chapter 1297. Mo Fan's characteristics. Deception hadn't left. After entering the gully, he had hid there and used an underground tunneling technique. Sun Xiang's view was focused on the two turns at the ends of the gully. He had been trying to figure out which way to go and hadn't thought to think of what was under his feet. By the time Deception's movements were large and close enough to be sensed, it was too late to react. The ninjato struck one autumn leaf under his chin harshly, throwing him into the air. Mo Fan, Deception, was the first to land a hit. Annihilate, Flame Cut, Neckbind Technique, Ninja Arts, Flickering Charge. For skills landed on one autumn leaf in flawless succession. Even if it was Sun Xiang, he was helpless against it. Beautiful! Fang Rui yelled from Happy's player bench. Talented at timing, Mo Fan had a very solid grasp of landing combos. However, even if the system judged it as a combo, that didn't mean it was unbreakable. From a certain perspective, false combos were the real unbreakable combo. However, a consistent use of this sort of comboing, a characteristic of Yishio's unspecialized, was extremely hard to master without experience. In this area, Mo Fan's talent wasn't outstanding. However, for a system-determined combo, especially a combo of 5 or fewer skills, Mo Fan had such outstanding mastery that even Yishio looked on with awe. This came from the habits he had developed in-game. When scrap-picking, you weren't meant to entangle with targets, so he would always find a good opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks, take what he needed and leave in the shortest time possible. This barrage had a max of 5 skills. More, and Mo Fan would judge it as an inappropriate time to strike. After all this time, Mo Fan had developed a habit of using this monotonous battle style. His habits meant that anything coming after his barrage was lacking in comparison. After joining Happy and undergoing professional training, he was finally beginning to change. At first, Yishio had hoped he would be able to completely change this style of fighting in short bursts, but he soon began to realize that this habit of Mo Fan's wasn't just a thing of mechanics, but also of his spirit. Focus. Mo Fan's focus would also fluctuate with this rhythm. When he unleashed his barrage, his focus would peak. His mechanics would be precise, efficient, comparable to a god. However, after this short burst, he experienced a clear slip. His mechanics after that would be nothing comparable to how well he had performed in that period. This instantly condensed overpowered focus was the reason why Mo Fan could fight on par with a god for short bursts. This was almost like a skill of his that had a cooldown. After realizing this, Yishio also realized that this would probably become a characteristic of Mo Fan's style. His eventual style would probably also develop from this. Thus, Yishio stopped expecting Mo Fan to eventually get rid of his habit and instead helped him develop his talents, teaching him how to combine his skills to make sure he could endure throughout the battle. In the past, Mo Fan would run after getting what he wanted. After his barrage, he usually wouldn't have to fight any longer, and thus naturally didn't have to consider what skills to use after that. He would throw out whatever was convenient during his barrage. However, you couldn't fight that way in an actual match. The battle was far from over after a single barrage. It was unacceptable if he was sent into a panic at what to do after, or using 2 skills and being unable to follow up. Mo Fan had completed this transformation. When his barrage wasn't indiscriminatory, his battle ability was vastly increased. Now, on the field, his focus barrage could match Sun Xiang strike for strike. However, it wasn't unexpected to Yishio that he still turned and ran after a few exchanges. At this point, his focus would scatter, and he definitely wasn't a match for Sun Xiang then. However, not even Yishio expected it when, after retreating for only a brief moment, Mo Fan came back with another barrage. Underground tunneling technique, annihilation, flame cut, neckbind, ninjutsu, flickering charge. Under the limit of Mo Fan's overpowered focus, not even Sun Xiang could match this combo of 5 skills. But wasn't a little too close together with the previous barrage? In reality, Yishio wasn't sure how many times Mo Fan could gear himself up into that focus state. He also didn't know how long it would take to enter that state after a previous barrage. Yishio could only tell, by experience, that this sort of peak performance in short bursts was a sign that he was stretching his limits. That was why his focus would scatter after each barrage. It was a sign of mental strain. However, this time, Mo Fan had consecutively unleashed 2 barrages. How much strain was he putting on himself, doing this? This kid is really pushing himself. Team Happy's members naturally all understood Mo Fan's characteristics. Seeing how he had unleashed a second barrage so soon, Wei Chen called out in surprise. How long can he last if he fights like this? Qiao Yifan wondered aloud. Everyone fell silent. Mo Fan was still quite a loner. His style had matured, but no one knew how he would use it and where his limits were. His combo successful, Mo Fan once again had Deception hide. Ooh? How come he doesn't continue his offensive? Pan Lin couldn't really understand. Though his combo had ended there, it was perfectly feasible to strike fast and unleash a new barrage of attacks after this combo. He probably doesn't think he has a solid enough grasp of this opportunity. Li authorized. Mo Fan very rarely performs long combos. With his mechanics, I think he can definitely do better. I think he's a little too cautious, Pan Lin commented. Hey, this is probably because of his background. Li said. You mean, as a scrap picker? Pan Lin asked. Yes, the most important thing for scrap pickers is to secure their own safety. If they can't even keep themselves safe, then how would they scrap pick? Though, of course, Mo Fan is a pro player now, but he's been active in-game for a long time. Caution and care is probably a habit he's built up over all that time, Li replied. These words made sense, and Mo Fan did have this sort of habit from long-term scrap picking, but these two clearly hadn't noticed what was really going on with Mo Fan. You could say that apart from his teammates in Team Happy, no one knew that Mo Fan's style came with a cooldown. After all, Mo Fan didn't regularly appear in matches and hadn't played many compared to the rest of Happy. But in this match, against a strong opponent like Sun Xiang, Mo Fan's potential seemed to have been forced to appear in its entirety. The match had barely started and he had already unleashed 2 barrages of attacks, successfully depriving one Autumn Leaf of a good chunk of his health. This was something no one expected. From everyone else's view, after Sun Xiang had managed to get rid of Fang Rui so efficiently, wouldn't a rookie be easy to deal with? Since Sun Xiang had finished his first opponent with a 72% health advantage, the Happy fans didn't dare to yell 10-0 anymore. Instead, the Samsara fans had gotten hyped, yelling 1 versus 3 and whatnot. 1 versus 3 was also something that held a rather terrible story for Happy. Samsara's fans yelling this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, mockery amongst encouragement. However, after Mo Fan had managed to draw first blood like this, Samsara's fans shut up. They began to discuss how could this rookie be so strong? Everyone was struck dumb by Mo Fan's barrage, and even Sun Xiang didn't dare underestimate his opponent. It was rare that someone would be able to match him in technique and mechanics like that. Thus, Sun Xiang, looking for a trace of deception, was more cautious. He had to look down every now and then, as if deception might just pop out of the ground. No. Deception had disappeared completely this time. Sun Xiang couldn't find him no matter how he looked and was feeling a little helpless. He knew that this player had a terrifying amount of patience. This was a player who had waited so patiently that the referee had given him a red card. This was something only he could boast in the history of glory. Thinking of the red card last time, Sun Xiang decided to just stop moving. 1 Autumn Leaf just stood there in the open. You coming out, Deception? You want another red card? However, was this Mo Fan still the Mo Fan of the past? Before, Mo Fan had just stayed there, unmoving, being seen as passive and unsportsmanly. However, the current Mo Fan might not be prepared to strike just yet, but he was rather active. He kept having Deception reposition himself, trying to find a chance to attack. With 1 Autumn Leaf not moving, Deception immediately went behind him. It was just that after getting behind 1 Autumn Leaf in the gully, he felt that the distance was too far to execute a sneak attack. It was unreliable. After checking it over, Deception left again. Boos rose from the crowd. Naturally, all from Samsara's fans. Though Happy's fans didn't like this sort of wait, they were willing to give their players some leeway. Deception had gone in a circle and not found a good opportunity. That was when the referee struck, unexpectedly giving Sun Xiang a yellow card. Sun Xiang stared in shock. What the hell was this? In reality, Sun Xiang didn't really understand the rule regarding passivity and sportsmanship well either. He didn't need to research something like that with his style. However, in the current situation, Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf was standing there, unmoving, while Mo Fan's deception was circling around, trying to find an opening. Who was passive and who was active was clear. Sun Xiang, who could now curb his temper and impatience, really had improved greatly. Last match, his self-control had won him a beautiful victory. This time, however, it had brought him a yellow card. It wasn't just Sun Xiang who was shocked, Happy's members were also exchanging looks. The yellow card was a system message and Mo Fan, naturally, could see it. If it was Fang Rui, then he could probably use this to spout a good load of trash talk. However, Mo Fan probably spoke even less than Juzakai. Trash talk was naturally a skill that wouldn't appear with him. Sun Xiang, forced to move by the yellow card, could only have one autumn leaf start looking for deception. The group arena was also a 1v1, so the map wasn't too big. One autumn leaf began moving along the gully, keeping a careful eye on interior and beginning to reduce Deception's room for movement. Deception also began to head towards the direction one autumn leaf was coming from. Chapter 1298. Keep calm. The two characters approached each other little by little, and the match seemed to have turned into the scene seen in the last match. Everyone's hearts jumped into their chests as they waited for that moment to arrive. However, before any of the audience could react, the two characters suddenly accelerated. They found each other! Pan Lin yelled. The crowd could see the overall situation better than the participants with their omniscient view. However, to gain a deeper understanding of what was occurring, they would need to rely on the players' perspectives. The broadcast and the big screen had both replayed the shot just now from the two characters' perspective. In that moment, a figure flashed through the views of Deception in the ditches and one autumn leaf next to it, and neither of them missed it. Their characters charged and clashed. Boom! An explosion of purple smoke. They hadn't even engaged each other when Deception tossed a smoke bomb. Then, he darted out of the range of the smoke. Did he want to run? No. Darting out, then in, Mo Fan had Deception play this sort of trick with Sun Xiang, but was this enough to shake Sun Xiang? Shattering the lands. Sun Xiang responded in the most forceful way. In the purple smoke, he didn't know where Deception was, so he directly used a level 75 ultimate. Boom! Evil annihilation slammed into the ground and roaring magical energy buffeted the smoke, causing it to bubble like boiling water. Deception once again ran out of the purple smoke, his figure swaying a little. Clearly, he had been hit by the shockwaves made by this skill, his health having been reduced. Sun Xiang had broken right through Mo Fan's trick in the most brutal way. Dragon rises from the sea. Evil annihilation swung again and a wave of tide-like magical energy unfurled, breaking through the smoke. Through the break, Deception's figure was already exposed. Charge! Dragon breaks the ranks. One autumn leaf raised his spear and charged out of the smoke, arriving in front of Deception in the blink of an eye. Sun Xiang didn't hope that this skill would hit his opponent, he was just using it as a movement skill. Shining Cut. Mo Fan once again overturned expectations, Deception advancing rather than retreating. With an assassin skill Shining Cut, Deception's form flashed forwards, intending to slide right by Dragon breaks the ranks. Sun Xiang was shocked, hurriedly adjusting himself. Evil annihilation swerved, but it was too late. Deception had already flashed behind him. In that moment, the two characters seemed to have completed a switch, and just as they passed each other by, the two rapidly cancelled their skills, stopped, and turned. Dragon Tooth! As one autumn leaf turned, Evil annihilation stabbed forward. A hit! But a puff of smoke rose, it was another shadow clone. Sun Xiang didn't hesitate. As one autumn leaf turned, he swept his spear out and executed a tyrant's destruction, reaching a full 270 degrees around. However, underground tunneling technique. Another underground tunneling technique, Deception darted out of the ground and, as one autumn leaf epically swept his spear across, hit the other's jaw in an uppercut. Ninjutsu, Cicada Shell Double Slash. Deception's follow-up came rapidly, executed in an unbreakable combo. Sun Xiang already knew it wasn't good when he was hit by the underground tunneling technique and had prepared himself. However, the follow-up was so fast, so precise, there was no opening at all. And then, Annihilation, Storm Shuriken, Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Again, the same 5-skill combo under Mo Fan's absolute focus had rendered Sun Xiang helpless. However, the last skill in the combo was the ultimate skill Shadow Dance. This was a skill that could be manually controlled and the mechanics required were far more demanding than other skills. For Mo Fan, whose limit was 5 skills, this skill would only be used in his 5-skill barrage if he planned to manually control it. The focus needed for the mechanics for this skill was comparable to 2, 3, even for other skills. In a pro-level confrontation, Shadow Dance had to be manually controlled. The audience didn't know that Mo Fan had this sort of limit. They just thought it was a climax to the match, their applause thunderous. However, Happy's players knew that this choice of action meant that Mo Fan was challenging his limits. It wasn't just a small challenge either, but throwing himself directly in the deep end. That's too much of a stretch, Wei Chen commented. But with this skill, he can at least retreat completely, right? Fang Rui said. But he doesn't seem to have such an intention. Su Muqing was the only one in Happy who really communicated with Mo Fan, though it was only very little. No, he doesn't. Watching the match, Yishio could see that after the Shadow Dance, all 10 Shadow clones had lunged forwards to attack, not giving himself any escape route. By this point, his focus was at its limit. Could he still control this skill to the same high level? Bang! With a resounding noise, a Deception Shadow clone flew out of the pile of people. One autumn leaf, not even fully out of falling flower palm's pose yet, threw his evil annihilation forwards with his other hand, unleashing a fearsome magical energy. Rising Dragon soars the sky. The rapid follow-up of Rising Dragon soars the sky after falling flower palm didn't even wait for this Deception to fly out much before catching up and clamping down, magical energy striking and devouring everything in its path. The other Shadow clones were all turned to smoke one by one. Everyone knew that Sun Xiang offensive had struck the heart of Deception's Shadow Dance. It really was a bit of a stretch. Yishio sighed. Mo Fan wanted to surpass his limits, but the step he had chosen to take was too big. His focus scattered, his Shadow Dance wasn't executed flawlessly, revealing an opening that Sun Xiang immediately caught and used. The audience couldn't see the depth to this, only knowing that these two were exchanging blows. The battle was spectacular. The crowd went wild, and the commentators of the broadcast Pan Lin and Liebor were also going on about this unexpected performance from Mo Fan, how he was able to match Sun Xiang blow for blow. I hope so. Yishio was a little concerned. Mo Fan had unleashed several barrages in succession and continued to challenge his own limits. Wasn't he a little too excited? This seemed like he was losing control. Rising Dragon soars the sky had long ending lag, and it was hard to follow up on this. Sun Xiang could only wait until the skill ended and have one autumn leaf charge over to launch a new round of attacks. Before it was Mo Fan who was on the offensive, but now it looks like it's Sun Xiang's turn. One autumn leaf is advancing. How will Mo Fan deal with this? Deception. Deception ran away. Pan Lin swallowed a curse. This Mo Fan style was really quite depressing. Such a spectacular exchange, wasn't it thrilling going head to head? Sun Xiang had such a spectacular response to Mo Fan's offensive, so can't you just respond in kind and think of the audience a little? When the opponent countered, you immediately ran without any hesitation. Where's your courage to face Sun Xiang head on? Where's your mechanics that can match him blow for blow? This Mo Fan is really keeping a clear head about him. He didn't let it get to his head, Liebor said. But in competition there's no need to adhere so strictly and monotonously to such an arrangement, right? Young people should be more passionate, more reckless. This kind of strict and mechanical playstyle is a little too boring, Pan Lin offered. Hey, what if this is interesting to him? Li Ibor simply said in reply. In that moment, he shone with his former identity as a pro player. Only those who had stood in the same shoes had the right to say these empathetic words. Interesting? What was interesting? The red-blooded excitement of head-on clashes, intense APM battles. That was just the definition to you viewers. To each pro player, their chosen playstyle was the most interesting to them. Maybe some will purposefully change their styles to appease the crowd, but this was a trend that had appeared only after Glory became commercialized. However, Li Ibor, from an older generation of players, rejected this sort of commercial air deep down. He liked to see players maintaining their unique style, even if there were some his knowledge rather outdated, couldn't figure out. Li Ibor's lightly spoken words had Pan Lin rather stunned. He didn't know what to say in response. On the stage, Mo Fan's deception managed a smooth escape, using the gullies peppered across the map to conceal himself. He's got a pretty clear head. Fang Rui exclaimed. Yeah, he's nowhere near as reckless as you though. Su Muqing said to Yi Xiao. Stretching his limits and performance might be an attempt to confuse his opponent. This kid must have been secretly observing my performance and learning valuable lessons from me. Wei Chen decided. Shamelessness. Steen Bun asked. Bastard, he learned that from your boss. Wei Chen cursed. Of course, boss is best at everything. Steen Bun boasted. Ha 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 ha, I won't object to that in this case. Wei Chen laughed out loud, satisfied with the follow-up attack Steen Bun had given Yi Xiao. Steen Bun doesn't understand, don't you go feigning ignorance. You're the most shameless, Yi Xiao retorted. Don't be so humble. You're the best at everything. Wei Chen emphasized the word best. You? Mo Fan is still in the match and you're here talking nonsense. Chen Guo got angry and yelled at the two. Ayo, boss, relax, relax, Wei Chen hurriedly assured her, Mo Fan will be fine. Really? So long as he can keep this pace up, Yi Xiao said, his opponent hasn't figured him out yet. Old Wei is right. By overstretching his limits, he's misled his opponent. His opponent will be having doubts about him, giving him a good chance. Mo Fan. Chen Guo didn't continue her train of thought. In reality, she had wanted to express surprise that Mo Fan could beat Sun Xiang, but then she realized that this would be a blow to the players on the team, so she held back. However, she was still shocked at Mo Fan's improvement. Could he win? Chen Guo gazed at the stage. Mo Fan didn't fail everyone's expectations. When Deception was at 14% health, one autumn leaf fell, and the surprise Chen Guo didn't voice was yelled out by Pan Lin. I never would have expected that Happy's Mo Fan could defeat Sun Xiang. Pan Lin cried out. Chapter 1299. Challenging his limits. Deception only had 14% health remaining. One autumn leaf had started the fight with 72% health, yet those comparing the matchup on paper would still think Mo Fan would be less likely to win. Even so, Mo Fan won, and his victory astonished many. Because Sun Xiang truly was strong. He had sunken to the Challenger League for the season and ended up losing that to Happy, but the champion team Samsara still wanted him, showing a deep-rooted recognition of his skill. 2 seasons of failure hadn't affected people's evaluation of him. For such a player, despite starting the fight with only 72% health, most would favor him in a match against a rookie. His opponent Mo Fan was astonishingly valiant. He went equal with Su Xiang in multiple direct confrontations, which left a deep impression on the viewers. In the end, Sun Xiang unexpectedly lost the fight. Sun Xiang walked down slowly from the stage. In the past, if he lost against a rookie, he would feel ashamed and fly into a rage. However, the current him didn't have an expression of anger, although he obviously wasn't happy either. He raised his head, looking at the replay on the big screens. He pondered as he watched. Nice job. When he returned to Samsara's bench, his teammates welcomed him back. Losing to Mo Fan was a bit surprising, but if you looked at the outcome, Sun Xiang had nearly completed a 1v2. Mo Fan's deception only had 14% health left. In the group arena, this sort of performance was splendid. That Mo Fan. Sun Xiang felt like he should have grasped something, but he was drawing a blank right now. We can slowly figure it out when we go back and review the match. Jiang Buotao patted him. He could see that Sun Xiang seemed somewhat troubled by the match. Okay, it's finally my turn. Du Ming got up excitedly. He was a player who yearned for competition. Before Sun Xiang transferred to Samsara, he had appeared on stage very often. But when Sun Xiang joined, Sun Xiang took up a spot on the main roster, and Du Ming's position instantly fell. Saying that he wasn't sad about it would be false, but Sun Xiang's skill was truly there. His addition improved Samsara's strength even further. Du Ming couldn't ask the team to reject an upgrade, so he could only accept it. Du Ming had his own plans for his future, and he hoped for more opportunities on the stage. But he was still a part of Samsara, and his resolve in Samsara hadn't been shaken. Winning 3 championships in a row with his teammates of many years and then leaving for his own selfish fights would be the most beautiful outcome. As a result, even though his position was on the fringe, Du Ming worked even harder. No one in a championship team had weaklings. Du Ming had plans on leaving Samsara, but his pride and arrogance as a part of Samsara had not lessened. Good luck! His teammates yelled to Du Ming. Relax! Du Ming waved carefreely to his teammates behind him like a cool person. Fuck, he's acting like he's our team's biggest trump card, Wu Chi cursed. Captain, I'm not the type of person to pick fights, but I wouldn't be able to bear it if I were you. Ha ha, Ju Zakai chuckled. Du Ming walked onto the stage, into the player booth, and his character loaded into the map. Blade Master, Moon Luring Frost. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he loaded into the map, Du Ming's Moon Luring Frost immediately drew his sword, displaying his impatience. Come! He shouted in the chat. Mo Fan obviously didn't respond and quietly ran over. Du Ming didn't move strategically either. After Moon Luring Frost slashed his sword a few times, he headed straight for the center too. Like last round, the two characters practically saw each other at the same time. Into the ditches? No, this time, neither side went into the ditches. The two characters came across each other, and then after a short pause, they started fighting. Shuriken. Mo Fan's deception attacked first. This low-level flying tool posed no threat Sun Xiang, and it was no different for Du Ming. Moon Luring Frost raised his sword and swept it aside. Triple slash. Du Ming started his offense just as fast as Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang had used Dragon Breaks the Ranks, while he used Triple Slash. His momentum might not be as powerful as Dragon Breaks the Ranks, but it was more nimble. His sword led the way. Du Ming observed Mo Fan's reaction cautiously. He hadn't forgotten how fast Mo Fan had countered after Sun Xiang and him brushed past each other last match. Anyone who saw that scene couldn't help but pretend they were there and feel their bodies drip with cold sweat at the reaction speed and mechanical skill. Du Ming had done the same and felt stunned. However, he still wanted to try it and see if he could do what others couldn't. First slash, second slash. The first and second slash of Triple Slash came out and Moon Luring Frost rapidly closed in. However, Deception didn't move. He didn't meet it directly with an shining cut like last time. What is he planning? Du Ming muttered to himself. Triple Slash third slash flew out, both an attack and a movement, towards Deception. At this moment, Du Ming lowered his head. Mo Fan's usage of underground tunneling technique had left a deep impression on him too. Du Ming didn't want to fall for this sort of trap. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a glint of cold light from in front of him. Caltrops? When had he thrown these? Du Ming was startled. He immediately had Moon Luring Frost's third slash switched directions. Moon Luring Frost moved horizontally and dodged these caltrops. How dangerous! Du Ming yelled in his heart. Ninja tools, Caltrops, a low-level skill. If an opponent stepped on it, it would harshly reduce the opponent's movement speed. And even though these caltrops were thrown onto the ground, they weren't easy to see. If Du Ming hadn't looked down because he was wary of underground tunneling technique, he would have certainly stepped onto the caltrops. You're quite cunning. With the change in direction from triple slash, he didn't step on the caltrops. Du Ming didn't distract himself despite the close call. His next move had already begun. Sword draw. Sword Chi flew out. With this as a cover, Moon-Luring Frost leaped up, falling Phoenix Slash. He directly shot down from the sky, creating an arc in the air. Deception turned and ran. Hey! You bastard! Du Ming shouted. Against Sun Xiang, that punk had rushed forward and fought a few exchanges directly, but against him, he just ran away. What was that supposed to mean? I'm scarier than Sun Xiang? Du Ming didn't think so. He couldn't understand what Mo Fan was thinking. Looks like Mo Fan's tired. Happy's players saw through it. In the previous fight, he had played explosively multiple times and played to his limit. Those were just the 2 plays at the beginning too. Afterwards, in order to win against Sun Xiang, Mo Fan had fought even harder at his limits. He had beaten Sun Xiang, but those who didn't understand him wouldn't know how hard he had worked for that win. Now, against Du Ming, he didn't fight like he had with Sun Xiang. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. His energy didn't let him reach that crazy concentrated state. This punk, with that in him, we should put him in the individual competition more. Wei Chen said. Just when they were commenting on him, Mo Fan suddenly erupted. Combo. Another invincible combo. Except this time, the first sneak hadn't been executed too well, and Du Ming was able to respond. However, Mo Fan didn't let up. The second, third attack, he attacked as if he were comboing, and then finally on the 4th strike, he was able to break Du Ming's defenses. Annihilation. For the 5th strike, Deception actually used Annihilation. This low-level knock-up skill was never a finishing move for a combo. This could only mean that Mo Fan had no plans on stopping his combo. Is he crazy? Wei Chen yelled out in amazement. They thought Mo Fan was tired already, but he once again showed up with his 3 axes. On the 5th strike, which should have been the limit, he didn't stop but continued. Flame cut. A blaze followed along the blade's path. Following Annihilation, this attack struck Moon-Luring Frost. The 6th strike was linked very precisely as well. Then, underground tunneling technique. Deception sprinted forward, but too slow, Yi Xiu said. Yes, the 7th strike was too slow. After being set ablaze by Flame Cut, Moon-Luring Frost made a move. Falling Blossom Form. It was faster than Deception's underground tunneling technique. The sword point stabbed into Deception's back, and blood spurted out. Deception crashed to the ground. The damage dealt by the Blade Masters for level 75 skills weren't too terrifying, but the other areas were increased further. A force knockdown, Falling Blossom Form. Maxed attack speed, Meteor Form. High priority, Piercing Wind Form. Sword Chi that can pull the target, Curving Wind Form. Falling Blossom Form just looked like a careless attack, but Deception had been knocked to the ground. Falling Light Blade. Moon-Luring Frost attacked again from the air towards Deception. This combo was fast and without any openings. Deception, who had just crashed to the ground, could do nothing. But afterwards, Deception rolled up and tried to dodge Feather Scar's control. Lunge. Sword Light chased after Deception. Pu. Deception puffed into smoke, turning into a straw man. Fuck. Du Ming cursed angrily. Ninjas had more escape skills than other classes. What was usually a combo would be easily dispelled in front of ninjas. Du Ming had Moon-Luring Frost turn around in search of Deception's whereabouts. The earth underneath him loosened. Underground tunneling technique. At the crucial moment, an opening appeared on Du Ming. Just like how underground tunneling technique had struck one autumn leaf, it struck Moonluring Frost squarely. A combo once again began. Everyone in Happy was dumbfounded. He's purposely attacking his own limits. Yishio could see it. Confuse the opponent? They had overanalyzed it. Mo Fan had been challenging his own limits the entire time. Chapter 1300. Long History. Mo Fan was testing his limits, but the reason why limits were called limits was because they couldn't be broken easily. Improving one's mechanics and awareness wasn't like farming for equipment in-game. You couldn't just get lucky and suddenly improve your strength with a piece of powerful equipment. These were things that were improved day by day, training and training, slowly accumulating real battle experience. If you wanted to break through your limits, it was the same. It wasn't as simple as one day becoming passionate about it, deciding to work hard and achieving a breakthrough. Mo Fan was continuously testing his limits with disregard for everything else. He really was in a state he had never reached before in training. However, breaking through one's limits wasn't like farming equipment. It wasn't as if once you accomplished it everything was good. An abrupt breakthrough was one thing, but mastering it was another. In other words, you had to accumulate experience bit by bit. Being able to defeat Sun Xiang, even if it was a one autumn leaf with only 72% of his health, was already an amazing breakthrough for Mo Fan. Against Duming, he wanted to continue, and was still stubbornly, even more wildly challenging his limits again and again. However, his condition had already been slipping, and though he had managed to surprise Duming, the other soon turned the tables. Deception's 14% health couldn't take much more before he eventually fell. Duming's victory was without suspense. Mo Fan's performance felt like it had plummeted at the most crucial moment. It seemed like defeating Sun Xiang had taken a lot out of him, however, he was still so fierce in this match. Although he was just a newbie, Duming still felt a sense of respect rise for Mo Fan. This kind of opponent who never gave up was always worthy of respect, no matter where, no matter if they lost or won. Leaving the stage, Mo Fan seemed rather worn out as expected. For him, it was a mental exhaustion. Constantly drawing together his focus to launch a barrage of intense attacks was like drawing himself tight like a bowstring. He had pushed himself, uncaring of the consequences. That was too reckless of you, Yishio commented, looking at Mo Fan. Mo Fan quietly glanced at Yishio, but didn't say anything, returning to his own seat. Qiao Yifan passed a bottle of water over. Mo Fan stared for a moment in surprise before accepting it, nodding at Qiao Yifan in thanks. What was this guy thinking? No one knew. The only one who could really communicate verbally with him was Su Muqing. And even if it was Su Muqing, she merely spoke more often to him, but never got a look into his thoughts. Talk with him more often. Yishio was helpless and could only hand things over to Su Muqing, asking her to guide the loner. By then, Happy's third player for the group arena had already stood. Tang Ru, after the 1v3 incident, had been a constant as the anchor for the group arena. When she stood, the atmosphere in the venue chilled somewhat. Even now, Tang Ru's popularity was still at rock bottom. Even their home turf fans weren't very happy with her. It was clear what position she had amongst the fan base. Plus, Happy only had her left while Samsara still had Duming's Moonluring Frost with 91% health and a full health Juzakai, Glory's #1 Juzakai. There was no point in continuing. That's what everyone thought. Even if they announced Samsara's victory now, no one would care, probably. However, Tang Ru simply ignored all of this. She stood, accepting the encouragements and blessings from her teammates and walking towards the stage determinedly. Even if she heard the jeers from the crowd, she didn't care. In their home games, Happy's fans would give her face considering that she was a member of the team, but in an away game, Tang Ru was like a public enemy. If she could endure that, then this silence in their home game was like an applause. This sort of atmosphere in a home game was really rather strange and oppressive. Even Samsara's players felt uncomfortable, looking around at Happy's fans. They, of course, knew why this was, it was just that they didn't think it would be so intense. Tang Ru was receiving this sort of treatment from her own team's fans, the ones who would most stand up for them. And their support of Team Happy was so passionate too. This truly was strange. They all knew too clearly what this sort of circumstance meant for a pro player, but a young lady like Tang Ru still managed to endure. Samsara had researched Tang Ru's matches. After the 1 vs 3 event, the biggest change to Tang Ru was becoming the last line of defense in the group arena rather than the spearhead. Apart from that, there was no change. Her fearsome performance remained the same. Her popularity might have frozen, but her strength was still improving steadily. Amongst the rookies this season, she was definitely the best when considering pure ability. If it wasn't for the fact that she had started a little old, her future would have been limitless. Then, with her flawless looks and demeanor, a lot of people felt that what had happened with her was a shame. Slowly, there were some voices that spoke out, hoping that people could be more lenient on the rookie. However, there were always those that just wouldn't let go, especially esports home's Ron Cheng as a representative, who was now a professional hater of Tang Ru's. No matter what article or commentary he was writing, he could always twist it to hate on Tang Ru a little. However, it was more Tang Ru's attitude that exacerbated it. If she could stand up and address the issue with sincerity, with the winds beginning to change and people beginning to stand up for her, then this incident might have passed by without further trouble. However, she didn't. Tang Ru didn't seem to have anything to say about this. This was why many fans hated her. Everyone felt that she refused to learn from her mistakes, staying as stubborn as a mule. Then some tied this to her appearance, arguing that she was probably used to being spoiled because of her looks, so she thought she was special and could do whatever she wanted. The few who spoke for her failed to pull her out of this slump. However, what was most depressing for the haters was that they couldn't use her performance on the field to attack her. After the 1 vs 3 incident, Happy entered a period of consecutive wins. The worst of their scores were 9-1, and even their loss against 301 Degrees was a 4-6. They had still managed to obtain the 2 points from the group arena. With their group arena always victorious, Tang Ru's performance as the last line of defense in the group arena was really flawless. This meant that they were trying to pick bones from eggs, discussing subjective things such as what techniques were appropriate. They had been left hungry for so long. But now, against Samsara, Tang Ru was in a difficult place as the last line of defense. It was such a difficult place that these starved people thought that even if Tang Ru lost here, it wouldn't be anything they could feast on. She was set against almost 2 whole opponents, with Juzakai as one. Losing was all too expected. After Tang Ru entered the booth, the atmosphere changed, buzzing chatter arising from the crowd. The crowd was chatting, discussing, gossiping, like no one cared about the following match. Since they didn't like the next player on Happy's side, they had already convinced themselves of how the following match would end. There was no more sounds of encouragement. In fact, the number of people who were even remotely paying attention to the match had plummeted. Only Samsara supporters were still cheering, happy that they would finally be able to take back 2 points in the group arena. The match started. The applause that would usually ring out at a time like this was few and far between. Is this because of Juzakai? Feeling this awkward atmosphere at their home game, Chen Guo was smiling in a rather strained way. Tang Ru truly was unpopular, but when she was on the stage, she was still representing Happy. The fans might not like her, but they couldn't not hope for Happy's victory. Thus, when she went unstage to defend the arena, she would usually get some applause. However, this time, it seemed like Happy's fans had given up on her. Chen Gui knew that there was only one reason why this would happen. The fans believed that Happy couldn't possibly win. Why? Because Samsara had almost 2 full health characters left, a huge advantage. Because one of these 2 was Juzakai, Glory's number 1. Juzakai's strength went beyond just boosting the morale and confidence of his team. He hadn't even gotten unstage yet, and he could already influence the attitudes of the fans. They have Juzakai, we can't win. Chen Guo now truly understood Juzakai's status in the alliance, seeing how he could create such ideas even in a home game. Chen Guo was a little annoyed at these fans, but not long ago in the Spring Festival event, the passion of their fans had proved how much hope they had in Happy. Perhaps they couldn't be blamed. The only thing to be blamed was the sheer strength of Juzukai's presence and how deeply unpopular Tang Ru was. Perhaps, if it was a different member of Happy, they might have gotten some encouragement and support. Chen Guo sighed. Tang Ru's persistence made Chen Guo feel even more helpless than Juzukai's strength. That young lady really wasn't soft at all. Was her name given to use as mockery? Chen Guo silently thought in exasperation at the renowned father of Tang Ru's ... The match begun under the attention, or lack thereof, of the audience. But the players unstage didn't know about the reactions of the crowd. Duming was very much looking forward to this match. As the match started, his character Moonluring Frost made a few more cool poses than he did last match. I never would have expected that we would meet in an official match, Duming sent into the chat. Tang Ru replied with a smiley face. Let's give it our all. Duming yelled excitedly. Of course, Tang Ru replied. Soft Mist charged out and Duming's Moonluring Frost also charged directly. The two characters steadily entered each other's views without dodging or retreating, clashing head-on. Tang Ru was once the person who had put Duming in the most humiliating position. In the audience player versus pro round of the All-Star Weekend, he had somehow lost to a challenging normal player and twice, too. For a long time, he had become a joke in their circle. But his opponent had been a normal player, while he was a pro. He couldn't go seeking revenge for something like that. Duming could only accept his misfortune and was depressed for a good while. That was until the player that had defeated him seemed to have the intentions of going pro, and now, she was finally here on the same stage as Duming. Revenge? 2 years had passed, and Duming really didn't have any intentions for revenge. However, he couldn't forget that incident. Thus, one day, after he realized that Tang Ru was entering the pro circle too, he began paying attention to her. The target of his attention wasn't one to keep a low profile either. Not long after entering the pro circle, she had gotten into quite the snit with the 1 versus 3 incident. She was the main character of it even. But she didn't manage the 1v3 and broke her promise, going from the protagonist to the antagonist, someone everyone hated. Duming was stunned. Disregarding everything else, she was truly a girl with character, and she was also very beautiful. His past grudge had faded and blurred, and Duming began to develop a liking for the young lady he had been paying attention to. Especially the 1 versus 3 incident that had Duming's heart aching for her. He really did want to go and support Tang Ru, but just think of his position. After the 1-2-3 for All-Stars on Team Samsara, then the assassin Wu Qi and Cleric Fang Minghua, only then you could get to him. For this sort of sensitive topic, the reporters would casually ask for Samsara's members' opinions, but it would never fall to him to answer. Seeing Juzukai hesitate for half a day before spitting out a very strange, really strong as an answer, Duming kind of wanted to go up and punch in his handsome face. Really strong, my ass, what's really strong? Duming had never felt so anxious about Juzukai's lack of speaking ability. Back then, Duming's state could be described as heart in throat. However, he soon realized that his worry was excessive. Though her popularity might have plummeted, Tang Ru's performance was even more stable. In the following period, Happy had performed even better than Samsara. Duming's admiration for this young lady shot up another notch. Round 20 had finally arrived and Samsara was once again faced with Happy. This time, Duming and Tang Ru had the chance to face each other on stage. Duming was hyped, and the Samsara players on the bench were all deep in discussion too. The attention Duming had directed at Tang Ru was no secret in Samsara. For example, Jiang Buotao, immensely skilled at communicating and reading others, could easily see that this guy had a crush. That guy took his sword and charged. Seems to me he's in a pretty good state. Does this guy want to express his admiration for his goddess by crushing her? Wu Qi wondered aloud, seeing Duming's more eager than normal performance. He's probably trying to attract her interest through showing off his own talent. Jiang Buotao, as expected, was skilled at understanding others. How childish, like an elementary school kid. Fang Minghua exclaimed. Holy crap! Someone yelled in shock and Samsara's players all facepalmed, lowering their heads in silence for Du Ming. Moon-luring Frost, charging up excitedly, had been thrown to one side by a circle swing. Has he already been wiped out? Lu Buiyuan had a hand over his eyes, peeking at the situation through his fingers. No. Juzakai said. I was too careless. Du Ming yelled into the chat. Jesus, this is embarrassing. Samsara's players all decided. He won't start yelling I love you or something right then and there, will he? If that's the case, well, the transfer window still had 2 days to go. Let's sell him. Sell him to Happy? That's probably exactly what he wants. They laughed. On stage, the battle continued. Tn** the Ru in Tang Ru means soft or gentle, the same soft in Soft Mist, so Chen Gui is talking about Tang Ru's birth name, not the name Soft Mist.